Original narrative illustration, with Qi Shanshan on the left and Lin Shi on the right. In the dead of night, atop a skyscraper, the frigid wind howled alongside the woman's anguished cries. The inebriated Xiao Chusheng, with a dazed expression, gazed at the woman who stood less than 10 paces away. Although his mind was clouded and figures danced before his eyes, he could discern that the woman possessed a face so enchanting it tempted transgression. Enraptured, he involuntarily let out a drunken belch. Then, regaining his composure, called out to her, "Sister, the wind is fierce up here. Come down." With tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom, Qi Shanshan, who had merely entertained fleeting thoughts of ending her life, was startled by Xiao Chusheng's voice, her heart nearly stopping in fear as she almost lost her footing at the edge of the rooftop. Clutching her chest, she steadied herself, only to be overtaken by an inexplicable rage, turning to glare fiercely at the man behind her. He nearly pushed her into the abyss. She felt compelled to confront him. However, upon seeing the man, she was taken aback. He sat dejectedly on the ground, surrounded by an array of beer and liquor bottles, some new, others seemingly abandoned for ages. The image of a despondent, disillusioned middle-aged man immediately came to her mind. Witnessing his dismal state, Qi Shanshan lost her initial urge to confront him. "Hey, why are you scaring people here instead of going home at this hour?" she boldly inquired as she joined him on the ground. Perhaps the alcohol had dulled his senses, for it took Xiao Chusheng a while to respond. "It's nothing. Just encountered some unhappy circumstances and sought solace in drink," he replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. What awaited him was not sympathy, but rather the woman's curiosity. "Oh, a tale to tell? Did your wife run off with someone? Come, share it. Let me find some amusement." Even in his inebriated state, Xiao Chusheng fell silent, realizing that her happiness was built upon his suffering. Yet he did not refuse her. He craved the catharsis of sharing his woes. Sinking deeper into his melancholy, he slowly began to speak, his voice tinged with resignation. "Today, my girlfriend of over 10 years got engaged to another man, and I only just found out. We had promised to marry once my career took off. But, so you're still a failure?" Qi Shanshan interjected. However, the man shook his head. "No. Just last week, my company successfully secured funding and went public. I've turned my debts into ownership of a company worth over 100 million. Qi Shanshan was taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. "Then why did your girlfriend leave you?" Yet all she received in return was Xiao Chusheng's incredulous gaze. As if she were the fool. "They're engaged, which surely means signs of a relationship had arisen unbeknownst to me. I intended to surprise her, but now." He hung his head, embodying the bitter reality of missed opportunities. He had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey too late, and after years of relentless struggle, he had finally achieved a modicum of success. This can be considered the pinnacle that an ordinary person can reach through sheer effort. As for truly transcending class, that is but a delusion. Qi Shanshan pursed her lips, swallowing the words that were on the tip of her tongue. "And you? What are you doing here? Struggling for survival?" Xiao Chusheng lifted his gaze, scrutinizing this foolish woman who had just been crying like a child. "Has your man run off with someone else?" Upon hearing this, Qi Shanshan began to wail anew, nearly choking on her sobs. "My family is on the brink of bankruptcy. That old man wants to sell me off to a bald Mediterranean." Piece by piece, Xiao Chusheng began to understand. His father, in an effort to prevent the family from going under, intended to offer her to a balding middle-aged man as a mistress. This balding man was willing to provide a low-interest loan to his family, which would allow them to survive for a while. Misery loves company, they say. No, this is not merely a case of brothers in hardship, but rather sisters in distress. In that moment, they could no longer hold back and embraced each other, crying uncontrollably, such is the sorrow of middle age. Thus, the two of them began to drink. Qi Shanshan seized a bottle and started guzzling. Despite being a woman, she managed to consume 6 bottles of Courageous Wanderer, leaving Xiao Chusheng utterly astonished. Whether she was intoxicated or not was beside the point. What kind of otherworldly stomach is this? How could she possibly drink so much? Only when Qi Shanshan was on the verge of losing her senses did she ask the man beside her if he had come to this godforsaken place to drink out of desire to end it all. Xiao Chusheng shook his head, I merely came to enjoy the breeze and reminisce about the past few years. I am now wealthy and handsome. Why would I lament the absence of something better or more obedient? Why should I seek to end my life? After years of entrepreneurship, she has gained the benefits I provided, but contributed little in return. She doesn't even comprehend whether my daily business is profitable or not. Leaving me would be her loss. Hearing his words, Qi Shanshan pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. The night breeze had already cleared Xiao Chuxing's mind somewhat. So, will you jump or not? If not, let us return. At the mention of this, Qi Shanshan began to cry again, lamenting, "Woe is me. No one wants me anymore. What is the point of living? Don't stop me. I don't want to live anymore." Having said that, she truly seemed ready to leap, and Xiao Chuxing quickly caught her around the waist to prevent this foolish woman from throwing herself off. "Hey, do you really want to die that badly?" Qi Shanshan resolutely nodded. "Yes." "Then, before you die, can I have a little fun?" Xiao Chuxing was not trying to take advantage of her despair, but rather attempting to coax this foolish woman down from her ledge. Unable to think of another excuse on the spot. "You see, you are so beautiful, yet you have never experienced the pleasures of womanhood before meeting your end. Why not indulge me? I consider myself somewhat handsome," he muttered to himself. To his surprise, Qi Shanshan actually agreed. "That makes sense. If I am to die anyway, what is there to fear? Let us go, find a hotel." This time, Xiao Chuxing was left bewildered. "Wait, are you serious?" Before he could gather his thoughts, Qi Shanshan had already linked her arm through his, dragging him downstairs in search of a hotel. Xiao Chuxing was compelled to follow. Yet an unexpected incident unfolded. Qi Shanshan, oblivious to her surroundings, inadvertently stepped on a discarded wine bottle, losing her balance and tumbling backward. Xiao Chuxing, ensnared by her grasp around his neck, was also dragged down. The two of them rolled perilously close to the edge of the rooftop, and Qi Shanshan slipped and nearly flew off. However, she clung tightly to Xiao Chuxing's neck, preventing an immediate fall. Thus, a comical scene transpired on the rooftop, a woman, wailing inconsolably, clinging to a man who precariously dangled half his body over the edge, poised to plummet at any moment. "Oh no, I'm going to fall. I'm going to die. Wasn't that your intention all along? Let go of me quickly, or we'll both perish." Xiao Chuxing was on the verge of losing his grip. "Woo woo woo. I regret it. I don't want to die." The woman had devolved into a state of frantic desperation, her survival instinct taking over. "Were you earlier? It's too late now." Creak. An ominous sound echoed as the tiles at the rooftop's edge began to crack. "Damn it. I never wanted to die. It's all your fault, you foolish woman." At that moment, an unforeseen gust of wind surged from the towering building, lifting both of them into the air. If their essay next life, I will not let you off the hook. In the depths of the night, amidst the towering structures, Xiao Chuxing's most venomous curse reverberated. No, it was a farewell. Chapter 2. The Foolish Woman. Shi Shanshan, the blinding sunlight pierced through his eyelids, and Xiao Chuxing found himself entranced by the girl before him. Was it true that the phenomenon of a life flashing before one's eyes truly existed before death? An absurd thought crossed his mind, stirring a bittersweet feeling within him. Promise him. Promise him. For heaven's sake, why are you dawdling? Speak up quickly." The cacophony of jeering voices surrounded him, interspersed with murmurs of sympathy. Was it him again? If memory served correctly, hadn't he already confessed to Zheng Jiai several times? Indeed, it seemed he would be met with rejection once more. As he listened to the animated chatter of the crowd, Xiao Chuxing remained in a daze. What was happening? It seemed this was not a mere fleeting moment, but hadn't he already died? Before he could grasp the situation, the girl named Zheng Jiai softly inquired, "Chuxing, is there something on your mind?" Her voice trembled with uncertainty, a glimmer of hope lingering on her face. Xiao Chuxing's pupils dilated as realization dawned upon him. He was not dead. No, that was not quite right. He had indeed died. Yet, he had been reborn at this crucial juncture, the moment of his last confession to his former girlfriend in his past life. Without a doubt, the girl standing before him, Zheng Jiai, was his former love. This pivotal moment would dictate the course of the next decade of his life, for it meant that, should he voice his feelings, she would undoubtedly accept his confession. In his previous life, he had been engulfed in immense joy, blissfully unaware of the chaos that would follow. Now, presented with the opportunity to relive his existence, he found it impossible to disregard the events that had transpired. A reborn individual is merely a speculator of time, neither a deity nor a sage. Throughout their decade-long relationship, Xiao Chusheng and Zheng Jia had indeed experienced love and happiness. However, differing worldviews and perspectives had led to more disputes and the harsh realities of life. Upon introspection, Xiao Chusheng realized he was not truly happy. Moreover, certain events had transpired during that period, creating a sense of compromise with life, or perhaps a sunk cost fallacy, causing them to circle back to one another. Ultimately, just before his rebirth, their decade-long love story had reached its conclusion. Rather than a decade-long race, they had nearly lost all contact, rendering their relationship a mere shadow of its former self. There exists a saying, a divorce is not solely defined by the signing of papers. There are two terms that also resonate: disconnection and widowhood. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng felt disoriented. Having foreseen the inevitable outcome, he vowed not to repeat his past mistakes. He had contemplated countless times that if given another chance, he would likely sever ties with Zheng Jia. For it is only when passion wanes that one can perceive the essence of reality. With this thought, Xiao Chusheng's gaze grew resolute. Zheng Jia, upon witnessing the determination in his eyes, mistakenly believed he had finally summoned the courage to confess his feelings. To her, Xiao Chusheng appeared commendable in every regard, and at her age, she had yet to experience the harshness of life. In an era devoid of the materialistic tendencies that characterized later generations, the innocence of campus romance still prevailed. Thus, after more than a year of pursuit, Zheng Jia finally resolved to accept Xiao Chusheng's confession. However, what she did not anticipate was the cold, somewhat detached tone in which Xiao Chusheng replied, "In nothing." Zheng Jia was taken aback and instinctively blurted out, "Aren't you going to confess to me?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized that her eagerness was all too apparent. For reasons unknown, Zheng Jia felt a sudden heaviness in her chest, as if something profoundly significant was about to slip away from her grasp. Hence, she found herself urgently pressing Xiao Chusheng for clarity, thinking to herself, "Surely my hints are unmistakable? Please confess. I will undoubtedly accept you this time." Unbeknownst to her, this was merely a repetition for Xiao Chusheng, who had already experienced this very scene. In response to Zheng Jia's inquiry, he expressionlessly chose to exit the game with the keystroke Alt F4. "Zheng Jia, I have contemplated much over these past few days. In truth, we are not as compatible as I once believed. Therefore, I shall cease my pursuit and will not trouble you further. I wish you well in finding someone more suited to you." Zheng Jia was utterly dumbfounded. Were those not her own words? Why? How did it come to this? This was not the outcome she desired. What had gone awry? As Xiao Chusheng turned to leave, she instinctively grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Wait, Chusheng, please. It's not like this." I think, in a flurry of confusion, Zheng Jia struggled to articulate her thoughts, rendered speechless. Yet, Xiao Chusheng interrupted her, fully aware of her sentiments. In her previous life, at this very moment, Zheng Jia had been swayed by his pursuit. Otherwise, she would not have acquiesced. However, many subsequent events were beyond human control, as no one is flawless. Given the opportunity to relive this moment, knowing the outcome would be erroneous, there was no need to make the same mistake again, for the sake of all involved. Moreover, in this new existence, while certain elements had indeed changed, others remained constant. Just as one may glean fresh insights from rereading a book, the conclusion itself remains unaltered. Zheng Jia's misstep was never the absence of shared hardships with him. If she wished to avoid shared struggles, she could simply depart. After all, what suffering had she truly endured? She had never lacked for a home or a car. Enjoying the benefits bestowed upon her during this time, she dangled him along, hoping to gamble on his eventual success. At that moment, she would become the general's wife, soaring to great heights. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had quietly sought another suitor. Zheng Jia may have erred once, but that could lead to future mistakes. Furthermore, the absence of certain transgressions did not imply a lack of desire. Rather, it stemmed from her ordinariness, which rendered her unworthy. In this lifetime, Xiao Chusheng would ascend to great heights. While she could only gaze up from the valley below, a profound cruelty in itself. I understand. I shall not speak indiscriminately once outside. With that, Xiao Chusheng sought to escape the scene. No, that is not what I truly meant. Zheng Jiai, in a state of desperation, stomped her feet, yet felt utterly powerless. Everything transpired so abruptly that it left her at a loss. However, she could not afford to dwell on her thoughts, for an ominous feeling gnawed at her heart, compelling her to stop Xiao Chusheng from leaving, as if allowing him to depart would unleash some dreadful calamity. Upon witnessing the other party's actions, Xiao Chusheng felt a twinge of irony. He contemplated resorting to a measure of force, but when he raised his gaze, he beheld a striking figure. It was a tall, graceful girl, possessing an exquisite appearance, yet her face bore an expression of icy indifference. Xiao Chusheng was not the type to be rendered immobile by the sight of a beauty. Rather, he was perplexed as to why she was there. This aloof maiden was precisely the one who had yanked him from the rooftop, leading to his rebirth. The onlookers, too, had taken note of the cold young lady, their astonishment palpable. Isn't that the campus beauty from Qi University? The campus bell has arrived. Shan, the campus bell? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Chusheng was utterly bewildered. In his previous life, he had only had eyes for Zheng Jiai and had never paid heed to any other girls. He was genuinely unaware that this foolish woman was indeed the campus beauty of his year. It seemed that the affluent lived splendidly, with delicate skin and youthful vitality. Unlike himself, who, despite being the same age, had been referred to as Uncle due to his struggles in life. Yet, she appeared so aloof. There was no connection whatsoever to the heartbreaking fool he had seen on the rooftop, if not for their striking resemblance. He would have doubted they were one and the same. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. How small the world was. He had never anticipated that when confessing to Zheng Jiai, Qi Shanshan, this foolish girl would happen to pass by. Qi Shanshan had naturally overheard the students' discussions, but had long grown accustomed to it. She intended to leave with her usual impassiveness, yet a figure suddenly blocked her path. Raising her eyes, she was met with a reasonably handsome face. The young man exuded a pleasant aura, yet his expression bore an inexplicable hostility. Just as she pondered his intentions, he abruptly seized her arm and began to pull her away from the crowd. What on earth is happening? Chapter 3. Should a girl pay for a hotel room? Rather than being aloof, Qi Shanshan was more accurately described as socially anxious. Thus, when Xiao Chusheng pulled her away from the crowd, she instinctively followed. Spectators, witnessing the protagonist of the confession to Zheng Jiai abandon his pursuit for reasons unknown, were on the verge of dispersing. Suddenly, an unexpected twist unfolded. Was he not shifting his affections? Just moments ago, he was professing his feelings. Yet now he dashed into the embrace of the campus belle, Qi Shanshan, although it was undeniable that the campus beauty was indeed stunning. What astonished the onlookers even more was that Qi Shanshan did not reject his advances. A chilling thought crept into everyone's minds. Had they been involved all along? The socially awkward, naive girl, Qi Shanshan, was led away by Xiao Chusheng. It wasn't until they had distanced themselves that she gathered the courage to withdraw her hand from his grasp. Where are you taking me? Qi Shanshan's expression was impassive, yet her voice betrayed a hint of timidity. Xiao Chusheng frowned slightly, his impatience surfacing as he curtly replied, "Just follow me." Why so many questions? To others, Qi Shanshan appeared as a goddess of aloofness, but in reality, she was an unadulterated, socially anxious individual. His reprimand nearly brought tears to her eyes. The sight of her on the brink of tears rendered Xiao Chusheng momentarily dazed, prompting him to exclaim, "Now, this is more like it. I thought you were truly that cold." Without waiting for her consent, he took her by the hand and headed towards the campus exit. Qi Shanshan was taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical remark, as if her innermost secrets had been laid bare. Did he perceive the true essence of who I am? Yet where is he leading me? She could not articulate why. But despite the boy's assertiveness and his insistence on taking her away, she felt no fear. Rather, a sense of reassurance enveloped her. She sensed that there was an indescribable quality about him. He would not harm me. However, unbeknownst to Qi Shanshan, Xiao Chusheng had darker intentions. As she gazed at the sign of a couple's hotel, she fell into deep contemplation, momentarily forgetting her earlier belief that he would not bring her harm. But who could have predicted that he would turn around and lead her to a hotel? Isn't this progression a bit too rapid? Shouldn't we perhaps date first? Her mind was a flurry, completely overwhelmed by Xiao Chuxing's unconventional approach. Why are we here? Qi Shanshan asked timidly. Xiao Chuxing shot her a disdainful glance, replying, "What do you think? What else would one do in a place like this? Of course, we're here to check into a room." Qi Shanshan was at a loss, utterly unprepared for such bluntness. Hadn't they known each other for less than half an hour? And he was already suggesting they check into a room? Was that even polite? Her mouth fell open in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Xiao Chusheng had already rushed to the front desk to book a room. Just as she was processing the situation, he returned to her side. Qi Shanshan initially believed that this fellow had realized his mistakes, only to find him extending his hand towards her, asking, "Do you have any money? Lend me some." In that moment, her doubts about life deepened. Was it not absurd that he lured a girl to a couple's hotel and expected her to bear the cost of the room? What kind of situation was this? Yet, it was precisely this behavior of Xiao Chusheng that inexplicably reassured her. Even she could not comprehend why she found him endearingly foolish, as if he possessed a certain naive innocence. It was rather charming. Here she was a foolish beauty herself, yet she found Xiao Chusheng's foolishness to be quite adorable. It was utterly confounding. Perhaps it was a whimsical impulse or a rebellious spirit within her. Or perhaps, in that fleeting moment, the boy before her evoked a distinct sensation. To her astonishment, Qi Shanshan genuinely withdrew 200 yuan bills from her wallet and handed them to Xiao Chusheng, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Wait, are you serious? How have you, such a naive woman, managed to survive unscathed until now? If it were me, I could have swindled you into bearing 3 children by now." Xiao Chusheng felt as though his intelligence was being insulted, accompanied by an inexplicable pang of guilt. In his previous life, he had genuinely contemplated sharing a hotel room with such a dim-witted girl. Wasn't he that akin to exploiting an imbecile? Surely, it couldn't he be illegal? Yet, the thought of having toiled for a decade to become a billionaire, only to have his aspirations dashed by her, ignited an uncontainable rage within him. 10 years of relentless effort. Do you have any idea how I endured that? All because of your foolishness. I had to reset everything. He reasoned that if he didn't make her cry tonight, it would be a profound disrespect to the misery of his past decade. Initially, he held a sliver of sympathy for this dim-witted beauty, but the realization that she owed him not just one life, but potentially his entire existence, extinguished any lingering guilt or compassion he felt. Moreover, prior to his rebirth, she was indeed meant to accompany him to a hotel. This couldn't be entirely his fault, could it? As they huddled together on the rooftop, tears flowing freely, Qi Shanshan broached the topic of rebirth. "If only I had met you a few years earlier," she mused. What difference would that make? Xiao Chusheng was puzzled by her words. "Well, if I had found you more appealing, perhaps you wouldn't have had to deal with your ex-girlfriend at all." Her defense of him brought a smile to his face. He became lost in thought. Reminiscing about the moment he confessed to Zheng Jiai. With a resigned shake of his head, he replied, "That would have been a long time ago, over 10 years. Back when I hadn't even started my business. I was so focused on her that I probably wouldn't have noticed your existence." Oh, what a pity there are no what-ifs. If only everything could start anew. Xiao Chusheng, upon hearing the ramblings of the foolish beauty, chuckled. "Even if I could truly start anew, with your striking beauty and the wealth your family likely possessed back then, would you ever deign to notice me? I was quite shy in those days, having few friends. Yet, if you had pursued me, I am certain my heart would have been swayed." What began as mere drunken musings between 2 inebriated souls unexpectedly became prophetic. Xiao Chusheng genuinely found himself transported back in time, encountering this silly beauty once more. The most astonishing twist of fate was that he intended to settle the score for the misfortune this foolish woman had caused him, only to discover that she had even covered the cost of their hotel room herself. Truly a spectacle to behold. Chapter 4. The Debt You Owe Me in the Hotel Room. The two stared at each other, neither making a move. The foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, was the first to break the silence, pouting her lips. What are you daydreaming about? Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback by her expression and opened his mouth. Why do you seem more anxious than I am? Qishan Shanesse, cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze. I'm not. In truth, she had mentally prepared herself, perhaps with a hint of rebellious spirit. Xiao Chusheng's hesitation stemmed from the conflicting emotions he felt after entering the room. His conscience was attempting to surface. Honestly, bringing this fool to the hotel was driven more by impulsive desires. It was likely a way to vent the frustration of having squandered his efforts in a past life. However, upon reflection, he wondered, was it truly fair for this foolish girl to pay off the debts of her previous life in this one? To wield the sword of one dynasty against the officials of another? It felt rather peculiar. This was a rebirth, yet invoking the past felt strange, and the future seemed inappropriate. Xiao Chusheng's internal conflict lay precisely here. Contemplating his own name, he fell into deeper thought. While he acknowledged his own shortcomings, he was not a scoundrel. There was a distinction between being a brute and being a scoundrel. The weight of such troubling thoughts made him crave a cigarette, and he instinctively searched his body for one. At that moment, he realized he wouldn't smoke at all. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng had never learned to smoke until after graduating from university, as he prided himself on being disciplined. His first experience with smoking came during the early days of his entrepreneurial journey, a time fraught with immense pressure. It was then that he became accustomed to drinking and smoking while discussing various matters at the table. Although his current body had yet to develop a craving for nicotine, the itch in his throat felt vividly real. This authentic sensation transported Xiao Chusheng to another realm. He truly grasped that he had the chance to start anew. Perhaps this time, he could attain the future he desired. Yet before that, Xiao Chusheng thought it best to bid farewell to his former self. Much like an act of symbolism, with a final puff. With this in mind, he took a deep breath and, in a rather stern tone, instructed Qi Shanshan, go buy me a pack of cigarettes, and, bring a lighter as well. Huh? Oh. Qi Shanshan seemed to comply with his tone. She always obeyed when he was stern. It wasn't that he wanted to smoke, for he would certainly quit if given the chance. It was more of a ritual to bid farewell to the past. The foolish beauty indeed went downstairs to purchase a pack of cigarettes and returned with Huazi. Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes, realizing that, just as she had said before his rebirth, this girl came from a wealthy family. Here, Qi Shanshan handed the items to Xiao Chusheng. He expertly unwrapped the pack and took a puff, only to be immediately choked by the smoke. Clearly, his unaccustomed body could not handle it, prompting him to extinguish the cigarette and toss the entire pack into the nearby trash can. Qi Shanshan stared blankly at his actions, assuming there was something wrong with the cigarette she had bought, and quickly inquired, "Did I buy a fake one?" Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly recollect that it was now 2007, a time when counterfeit tobacco and alcohol ran rampant. His actions had been misinterpreted by this foolish woman. No, he shook his head. I merely wish to smoke one, after which I shall quit. Observing the somewhat dazed Qi Shanshan, Xiao Chusheng sighed, feeling a peculiar sense that this simpleton was rather easy to deceive. Yet, one could not deny her stunning beauty. Otherwise, she would not have been crowned the campus belle. Contemplating this, Xiao Chusheng's mind began to wander. Perhaps he could pursue her? After all, she owed him her life, and even aside from that, she had already consented to share a room with him. However, given her apparent lack of intelligence, would she pass on such unfortunate genes to their children? Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but ponder whether he should seek a wife with a higher intellect. The dim-witted beauty hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Xiao Chusheng raised an eyebrow. Speak your mind. Why did you bring me here? Qi Shanshan asked timidly. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily speechless. Why would I, a handsome man, bring you, a stunning beauty, to such a place for any reason other than pleasure? No, I didn't mean that. Qi Shanshan stubbornly bit her lower lip. I didn't know you before. It dawned on Xiao Chusheng that he might have been too hasty. After a moment's reflection, he locked eyes with the foolish beauty. From her gaze, he discerned a profound confusion, making it difficult to reconcile this timid girl with the hysterical woman he had encountered on the rooftop. Socially anxious to socially adept? What could have transpired over the past years? In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng had been an ordinary person struggling for survival, unable to fathom the tribulations she must have faced. The atmosphere in the room suddenly felt heavy and stagnant. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Xiao Chusheng finally uttered, "You owe me." The foolish beauty stared blankly, her beautiful eyes blinking in bewilderment, seemingly unable to grasp his meaning. Xiao Chusheng offered no further explanation, merely reiterating, "You need only to understand that you owe me, and even bearing me 3 children would not suffice to repay the debt." A blush crept across Qi Shanshan's cheeks, her shyness palpable. Internally, she mused, what on earth is he talking about? This is all happening too fast. 3 children already? Well, considering we are in a hotel. Perhaps at ISN T2 Swift after all? With her already limited intellect, Qi Shanshan found herself at a loss. Meanwhile, Xiao Chusheng reclined quietly against the headboard, contemplating his next course of action. The abruptness of his rebirth had left his mind in disarray. He pondered what he could possibly accomplish. Given this second chance at life, he was determined to amass wealth. After all, life had taught him the invaluable importance of money. Yet, rebirth was not as simplistic as often depicted in online novels, where one possesses omnipotent knowledge. In reality, there were numerous intricate details to consider, and even a slight miscalculation could yield vastly different outcomes. This is what is known as the butterfly effect, and he now embodies that very butterfly. After considerable contemplation, Xiao Chusheng came to the realization that his true asset lies in his ability to witness the future firsthand. In other words, his greatest advantage is the cost of trial and error. The world of tomorrow is, in fact, constructed upon countless trials and errors, and he can choose the most correct outcome from the very beginning. With this thought, Xiao Chusheng's gaze became resolute. However, every journey begins with difficulty, and at present, he is merely a powerless student. He lacks both wealth and connections. Thus, he finds himself in need of assistance and financial resources. As for a companion, he thought his classmate Su Hai, who had previously played a pivotal role in bringing him and Zheng Jiai together. Yet at this moment, he could hardly consider Su Hai a brother. They were merely classmates who got along reasonably well. He could not rely on him. Xiao Chusheng sighed. In his past life, during his entrepreneurial endeavors, Su Hai's dedication was truly touching. He was constantly on the move, often barely managing to sleep for more than 5 hours a night, and on several occasions, he ended up in the hospital due to social engagements. In his 20s, he had already lost his hair. To be frank, Xiao Chusheng's feelings for this friend were quite complex. Some individuals are suited to endure hardship together, but are ill-fitted to share in prosperity. Su Hai worked diligently during their most challenging times. Yet when the fruits of their labor finally arrived, he made a fatal mistake. Chapter 5. Unveiling the truth. Perhaps it is a matter of perspective and understanding, or perhaps the sudden influx of wealth has clouded one's judgment. In his previous life, Su Hai, upon acquiring a modest sum of money, began to feel invincible, pursuing the goddess of his university days, only to hastily enter into matrimony. The crux of the issue lay within this union. Under the influence of his wife, Su Hai misappropriated a significant amount of public funds. This money was originally earmarked for expansion and nearly led to the financial ruin of Xiao Chusheng's company. In a show of compassion for their past relationship, Xiao Chusheng merely required Su Hai to repay the embezzled funds, opting not to pursue legal action. However, their bond had effectively reached its conclusion at that juncture. Now, Su Hai finds himself in a predicament akin to Zheng Jiai's, knowing the outcome. Would he still repeat the same mistakes? He is acutely aware that Su Hai is merely an ordinary individual, and despite any exertion, it is challenging for one to earn beyond their realm of comprehension. Confronted with greater sums, Su Hai would inevitably struggle to restrain his impulses. Once unfaithful, forever untrustworthy. Had Xiao Chusheng not been resolute, he would not have achieved his previous success. Contemplating this, he inhaled deeply. This is rather complicated. Since earlier, the timid Chishinshin had hesitantly murmured, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Only then did Xiao Chusheng notice her presence. So you are still here? Chishinshin inexplicably felt a sense of indignation. Here she was, a striking beauty, and he had been lost in thought all this while. He had invited her to a hotel room, yet left her in silence, making her question her own allure. Perhaps this is the competitive spirit of women. Initially, he seemed a bit flustered, but now, having done nothing to her, she found herself discontented. Xiao Chusheng, feeling somewhat exasperated, waved her off. You may go take a shower. Huh? Oh, the foolish beauty, embodying obedience, actually proceeded to bathe, leaving Xiao Chusheng momentarily stunned. How had she survived this long, with such a demeanor? He was astonished. This Navi beauty's intellect appeared genuinely concerning. She might not be fit for motherhood if such traits were inherited. In truth, he merely wished to send this fool away, for Xiao Chusheng needed to gather his thoughts. In this timeline, what could he possibly accomplish? With no options remaining, he had to grit his teeth and endure. If he could not trust Su Hai, he needed to consider who else might be reliable. Wait a moment. Perhaps I could at this juncture. A figure emerged in his mind, one who had been pivotal to his previous entrepreneurial success. Xiao Chusheng's achievements in his past life owed much to her. The reason he had not thought of her sooner was due to his initial bias, focusing only on those he knew at this moment. Indeed, Xiao Chusheng was reminded of another partner from his past, Lin Shi, the prodigy from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. However, when he first encountered her, Lin Shi was already engaged in her internship. By chance, he had assisted her, and they had forged a friendship. Later, they ventured into entrepreneurship together, where Lin Shi showcased her remarkable talents, significantly contributing to Xiao Chusheng's success. Xiao Chusheng pondered, resting his chin on his hand. At this point, Lin Shi must be in her sophomore year. If it were Lin Shi, perhaps he could indeed entice her. Xiao Chusheng murmured to himself. While he might be powerless in other matters, his bond with Lin Shi was extraordinary. Even in 2 lifetimes, their encounter was destined. Yes, that was his belief. Rather than dwelling on the ethereal possibilities ahead, he was determined to find a way to bring Lin Shi onto his. Pirate ship. Just as he was swept away by his ambitions, Qi Shanshan opened the bathroom door. The beautiful fool was wrapped only in a voluminous towel, having just bathed, leaving traces of steam on her exposed shoulders. Xiao Chusheng acknowledged a stirring within him. After all, despite her folly, she was indeed a stunning beauty. Who could resist a beauty? He was just an ordinary man, fully aware of his own nature. He never considered himself particularly sentimental. His entanglement with Zheng Jiai in his past life felt more like an obsession. A youthful romance, nurtured over the years, had persisted for so long that relinquishing it seemed rather childish. Holding on to this notion, even if the passion had long faded and the process of being together was truly painful, Xiao Chusheng's sentimentality was merely superficial. Unfortunately, his deep feelings ultimately led to nothing. Qi Shanshan felt uneasy under Xiao Chusheng's piercing gaze, which seemed almost to emit a green glow. Could you stop staring? The little fool blushed, murmuring shyly, "It's quite embarrassing." Only then did Xiao Chusheng realize that his gaze had been rather blatant. Wait, wasn't he the one who had come here with her to share a room? What was wrong with stealing a few glances? With this thought, he became even bolder, unabashedly fixating on the foolish goddess. Qi Shanshan was both infuriated and amused by his shamelessness. Yet, the more he acted this way, the more relaxed she became. Perhaps to combat her social anxiety, she needed a brazen rogue. Ironically, Xiao Chusheng was just such a rogue. Show me what you've got. What? Qi Shanshan was taken aback. Was he really pushing his luck? What do you mean? You owe me. Xiao Chusheng's reasoning was flawed, yet he stood firm. What's the harm in taking a look? You can't escape from me, huh? Oh. Qi Shanshan felt her mind faltering again. His words seemed oddly reasonable, yet something felt amiss. The foolish beauty genuinely believed this rogue's nonsense, granting Xiao Chusheng an unexpected visual feast at such a young age. She was the most beautiful girl in school. If the admirers of those school beauties discovered this, they might very well want to harm Xiao Chusheng. His notorious nickname was not merely a play on words. After all, he truly was a beast. TSK, that figure, quite impressive indeed. Xiao Chusheng, that scoundrel, could not resist making a serious assessment of the foolish beauty's physique. Yet, he could not deny that her assets were indeed ample where they ought to be and perfectly proportioned elsewhere. Reflecting on the foolish beauty from his previous life, he mused. That must have been a genuine 36D. A thought crossed his mind. What about your intelligence? Has it perhaps transformed into a 36D as well? However, while indulging in this visual feast, an inexplicable sense of guilt began to stir within him. Was he, in essence, deceiving an unsuspecting young woman? Particularly since this naive girl might have some cognitive issues. Was he both deceiving and bullying someone with a mental handicap? His buffs were stacked high, and it felt rather torturous. Yet, the more Xiao Chusheng pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, I suspect you are merely feigning ignorance and treating me as a fool for your amusement. The foolish beauty trembled slightly, adopting a bewildered expression. No, I'm truly foolish, really. Oh, you are genuinely foolish, are you? It seems something is indeed amiss. Chapter 6, Are you still living off others? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng's mind was still in turmoil. Before he could calm himself, he had no desire to return home. Thus, he resolved to call his family. However, upon reaching into his pocket, he suddenly remembered. At this time, he did not possess a mobile phone. It was still the era of basic cell phones, and they were not particularly affordable. Aside from making calls and sending messages, they were of little use. So it had not yet reached the point where everyone owned one. Hey, do you have a mobile phone? Xiao Chusheng asked the foolish beauty bluntly. I'm not Hey. I'm Qi Shanshan. Qi Shanshan pouted, clearly displeased. Oh, do you have a phone? I do. Can I borrow it? Oh. Qi Shanshan, not one to be overly coy, handed over her own phone. Upon receiving it, Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. Wow, a Nokia N95. Goodness. This foolish girl was indeed the daughter of a wealthy family. Using an N95 in 2007, which cost over 6,000 yuan, spending 6,000 on such a device in 2007 was akin to spending 20,000 on a top-of-the-line iPhone a decade later. In 2007, the average income in the country was rather meager, though this was merely the surface. While the average salary was low, various opportunities existed, and the legal framework at that time was not particularly robust. In simpler terms, many lucrative methods of making money had yet to be codified into law. Thus, numerous individuals capitalized on loopholes, with true wealth being amassed during this period. Many families laid the groundwork for the subsequent decade and beyond during these years. Of course, such matters were not to be openly discussed. Yet, Xiao Chusheng understood that this era was indeed the most awkward year in the world, as turbulent times loomed. After the financial crisis in 2008 swept across the globe, the domestic economy was inevitably affected. Numerous financial bubbles burst, yet only a few seized the opportunities and leveraged their previously accumulated wealth to ascend social classes. Others simply deposited their funds in banks, living comfortably off the interest. Meanwhile, those who were greedy and lacked foresight faced dire consequences, their vast fortunes vanishing into thin air, leading them to the rooftop. Well, just like Xiao Chusheng, though he was forced off the rooftop. Why aren't you dialing? The foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, questioned why Xiao Chusheng's fingers remained motionless over the keypad. Xiao Chusheng awkwardly scratched his head. I was trying to recall my family's phone number. This was hardly Xiao Chusheng's fault. His memory retained his parents' phone numbers from before his rebirth. However, at this time, it seemed only his old man had a mobile phone, while the household possessed a landline. But what was the number? After much contemplation, Xiao Chusheng attempted to dial what he recalled as his father's number. To his surprise, it actually connected. Could it be that this number had been in use for over a decade? Ah, well, Lao Xiao, I shall not be returning home tonight. Yes, I will be staying over at a classmate's house. That is settled. Xiao Chusheng spoke as little as possible, concerned that any noticeable change in his demeanor might alert his parents to an underlying issue. He returned the phone to Qi Shanshan, urging her to dress and join him downstairs for a bite to eat. Qi Shanshan appeared bewildered. Is that it? Xiao Chusheng felt an unsettling dissonance in their conversation. Yet he questioned whether the fault lay within himself. What do you mean that's it? You can't escape. This room is booked for the night. First we shall dine, and I assure you, An entire evening awaits us. Qi Shanshan blinked in confusion, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. Ah, what did I just say? Xiao Chusheng had indeed booked this room for the night, with certain intentions in mind. However, his thoughts were muddled, and hunger gnawed at him, compelling him to first replenish his energy. Otherwise, he would be left dizzy and incapable when the time came to pursue his objectives, which would be most unfortunate. As he observed the naive beauty preparing to don her attire, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. How about, you let me feel? The air seemed to freeze momentarily, but his wish was ultimately granted. At this stage, Qi Shanshan's figure was indeed quite striking. He figured he might as well reap some preliminary rewards. After all, the two descended the stairs, with the naive beauty trailing behind, her face flushed and her gaze averted, inciting the curiosity of the receptionist downstairs. They appeared to be students, and given that it was not the weekend, their presence in such a place was all too suggestive. But had they concluded their business so swiftly? Xiao Chusheng, of course, was oblivious to the receptionist contemplating whether to label him as unseemly. His only focus was on satisfying his hunger. Yet, as he reached into his pocket, he discovered it to be emptier than his face. Reluctantly, he resolved to rely on the affluent Qi Shanshan, for she hailed from a well-to-do family. After all, she had placed him in this predicament. Surely, his life was worth something in return, he thought with conviction. Qi Shanshan herself harbored no such thoughts, quietly trailing behind him. Having just emerged from a shower, her hair was still damp, and a delightful fragrance enveloped her, which Xiao Chusheng perceived quite clearly. It was neither the scent of shampoo nor the artificial aroma of body wash, but something natural. Perhaps it was her innate fragrance? He nearly succumbed to its allure, shaking his head to dispel the daze, glancing around. In the year 2007, when the tangible economy reigned supreme, street vendors were ubiquitous. "Shall we eat there?" he inquired of Qi Shanshan, gesturing toward a nearby barbecue stall. His choice was deliberate. Seizing the opportunity to relive his life meant he must earn money swiftly during this period, for in 2 years' time, financial gain would become elusive. Thus, he considered this an assessment of sorts, as the quickest route to his first pot of gold lay precisely here. After inquiring about the prices, it was indeed as Xiao Chusheng had anticipated. At this moment, just like in later years, the profit margins from barbecues were astonishingly high. "Enjoy, but don't overindulge. We should pack some to take home," Xiao Chusheng advised her. "Huh? Oh." The foolish beauty complied obediently, which brought Xiao Chusheng a sense of relief. "All right, it's time to settle the bill." Xiao Chusheng unabashedly insisted that the foolish beauty pay. The owner regarded Xiao Chusheng with disbelief, questioning silently if he was indeed living off a woman. Xiao Chusheng was indifferent to such judgments. After all, what was the need for pride if one could eat? On their way back, they passed a convenience store where Xiao Chusheng purchased a dozen beers, with the foolish beauty once again footing the bill. I don't drink," Qi Shanshan timidly confessed. "It's all right, I'll handle it." Xiao Chusheng felt a twinge of discomfort within. He merely wished to indulge in one final bout of drunkenness as a farewell to the past. Upon waking, he would confront a new life. It was a sort of ritual, perhaps. Back in the hotel room, Xiao Chusheng sat on the balcony, gazing out at the cityscape. Unable to recall the last time he observed the city in such a manner many years ago. In 2007, Hangzhou's nights were not as brilliantly illuminated, exuding an inexplicable warmth that provided a certain comfort. With each bite of barbecue and sip of beer, Xiao Chusheng found it impossible to stop. Before long, more than half of the beers had vanished, and his gaze began to blur. Qi Shanshan watched him closely, sensing an unspoken sorrow enveloping him that tugged at her heartstrings. "He perhaps needed me," she mused. As Xiao Chusheng reached for another bottle, it was swiftly snatched away. Qi Shanshan clutched the bottle tightly, pursing her lips and shaking her head at Xiao Chusheng. Chapter 7. Is this guy only trying to swindle me for hotel money? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng was already quite tipsy, barely able to discern the silhouette of a figure in the darkness. With the faint light filtering through the window, he made out the delicate and beautiful features of the person before him. Exhaling a breath laced with alcohol, he muttered, "You're still here?" Qi Shanshan was momentarily taken aback by his words, her earlier emotions evaporating in an instant. Then, she heard Xiao Chuxing inquire, "Aren't you going home?" Qi Shanshan paused, pondering who had insisted on bringing her to this hotel. Could it be that this man merely intended to deceive her into paying for the room? Yet, she dismissed the thought. Despite her limited intellect, she could comprehend the underlying logic. His actions made no sense. Thus, she responded softly, "Not going home. Are your family not looking for you?" Xiao Chuxing asked, only to find Qi Shanshan pursing her lips, her gaze dimming. It was evident that she was enveloped in an indescribable negative emotion. Forcing a smile, she replied, "They won't. They will never look for me, even if I were to die." The gravity of her statement, which escalated to the notion of death, tinged with a hint of resentment, brought Xiao Chuxing back to his senses. He recalled how, before his rebirth, they had drunkenly conversed on the rooftop, discussing what might have been if she had encountered him sooner. In truth, there were further implications to their discussions. Though Xiao Chuxing had previously dismissed them as mere foolish curses uttered by an attractive fool. "If I had met you sooner, you would help me get rid of that old bastard and that wretched woman." Xiao Chuxing's expression grew increasingly complex, realizing that her grievances were not merely a recent development. This girl genuinely harbored a desire to eliminate her father. Contemplating this, he couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "What's wrong? Is your family treating you poorly?" Qi Shanshan appeared to have been struck at her most vulnerable point, her expression shifting to one of grievance. Seizing the beer from Xiao Chuxing's hands, she began to gulp it down, startling him. He quickly snatched it back, only to discover that more than half the bottle was already gone. After a prolonged coughing fit, Qi Shanshan burst into tears. Much like the fool she had been before her rebirth, this was perhaps the most authentic version of herself beneath the facade. The foolish girl sobbed intermittently, revealing the little secrets she had long kept hidden. When she was young, her family had not been well off, but her father later received assistance from a benefactor and established a small coal mine, accumulating wealth through coal sales. However, when the business was thriving, policies changed. Xiao Chuxing's mind was hazy, yet he recalled these events. The small coal mine had been shut down by the government in the early years of the century, which clarified why this foolish girl's family was now so affluent. So they were coal tycoons. Later, her family had invested in real estate, leading to even greater success. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuxing was able to piece together why this girl had attempted to leap from the rooftop in his past life. The real estate industry had indeed been thriving over the subsequent decade. However, amidst this turmoil, there were many individuals consumed by insatiable greed, ultimately resorting to borrowing against loans to engage in real estate ventures. The inevitable collapse ensued, leading to a tragic outcome for numerous professionals and owners within the industry, many of whom met their demise on rooftops, leaving even Xiao Chuxing perplexed. Was the downfall of this foolish beauty's family a consequence of such events? Xiao Chuxing found himself intrigued by one particular question. Why did the foolish beauty from his previous life harbor such a desire to eliminate her own father? Furthermore, who was the contemptible person she spoke of? The foolish beauty lifted her gaze, staring vacantly at Xiao Chuxing, and suddenly burst into tears. After comforting her for a while, Xiao Chuxing finally learned all he wished to know from her. Her father had amassed wealth in real estate, and, as is often the case with men who acquire riches, he succumbed to moral decay. Qi Shanshan's biological mother was a girl from the same village as her father. They met through an arranged marriage. Once prosperous, he unceremoniously discarded his first wife for a younger, more attractive woman, a cliché narrative all too common. However, the real tragedy lay in the fact that this stepmother was responsible for the death of the foolish beauty's biological mother, a truth that Qi Shanshan's father was fully aware of. Xiao Chuxing was taken aback, contemplating why the foolish beauty harbored such deep-seated hatred. If he were in her shoes, he too would contemplate the demise of that old wretch and the contemptible woman. With her face flushed from alcohol, Qi Shanshan chuckled bitterly, confessing, "They never truly valued me. They merely raised me for my appearance, believing I could be sold for a handsome price in the future." Xiao Chuxing fell silent. finally understanding the transformation of the foolish beauty in his previous life. She had been treated as a mere commodity, a pawn to exchange for greater familial gains. They never anticipated the swift collapse of their empire, leaving Qishan Shan, their hidden treasure, unused. Ultimately, they resorted to offering her to a Mediterranean man, hoping to prolong their family's business for a while longer. Sadly, despite her foolishness, she possessed a fierce spirit, leading her directly to the rooftop. What tragic fate! Observing the foolish beauty weep silently, Xiao Chusheng could not suppress a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her face, causing her to momentarily forget her tears. Xiao Chusheng gently patted her back, softly reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm here for you. I'll ensure they cannot bully you." Indeed, Xiao Chusheng's second chance at life was intricately linked to her. After all, had it not been for her, he might not have had the opportunity to start anew. Thus, he resolved to fulfill her desires in this lifetime. Embracing her more tightly, he inhaled the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, his gaze becoming entranced. Amidst the haze of emotions, the incessant ringing of a phone began to irritate Xiao Chusheng. In a state of drowsiness, I fumbled for quite some time without locating the source of the ringing, until I inadvertently touched. A sharp cry of pain escaped from the girl beside me, startling Xiao Chusheng into instant awareness. He then beheld the clumsy beauty, Qi Shanshan, shielding herself with both hands, her tear-filled eyes glaring at him. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng also came to the realization of what he had just done, exerting such force that he had caused her discomfort. The alarm from Qi Shanshan's phone continued to blare, a daily morning ritual for her. Xiao Chusheng let out an awkward chuckle, feeling immensely embarrassed. Yet at this moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Where is my clothing? Not only was he devoid of clothing, but so too was Qi Shan. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng finally grasped the situation. Had he truly just held that fellow in his embrace? How else could one explain the ease of his touch? In an instant, Xiao Chusheng's pupils constricted sharply. It couldn't be that he had inadvertently seen through Qishan's true self. Could it? He took a moment to assess his own physical state, still feeling somewhat dazed. Was this a post-event fatigue? The confusion was palpable. For a moment, both were engulfed in an awkward silence. What had transpired last night? The events began to blur. It was likely that after indulging in drink, they had stumbled into bed together. As for their garments, it was probable they had shed them themselves. Contemplating this, Xiao Chusheng found himself deep in thought. Was it possible he had secretly anticipated an encounter with her? He began to question his own existence. Although he had engaged with this foolish girl, he felt no remorse. Yet the lack of experience left him feeling somewhat cheated. Meanwhile, Qi Shan had remained in a daze since earlier, prompting Xiao Chusheng to scratch his head in confusion. What's wrong? You and I. He chuckled awkwardly, recalling their conversation before he had been pulled off the rooftop. Clearly, this individual had never experienced the sensation of being a woman, and she herself seemed uncertain about what had occurred. Don't ask. I too am in the dark, Xiao Chusheng deliberately stated. As expected, Qishan's cheeks flushed with color. The embarrassment stemmed from the fact that she had genuinely felt a flicker of anticipation. Yet, she was also inexplicably annoyed. This fellow was rather presumptuous. I am so alluring. If something did happen, that's acceptable, but if not, then it would be quite disrespectful. Of course, both were still in a haze. Thus, they tacitly began to gather their scattered clothing from the floor, remnants of the night before. It was evident they had indeed removed them themselves. Are you heading to school? Xiao Chusheng suddenly inquired of Qi Shan. She paused for a moment, then nodded absent-mindedly. Xiao Chusheng hesitated. He had initially planned to visit Linshi in Shanghai during the holidays. However, he changed his mind. There was no guarantee Linshi would be at school during the break, as he had learned early on how hard her life was, often juggling multiple jobs. Moreover, Xiao Chusheng recognized that 2007 was an exceptionally sensitive time, poised on the brink of a new era. Time was of the essence, and he needed to act swiftly. He had previously missed the optimal opportunity for entrepreneurship, but now, the era was ripe with possibilities, and he must seize the chance. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chusheng turned to Qi Shan and said, If you're going to school, Could you please request a leave of absence for me? Qishan was taken aback. Huh? Where are you going? A sudden mischievous impulse struck Xiao Chusheng, and he felt compelled to tease her, saying, to support a female college student. Qishan was left speechless, bewildered by his audacity. Had he truly taken everything from her? No, wait. Had he actually done anything at all? But why would you suddenly turn to support a female university student? If such words were uttered by a lecherous man in his 30s or 40s, it would seem less shocking. However, the crux of the matter is, how old is Xiao Chusheng? For someone of his age to take on a university student as a companion is exceedingly bizarre, is it not? Anticipating that Qi Shanshan would react this way, Xiao Chusheng deliberately chose not to explain, instead chuckling mischievously. Let's go, time to check out. Yet, as they stepped out of the room, Qi Shanshan noticed Xiao Chusheng suddenly recalling something and returning to the room. She curiously followed him, only to witness him retrieving a box of Zhonghua cigarettes he had discarded yesterday from the trash can and tucking it into his pocket. Seeing her puzzled expression fixed on him, Xiao Chusheng awkwardly chuckled and replied, "What a shame to waste. Although I don't smoke, I could give it to someone else. It could earn me quite a few favors." Qi Shanshan found this individual to be refreshingly unconventional. She had never encountered someone so peculiar. After all, being the aloof campus belle, she had no shortage of admirers. Young men of this age typically sought to portray themselves as either cool or exceptionally gentlemanly. Yet Xiao Chusheng, with his quirky demeanor, was truly one of a kind. The most absurd part was that he had immediately taken her to a hotel. Strangely enough, she had followed him in. I must be out of my mind. Wait, am I seeing things? At that moment, a handsome student on his way to class rubbed his eyes only to realize that the pair had walked far away. Another student beside him inquired about what was wrong. Did I just see our school, Chi Daxiwa, coming out of a hotel with a guy? Are you sure you didn't team his C? That Chi Daxiwa, her family is quite affluent. How could she? I don't know. But that guy looks somewhat familiar, like the one who confessed yesterday afternoon. Could it be? How klitsch. These two had witnessed the commotion from the previous afternoon, but had left midway, unaware of the subsequent events involving Qi Shanshan being led away by Xiao Chusheng. They certainly had no inkling that the duo was headed straight for the hotel. Of course, Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan were oblivious to the fact that more than just these two students had seen them emerge from the hotel together. Soon enough, their scandal would spread throughout the entire school. So, where are Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan now? Oh, they have gone to enjoy breakfast, indulging in steamed buns and tofu pudding from humble roadside stall. However, with such strikingly handsome features, they attracted attention. Students and passers-by alike couldn't help but glance at the beautiful pair at the modest breakfast stand. Xiao Chusheng ate heartily and soon finished, letting out a satisfied belch. After consuming so much alcohol, his stomach had felt somewhat uneasy, but eating had alleviated it considerably. Although he had been quite the drinker in his past life, this body was only just acclimating to alcohol, lacking robust resistance. Well, I'm off now. You should head back. Xiao Chusheng bid farewell to the dazed beauty. Qi Shanshan stood there, somewhat entranced, watching the mischievous man who had led her to a hotel depart. As he took just a few steps, he abruptly turned back. Qi Shanshan furrowed her brow slightly, puzzled as to why he had returned. Then, she observed Xiao Chusheng extending a hand towards her, palm facing upward, while the other hand awkwardly scratched his nose. "Lend me 70 yuan. No, wait, make a whole one, a red note." Xiao Chusheng assertively demanded money, showing no hint of politeness. Qi Shanshan felt utterly dismayed. This person not only deceived her physically, but also sought to swindle her financially. You go and support a college student, yet you come to me for money, do you? However, in a strange twist of fate, she did indeed hand over the money to Xiao Chusheng, and fearing it might not suffice, she even offered him an extra red note. Xiao Chusheng found himself inexplicably sensing the absurdity of using the funds of a wealthy woman to support a college student. It felt so surreal. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered that he was broke and needed money for a train ticket to Shanghai. He had requested the funds for that reason, and then recalled that if he failed to locate Lin Shi, he would also require money for a meal, hence his request for 100 yuan. To his surprise, The affluent woman generously provided him with 2 100 yuan notes. Chapter 9. He intended to kill. She handed him the knife in the hotel room. Lin Shi nestled in Xiao Chuxing's embrace. If I had encountered you a few years earlier, would many things have unfolded differently? Lin Shi kissed Xiao Chuxing passionately. He shook his head gently. Perhaps, not really. He was acutely aware of the nature of his past. Yet, Xiao Chuxing chuckled softly, jesting. Even if I had met you sooner, you were always so guarded back then, weren't you? However, Lin Shi fell into deep contemplation and eventually spoke slowly, not necessarily. You're 3 years younger than I am. If you had suddenly appeared before me a few years ago, proposing to support me, I might have actually agreed. On the train, Xiao Chuxing opened his eyes. In his recent dream, he recalled a moment from his previous life when he awoke in a hotel after a night of heavy drinking. Perhaps it was a natural progression or merely an accident, but he had ended up in bed with his most trusted partner, Lin Shi. Yet, their relationship in that life had transcended mere physicality. Lin Shi was truly Xiao Chuxing's confidant. At that time, Zhang Jia had returned to her hometown for over a year. Although they occasionally exchanged phone calls, they were always filled with trivialities. Xiao Chuxing had already begun to sense that his future with Zhang Jia was precariously balanced as he labored to secure it. His relationship with Lin Shi may have hastened this decline, even though he had not officially been with Lin Shi until the very moment of his rebirth. What awaited him was the news of Zhang Jia's departure. Xiao Chuxing mused that, aside from his parents, perhaps only Lin Shi would genuinely mourn for him upon learning of his demise. Would Zhang Jia shed tears for him? He pondered. Ultimately, he shook his head, knowing that even upon receiving such news, she would likely feign ignorance. After years of companionship, Xiao Chuxing understood the woman who had nearly walked down the aisle with him better than anyone else. Zhang Jia was an utterly ordinary woman, and ordinary people typically seek to maximize their gains while minimizing their losses. Ignoring Xiao Chuxing's death would be a choice made by Zhang Jia after weighing her options. Thus, the question arose, how much trust existed between Xiao Chuxing and Lin Shi in their previous life? It was a profound level of trust, to the extent that if Xiao Chuxing intended to kill, Lin Shi would quietly hand him the knife. This is no exaggeration. Without Lin Shi, Xiao Chuxing would not have achieved success in the harsh environment of his later life. It is worth noting that the future was marked by an entrepreneurial winter. Succeeding in such an environment and accumulating substantial assets was no small feat, while Xiao Chuxing's unique perspectives and ideas played a significant role. It was Lin Shi who truly transformed those visions into reality and rationalized them. Moreover, in many respects, Lin Shi served as Xiao Chuxing's strategist. Without her, he would have traversed many more winding paths and made countless mistakes in crucial decisions. If there were only one person in the world who would never deceive Xiao Chuxing, that person would undoubtedly be Lin Shi. Certainly, the relationship between the two individuals has ceased to be purely platonic. Some matters exist only in singular instances and infinite repetitions. Following their previous encounter at the hotel, they evolved into intimate companions. After all, during that period, Xiao Chuxing was under immense pressure, being at the vigorous age of youth. Lin Shi, too, was a normal woman with desires, coinciding with a time of fervent passion. Everything unfolded quite naturally. Yet, both maintained a sense of propriety. Had it not been for Zhang Jia's interference, they might have truly united in their past lives. Now, given a second chance at life, Xiao Chuxing mused, everything would improve. Lin Shi, I have come to fulfill our rendezvous. Meanwhile, in Xiao Chuxing's classroom, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, made his anticipated appearance. The students had recently completed their college entrance examinations, yet the school mandated their presence to await further instructions and to attend promotional events from various colleges. Additionally, it was a time for final farewells among classmates, exchanging signatures and mementos. Consequently, the classroom was relatively full, except for Xiao Chuxing. Mr. Liu's brow furrowed slightly upon noticing the absence of Xiao Chuxing's seat. He had not expected him to miss this gathering. After all, Xiao Chuxing was well-liked among his peers and held a good reputation among the teachers for being obedient. Furthermore, he was among the top-performing students, so Mr. Liu assumed he had encountered a minor mishap, perhaps a malfunctioning alarm or oversleeping. Amused by the thought, Mr. Liu chuckled. After all, who among the youth had not faced such moments? However, just as Mr. Liu prepared to leave the classroom, a strikingly beautiful girl peeked in from the doorway. "Classmate, who are you looking for?" Mr. Liu recognized her immediately. Qi Shanshan was quite the notable figure at school, acknowledged as the aloof campus belle. And her father was a prominent local real estate mogul who had generously donated educational equipment to the institution. Mr. Liu found it amusing that this high-profile girl would appear in his classroom, especially with such a furtive demeanor. Qi Shanshan was not being sneaky. She simply battled with social anxiety and, upon being called out by Mr. Liu, had no choice but to approach with trepidation. Her arrival sent a ripple of excitement through the classroom, with everyone curious about her intentions. Yet, one individual stood pale, gazing intently at the enchanting figure in the doorway. Indeed, that person was Zheng Jiai. Just yesterday afternoon, Xiao Chusheng had intended to confess his feelings to her, but suddenly withdrew, only to leave with Qi Shanshan thereafter. Zheng Jiai had been in turmoil since, unwilling to believe there was any connection between Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan. But now, why was Qi Shanshan present in her class? Was she here to seek out Xiao Chusheng? Xiao Chusheng is unable to attend today due to unforeseen circumstances. Qi Shanshan stammered, her gaze drifting, avoiding Mr. Liu's eyes. Mr. Liu was taken aback. His thoughts were not inclined towards any inappropriate notions, but he simply could not comprehend why the aloof campus belle would be the one to request his absence. "What is your relationship?" he pondered. Nevertheless, Mr. Liu chose not to dwell excessively on this query and nodded graciously, signaling his understanding. As for the relationship between Qi Shanshan and Xiao Chusheng, although old Liu was curious, he chose to remain silent. After all, who among the youth has not experienced a touch of youthful romance during their school days? Thus, he opted for discretion. Nevertheless, old Liu dared not dwell on it too much, considering the fact that she was the aloof campus beauty, with a father who was a real estate magnate. He tried to convince himself that perhaps they simply lived nearby. However, the news of the campus beauty, Qi, requesting leave for Xiao Chusheng spread throughout the school in a mere half-day. Zheng Jiai's expression darkened. What was the nature of her relationship with Xiao Chusheng? Chapter 10. The ingenious maiden with an IQ of 163. As Ziyakasheng hurried towards the university, he was blissfully unaware of the whispers circulating about him and the campus beauty, Qi, emerging from a hotel together. But perhaps it would be more accurate to label this as an undeniable truth rather than mere gossip, for indeed, they had shared a room. Upon arriving in Shanghai, Ziyakasheng felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, akin to returning home. After all, he had spent over a decade of his previous life in this city, pursuing his education and embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. However, his knowledge of Lin Shi's university was rather scant, which contributed to his uncertainty about locating her. Their initial encounter had not taken place at the financial institute. In his former life, Ziyakasheng's academic prowess would have easily secured him a place at the financial institute, a goal he had once aspired to achieve. Regrettably, he had followed Zheng Jiai to the relatively less prestigious University of International Business and Economics due to her insufficient scores to attend the financial institute. At that time, it was still known as the College of International Trade, a name that would only change after a few years. Reflecting on the sacrifices he had made for Zheng Jiai in his past life, Ziyakasheng could not help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. He had been so young, so willing to forsake so much for love. It was only later that he came to the stark realization that prioritizing romance over financial stability during his formative years was but a castle in the air. Yet, through the trials of his previous existence, Ziyakasheng had gained a clearer perspective on reality. He recognized that he and Zheng Jiai were fundamentally incompatible, primarily due to their differing values. In retrospect, even had they married in his former life, it was highly likely that they would eventually arrive at the precipice of divorce. Thus, in this life, Ziyakasheng resolved to limit his entanglements with Zheng Jiai, allowing the past to remain in the past. Upon exiting the train station, Ziyakasheng was engulfed by a sense of disorientation, a feeling of déjà vu. He had once arrived in Shanghai in a similar manner, albeit in a state of confusion. Now, however, His objectives were resolute. He sought a university girl. After boarding a bus, he effortlessly made his way to the financial institute. However, a dilemma soon arose. How would he find Lin Shi? Zhai Kexing found himself deep in thought. Although he was aware that Lin Shi was studying economics, he was uncertain of her specific department. Then, an epiphany struck. Finding Lin Shi might not be as arduous as he had initially presumed. He approached a fellow student from the financial institute and, as luck would have it, obtained the information he sought. Zhai Kexing momentarily forgot that Lin Shi was a prodigy of the financial institute. Her reputation as a brilliant student had begun to solidify in her third year. Yet even now, she had already garnered considerable recognition. As the campus belle of her cohort, it was improbable that few were aware of her. Thus, he made his way to the School of Finance, and after numerous inquiries, he discovered that Lin Shi had no classes that day. This revelation posed a challenge for Zhai Kexing. No classes? Where'd he find her? Nevertheless, he resolved to take a chance and headed directly to the dormitory area. While he was uncertain of Lin Shi's class schedule, he was intimately familiar with the dormitory, having visited numerous times in his previous life. Should I wish for good luck or misfortune? As Xiao Chusheng arrived outside the girls' dormitory, he caught sight of Lin Shi. Gazing from a distance at her seemingly youthful visage evoked a surreal fusion of past and future within him. In a daze, he unconsciously began to hum a line from the classic Song Qinghua by Zhou Chuanxiong. How fitting it was. In 2 lifetimes, encountering this woman with whom he shared an unbreakable bond, tears unexpectedly streamed down Xiao Chusheng's face. Of course, it would have been preferable if there weren't such a joyless presence nearby. Sister, our family has been short on money lately. I can't even afford reference books. Lin Shi quietly observed her brother's performance before her, her eyes devoid of any emotion. The person in question was Fang Sudong, the son of Lin Shi's foster parents. He attended a local regular high school in Shanghai, and his academic performance was far from impressive. Indeed, he was not Lin Shi's biological brother. Lin Shi's parents had tragically passed away in an accident years ago, and her relatives, seeing her as nothing more than a burden, neglected to support her. They claimed her parents' inheritance and cast her out. Ultimately, she was taken in by Fang Mingwei, a former colleague of her late parents, who was also Sudong's father. However, Fang Mingwei's intentions were hardly altruistic. He intended for Lin Shi to serve as a child bride to Fang Sudong. Life in her foster home was far from pleasant for Lin Shi. All the household chores fell upon her, and they were reluctant to provide her with any financial support. Consequently, her tuition was solely reliant on scholarships from the school, and upon entering university, she had to work various odd jobs to cover her expenses. It could be said that before encountering Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi's life was a tapestry of tragedies. Yet despite these adversities, she remained remarkably resilient, achieving the title of the city's science champion in 2005. Lin Shi's IQ was an astounding 163. Not an exaggeration, but a genuine measurement taken in a moment of whimsy in her past life. A high IQ beauty, indeed. Nevertheless, even the highest intelligence could not shield her from the harsh realities of life, a sentiment that remains incomprehensible to most ordinary individuals basking in the sunlight. Her academic achievements could have granted her admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, yet her foster parents harbored no desire for her prosperity. In their eyes, their biological son's poor performance contrasted starkly with Lin Shi's excellence, creating a sense of imbalance within them. They feared that one day, she would soar too high and leave them behind. Thus, they curtailed her personal freedoms, insisting she attend a local university, for they desired to maintain control over her. They even seized the reward she received for her academic achievements, leaving her penniless at that time. They threatened Lin Shi, insisting she remain at home to work until her university enrollment. Their sole aim was to suppress her, denying her any chance of rising above her circumstances. Ultimately, she was forced to attend a local financial institution, with all her expenses reliant on scholarships and her own labor. This choice was deemed acceptable to her foster family. If the institution were too prestigious, they would be envious, and if it were too poor, they would not be able to extract much benefit from her in the future. Moreover, the financial academy is willing to bear all expenses for Lin Shi, aside from her living costs for 4 years. It is precisely for this reason that she is able to survive, as it is a waiver of expenses rather than a direct monetary handout. Should the money be given to her, it would inevitably be seized by her foster parents. This reflects Lin Shu's cautious approach to navigating her existence within the confines of the financial academy. Nonetheless, her foster parents frequently visit the school demanding money. Following layoffs at the state-owned enterprise where Fong Mingwei worked, he found himself among those dismissed. He looked down upon jobs like street vending, perceiving them as beneath him. When he attempted to submit resumes to companies, he was rejected outright for being older and lacking educational qualifications. Consequently, Fong Mingwei has been unemployed at home for over 6 months, while his foster mother, Chun Shui, embodies a lazy and gluttonous persona. As a result, the entire family relies solely on Lin Shu's scholarship and earnings for part-time work. Fong Sudong's requests for money for reference books serve merely as excuses. In reality, he seeks funds to indulge with his dubious friends in internet cafes and to purchase cigarettes and alcohol. They're a family of vampires, as Xiao Chuxing perceives. The unfortunate truth is that in this era, even reporting such matters to the authorities often leads only to mediation, if that. Being classified as a family issue, these situations only gain social attention and improvement when they escalate into broader societal problems in the age of mobile internet. Lin Shu possesses a sense of boundaries and morality, which makes her vulnerable to mistreatment. Yet Xiao Chusheng, in contrast, lacks such sentiments. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng had resolutely punished the Fong family and assisted Lin Shu in reclaiming her inheritance from those relatives. Regrettably, he arrived too late. By then, Lin Shu had lost her passion for life and developed severe depression. It took many years for Xiao Chusheng to fully heal her. Yet even so, she was left with lingering aftereffects, such as frequent nightmares and poor sleep quality. Fortunately, this time, there's still hope. Chapter 11. Is intelligence high? Xiao Chusheng suddenly felt that perhaps the divine is fair. If a certain foolish beauty exchanged her intelligence for a 36D figure, then what of Lin Shu? Her astonishing IQ of 163 was likely the result of the tragedies she endured in her early life. Unfortunately, sometimes ability does not elevate a person, especially in the case of beautiful women. Nevertheless, Lin Shu was fortunate. In both of Xiao Chuxing's lifetimes, he encountered this woman whose life was marked by tragedy. She became his spiritual anchor, preventing her from descending further into despair. "Sister, stop dawdling. My old classmate is waiting for me to pay," Fong Sudong impatiently urged Lin Shu, who wore a cold and distant expression. In her previous life, Lin Shu initially believed Fong Sudong's words and contributed a considerable amount to her family. However, once he tasted the benefits, he became increasingly greedy, draining Lin Shu's wallet. Consequently, she endured a prolonged period of barely affording meals. Yet, the crux of Xiao Chuxing's ire towards Fong Sudong stemmed from his unscrupulous nature. When Xiao Chuxing rescued Lin Shu, he considered that Fong Mingwei's family had at least raised her, and thus refrained from outright annihilation. However, he ensured that Lin Shu would no longer give them a single penny. Subsequently, Fong Sudong betrayed Lin Shu for money, attempting to sell her to a wealthy boss in the nightlife scene, hoping to deliver her to the latter's bed. Fortunately, Lin Shu had long been disillusioned with that family and had taken precautions. At that time, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shu retaliated by giving them a sound thrashing, resulting in Xiao Chusheng spending a few days in jail. Yet, he was a man who never let vengeance linger. On the very day he was released, he sought out that boss and delivered another beating. Under the cover of night, he struck without leaving a trace. Even if the boss suspected Xiao Chusheng was responsible, he was utterly powerless to retaliate. As for the aftermath, in his previous life, Xiao Chuxing's revenge on Fong Sudong was particularly ruthless. It was not merely a beating. He effectively ruined Fong Sudong's life. He orchestrated his expulsion from school and ensured he could not secure employment. Wherever Fong Sudong sought work, Xiao Chuxing would send people to create trouble, leaving him unemployable. With no educational qualifications and even physical labor positions turning him away, what remained for him in life? Similarly, Fong Weiming and his wife endured a comparable vengeance. To avenge Lin Shi, Xiao Chuxing spent a substantial sum, not for any other reason, but to exact retribution. Thus, when he saw Fong Sudong appear before Lin Shi, his fury ignited. Fong Sudong continued to prattle on, attempting to seize the meager wages Lin Shi had painstakingly earned. However, without warning, he felt a searing pain at the back of his head. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a size 44 foot sent him sprawling to the ground. What followed was a ruthless one-man assault by Xiao Chuxing, for in such times, fists are the most effective means of dealing with fools. Foolish wretch, you seek money? Earn it yourself, or ask your sister for money. What audacity you possess. With each kick, Xiao Chuxing truly lives up to the ignoble title bestowed upon him, mercilessly striking Fong Sudong's face. Fong Sudong, a mere buffoon, possesses the combat prowess of a mere 5, rendering him unable to even glimpse the visage of his assailant. In desperation, he whimpers, "Brother, please stop hitting me. I beg you, I realize my mistakes." Realize your mistakes? You wretch. Do you even comprehend the concept of remorse? It would seem the sun has risen from the west. Beside them, Lin Shi stood in stunned silence, enveloped in confusion. Who are you? Where did you spring from? What is this madness of attacking someone without provocation? Yet, I must admit, you're doing well. Lin Shi silently mused as she observed Xiao Chuxing administer his justice upon Fong Sudong. After exhausting himself, Xiao Chuxing finally ceased his assault, gazing down at the now weeping Fong Sudong, who resembled a child in distress. He spat at him, cursing, "You miserable creature, Lin Shi is under my protection. Should you dare to appear before her again, I shall break your legs." Such brutish conduct is the only means to instill fear in scoundrels like him. Rational discourse is the domain of the feeble and the cowardly. Having vented his anger, Xiao Chuxing delivered one final, forceful kick, landing squarely on Fong Sudong's vulnerable tailbone. The agonized cries that followed echoed through the vicinity, waking students from their slumber in the girls' dormitory. In an instant, curious faces began to peek out. Even the dormitory supervisor emerged, though, curiously, she seemed disinclined to intervene. Realizing he had perhaps been too harsh, Xiao Chuxing seized Lin Shi and fled the scene. Though instinctively resistant to being dragged away by a stranger, Lin Shi's curiosity propelled her forward, eager to discern his intentions. What truly piqued her interest was Xiao Chuxing's age. Was he not a tad too young? As they ran together, they reached the food street behind the Finance Institute, a place familiar to them both from their previous lives when they would often dine there. "Do you know me?" Lin Shi inquired uncertainly. Xiao Chuxing rolled his eyes. "Lin Shi, the acknowledged beauty and prodigy of your sophomore class at the Finance Institute. Surely, you are aware of your own renown?" Lin Shi found herself at a loss for words, falling silent. Yet, she timidly expressed, "Thank you for helping me earlier." Xiao Chuxing stared at her, pondering in silence. Indeed, his arrival had been timely. The Lin Shi of the present bore little resemblance to the Lin Shi he had first encountered in his previous life. There was an absence of despair cloaking her spirit, perhaps because she had yet to succumb to hopelessness regarding her existence, still harboring dreams and aspirations for the future. Fortuitously, he had come, this hope and fantasy. He would transform them into reality. Half an hour later, the two found themselves seated in a venerable hot pot establishment that had been in operation for 2 decades. Xiao Chuxing, with an air of familiarity, immersed slices of lamb into the bubbling broth, prompting Lin Shi to suppress a desire to mock his audacity. Unbeknownst to her, this was precisely the impression Xiao Chuxing intended to convey. You seem a bit younger?" Lin Shi inquired hesitantly. Xiao Chuxing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am 3 years your junior." Lin Shi's astonishment deepened. "Then, did you seek me out for something specific?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuxing set down his chopsticks, unable to contain himself any longer. "Yes, I do indeed have a matter to discuss with you." He feigned a moment of contemplative silence before breaking into a smile. However, his subsequent words were nothing short of shocking. "Well, I wish to support you financially." Lin Shi was rendered utterly speechless, her expression frozen in disbelief, her voice involuntarily rising. "You want to support me financially?" "It is a desire, not merely a thought," Xiao Chuxing asserted with unwavering confidence, determined to make a bold impression on Lin Shi at this moment. Chapter 12. The fastest reborn character in history. Is there truly a distinction? Lin Shi retorted with a mixture of laughter and tears. She had somewhat regained her composure. Despite the astonishing words of the young man before her, an inexplicable sensation stirred within her. Indeed, a quiet voice in her subconscious urged her to acquiesce to his request. Xiao Chuxing maintained an air of remarkable calmness as he self-importantly explained, "Of course there is a difference. In this case, it is compulsory. You cannot refuse. To want signifies that I am soliciting your consent." Lin Shi could not suppress a laugh. Is it really that domineering? Am I not allowed to decline? Xiao Chuxing, with unwavering conviction, nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Refusal is not an option. Henceforth, you are under my care. The absurdity of the situation made Lin Shi want to laugh even more, yet she inquired, "Then if I am indeed under your care, what is it that I should do?" At this moment, Xiao Chuxing's heart swelled with an indescribable exhilaration. Had he truly managed to ensnare her? Indeed, Lin Shi, this prodigious talent, was not to be underestimated. The future version of her had guided him on how to woo her past self. It was astonishing that it could unfold in such a manner. Xiao Chuxing took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and adopted an unusually serious tone. For now, our priority is to generate funds. I am preparing for a significant venture. We will proceed in this manner, and then that way, and then you shall assist me in counting the money. As Lin Shi listened, her gaze towards Xiao Chuxing grew increasingly peculiar. What did he mean by this way and that way? Having established their patronage arrangement, the duo boarded a train, departing from Shanghai and arriving 4 hours later at a wholesale market in Hangzhou. Upon encountering a barbecue cart, Lin Shi's lips involuntarily twitched. Is this what you refer to as a significant venture? Xiao Chuxing appeared equally awkward. One must have startup capital. After all, we must first earn some initial funds. Go on, make the payment. Although it was Lin Shi who was footing the bill, Xiao Chuxing exuded an air of nonchalance as if it were his own money. Lin Shi, exasperated, thought to herself, did she unwittingly board a pirate ship? Was this truly what he meant by caring for her? He was now dining on her funds and purchasing a barbecue cart with her money? Lin Shi was almost amused to the point of frustration. Was this what it meant to be cared for? It seemed more akin to having found a leech. Xiao Chuxing insisted with righteous fervor, "Do not worry. This is merely the beginning, as you will also be paying for the ingredients later." Lin Shi could only stare in disbelief. How can you say such things with a straight face? While Lin Shi hardened her resolve, her fists clenched tightly. Yet, realizing she was already entangled with this rogue, she decided to let it slide, finding the situation both bewildering and incredible. Thus, a significant portion of the meager savings she had painstakingly accumulated through work was siphoned away by Xiao Chuxing. However, compared to the exploitative grasp of her foster parents, this was a far preferable outcome. In recent years, the regulatory authorities in Hangzhou had not been overly stringent. As long as there was an open space in parks and similar locales, one could set up a stall. Consequently, with Xiao Chuxing leading the way and Lin Shi pushing from behind, the two of them synchronously maneuvered the barbecue cart to the vicinity of the stall where they had dined the previous evening with the foolish beauty. Are you certain this will yield profit? Lin Shi gazed at Xiao Chuxing as he inscribed characters on a board, unable to suppress her sarcasm. I certainly don't possess ample funds to compensate you. Xiao Chuxing waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, it's a guaranteed profit. He then deftly began threading lamb onto skewers. One after another, Lin Shi cradled her face in contemplation, squatting on a stone stump behind him. It felt surreal, akin to a dream. This esteemed beauty from the finance department was actually being supported, and her benefactor was 3 years her junior. Despite her discomfort with the notion of being supported, shouldn't it entail him providing her with funds to spend, followed by days of leisure? Why did it seem as though she was the one expending her fortune? Moreover, why was she here, setting up a stall to sell barbecued skewers? Hey, Lin Shi pouted, her expression devoid of emotion. I suspect you are using the guise of supporting me to swindle my money and make me work for you without pay. Xiao Chuxing was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Nonsense. How could that be? Do I strike you as that kind of person? Lin Shi, surprisingly contemplative, took a while before uttering a single word. yes. Ah, you have quite the keen eye. Xiao Chuxing chuckled like a villain, but I'm not just deceiving you into working for me. I'm also deceiving you into giving yourself to me. Did you think I was joking about supporting you? Excuse me? Lin Sure was taken aback, incredulous. Could he be serious? Yet, she found herself grappling with her bewildering situation, having inexplicably traveled from Shanghai to Hangzhou, accompanying such a young man. As the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often conceal hidden motives. The highly intelligent Lin Sure, with her IQ soaring at 163, engaged her mind in rapid calculations. She stared at Xiao Chuxing's back, and an absurd thought flickered through her mind. So, are you from Hangzhou? She inquired cautiously. Xiao Chuxing was focused on skewering the meat, and took her question as mere small talk. After all, at this point in time, Lin Sure was not yet well acquainted with him, and her curiosity about his background seemed quite reasonable. However, Xiao Chuxing overlooked a critical detail that inadvertently revealed much. So, you traveled from Shanghai specifically to find me and support me? Lin Sure pondered aloud. Xiao Chuxing replied with a casual affirmation. Indeed, look at your talents. I need your assistance, which is quite reasonable, don't you think? Lin Sure fell silent, contemplating for a long time before posing her next question. No problem, but what led you to consider supporting me? At that moment, alarm bells rang in Xiao Chuxing's mind, realizing that she had begun to harbor suspicions about him. Yet, he was not taken aback. It would have been abnormal for her to remain entirely unconcerned. Thus, he concocted an excuse while nonchalantly continuing to skewer meat. Using a relaxed tone, seeing you so lovely, it would be a shame to let another man take advantage of you. It's far better for me to enjoy it myself. While the reasoning was indeed sound, Lin Sure remained unconvinced. She narrowed her eyes. I see. I thought you might be someone who traveled back in time. Xiao Chuxing felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Could it be that an IQ of 163 is truly this formidable? Perhaps he had unwittingly set a record for being discovered as a reincarnated individual. Was it really necessary for things to be this outrageous? On the very first day of his rebirth, he had shared a room with a beautiful yet foolish girl, and by the second day, he was exposed by a highly intelligent senior sister. Surely, such absurdity would be deemed implausible even in novels. Xiao Chuxing felt as though his heart was racing to his throat, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance, feigning ignorance. You traveled back from the future? Why do you think that? Lin Sure pondered for a moment, pouting, because I truly cannot fathom how, if I hadn't told you myself. You could have conceived such an uncanny method to ensnare me. Hiss! Xiao Chuxing's heart was already tumultuous with waves of shock. Is this the brilliance of a genius with an IQ of 163? The future self accurately predicting the past self's actions? Ah, your imagination is indeed quite vivid. Xiao Chuxing felt drenched in sweat. Chapter 13. The mole on the buttock. Indeed, one knows oneself best. Lin Sure, in her past life, foresaw that if she wished to convince her former self to trust Xiao Chuxing, she would have to shed the defenses that had long enveloped her. Yet, this was no simple endeavor. Having been betrayed by her kin and tormented by her foster family, Lin Sure had grown disillusioned with the world, rendering trust an elusive sentiment. Only if someone could provide her with a sense of security would she consider lowering her guard. Security is a rather enigmatic concept, and thus, contemplating Xiao Chuxing's character, Lin Sure concocted a rather dubious scheme. Yet, one cannot deny the efficacy of her approach. When a younger man, 3 years her junior, suddenly expressed a desire to support her financially, a typical person might deem him deranged or foolish. However, Lin Sure was far from ordinary. With an IQ of 163, she was a genius, undoubtedly pondering the underlying motives behind his proposition. This unconventional method of flirtation was perhaps unique to Lin Sure, a distinctive means of communicating with her past self. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuxing, drenched in sweat while skewering lamb, feared that he might inadvertently reveal too much. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Lin Sure's voice pierced the air, cool and detached. Is the mole on my buttock unsightly? She inquired, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Chuxing instinctively chuckled. Nonsense, where would you even have a mole? The moment the words escaped his lips, alarm bells rang in his mind. Oh no. He had carelessly spoken out of turn. His mouth twitched as he coughed. Lin Shi, would you believe me if I said I misspoke? Lin Shi fixed her gaze on the man, a knowing smile gracing her lips. How do you know I don't have a mole? We only met for the first time today. How could you possibly know? I guessed. Is that so? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Do you think I would believe that? Thus, it seemed she had swiftly deduced his identity. Was it true that those with an IQ of 163 were so formidable? Could this be what they referred to as intellectual suppression? How utterly terrifying. As Xiao Chuxing pondered how to navigate this awkward moment, Lin Shi suddenly flashed a sly smile. Oh, perhaps I was overthinking it. I truly know nothing. Her overly transparent denial left Xiao Chuxing's face darkened. She was indeed as cunning as her past incarnation. In their previous life, Lin Shi had initially appeared rather earnest, but as she gradually opened up, Xiao Chuxing came to realize that she was far from the facade she presented. Deep down, she was a remarkably shrewd individual. Having endured a plethora of hardships in her early life, Lin Shi had sealed her heart, leading to a deteriorated mental state. Consequently, upon meeting Xiao Chuxing, she had approached him with a degree of wariness, reluctant to place her trust in him. Lin Shi cradled her face in her hands, quietly gazing at the man who evoked both love and frustration within her. This boy had penetrated the most tender recesses of her heart. Surely, if she was willing to surrender her very being to him, it must mean she was utterly besotted, she mused inwardly. Although it seemed somewhat mystical, Lin Shi firmly believed that this young man had come to rescue her. I'll help you, she said with a gentle smile, moving to assist Xiao Chuxing in skewering the meat and vegetables. Before 6 in the evening, they had prepared the array of ingredients intended for sale that day. They had not prepared too much on their first day, primarily due to uncertainty. Thus, they decided to trial the sales to gauge the response. Are you already grilling, even though no one is here? Lin Shi inquired, blinking in confusion as she sat beside him. Xiao Chuxing chuckled mischievously. You wouldn't understand. Passers-by might be lured in by the aroma. Oh! Lin Shi fell silent, recognizing that she too sometimes succumbed to such temptations. However, she pointed to the sign Xiao Chuxing had crafted, asking, isn't this rather offensive? The sign boldly proclaimed, absolutely pure beef and mutton, no duck or chicken masquerading as lamb. If found false, tenfold compensation. It was common knowledge in the industry that duck meat was often soaked in mutton essence and lamb tail, fat, to masquerade as actual lamb. Yet, as a newcomer, Xiao Chuxing's blatant declaration suggested to passers-by that all others were imposters, and only his was genuine lamb. This was bound to offend his competitors. In a business where everyone could profit, he was essentially flipping the table. Xiao Chuxing scoffed, do unscrupuloso merchantes deserve simpate? We're merely looking to earn a modest sum to kickstart our venture. What does it matter if we offend someone? I have no intention of making a fortune from this. You truly are incorrigible, cursing while lifting a bowl and overturning the table once you set it down. Lin Shi lamented, feeling a wave of concern for her future. What state of mind could possibly lead one to fall for such a scoundrel? She questioned her future self, although she knew that self would not respond. Yet, she noticed that her gaze towards Xiao Chuxing had softened considerably, a realization that eluded her. Boss, is this really lamb? As Xiao Chuxing had anticipated, the sign had indeed piqued the interest of some hungry patrons. Absolutely genuine lamb, freshly cut, Xiao Chuxing boasted with pride. All right then, I'll take 20 skewers and some vegetables. What's this? Is it chives? Yes, we haven't sold these yet. I thought I'd give them a try, Xiao Chuxing explained. In 2007, grilled chives and garlic had yet to become popular nationwide. So to experiment, he had introduced some items that would later gain immense popularity. This particular customer was an aficionado, having savored culinary delights from across the nation, and he promptly ordered a plethora of delectable offerings. After establishing his company in a previous life, Xiao Chuxing often organized team-building events, where he took on the role of grill master, honing his culinary skills to a considerable degree. Setting up a stall was certainly within his capabilities. All right, please enjoy, he said, ready to serve. Upon taking a bite, the elder brother instantly recognized the quality, promptly giving a thumbs up. Quite good. Truly delightful. He then offered, here, have some. Xiao Chusheng pushed the extra roasted food toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment. Aren't you planning to sell this? Does it truly matter if you share a bite? Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. In truth, he had noticed that Lin Shi had been salivating with desire since earlier. Her foster parents often demanded money from her every few days. Typically, she would never indulge in such delicacies. She could barely afford a meal. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chusheng's resentment towards the Fong family intensified further. Chapter 14. Is it already time for a battleground? Xiao Chusheng was grilling nearby, while Lin Shi quietly savored her food, absorbing the art of grilling in the process. Although Xiao Chusheng's grilling skills were commendable, it was evident that this venture wouldn't flourish with just 1 or 2 days of effort. A helper was essential. However, mastering this craft was no simple task, especially when it came to grilling vegetables, which could easily become overcooked. The older gentleman had contributed over 100 yuan in sales to Xiao Chusheng, illustrating the lucrative potential of such a stall. Yet, it was labor-intensive work. After just a short while, Xiao Chusheng's back was already drenched in sweat, a common plight when standing before an open flame in the scorching summer. Are you a couple? The older man inquired, curiously eyeing Lin Shi before glancing at Xiao Chusheng. It was not surprising that he would think so. The scene was nothing like the exaggerated sight of university students bustling about later on. Many young couples, fresh from graduation, would either enter factories or open small businesses together. Xiao Chusheng discreetly stole a glance at Lin Shi, only to find her gaze fixed upon him as well. An indescribable sense of happiness blossomed within him, prompting him to nod in affirmation. Indeed, we are earning some capital to start our business. Oh, that sounds wonderful. After bidding farewell to the older gentleman, Xiao Chusheng turned to Lin Shi and asked, "Is it delicious?" Sure. Lin Shi paused, taken aback. Ahem, doesn't that suggest we are quite close? Xiao Chusheng chuckled awkwardly. Yet, Lin Shi shot him a knowing glance, her heart already filled with subtle conjecture. The affectionate nickname Sure had been bestowed upon her only after they had shared a more intimate bond in their previous lives. After several years of companionship, the wave of happiness had swept over Xiao Chusheng, causing him to utter it without restraint. However, Lin Shi, who had a hint of pride, did not reject the term. Her silence implied acceptance. At her age, Lin Shi exuded a charming innocence that was absent in their former lives, a delightful quality that Xiao Chusheng had never encountered before. A peculiar sense of honor washed over him. By the way, why does this taste so good? Lin Shi inquired with genuine curiosity. She had sampled food from other vendors, yet none compared to the exquisite flavors of Xiao Chusheng's grilling. With a mysterious smile, Xiao Chusheng revealed the contents of a nearby spice bottle. Chili powder? Yes, it's a seasoning. This is the soul of the dish, my exclusive secret recipe, he declared proudly. In truth, it was indeed a unique formula that Xiao Chusheng had acquired from a particularly popular eatery during his previous life. For such establishments, the spices and dipping sauces were closely guarded secrets. However, after helping them gain fame and desiring to enjoy the flavors himself without sharing, they had graciously taught him their craft. Little did he expect that one day it would become the cornerstone of his fortune. A life. Should we purchase more lamb tomorrow? Lin Shi proposed, contemplating the earlier consumption of over 40 skewers by the gentleman alone. Xiao Chusheng shook his head. Let's observe for now. In fact, these vegetables hold the greater profit margins. For instance, potato slices have a profit ratio that is several-fold. Lin Shi did not refute, merely crouching silently on the large stone pedestal behind. She subsequently tore off a piece of thick cardboard and fanned the air for Xiao Chusheng. Feeling the cool breeze, Xiao Chusheng felt warmth in his heart. Could this be considered an early conquest of this individual? Indeed, to win over a goddess of Lin Shi's caliber, one must rely on her future self. Gradually, a group of diners arrived, and the number of students increased as well. It was peak time after school and work, the best moment for business. Xiao Chusheng informed Lin Shi that he had attempted to have her try her hand at cooking, starting with grilled vegetables. In truth, grilling meat was somewhat easier to learn, yet the cost was considerably higher. Nevertheless, Lin Shi possessed an exceptionally powerful intellect, her learning ability akin to that of a prodigy. While she may not master immediately, she certainly grasped it far more swiftly than he had initially. In less than half an hour, the revenue surged by several hundred. Lin Shi was astonished. Is street vending truly this lucrative? Indeed, yet this could only sustain for one summer, Xiao Chuxing sighed. Such roadside stalls attract more patrons than conventional establishments, as they exude a local charm that easily entices passersby. Furthermore, a barbecue cart can be conveniently placed in bustling parks. However, once summer fades and temperatures drop, the clientele dwindles. Lin Shi understood this reality, her expression tinged with worry. So, when you mention making a profit to start a business, are you implying a barbecue shop? Xiao Chusheng was taken aback, hastily denying it. No. Although physical businesses are currently mainstream, the future belongs to the internet. You wish to create software? Lin Shi was taken aback. Software? Xiao Chusheng recalled that in 2007, while smartphones in a relative sense had emerged, it was the release of Apple's first-generation iPhone that marked a pivotal moment. However, it wasn't until the advent of the iPhone 3G that smartphones could truly be utilized as such. Without an application ecosystem, a smartphone is merely an aesthetically pleasing feature phone. Thus, Xiao Chusheng pondered whether to embark on a grand venture. His rebirth was akin to a butterfly flapping its wings. The extent of the impact was uncertain. Yet, since he was granted a second chance, why not strive to make the future more splendid? Although one should ideally avoid disrupting the original timeline to maximize benefits, as lesser changes are easier to control. Nevertheless, the greatest advantage of his rebirth was never merely the knowledge of future events or profit-making opportunities. Rather, it lay in his advanced thinking, aesthetic appreciation, and understanding of what people truly desire. Xiao Chusheng discerned the crux of the matter, leading to some preliminary plans in his mind. He did not elaborate further, expressing to Lin Shi, first and foremost, let us focus on making money. Without funds, pondering becomes futile. Lin Shi tilted her head. How much do you need? Actually, I still have a little. Never mind. Your meager amount should be reserved for meals. What we require is substantial capital, as much as possible. Lin Shi could only nod thoughtfully, although she truly could not comprehend how a barbecue stall could yield substantial profits. This was a common sentiment, as the frightening profit margins of such industries had yet to be fully recognized by the public in this day and age. What would you like to eat, beautiful? Xiao Chusheng, engrossed in grilling vegetables, noticed another girl approaching and instinctively spoke without looking up. Hey, That voice sounded so familiar. Confused, Xiao Chusheng instinctively raised his head, his eyes widening in astonishment. To his shock, the person standing before him was none other than the foolishly beautiful girl he had spent the night with, Qi Shanshan. A jolt of alarm surged through Xiao Chusheng's heart. Could it be that he was about to step into a scene of chaos so soon? Chapter 15. The Pressure from the Main Wife. Qi Shanshan pouted, her face adorned with a melancholic expression that rendered Xiao Chusheng utterly bemused. Ahem, it's you, he stammered, feeling a hint of embarrassment. He had never anticipated encountering this foolish beauty again so soon after bringing her to the hotel the previous night. What brings you here to set up a stall? Qi Shanshan asked, her eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity. Xiao Chusheng awkwardly rubbed his nose, responding, well, I need some money, so I thought I could earn a bit by selling things. Money? Qi Shanshan was taken aback, as Xiao Chusheng stared at her in confusion. She rummaged through her wallet, and suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she offered her entire wallet to him. Xiao Chusheng was rendered speechless. No, miss, we can't let our secret affair lead to such open-heartedness, can we? Besides, whether or not you have given yourself to me is still in question. A sense of guilt washed over him, as if he were being deceived both financially and emotionally by this foolish girl. He declined to accept her wallet, instead clearing his throat twice. The money I need isn't just a few hundred or thousand. Trust me, it's more complicated than that. Oh, Qi Shanshan appeared to grasp only part of what he meant, her gaze fixating on the lamb skewers he was grilling, clearly tempted by the aroma. With no other choice, Xiao Chusheng pulled her aside to sit. Who is she? Lin Shi leaned closer to Xiao Chusheng, whispering her inquiry. Having noticed Qi Shanshan speaking with him, she observed that the girl was a petite beauty, not inferior in appearance to herself. Initially, She assumed Qi Shanshan was merely a classmate of Xiao Chuxing's, especially when she saw her reaching for her wallet, thinking she intended to pay for the barbecued food. But as the scene unfolded, it became evident that something was amiss. Wait, why are you giving your wallet to this scoundrel? When Xiao Chuxing led the girl to a separate seat, Lin Shi's curiosity piqued, prompting her to inquire further about the situation. Just as Xiao Chuxing's heart began to settle, Lin Shi unexpectedly approached him, startling him to the brink of a heart attack. This is... Xiao Chuxing fumbled, at a loss for how to introduce the foolish beauty to Lin Shi. Girlfriend? Certainly not. If anything, Lin Shi bore a closer resemblance to his past life. Had he not been pulled off the rooftop by this foolish girl, he might have emerged from his minor injuries and continued down a path with Zhang Jiai. Most likely, he would have pursued a relationship with Lin Shi, or perhaps abandoned any thoughts of love altogether. Yet, one thing remained unchanged. His bond with Lin Shi would persist. Thus, Xiao Chuxing felt that in this new life, Lin Shi was indeed his anchor. With 2 lives lived and her future self aiding him, how could he possibly fail? At that moment, Xiao Chuxing felt his mind racing as never before, operating at an unprecedented speed. Lin Shi scrutinized him, her gaze piercing through his flustered demeanor, sensing that something was amiss. Hey there. Lin Shi hesitated, finally daring to voice her concern. You didn't deceive that young lady out of her money, did you? Huh? Xiao Chuxing was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. It seemed implausible, yet upon reflection, it appeared to be true. He had indeed swindled 200 yuan from the Na'vi beauty. And not just that. There were also 2 meals and a pack of cigarettes. Almost forgot. The cost of the hotel room was on her as well. Considering this, Xiao Chuxing felt a weight of guilt descend upon him. Well, it seems I did indeed cheat her out of her money, he reluctantly admitted, following the train of thought. At that moment, unexpectedly, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The foolish beauty had appeared from nowhere, standing right behind him. Is she your sister? Eh. Xiao Chuxing froze, instinctively glancing at the foolish beauty, then at Lin Shi. Suddenly, clarity washed over him. Lin Shi did appear older than him, indeed. Most would likely not perceive them as a couple. This was quite awkward. However, an intriguing thought flickered in Xiao Chuxing's mind. Could it be? No, she is simply my kept university student. Indeed, Xiao Chuxing unabashedly acknowledged this fact. He realized that some matters were better left unspoken, as there was nothing inherently shameful about them. Trust with Lin Shi must take precedence, while regarding this foolish girl. TSK, she owes me her life, so what if I drag her to hotels day after day? Who has to blame her for her debts to me? Absolutely. I stand firm in my reasoning. The foolish beauty was momentarily flabbergasted by Xiao Chuxing's brazen and somewhat proud tone, her words lodged in her throat. Although he had mentioned earlier that he intended to keep a university student, what sane person would take such a statement seriously? Who would have thought that he truly did keep a university student and even brought her along? Lin Shi was even more bewildered. Wait, are you serious? She had never anticipated that when Xiao Chuxing introduced her, he would brazenly claim she was his kept woman. It was utterly absurd. The foolish beauty stared at Lin Shi in astonishment. Although the latter appeared a few years older and wore no extravagant clothing or jewelry, the lack of adornment only served to amplify her enigmatic aura. Indeed, Lin Shi possessed an innate ethereal quality that could not be replicated through mere attire or imitation, nor could it be conjured through makeup. Standing there quietly, Lin Shi's naturally unembellished beauty rendered a multitude of superficial charms utterly insignificant. Conversely, the foolish beauty lacked such an impression. Primarily, it was her overwhelming air of Na'vi simplicity that to those unfamiliar with her exuded an aura of aloofness. Is it really true that you're being kept? Even now, the foolish beauty found it hard to believe, thinking perhaps Xiao Chuxing was merely jesting with her. Lin Shi, with a subtly meaningful smile playing on her lips, graciously extended her delicate, jade-like hand towards Qi Shanshan. Lin Shi, this character, the pampered university student. There exists a hint of cunning within her, possessing an extraordinarily high intelligence. She naturally discerned the unusual relationship between the girl before her and Xiao Chuxing. Poised and confident, She emanated the authoritative presence of a rightful consort. Chapter 16. You took me to a hotel. Qi Shanshan stared blankly, momentarily forgetting to shake hands with Lin Shi. Perhaps she did not anticipate that the person before her would so brazenly acknowledge that she was being supported by Xiao Chusheng. After all, any sensible woman would harbor some reservations. I am Qi Shanshan, she stammered, hastily grasping Lin Shi's hand. Yet, her furtive glances at Xiao Chusheng were laden with a sense of lament, as if she felt manipulated by him, only to turn around and betray him. TSK. This perspective seems rather reasonable. This was the peak business hour of the day, and for the sake of a little profit, Xiao Chusheng paid no heed to whether these two women would ignite some terrifying scene of chaos. Money-making was his sole focus. He was a merciless practitioner of profit. One could only say that Xiao Chusheng underestimated the scale of the physical economy in 2007. The influx of customers was unrelenting. However, upon reflection, it was quite normal. Online shopping and food delivery had not yet gained traction in 2007, and there were few entertainment activities at home. Aside from some antiquated computer games, one typically resorted to watching television. Thus, people in that era were more inclined to venture out for leisure. And who wouldn't indulge in a bite while out and about? The speed of collecting money was so rapid that Xiao Chusheng hardly had time to tally it. He merely noticed that the box for collecting cash beside him was already brimming. Nevertheless, while grilling for customers, Xiao Chusheng did not forget to prepare a portion for the Navi beauty and delivered it to her. He asked Lin Shi to cover for him for a while, since he was currently grilling simple items. Noticing that the Navi beauty had already begun to eat, he curiously inquired, "Aren't you going home?" Qi Shanshan shook her head, muttering 3 words, "Don't want to go." Xiao Chusheng scratched his head, opting not to comment further. After all, he himself had not gone home either, making it even less appropriate to say anything to her. "Don't just eat this. You still need to have a proper meal," he reminded her. Oh, the Navi beauty seemed somewhat distracted, her reaction sluggish. Observing her hesitance, Xiao Chusheng contemplated and decided to turn back to take over from Lin Shi. "You took me to a hotel." Just as he was about to step away, Xiao Chusheng heard the Navi beauty's words from behind. He halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. "Huh? You dragged me to a hotel?" Qi Shanshan reiterated, enunciating each word. Xiao Chusheng was somewhat taken aback, pondering for a moment before tentatively asking, "So you still want to go to a hotel with me?" The Navi beauty's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of disbelief at his audacity. "I said, you dragged me to a hotel." She was on the verge of an explosion, which left Xiao Chusheng even more bewildered. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "I know what you've developed quite well, and it feels nice to touch, right? I'm not talking about that." Finally, the Navi beauty was thrown off guard by Xiao Chusheng's response, and she boldly voiced her thoughts, her tone suggesting that she was the rightful partner. "You've already taken me to a hotel, yet you're still supporting her. Indeed, is that not permissible?" He retorted, astonished. "Huh, it is not permissible?" The naive beauty, with her small eyes brimming with confusion, found her mind momentarily incapacitated by Xiao Chusheng's unexpectedly candid demeanor. His assertive retort echoed repeatedly in her thoughts. "Is it not permissible? Is it not permissible?" It seemed there truly was nothing that could not be done. It could only be said that Qi Shanshan, this foolish girl, lacked the intellectual capacity to navigate such a straightforward quandary, becoming ensnared in her own convoluted reasoning. She was earnestly contemplating the feasibility of the matter. Xiao Chusheng was rendered speechless. Her sluggishness bordered on foolishness, and her sheer simplicity instilled in him a sense of intellectual superiority. He mused that with Qi, the campus belle's intellect, he could easily persuade her to bear him 5 children. How could one say persuade? This last clearly owed him. 5 was hardly excessive. Was it? Xiao Chusheng silently returned to grilling skewers, as he found himself pressed for time. At this stage, he needed to amass an endless sum of startup capital. And the more, the better. Between 2007 and 2008 lay the most significant opportunity of the next decade. To miss it would be to forfeit a rare chance. As he grilled, he instructed Lin Shi, He did not expect her to master the craft to his level within a day. He merely hoped she could reach a competent standard. Fortunately, Lin Sure possessed an extraordinary intellect and remarkable learning ability, making such expectations quite attainable for her. I will be at school for a few days to fill out forms and attend volunteer guidance sessions, so I cannot come here too early, Xiao Chusheng implied without needing to articulate it. Lin Sure understood perfectly and responded with an okay hand gesture. I will come regularly every afternoon. As a university student, her evenings were generally free of commitments. However, Xiao Chusheng expressed concern. Traveling back and forth between Shanghai and Hangzhou every day might exhaust you. Lin Sure regarded him skeptically. University does not require daily attendance. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, that seems correct. With his worries dissipated, he nodded. Very well. It won't take too long. We just need to endure the initial phase. The initial phase? How long do you plan to set up this stall? Lin Sure inquired, genuinely curious. Perhaps until the end of summer, he replied candidly. This was the truth. 2007 marked a pivotal moment, and in any business endeavor, if one considered the cost factors while disregarding the level of toil, it was unequivocal that such mobile food stalls boasted astonishing profit margins, rivaling the returns of a surging stock market. The difference, however, lay in the fact that the stock market rarely demanded physical exertion, though it could induce hypertension. Risk and reward were directly proportional. Upon hearing that the venture would extend throughout the summer, Lin Sure displayed no particular emotion. This was quite normal, as she was already juggling 2 jobs daily. The barbecue stall was hardly more laborious than her existing commitments. While conversing with Lin Sure, Xiao Chusheng occasionally stole glances at the foolish beauty in the distance. Then Xiao Chusheng found himself in a bemused state, seemingly having inadvertently led the beautiful yet naive girl to contemplate a profound philosophical question. She was still pondering it earnestly. Noticing Xiao Chusheng's gaze, Lin Sure turned her head slightly. What's wrong with her? She seems rather dim-witted. This remark elicited a chuckle from Xiao Chusheng, who couldn't resist teasing. Indeed, although you are both stunning, you are at opposite ends of the spectrum. Opposite ends? Yes, one is strikingly intelligent, while the other is endearingly foolish. Lin Sure let out a laugh, unable to contain herself. Is that really true? Isn't it obvious? It has seemed to be the case. The two exchanged playful banter, when suddenly Lin Sure shifted the topic. Given her beauty, why do I get the feeling that your relationship is somewhat unusual? Chapter 17. The awkward remarks of a poor scholar truly. Lin Sure's incisive observations cut to the core. Xiao Chusheng's smile faltered, and he nervously touched his cheek, awkwardly admitting, well, perhaps it's because I shared a hotel room with her last night. Lin Sure, bewildered, pointed at herself and questioned Xiao Chusheng. You're supporting me. Yet you went to a hotel with her? Xiao Chusheng paused momentarily before clarifying Lin Sure's statement. No, it was I who went to the hotel with her, while still supporting you. Oh, right. The fun for supporting you actually came from her. Lin Sure began to doubt her own judgment, pondering deeply how she could have fallen for such a man. This roadside stall was thriving, capable of serving patrons well into the night. However, Xiao Chusheng had not intended to operate for so long. After all, he had just completed his college entrance examination and still needed to spend several hours at school during the day, which felt like a waste of time, not to mention his family's disapproval. Moreover, it was only the first day, and his supply of ingredients was insufficient to last until that hour. By nearly 11 o'clock, most of his offerings had already sold out. The remaining items, which were less appealing, Xiao Chusheng planned to grill for himself and his 2 companions. Just as he contemplated this, an elderly gentleman appeared, clad in shorts and flip-flops. There was an uncanny resemblance to the character Fire Cloud, evil god from Stephen Chow's Kung Fu films. Wait, boss. I'll take the remainder of what you have left, the elderly man declared. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. He had not expected the old man to have such a taste. After a brief conversation between the elder and a younger companion, Xiao Chusheng learned the backstory. The old gentleman was engaged in a game of chess with friends when his grandson brought over the skewers from Xiao Chusheng's stall. The enticing aroma had tempted them, but upon inquiry, they discovered it was a newly opened stall. Regrettably, they had arrived too late, just as Xiao Chusheng was preparing to pack up for the night. Though the elderly man expressed disappointment, his tone was somewhat disconcerting for Xiao Chusheng, who was merely 17 at that moment. He proceeded to pack the food for the old man, and then plopped down onto a stone stool behind him. Wow, I never anticipated this level of exhaustion. I haven't even had a moment to sip water in several hours, he reflected. This money is guaranteed profit, yet requires a significant amount of hard work, he continued. Quick, let us see how much we made today, Lin Shi exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with a hint of greed. This fellow had previously endured financial hardship and was witnessing such an astonishing profit margin for the first time, a stark contrast to what she had learned in class. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously. Let us discuss it later. It's prudent to keep one's wealth concealed to avoid attracting undue attention. Lin Shi suddenly understood, instinctively glancing around at the other stalls in the night market. With Xiao Chusheng's stall thriving, the businesses of those nearby were evidently struggling. It was only after he had sold out that they experienced a slight influx of customers. The most crucial factor was the herd mentality. Patrons observed the long queue at Xiao Chusheng's stall and gravitated towards it. Common sense dictated that such a popular establishment must possess something unique, or else it wouldn't draw so many patrons. Such straightforward logic was easily grasped by the astute Lin Shi. Are you still here? Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon the foolish beauty. This individual had spent the entire evening seated at that small table, silent and undisturbed, yet wore an expression of deep contemplation, leaving one to ponder what thoughts occupied her mind. Perhaps she was grappling with a particularly perplexing conundrum, for her intelligence left much to be desired, which rendered her predicament all the more pitiable. Upon hearing Xiao Chusheng's voice, Qi Shanshan's eyes brightened as she lifted her head. Suddenly, the foolish beauty pointed at Lin Shi with a look of epiphany. I understand now. She is the mistress. Qi Shanshan had spent the entire night pondering this very question, and now she felt she had finally unraveled the mystery. However, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi exchanged glances, unable to suppress the twitching at the corners of their mouths. So, you spent the whole night thinking about this? Xiao Chusheng found it hard to maintain her composure. This was no longer merely an issue of intelligence, was it? Yet, the foolish beauty nodded earnestly in affirmation. Now, it was Xiao Chusheng who questioned her existence, and even Lin Shi could not help but lower her voice to inquire. Where did you find this child? Don't you feel a pang of conscience? Even Xiao Chusheng, whose audacity rivaled that of a city wall, felt a hint of embarrassment at that moment, clearing her throat to feebly argue, I did not. Besides, what is conscience? Can it be consumed? Moreover, she even pointed at Lin Shi with a sense of righteous indignation, declaring to the foolish beauty, let us consider the possibility that you might be the mistress. The foolish beauty's mouth fell agape, as if struck by lightning, her brain seemingly short-circuited. Such a revelation was truly overwhelming for someone of her limited intellect. But I was clearly the first to arrive. Xiao Chusheng, with a complex expression, stared at Qi Shanshan, unable to refrain from mocking. What kind of nonsensical statement is that? What nonsensical statement? She retorted. Oh, it's nothing. Xiao Chusheng hastily dismissed it, recalling that the internet meme she referenced had not yet emerged in this era. She could only quietly explain to the foolish beauty, in reality, she arrived before you, and you are, in fact, indebted to me. Qi Shanshan's eyes brimmed with pure navet. Astonishingly, she did not even question Xiao Chusheng's assertion. She believed that she owed him something. Helpless, Xiao Chusheng pulled Lin Shi aside and whispered, what should we do? I feel as though my conscience is genuinely pricking me. Lin Shi had become utterly speechless. Could you possibly be any more absurd? Suddenly, she inquired, what shall we do with the barbecue cart? Should we take it to your home or leave it here? Xiao Chusheng's expression froze as realization struck her. Oh, no wonder I felt as though I had forgotten something. The idea of running a roadside stall had been a spontaneous whim, and she had never considered such logistical details. So you truly hadn't thought this through at all? Lin Shi could not help but roll her eyes. Xiao Chusheng, gnawing at her thumbnail, fell into a state of indecision. It certainly won't work at home. My parents would never allow me to do this. I find it to be true. However, discarding it here poses a challenge, as there is no guarantee it will not be stolen. In this day and age, Public safety is not as assured as in later times, and even in those future days, it remains precarious. After contemplating the situation, Xiao Chusheng could only sigh. It is not feasible to leave you here to sleep. Perhaps I could persuade my dear Xiao by claiming that this belongs to someone who has entrusted it to my household. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, deeming this rationale rather far-fetched. At that moment, out of nowhere, the clumsy beauty who had been standing behind them suddenly spoke up. It can be placed in my family's yard. Startled, Xiao Chusheng exclaimed, Goodness, how did you approach without making a sound? Chapter 18. Are you going to rent a room? An hour later, Xiao Chusheng found himself lost in thought as he gazed upon the imposing three-story villa. I should have anticipated it. How could a wealthy woman possibly lack a villa? Lin Shi, standing beside him, held no particular views on Qi Shanshan. Being a woman herself, she could discern that Xiao Chusheng did not harbor romantic feelings for Qi Shanshan. However, the connection between the two seemed suspicious. She was certain there was more to it. What intrigued Lin Shi was how Xiao Chusheng had become involved with such a young heiress. She poked him playfully and whispered, How did you manage to woo such a little rich girl? Xiao Chusheng cast her a complex glance, replying, Woo? I'd be more inclined to woo you. Lin Shi chuckled, jesting, You've managed to woo someone's daughter, yet with her family background. It must be challenging for them to accept you. At this, Xiao Chusheng's expression grew even more peculiar. He shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, Why should they accept me? I intend to dispose of her father. Lin Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. Wait, you're courting someone's daughter while contemplating the demise of her father? What an odd turn of events. You wouldn't understand. I'll explain later, Xiao Chusheng said meaningfully. Lin Shi ceased her inquiries, having gathered that there was a deeper story at play. Is it all right to bring all this to your home? Lin Shi ventured tentatively, Your family. Wouldn't he mind? Qi Shanshan paused for a moment before shaking her head. I live here alone, so no one would mind. In that fleeting instant, as she spoke, she exuded an air of aloofness reminiscent of an untouchable goddess at school. Xiao Chusheng found himself momentarily entranced, pondering whether her cold demeanor stemmed from a lack of familial warmth. Reflecting on this, he glanced up once more at the grand three-story villa. How lonely it must be for a girl to reside in such isolation. He began to comprehend why the seemingly foolish beauty had remained so quiet throughout the evening. As if there was no discernible difference between being home and being here. At least here, she had Xiao Chusheng's company. Why did he feel a slight heaviness in his chest? Xiao Chusheng murmured softly to himself. After securing the keys to the front door from the foolish beauty, he instructed Lin Shi to come by each afternoon to retrieve the barbecue cart for their stall. It wasn't too long before Xiao Chusheng would join her, typically arriving about 2 hours after Lin Shi set up. So, shall we leave? Lin Shi asked softly. Xiao Chusheng nodded subtly. Yet his gaze lingered on the foolish beauty, sensing her reluctance for them to depart. Let us go. Xiao Chusheng was unsure how to bid farewell to the foolish girl. Suddenly, Qi Shanshan's voice broke through from behind them. Are you going to rent a room? The unexpected remark left both of them momentarily stunned. However, had it not been for the foolish beauty's question, Xiao Chusheng would not have pondered such a notion. Right? What is this about? Xiao Chusheng glanced at Lin Shi. The timing for Lin Shi to return to Shanghai is evidently unrealistic, and the daily travel expenses are not insignificant. Although the profit from a barbecue stall is surely substantial enough to cover this. What about finding a small inn? Lin Shi suggested after a moment's contemplation. Xiao Chusheng hesitated, then shook his head. No, those places aren't very clean, and they're also unsafe. This was a fact. The year 2007 was not like a decade later, with numerous shady and posing dangers, especially for young women, particularly someone as attractive as Lin Shi. What then? Come to my house, Xiao Chusheng said nonchalantly. Lin Shi was taken aback. Was this really the moment to meet the parents? Xiao Chusheng was aware of Lin Shi's misinterpretation, but chose not to clarify. With a heart full of trepidation, Lin Shi followed Xiao Chusheng. Although she had accepted this somewhat abstract arrangement with him, meeting his parents on the first day felt rather swift. She remained silent, grappling with her thoughts until they arrived at Xiao Chusheng's home, which was shrouded in darkness. Devoid of light. Is anyone home? Lin Shi questioned, a hint of doubt in her voice. Well, my parents don't come home every day. They run a restaurant and often work late into the night, sometimes even sleeping there, Xiao Chusheng explained, enlightening Lin Shi. No wonder he felt comfortable bringing her home. In reality, this was merely Lin Shi's misunderstanding. Xiao Chusheng had no qualms about directly discussing their relationship with his parents. After all, Lin Shi was not only exceptionally talented, but also strikingly beautiful. Surely his father would be pleased. Upon returning to Xiao Chusheng's home, he said, "All right, let us see how much we earn today." With that, he spread the day's earnings across the coffee table. Lin Shi's eyes widened uncontrollably at the sight of the stacks of bills. "Goodness, so much?" she gasped, covering her mouth. Xiao Chusheng appeared unaffected, yet internally, he too was astonished. Was the real economy of 2007 truly this remarkable? Indeed, it was an era of golden opportunities. As they counted the money, deducting costs for supplies and the food cart, the net profit amounted to 1,872 yuan and 50 cents. If we calculate it this way, there is still a market until National Day. 2000 Day? Lin Shi exclaimed excitedly. However, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. Not just that. Today was merely the first day. This figure excludes the cart's cost. If we scale up, selling a few more hours, averaging 3,000 to 5,000 in net profit daily should not be an issue. Lin Shi was astounded. This income surpassed what many earned in 1 or 2 months. Initially, she had wondered how much money could be made at a night market barbecue stall, but her perspective had shifted. Yet noticing Xiao Chusheng deep in thought, she inquired, "Is something wrong?" Xiao Chusheng nodded silently. "This money certainly won't come easily. You must have noticed that we've taken business from other stalls. Those competitors will undoubtedly devise counter-strategies. However, isn't your secret recipe a trade secret? They cannot replicate it, right?" "Indeed, they cannot replicate it, but only for a short time." Xiao Chusheng spoke with a grave tone. "Those who cannot compete with us in business will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics." This time, Lin Shi understood. The law and order of this era is not akin to that of future Hangzhou, where brawls and fights are commonplace. What should we do then? Lin Shi began to feel anxious. "Are you afraid?" Xiao Chusheng asked Lin Shi with a mischievous smile. Lin Shi resolutely shook her head, her tone unwavering. "I am not afraid, if it comes to it. I will fight them." "Well, as long as you're not afraid, leave it all to me." Xiao Chusheng reassured Lin Shi. In their previous lives, one was a killer while the other handed over the knife. Even though this life has only just begun, the signs of their connection are already becoming apparent. Chapter 19. Are we really not going to do anything? Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi collected their earnings before heading downstairs to a noodle shop for a meal. After an incredibly busy evening, they had no time to eat, surviving only on a few skewers they had grilled themselves. Although delicious, such fare hardly sufficed to quell their hunger. In the present day, the renowned Lanzhou noodles, which had become ubiquitous by 2007, were nowhere to be found in Lanzhou itself. The most striking aspect was that a bowl of noodles cost merely 4 yuan, even if the meat remained disappointingly thin. As for the craftsmanship, the chefs of Lanzhou noodles were world-class. The two savored their noodles, expressions of contentment adorning their faces. "Nothing like a good bowl of noodles to soothe the stomach," Xiao Chusheng remarked, patting his belly in satisfaction. "Tomorrow evening, we can take some go and enjoy our meal while we work," he suggested to Lin Shi. She readily agreed, understanding that it was only their first day, leaving them somewhat unsure of themselves. However, their opening night had proven quite profitable. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chusheng added, "By the way, you should go ahead in the afternoon. Until I arrive, try your best to avoid any conflicts with those individuals." He was well aware of Lin Shi's temperament. Although she appeared gentle and amiable, a fierce spirit resided within her. Lin Shi, taking her time, savored her soup, unwilling to waste a single drop. Her upbringing had not been kind, especially in recent years. Each month, her allowance barely sufficed, and in her growth phase, she could only afford 2 meals a day. Even after starting university and working part-time, the money she earned was nearly siphoned off by her exploitative relatives, leading to her frugal demeanor. Xiao Chusheng observed her quietly, his heart aching at the sight. Although he had intervened before she fell into despair from their mistreatment, he felt it might have been a tad late. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively broke the quiet. Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Lin Sure paused momentarily, then shook her head. Being as astute as she was, she understood that some questions were better left unasked. Sometimes, feigning ignorance could yield greater rewards. Xiao Chuxing respected her decision, nodding without pressing the matter further. Later, they returned to Xiao Chuxing's home, where he took a shower after a long night spent in front of the open flame, his body sticky with sweat. Do you want to wash up? He inquired as he emerged from the bathroom. Lin Sure instinctively glanced at her attire before softly responding, I can manage for now. I didn't bring any change of clothes. It dawned on Xiao Chuxing that he had indeed rushed to bring her from Shanghai without ensuring she had anything with her. Rubbing the back of his neck, he awkwardly suggested, Actually, you could wear one of my shirts for the time being. Your clothes will dry overnight on the balcony. Lin Sure blinked, suspiciously scrutinizing him. Are you sure you're not trying to take advantage of the situation? Xiao Chuxing rolled his eyes. Of course not. Do you think I need such excuses to do anything? Given the nature of our relationship, do you truly possess the right to refuse? Lin Xiu found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Eventually, she acquiesced with a nod and proceeded to freshen up. During this interval, Lin Sure was beset with concerns, fearing that Xiao Chuxing might intrude. However, upon finishing her bath and emerging, nothing untoward had transpired. A slight sense of disappointment washed over her. Was it that I, as the elder sister, lack allure? Yet, that was hardly the case. Although Xiao Chuxing was in the throes of youthful vigor, their past lives had intertwined in ways both expected and unexpected. Thus he harbored a certain patience towards her charm. Clad in Xiao Chuxing's attire, Lin Sure felt a touch of discomfort. Yet, she was not greeted by a scent, but rather the pleasant fragrance of laundry detergent. With her hair still damp from the shower, a faint blush adorned her skin, rendering her akin to a lotus emerging from the water. All right, let us retire for the night. Xiao Chuxing yawned, his eyelids growing heavy. Lin Sure nodded in agreement, silently trailing behind him. Eventually, she entered Xiao Chuxing's bedroom. Initially, he intended to suggest she occupy the bedroom while he made do on the sofa. However, upon reflection, he realized that in their previous lives, they had shared every aspect of one another. Why linger on such trivialities? Lin Sure surveyed Xiao Chuxing's room, noting its pristine orderliness. As he gazed around the small space, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, recalling his journey from entrepreneurship to establishing a company in Shanghai. He had not returned to this modest abode in nearly 5 years, a thought that stirred fond memories. The bed, though not particularly large, could comfortably accommodate two if they nestled closely. Lin Sure displayed no overt resistance to this arrangement. After all, as Xiao Chuxing had remarked earlier, he had already taken her under his wing. Sleeping in the same bed was hardly an ordeal, and should something more transpire, what of it? She possessed a clear awareness of her circumstances. As they lay back, summer's warmth necessitated only a thin blanket draped over their midsections. Silence enveloped them until, after an indeterminate stretch of time, Lin Sure broke the stillness, inquiring, what is the purpose of accumulating such wealth? Xiao Chuxing found himself speechless, not out of reluctance to respond, but rather due to the profundity of the question. What indeed was the purpose of amassing such riches? Lin Sure sought not the superficial answer of mere spending, buying whatever one desires, utilizing money as one sees fit. Her inquiry delved deeper, probing why Xiao Chuxing was so fervently driven to acquire vast sums. To Lin Sure, he remained merely a student. Yet, with her astute intellect, she surmised that he was likely aware of far more than his outward demeanor suggested. In this society, financial resources equate to confidence, Xiao Chuxing replied earnestly. He had come to this realization too late in his past life, having invested his sincerity at an age ripe for earning, only to awaken to missed opportunities when the time had long passed. In this lifetime, he is determined not to repeat past mistakes. He seeks confidence. Lin Sure remained silent. Lost in thought, Xiao Chuxing suddenly added, if your family asks you for money, simply tell them you have not a penny to spare. In truth, he wished to convey to Lin Sure that his desire for wealth was ultimately for her sake. With financial means, He would possess the assurance to safeguard the present Lin Shi. Otherwise, he remained merely a powerless student, unable to defend even a frail chick. Chapter 20. Exiting the hotel with the campus bell in the shadows, Xiao Chusheng embraced the girl tightly. "It's hot," Lin Shiyu complained after a while. "Oh, is it too warm for you?" Xiao Chusheng replied with a mischievous grin. "I see you might be yearning for something even hotter, leaving you drenched in sweat." In the darkness, Lin Shiyu's delicate face flushed crimson. Her teasing words were laced with playful intent. However, she did not anticipate that Xiao Chusheng would seize the moment, leaving her feeling quite constrained. At that moment, she was increasingly convinced that this rogue had surely taken her to bed long before. The mere thought made Lin Shiyu's cheeks burn even more. Though she was aware of the truth, she could not help but feel bashful. Silently, she buried her face in his embrace, almost as if seeking refuge from reality. Despite the sweltering heat, she felt an undeniable sense of security, a sensation she had never experienced before. Perhaps exhausted from a long night of setting up stalls, Xiao Chusheng soon fell into a deep slumber, cradling her in his arms. Lin Shiyu nudged him several times, but he remained unyielding, leaving her to accept the situation. Come morning, the blaring alarm clock roused Xiao Chusheng, simultaneously awakening Lin Shiyu in his embrace. Rubbing her forehead, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Since entering university, it had been quite some time since she had risen this early, given her frequent late-night work and the absence of daily classes that often led to indulgent sleep-ins. Yawning, Xiao Chusheng extracted some money, offering it to Lin Shiyu. "You can continue sleeping, but be mindful of the time. It's best to leave by 9:30. My parents sometimes return home around that hour." Lin Shiyu remained silent, observing his flustered demeanor. "Use this money to grab some breakfast and find a place to pass the time, like an internet CAF or an arcade. Just be at the entrance of my school before 11:30. Oh, and if my parents come home, stay quiet. They usually don't come into this room. But if you're discovered, just say you're my friend S sister, temporarily staying over for the night. Just keep it convincing." With that, Xiao Chusheng hurriedly dashed back to school, leaving Lin Shiyu lying there, lost in thought. "I must be out of my mind, but this feeling of being pampered is rather delightful," she murmured to herself, staring blankly for a long while, pondering her thoughts. On his way, Xiao Chusheng casually purchased a meat sandwich to satisfy his hunger. Now, he possessed a considerable sum of money, at least for someone of his age, so he need not worry excessively about his meals. What he truly required was ample capital, as he prepared to seize opportunities before the impending global financial crisis of 2008. After the crisis, many industries would undergo significant transformations, particularly in the internet sector, where the market values of several major players would be halved. This would lead to a prolonged period of economic downturn, during which cash would become exceedingly valuable. In other words, the purchasing power of cash would reach an astonishing level. Therefore, Xiao Chusheng needed to capitalize on this opportunity, accomplishing the most with the least amount of money during this critical period. In the early and mid stages of the financial crisis, earning money was far from the ease it has become today. Despite merely operating a night market barbecue stall, these consumer activities, most closely aligned with everyday life, increasingly reflect the turmoil of the financial markets. In truth, one could argue that Xiao Chusheng was quite fortunate, as he resided in Hangzhou. This city possesses an abstract allure. By 2007, the average housing price had exceeded 10,000, and the cost of living was alarmingly higher than in many other regions. This trend only intensified in the years that followed. What does this imply? Quite simply, it meant that in Hangzhou during 2007, Xiao Chusheng could more readily earn a living in industries tied to daily expenses. He could then utilize these earnings to pursue ventures or investments in other locales. Of course, that was a matter for the future, a process requiring significant time and accumulation. Upon entering school, Xiao Chusheng felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if he were the subject of scrutiny. Had he truly become that notable? He couldn't help but wonder. In his previous life, he had gained a modicum of fame due to his frequent public declarations of affection for Zheng Jiai. But surely that alone wouldn't have garnered such widespread attention. What was happening? Had his recent confession to Zheng Jiai become a topic of gossip? Bewildered, he stepped into the classroom, only to find nearly every gaze fixed upon him. If he remained oblivious to the situation now, it would indeed signify a lack of awareness. Suhai approached him with a playful punch, a common gesture among friends. At this moment, their relationship remained amicable, and Xiao Chusheng chose not to react. Taking his seat, he began to organize his books. Having missed class the previous day and returning after his rebirth, this was his first time in the classroom, thus carrying a sense of ritual. "What is going on between you and the late blooming school beauty?" Suhai inquired eagerly. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback. Why was Suhai aware of that foolish beauty? Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, responding, "What do you mean? How could the late blooming school beauty request leave on your behalf?" Suhai pressed. Xiao Chusheng was caught off guard. "How do you know this?" After Suhai's explanation, he realized that this foolish beauty had approached old Lu in front of so many classmates. I should have anticipated this. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but cover his face. The foolish beauty was notoriously oblivious and scatterbrained, making her involvement in such matters utterly unreliable. Yet he retorted, "Wasn't it just a simple request for leave? Why the fuss?" However, Suhai's expression revealed a depth of complexity. Xiao Chusheng felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that there was more to the story. Their conversation had not been subdued enough to avoid drawing the curious glances of several classmates, among them Zheng Jiai. As she entered, Zheng Jiai took her seat diagonally opposite to Xiao Chusheng. "Rumor has it that you and the campus belle, Qi, emerged from a couple's hotel together. Is that true?" Suhai inquired with a hint of gossip. Xiao Chusheng felt a surge of astonishment within. Could it be that this incident was indeed witnessed by others? Now he finally comprehended why so many people had been casting glances his way throughout the journey. It seemed he had truly become famous. Chapter 21. The School Bell and the Beast. As Suhai's gossip circulated, an eerie silence fell over the classroom. Zheng Jiai turned her gaze, fixating intently on Xiao Chusheng, seeking an explanation from him. Yet, Xiao Chusheng maintained an expression of calm indifference, merely raising an eyebrow as he brusquely pushed Suhai aside, admonishing him not to pry into matters that were beyond his ken. Suhai, though he had surmised a fragment of the truth, recognized that acknowledging the situation could be fraught with complications. Thus, he resolved to pursue the matter discreetly, hoping to extract the answers he sought. The classmates, witnessing Xiao Chusheng's reticence, refrained from further inquiries. However, in their hearts, they had tacitly accepted the implication. This beast must indeed have entangled himself with the illustrious school belle. She was none other than Qi Daxue, a paragon of virtue who had never been embroiled in scandal. The notion that she would grant a male companion leave was beyond imagination. As for the incident of her emerging from the hotel alongside Xiao Chusheng, opinions were divided. Some believed it, others did not, yet it was indisputable that there was some veracity to the rumors. While the students engaged in animated chatter, and some even played cards, Xiao Chusheng sat in silence, scribbling on a piece of paper. Seizing the fleeting clarity of his memories from his recent rebirth, he endeavored to document critical information regarding the future. After all, should his memories become jumbled, it would spell disaster. His recollections of rebirth resembled a seamless integration, akin to piecing together a jigsaw puzzle. However, there appeared to be a slight drawback. His mind felt heavy, and he experienced a pervasive drowsiness. As he wrote with his gel pen, the fatigue in his wrist became evident, a stark contrast to his usual reliance on electronic devices for note-taking. The paper bore witness to numerous pivotal developments and elements pertinent to the future world order, a veritable historical backup. He chronicled every conceivable detail, uncertain of its necessity, but mindful of the unpredictable nature of fate. This endeavor persisted for over 2 hours. The revelations were astonishing. In the brief span of a decade, humanity had seemingly transcended its limitations, truly surreal. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng meticulously folded the paper, concealing it within his pocket. He intended to secure it in a place where it would remain undiscovered, wary of the potential consequences should an unbeliever stumble upon it and unwittingly trigger a butterfly effect. The rationale behind his documentation stemmed from the unreliability of human memory. Many recollections from his childhood were now but a haze, and he dared not gamble on his ability to remember them in years to come. Particularly, when the memories of 2 lifetimes converged, discrepancies could arise. This paper served as a comparative reference, enabling him to detect any deviations promptly. Moreover, he needed to safeguard his identity as a reborn individual, ensuring that no one aside from Lin Sure became aware of it. Lin Sure. There was no alternative. Her intelligence was unparalleled, yet fortunately, she was an ally he could trust. As for the rumors surrounding his exit from the hotel with Qi Shanshan, oh, those were no mere rumors. They had spread like wildfire throughout the school. Upon learning the truth, Xiao Chusheng felt a wave of despair wash over him. This could lead to considerable complications. As anticipated, the homeroom teacher, Old Lu, summoned him forth. Xiao Chusheng was summoned to the office, his heart fluttering with apprehension. Was it about that foolish incident? Or perhaps concerning his absence yesterday? Pray tell, what is the nature of your relationship with that late Shanshan? Lao Lu adjusted his glasses, a gentle smile gracing his features. The 50-something physics teacher had a scholarly air about him, yet he was notably amusing, often regaling his students with jokes that sent them into fits of laughter. His amiable demeanor fostered a good rapport with students, leading him to overlook certain matters. This time, however, it seemed his curiosity had compelled him to summon Xiao Chusheng for a discussion. Aware of his own culpability, Xiao Chusheng stammered, "Well, it's nothing much. You know how it is at this age of youthful confusion." Lao Lu, bemused by Xiao Chusheng's response, pressed on, "Are you saying you and Shanshan really emerged from a hotel together?" His voice dropped conspiratorially. With no other teachers present, his mischievous demeanor was almost comical. Yet Xiao Chusheng felt compelled to defend himself. That's not the case. Perhaps a student misinterpreted something, or we merely happened to pass by the hotel entrance. Even if there was some truth to it, he could not admit it, though he contemplated that admitting it might not carry the weight of consequence. Lao Lu, unable to discern the veracity of Xiao Chusheng's words, decided not to delve deeper, recognizing the absence of concrete evidence. He was merely seeking to gauge the situation. Understood. Xiao Chusheng nodded earnestly. So, are you and Shanshan involved in a romantic relationship? Lao Lu's curiosity persisted. Well, not exactly. Xiao Chusheng hesitated. Lao Lu chuckled. If it is, then say so. If it isn't, then deny it. Why the uncertainty? Nevertheless, at your age, it's all quite normal. Just remember, even though you're about to become university students, it doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Understood? Upon exiting Lao Lu's office, Xiao Chusheng exhaled in relief, vowing to be more cautious in the future to avoid being seen again. What do I feel there will be next time? He pondered, his thoughts in disarray. After relieving himself in the restroom, he returned to the classroom, only to witness an odd scene outside. A certain beautiful yet aloof girl was surreptitiously peering into their classroom. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by his classmates, yet none dared to approach her. After all, she was Shanshan, the epitome of an aloof school beauty. In the eyes of many, she was synonymous with coldness and difficult to engage with. Xiao Chusheng, exasperated, marched over and pulled her away, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. The school beauty and Xiao Chusheng. Was there truly something going on between them? Chapter 22. Someone better than you. So why should I want you? Xiao Chusheng pulled her beneath the staircase, a favored hideaway for young couples seeking refuge to embrace and steal kisses. What are you doing here? Why are you not in your own class? He inquired. The foolish beauty, timid and hesitant, murmured, "Lunch." Xiao Chusheng, momentarily taken aback, misinterpreted her words. Lunch? What would one possibly eat at this hour? Then it dawned on him. You wish to have lunch with me? The foolish beauty nodded eagerly, evoking in him a peculiar sensation reminiscent of having playfully teased a simpleton, only to find that the individual had become rather attached. Was this a form of PUA? A strange, overwhelming guilt enveloped him. Very well. Then let us meet at the school gate, he amended, recalling the presence of Lin Sure. After ensuring her well-being, Xiao Chusheng returned to the classroom, only to find himself once again the center of attention. There was no escaping the spotlight. To his peers, it appeared as though he had successfully courted the campus belle of Qi University. Attempts at subtlety were futile. No one dared to gossip this time, for the truth lay plainly before them. Although some remained skeptical, questioning how he could possibly win over such a paragon, they kept their thoughts to themselves. Upon returning to his seat, Su Hai, ever the provocateur, leaned in with a knowing smirk, his eyes dancing with mischief. Come on, spill the beans. How can you deny it now? The campus bell has come to you personally. What is your secret? Before Xiao Chusheng could respond, an unexpected visitor arrived. Zheng Jiai stood at his desk, her expression a tumult of emotions, as if she were on the brink of asking something significant. Su Hai, perceiving the tension, wisely retreated. He had no desire to become entangled in this drama. After all, having spent more than a decade with Zheng Jiai in a previous life, he understood her character all too well. Proud and somewhat arrogant, she was not one to easily let go of a confession that had slipped through her fingers. The arrival of the foolish beauty had undeniably accelerated this unfolding narrative. You and Qi Shanshan. Zheng Jiai bit her lip, grappling with how to articulate her inquiry. In this new chapter of his life, Xiao Chusheng wished to sever ties with Zheng Jiai, fully aware that their prior affection was misguided. He had no inclination to relive that chapter. Moreover, his thoughts were directed elsewhere, far removed from someone as inconsequential as her. Thus, with decisive clarity, he nodded. Yes, it is precisely as you suspect. Zheng Jiai appeared as though struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. But weren't you always in love with me? Her voice was laced with incredulity as confusion washed over her. When did you and she? Xiao Chushing's patience began to wane, and he interjected, This matter does not concern you. Indeed, I once harbored feelings for you, but I have come to realize that we are simply not compatible. ISNT, that what you've always thought as well. Therefore, I have resolved to move on. Yes, the fool, Qi Shanshan, is a better match for me. He nearly let slip the term fool, but his quick wits saved him. Zheng Jiai's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her expression a portrait of despair. In countless lifetimes of discord, she has always exhibited this demeanor. Initially, Xiao Chusheng felt a pang of sympathy, but gradually he became immune. Thus, his heart remained devoid of tumult. This is what transpires when one ceases to love. Zheng Jiai, upon witnessing Xiao Chushing's utter indifference, felt a deeper ache in her heart. Clearly, it was merely a hair's breadth away. If you would only profess your feelings once more, I would acquiesce, but how could you? I have come to regret. Zheng Jiai bit her lip, as if resolutely determined. Could you possibly grant me another chance? Yet, Xiao Chusheng merely shook his head. No need. I have come to a clear understanding. I no longer harbor feelings for you. Moreover, Qi Shanshan surpasses you in every regard. I find no justification to turn back. Lies are harmless, but the truth is a sharp blade. The most direct way to reject someone is to make it known that there exists another who is superior. Why should one wait for you? Unable to restrain herself any longer, Zheng Jiai turned away and wept upon her seat. Xiao Chushing observed silently, his heart already numbed. Such scenes had unfolded countless times in past lives. Perhaps it is simply the nature of incompatible individuals striving to remain together. If one were to speak of resentment towards her, Xiao Chusheng believed he felt none. For Zheng Jiai had not truly wronged him, nor had he ever been a sycophant in her presence. She was merely an ordinary girl with aspirations, yearning to live the life she desired in Shanghai after graduation. Yet, the rapid pace of economic development rendered her efforts futile. No matter how hard she worked, her earnings could not keep pace with the soaring housing prices. Realizing this predicament, Xiao Chushing knew he could not continue in such a manner, and thus embarked on an entrepreneurial journey. Initially, Zheng Jiai supported him, as her family demanded that any prospective husband possess both a home and a car in Shanghai. The investments in the early stages of his business felt like an endless abyss. Xiao Chushing's savings, along with financial assistance from his father, were all poured into it. For a time, he lived in dire straits, struggling even to afford meals. The uncertainty of the future led to an escalation of conflicts and disputes between them. Pain was perhaps the most profound sensation that their relationship bestowed upon Xiao Chushing. During the most arduous phase of his venture, Zheng Jiai encountered difficulties in her own job in Shanghai. As Xiao Chusheng toiled late into the night, their economic and emotional states plummeted to the lowest depths. It was during this tumultuous period that Zheng Jiayi returned to her hometown, securing employment there. Subsequently, Xiao Chuxing managed to visit her hometown a few times. But each encounter was fraught with discontent. Zheng Jiayi urged him to abandon his entrepreneurial aspirations, while her family insisted that his parents secure a loan to purchase a marital home in Shanghai, where they would not consent to their union. In reality, their relationship had already teetered on the brink of collapse. Reflecting upon the fragments of their past, Xiao Chuxing struggled to recall any moments that evoked a sense of happiness. A life strewn with trivialities, that was the essence of his relationship with Zheng Jiayi. Upon deeper reflection, it became apparent that since the inception of his business, it was Lin Shi who had tirelessly accompanied him, enduring hardships alongside him. Many of the burdens fell upon Lin Shi's shoulders, just as now she selflessly pushed the barbecue cart behind him, disregarding her own appearance. Zheng Jiayi would never demean herself to engage in such endeavors like Lin Shi. She perceives herself as a young woman, possessing the dignity inherent to her femininity. The contrast in their personalities is striking. Lin Shi resembles a woman who truly endures hardships alongside Xiao Chuxing. If given the chance to live anew, Xiao Chuxing would unhesitatingly choose to be with Lin Shi, for she is deserving of such devotion. However, these sentiments are beyond Zheng Jiayi's comprehension at present, as she remains a sheltered student, untouched by the harsh realities of life. "Beast, are you not going to offer some consolation?" Su Hai inquired, his voice tinged with hesitation. "There is no necessity," came the reply. Chapter 23. The province is to spend, riding bicycles to the bars in the present. Xiao Chuxing has come to a profound realization. Unreciprocated love yields no fruitful results. His past relationship with Zheng Jiayi epitomized this truth. For their future, Xiao Chuxing exerted all his efforts single-handedly, while Zheng Jiayi merely awaited the rewards of his devotion. Ultimately, she could not anticipate the future he had envisioned for them. Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but feel a tinge of self-mockery. Upon reflecting on his previous life, it seemed there were scant memorable moments shared between him and Zheng Jiayi. Their experiences could be succinctly summarized in mere sentences, which is the most lamentable aspect. Following that, Zheng Jiayi ceased to disturb him. While classmates occasionally cast glances at Xiao Chuxing, many were aware of the dynamics between the two, yet the protagonist, Xiao Chuxing, had chosen to disengage. Ironically, after stepping back, he turned his attention to the school, bell, leaving others incredulous. Thus, while the classmates feigned indifference, some harbored silent resentment. The reasoning was simple. Although Zheng Jiayi could not compete with the charming yet foolish Shizhan, she still possessed considerable beauty. Previously, Xiao Chuxing's pursuit of Zheng Jiayi had deterred others from intervening. But now, he had taken away the bell, and surely Zheng Jiayi ought to be available to them. At this moment, many had begun to feel hopeful, eager to seize their chance. However, this no longer concerned Xiao Chuxing. In this lifetime, he yearned to distance himself from the woman who had filled his memories with anguish. "Hey, let's go eat together today." Su Hairu approached Xiao Chuxing as usual, inviting him for a meal, but this time he declined. "I have something on, and I'm meeting someone. Let us wait until this busy period passes." He offered an excuse before hastily departing, leaving Su Hairu scratching her head in confusion, muttering, "Meeting someone?" Another individual observing Xiao Chuxing's retreat was Zheng Jiayi. Perhaps it was his words or that resolute figure that extinguished her appetite entirely. Xiao Chuxing hurriedly made his way to the school gate and, as expected, spotted Lin Shi and the foolish beauty beside her. Though he had not informed Shizhan that Lin Shi would be present, their encounter was indeed unavoidable. Xiao Chuxing said nothing and simply waved at them. "Let us go." As they walked together, they drew the attention of passers-by, their allure undeniable. For two beauties in tandem are a visual delight. In terms of appearance, they were equally matched, though representing different archetypes of beauty, one exuding a mature elegance, the other embodying youthful innocence. Yet, the foolish beauty seemed to possess an air of clumsiness, perhaps a consequence of overindulgence, giving her a rather robust appearance. A height of 170 centimeters, of course referring to her stature, not her weight. However, this only served to amplify her endearing clumsiness, evoking a sense of an endearing giant. As the three walked together, Xiao Chusheng appeared distinctly out of place, a stark contrast. Financially, he was still in the nascent stages and could not afford to indulge in extravagance regarding meals. Although the flavors of the meals in the school cafeteria are rather mediocre, they are undeniably affordable. During times of financial constraint, it is quite satisfactory to dine here a few times. After ordering 3 portions of rice topped with various dishes, the trio found a window-side table to commence their meal. Lin Shi, understanding the unspoken dynamics, refrained from inquiring why Qi Shanshan was also present. The foolish beauty herself seemed incapable of pondering such complexities, perhaps due to a limited capacity for profound thought. However, as they ate, Xiao Chusheng could not shake off the feeling that something was amiss. Why were all these people staring at them? It baffled him. Were the 2 girls not merely attractive? Was it necessary for everyone to behave as though they had never encountered a woman before? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng and his companions were being treated as rare specimens, with past students pausing to steal glances, some even whispering among themselves. This spectacle was fueled by the rumors surrounding Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan. Witnesses had seen them exiting a hotel together, and now, dining in tandem. Their actions seemed to confirm the gossip, naturally attracting a crowd of onlookers. Lin Shi's presence added an air of intrigue to the rumors, as many were curious to know who she was and why she was dining with them. Given Lin Shi's beauty rivaled that of Qi Shanshan, speculations arose that she might be Qi Shanshan's sister. After all, it was not surprising that Qi Shanshan's family would confront Xiao Chusheng for bringing their esteemed daughter to a hotel. The trio hastily concluded their meal and fled the scene. Once outside the school gates, Xiao Chusheng inhaled deeply, pondering his initial intention to save on meal expenses, which now seemed futile. Lin Shi giggled beside him, teasing, "What's wrong? Aren't you quite thick-skinned? Is this too much for you?" Xiao Chusheng shot her a glare, replying, "Even a thick skin cannot withstand being gawked at like a monkey. Did you not notice the fiery gazes from those men? You monopolizing 2 beautiful women will surely incite jealousy." Lin Shi smirked mischievously. "If hitting someone weren't against the law, you have been beaten to a pulp by now." Xiao Chusheng conceded her point. Many were indeed drawn to the allure of the 2 girls. Beautiful women are a coveted resource, desired by all, and having captured the affections of the seemingly dim-witted Qi Shanshan had already stirred resentment. Now, with another attractive companion at his side, it was inevitable that some would be displeased. Although Lin Shi appeared to be of a different age group, those onlookers were oblivious to the nature of her relationship with Xiao Chusheng. Yet, they were unconcerned with such details. "All right, let us go. We have matters to attend to during this midday break," Xiao Chusheng declared, eager to move past the commotion. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed the foolish beauty lingering silently behind him. This sudden realization gave him a slight headache. Lin Shi, sensing his discomfort, tentatively asked Shanshan, "Do you want to join us?" Qi Shanshan nodded eagerly. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Chusheng finally relented. "Fine, you may accompany us, but do not stray too far. It will be troublesome if you got lost." He was not overly concerned about her speaking out of turn, as Qi Shanshan was perceived by others as the epitome of an aloof school beauty, synonymous with silence. Seeing Xiao Chusheng directly take a taxi surprised Lin Shi. "You're so concerned about saving on meals, yet you are willing to splurge on a cab? One should be prudent where necessary and spend where it counts. Riding a bicycle to bars may be charming, but time is the most precious resource at present. The choice of food is rather inconsequential, while taking a taxi can save valuable moments." Xiao Chusheng's convoluted reasoning left Lin Shi astounded, yet upon reflection, she found it quite sensible. However, what piqued her curiosity was, why the urgency, even in the pursuit of wealth? Is there truly a need to rush within a day or two? Xiao Chusheng was at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. Setting aside other considerations, it genuinely boils down to a matter of merely a day or two. In this current era, with a few hundred or thousand yuan, if managed adeptly, the potential returns in the future could be 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Chapter 24. You are mine by my unilateral decision, Doc? Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were brought to the dock by Xiao Chusheng, both taken aback. What are we doing here? Lin Sure was genuinely curious about what was on Xiao Chuxing's mind. Just yesterday, he was running a barbecue stall, and today he had come to the dock. Without offering an explanation, Xiao Chuxing scanned the surroundings until he finally spotted his target. Hey, do you supply oysters privately? Xiao Chuxing stopped a burly man who was unloading boxes of seafood from a shipping container. The man looked momentarily perplexed. Oysters? Is that what you mean? Following the direction of the man's gaze, Xiao Chuxing saw rows of low-temperature freezers labeled oyster. Instantly, he recognized them. It appeared they were from New Zealand. At this time in China, the consumption of oysters was not yet widespread, and foreigners generally did not indulge in them, making the import price exceedingly low. Of course, this was the price upon entering customs. Once at the seafood market, the price would differ significantly. This was why Xiao Chuxing had come to the dock to procure goods directly, aiming for the lowest possible cost. That would need to be approved by our supervisor. The burly man explained, revealing that he was merely a laborer and lacked the authority to make decisions. Consequently, Xiao Chuxing inquired about the location of the supervisor's office and went straight to find someone. The supervisor in charge of the containers was a man with a small beard, appearing to be in his 40s, who looked quite surprised to see Xiao Chuxing. However, he did not show it outwardly, as there were indeed many young entrepreneurs in that age group. Oysters? There aren't many people buying those, are there? They're mostly supplied to markets and large hotels. The bearded man mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Yes, but I was hoping to try selling them in a different way. What do you think? Is it feasible? Xiao Chuxing feigned an earnest demeanor. Lin Sure stood by silently, still inexperienced in such situations, merely observing and learning. Upon accepting a cigarette from Xiao Chuxing, the supervisor noticed it was a high-quality brand, which momentarily surprised him. Instantly, his perception of Xiao Chuxing shifted. Few young individuals were willing to indulge in such luxuries. After some deliberation, he decided, in principle, it's not allowed, as everything is documented. However, if your desired quantity is not too large, it might be negotiable. Really? Xiao Chuxing felt a thrill of excitement, but maintained a composed exterior. How much can you provide? Come with me, and I'll show you. There are various prices for these. After speaking, the supervisor led Xiao Chuxing to the dock. Over there is the cheapest option, and further along are the more expensive varieties. The cheapest comes in boxes weighing 50 pounds, containing 300 to 400 oysters, the smallest size. This is the largest type of freezer, undoubtedly a first-hand product. Thus, Xiao Chuxing promptly declared, I want this one. Let us see how it sells. I require 3 boxes, and if they sell well, I'll need 3 every day. What do you say? The little mustache man did not anticipate Xiao Chuxing's swift agreement and nodded, lowering his voice. All right, but keep it quiet when you leave, understood? Xiao Chuxing immediately grasped his implication. Evidently, the little man intended to pocket the proceeds from these boxes of oysters. Such occurrences are not uncommon in any industry. As a current beneficiary, Xiao Chuxing had no qualms about this arrangement. After all, he did not plan to rely on this for long-term profit. One day of sales was better than none, given the discreet nature of the transaction. He only paid 200 yuan for the 3 boxes of oysters, a price that could hardly be deemed excessively cheap, considering the small quantity he acquired. Hey, I have a small request, Xiao Chuxing chuckled sheepishly. The little mustached supervisor paid little heed, replying, go ahead. Since we lack preservation methods, could you assist me by delivering ice to this address every afternoon? Xiao Chuxing handed over a note bearing the address of the foolish beauty to the supervisor, who, upon reading it, appeared somewhat troubled. However, after some contemplation, he decided to comply. All right, if you add an extra 20 yuan, I'll personally drive over every afternoon. The little supervisor had his own reasons. With Xiao Chuxing visiting daily, if someone maliciously reported him, he would undoubtedly face significant consequences. Not only would he lose money, but he could even risk his job. Thus, accommodating Xiao Chuxing's request allowed him to mitigate risk while earning a little extra fuel money. Xiao Chuxing nodded in agreement. Very well, we'll take our leave then. Upon exiting the dock, Lin Sure inquired, how do you plan to sell those? Xiao Chuxing smiled mysteriously, grilled. I'll teach you tonight, 2 yuan each, over 1,000 of them. Just think of the profit margin. Lin Sure's eyes sparkled, yet skepticism lingered, but I haven't seen many people eating them. Are they really that easy to sell? Just watch me, Xiao Chusheng replied, withholding his full intentions. Selling oysters in 2007 might indeed be challenging, but that was merely due to the untapped market potential. It is well known that in China, anything labeled as a tonic for vitality will surely sell like hotcakes. Just wait for the afternoon. Once the goods arrive, we will transport them together. It won't be difficult, right? Xiao Chusheng's lips curled into a smile, although he felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Shi. Seeing her slender frame alone handling the barbecue cart, the current circumstances left no room for choice. One must toil to reap rewards, and in this lifetime, Xiao Chusheng vowed to provide only the finest for Lin Shi. Surprisingly, Lin Shi was not overly sentimental and readily agreed, deeming the effort minimal compared to her previous jobs, with earnings significantly higher. Afterward, Xiao Chusheng took the two women back to the wholesale market to purchase additional barbecue ingredients, this time basing the quantity on the previous day's sales performance. Even if there are unsold items, there is no cause for concern. For the foolish beauty has a refrigerator at home. The quantity is manageable, and it can easily be stored. The ratio of chili powder is as follows. You may adjust it to your liking. Without hesitation, Xiao Chusheng imparted the formula ratios to Lin Shi. Lin Shi teased, "Aren't you afraid I might take your recipe and start my own venture?" Xiao Chusheng paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, "I am not concerned. You are mine." Lin Shi pouted, "How am I yours? I never agreed to that. I made the decision unilaterally. You have no right to refuse." How domineering. Although she verbally protested, Lin Shi felt an inexplicable sense of security within. The two were so engrossed in their exchange that they overlooked the fact that a foolish beauty was silently trailing behind them. Chapter 25. The Magnificent Lin Shi. Only engaging in high-level matches. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng felt a gentle tug on the corner of his garment. Both of them turned curiously, only to behold a certain foolish beauty gazing at him with a pitiful expression. A silence enveloped Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng, as Qi Shanshan, the foolish beauty, exuded an aura reminiscent of an abandoned stray dog, evoking a sense of sympathy. "Ahem, almost forgot about you." Xiao Chusheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, but still inquired, "Will you be coming tonight?" He then observed Qi Shanshan nodding vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. Lin Shi regarded Qi Shanshan with a knowing gaze, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. They had delivered the frozen goods and fresh vegetables purchased from the wholesale market to Qi Shanshan's refrigerator. This foolish girl exhibited no caution whatsoever, handing her house keys to Lin Shi without a second thought. Xiao Chusheng scratched his head, his expression one of hesitance. He wished to admonish her, but found himself at a loss for words. It was Lin Shi who stepped forward, taking the girl aside to advise. "You should be more cautious in trusting others, all right? While we may not mean you harm, others might not share our intentions." The foolish beauty responded with a dull seemingly oblivious to the weight of Lin Shi's words. Xiao Chusheng shook his head in resignation, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "Anyway, the afternoon is yours," he sighed, feeling a pang of discomfort within. "It's unfair to burden you with such labor." Xiao Chusheng felt somewhat guilty about imposing this task upon her. However, Lin Shi appeared unfazed, offering a self-deprecating smile. "It's not as if I can assist you in any other way. This is just right for me." Upon hearing her self-mockery, Xiao Chusheng gazed at her intently, fervently denying, "Do not speak that way. You simply have yet to find your rightful place. Your battlefield lies elsewhere." Lin Shi momentarily faltered, realizing that this young man understood her better than she did herself. In truth, this was indeed the case. Xiao Chusheng comprehended Lin Shi's essence more than she acknowledged. It was only after their entrepreneurial endeavors had taken flight that her true talents began to surface. Initially, her extraordinary gifts were not overtly apparent until the company flourished. It was during this period that Xiao Chusheng recognized Lin Shi as a quintessential genius. On a fortuitous occasion, he had her undergo an IQ test, discovering her astonishing score of 163. She, the magnificent Lin Shi, only engaged in high-level matches. In the realm of tangible businesses reliant on manual labor and social connections, there was little opportunity for Lin Shi to manifest her true capabilities. Nonetheless, even within such confines, she occasionally showcased her remarkable aptitude for learning. For instance, the mastery of grilling skewers. Xiao Chusheng had stumbled countless times in his attempts to reach a level suitable for selling. Yet Lin Shi, she merely observed from the sidelines. And despite receiving explanations from Xiao Chusheng, such rapid progress seemed implausible. In just one night, she had already reached a level capable of nearly substituting for him. An utterly astounding feat. Moreover, her remarkable memory, the precise ratio of chili powder, the amount of money spent while shopping, and the contact number of the dock supervisor, all of these details were effortlessly retained in his mind without the need for written notes. He was capable of mental calculations, akin to a human calculator. However, Xiao Chusheng refrained from revealing the extent of her abilities to Lin Shi, for he believed the time had not yet arrived. He needed to gradually guide Lin Shi, leading her into a battlefield that was truly suited for her. As for the possibility of Lin Shi abandoning or betraying him one day, Xiao Chusheng merely chuckled at the thought. Such a scenario was inconceivable. Lin Shi was different. Their relationship resembled a mutual salvation. The trio busied themselves at the home of the naive beauty, skewering an abundance of meat and vegetables in preparation for the evening's feast. Yet, Qi Shanshan proved to be somewhat clumsy, accidentally piercing her hand with a skewer, causing droplets of blood to seep from the wound. With tear-filled eyes, she appeared on the verge of sobbing, though she valiantly stifled her emotions. This scene tugged at the hearts of both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi, particularly the former, who could not bear to witness her distress. He quickly sought out some tissue to staunch her bleeding. "Is there a Band-Aid at home? Where is it?" he inquired. The naive beauty, sniffling, pointed toward the box on the bookshelf. Lin Shi understood and rushed over, discovering, to her surprise, an entire box of Band-Aids. "Do you run a Band-Aid factory at home? How could you have so many?" Xiao Chusheng exclaimed, astonished. "I used to get hurt a lot," the naive beauty murmured, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily at a loss for words. After tending to her wound with a Band-Aid, he suggested, "Perhaps you should refrain from doing this for now and sit aside." The two watched as Qi Shanshan sat nearby, gazing at her Band-Aid-adorned finger while continuing to sniffle. She wore that same expression of suppressed tears, as if she were in considerable pain. But could it truly hurt that much? Both remained uncertain. If you feel like crying, it's best to let it out. Holding in isn't good," Xiao Chusheng tentatively suggested. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, her heart aching at the sight of Qi Shanshan's distress. However, the naive beauty's subsequent words cast a shadow over the atmosphere. "But Aunt Zhang said I mustn't cry, or else she would hit me." Xiao Chusheng did not conceal from Lin Shi the troubling circumstances surrounding the naive beauty's family, such as the stepmother who had caused the death of Qi Shanshan's biological mother. The implications of the naive beauty's statement were clear. Indeed, Aunt Zhang referred to the stepmother named Zhang Ting. It was evident that in previous years, when the naive beauty cried, that woman had bullied her repeatedly, even forbidding her from shedding tears. In such a toxic environment, one could only wonder how a young girl's character might be shaped. Meek? Timid? Insecure? Xiao Chusheng seemed to grasp the origins of her social anxiety, recognizing it as the unfortunate result of that wicked woman's influence. The most venomous curse the naive beauty had harbored for Zhang Ting before her rebirth now appeared entirely justified to Xiao Chusheng. Moreover, this was merely one of many troubling revelations. Crying is not permitted, and it is difficult to fathom the extent of Zhang Ting's transgressions against this fool. Merely contemplating it leaves Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi feeling nauseated, particularly Lin Shi, who empathizes even more deeply. In truth, the experiences of these two individuals bear certain resemblances. One is subjected to a stepmother, while the other is raised by adoptive parents. However, the commonality lies in the fact that neither has received the familial affection they rightfully deserve. Xiao Chusheng, suppressing the fury that simmers within, vows that one day he will ensure both families face the consequences of their actions. Fortunately, he is here now. That, Shishi, Gulme. I shall take you to a place, Xiao Chuxing remarked, glancing at the time and feeling it was about right to speak to Lin Shi. Huh? Where to? Lin Shi inquired, puzzled. I'm arranging for a few bodyguards for you. Chapter 26. A daughter so grown throughout their journey, the foolish Qi Shanshan clung to Lin Shi, leaving her utterly exhausted. At home, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi had allowed this child to cry to her heart's content. This simpleton had suppressed her emotions for far too long, necessitating a release. Consequently, she had indulged in her tears, and now she seemed to have become inseparable from Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng felt an inexplicable sense of DJVU. What do you mean by DJVU? Lin Shi inquired, perplexed, as she gently patted the weeping Qi Shanshan. Well, Xiao Chusheng hesitated before finally articulating. It seems we have acquired a daughter of this size. Lin Shi's expression stiffened, and in that fleeting moment, she too recognized the truth in his words. Meanwhile, the oblivious Qi Shanshan remained unaware of such notions. Where we headed? Lin Shi questioned, observing Xiao Chusheng guiding them toward an unfrequented alley with some trepidation. Just follow me. You will soon find out, Xiao Chusheng replied, his face impassive. He was uncertain whether he could locate the person they sought, but hoped for good fortune, recalling that this individual had been around in recent years. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a group of spirited young men, mere ruffians. Xiao Chusheng felt assured that they were indeed in the right place. Lin Shi instinctively grasped the fabric of Xiao Chusheng's shirt, for any ordinary girl would feel fear in such surroundings. What are we doing here? She asked. Xiao Chusheng gently patted her hand, reassuring her, do not worry. As long as I am here, they will not harm you. Internally, he remained unperturbed, confident in his martial prowess, knowing he had the means to protect them. Displaying an exterior of calm, Xiao Chusheng addressed the young men. Is Binzi here? The group was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, but one of them eventually gestured toward the interior. Yes, inside. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Chusheng led the two women further in. The young men exchanged glances, pondering. Are they friends of Brother Bin? Who knows? But those two women are indeed striking. As they proceeded deeper, they encountered numerous spirited young men, yet none obstructed their path. To these individuals, anyone who made their way here must have a purpose. After all, they were the dregs of society, and others kept their distance. Who would dare provoke them? Xiao Chusheng had his own intentions for coming here. At the end of the alley, he finally spotted his target, Binzi. Binzi, Xiao Chusheng called out directly, causing Chun Bin to pause momentarily. Did you just call me that? It's Brother Bin. Before Chun Bin could finish, one of his lackeys jumped in to defend him. However, after defending Chun Bin, the lackey's gaze turned lewd as it fell upon Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan. With a frivolous tone, he teased the two. Wow, you girls are truly stunning. Care to have some fun with the brothers? Xiao Chusheng furrowed his brows, refraining from unnecessary words, and abruptly seized the few strands of hair on the thug's head. Without hesitation, he forcefully slammed the thug against the wall. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that not only Chun Bin, but even Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were momentarily taken aback. Surely one would think, how audacious can one be on another's turf? Chun Bin was caught off guard, as this seemingly student-like youth displayed such ruthless determination. Xiao Chusheng pressed the thug's head down and struck it several times before releasing him. The thug's forehead was now smeared with blood, a frightening sight, though he was not seriously harmed. Despite the ferocity of his actions, Xiao Chusheng had not exerted much physical strength. His intention was to instill fear and disrupt the usual patterns of these individuals' thinking. They were not the kind of people one could dare to covet. Understood? However, at that moment, a certain fool tilted his head and asked blankly, what does covet mean? This left everyone dumbfounded. Xiao Chusheng cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and turned his attention to Chun Bin. I need to speak with you. Chun Bin's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. You, entering my territory and assaulting my people, don't you think that's a bit brazen? You owe me an explanation. Were you one to be leaving today? Xiao Chusheng fixed his gaze on him. Explanation? No. As I said, I need to speak with you. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Bin nodded. All right. Tell me what you want. If you can't provide a satisfactory answer, you won't be leaving today. Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were already in shock before arriving. Xiao Chuxing had mentioned needing a few bodyguards, but who would have thought he would seek them in such a place? From now on, you will all follow me, Xiao Chuxing said nonchalantly, leaving everyone bewildered. Chunbin burst into laughter, instinctively pointing at himself. You want me to follow you? Xiao Chuxing nodded earnestly, indicating Lin Shi. For the next month, you will accompany her daily and ensure her safety. Starting next month, I will provide you with a job. Job? Upon hearing this word, Chunbin's condescension towards Xiao Chuxing dissipated entirely. Xiao Chuxing affirmed, yes, a job. However, let me be clear, I have certain criteria for choosing individuals. First, you must be trustworthy, and second, you need to temper your brashness. Oh, and that one, he's out. He referred to the thug he had incapacitated for harassing Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan. Chunbin hesitated, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and began to exhale smoke as he contemplated the veracity of Xiao Chuxing's words. Having risen to become the leader of this group, he undoubtedly possessed some acumen. One might lack many things, but intelligence was essential. At that moment, Chunbin's gaze fell upon the two women accompanying Xiao Chuxing, and he was instantly captivated. These two were none other than Lin Shi and the foolish beauty. To have such stunning companions, in an instant, Chunbin seemed to grasp many things. This sudden emergence of a person was likely not as simple as it appeared. The intangible mental constructs can be most lethal. At this moment, Chunbin's thoughts were gradually transforming. The remaining spirited young men were whispering among themselves, clearly harboring some obsession with the concept of work. It is essential to note that not all ruffians are engaged in nefarious activities. After all, they lack wealth and influence, merely presenting themselves as ordinary individuals who might appear intimidating. In reality, many of these so-called delinquents are simply standing there to intimidate, too timid to take action. Are you going to pay us? After some contemplation, Chunbin inquired. Xiao Chuxing nodded affirmatively. If you work, you will indeed earn money. That is certain. How much? A man standing beside Chunbin asked instinctively. Xiao Chuxing cast a disdainful glance his way. What do you think? It certainly won't be much. Then why should we work for you? He immediately expressed his discontent. Xiao Chuxing chuckled lightly. To speak candidly, if you desire ample remuneration, do you truly believe that you social miscreants are deserving of it? Lin Shi, startled, quickly grasped Xiao Chuxing's arm, bewildered by his audacity. How could he dare to confront them so boldly? He had already struck one of them and was now brazenly hurling insults directly at their faces. Was he not inviting trouble? As anticipated, Xiao Chuxing's highly provocative remarks ignited a fierce uproar among the spirited youths, who were ready to rush forward and reprimand him. Yet, Chunbin, the leader, remained remarkably composed. Xiao Chuxing maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly in complete control. He chuckled softly. What is the matter? Are you all dissatisfied? Allow me to ask you, what skills do you possess? What abilities do you have? Why do you believe that you social outcasts deserve to earn more than others? A series of questions left these spirited youths momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chuxing shifted his tone. Remember, your worth determines your earnings. This is the rule of the world. However, I will extend an opportunity to you. I cannot promise you vast wealth, but if you have the capability, you can support your family and even attain a modest fortune. This is entirely feasible. He turned to Chunbin, gazing intently into his eyes. The chance is yours. Ponder it well. Will you continue to be a societal outcast, frequently landing in detention for brawling, unable to afford medical expenses for your ailing mother? Or will you choose to follow me? I make no promises about what you will gain. That entirely depends on you. Chapter 27. Beauty as a resource. Upon hearing Xiao Chuxing's words, Chunbin fell into silence. His statement was indeed a reflection of reality, as it had transpired in his past life. At that time, Chunbin's mother suffered an acute cerebral hemorrhage, and he was a directionless youth, idling away his days. The entirety of their savings was insufficient to cover her medical expenses, with some relatives willing to lend a hand while others turn a blind eye. Ultimately, Chunbin was pushed to the brink of despair, knocking on doors and kneeling before others in a desperate plea for a mere $100 to fund his mother's treatment. His knees bloodied and raw from the humiliation. In that moment of compassion, Xiao Chusheng took out 5,000 yuan and offered it to him. Subsequently, Chun Bin's mother was out of danger, and he turned his life around, securing a legitimate job. But was that the end of the story? Not quite. On one occasion, while Xiao Chusheng was conducting business with Lin Shi, her striking beauty caught the attention of the opposing boss, who resorted to intimidation, rallying a group to keep Lin Shi for himself. Although Xiao Chusheng was capable of defending himself, he found himself at a disadvantage. Just when it seemed dire, Chun Bin appeared from nowhere, unleashing a ferocious attack that left the boss severely beaten. It was later revealed that Chun Bin had been working as a waiter at the hotel where the meeting took place. As a consequence of his actions, he lost his job and spent 6 months in prison. After his release, he turned to dealing in computer parts, seemingly making a profit. However, the details of his life thereafter remained a mystery to Xiao Chusheng, as his own ventures expanded, placing him in a different social stratum, preventing their paths from crossing again. The reason Xiao Chusheng sought out Chun Bin now was multifaceted. In his previous life, Chun Bin had etched the gratitude for that 5,000 yuan into his heart, willing to endure prison time to repay the favor. This demonstrated that he was at least someone who valued gratitude and possessed a sense of loyalty. Moreover, despite his past transgressions, the lengths he went to for his ailing mother, kneeling before others, spoke volumes about his character. Such a person, who cherishes bonds and maintains a moral compass, is worthy of trust. Of course, one's vision and ambition dictate how far one can go in life. Chun Bin, with his limited capabilities, might not amass significant wealth. But Xiao Chusheng did not mind. He was willing to allow Chun Bin to earn within his means, or even slightly beyond. Hence, his presence here today. Undoubtedly, Chun Bin was an astute individual. Otherwise, he would have impulsively thrown Xiao Chusheng out. Whether he could physically overpower Xiao Chusheng was another matter entirely. In truth, his rise to prominence in this realm indicated his abilities and personal magnetism, a fact that Xiao Chusheng did not doubt. As he silently finished a cigarette, a spark of realization flickered in Chun Bin's eyes. He took a deep breath and declared, "All right, I will follow you." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in disbelief, the spirited young men staring at Chun Bin in astonishment. "Brother Bin," one of the younger members began, but Chun Bin promptly interrupted. "Stop. I made up my mind. From now on, he is the boss." "Wait, do you think this is some gang?" Xiao Chusheng remarked, his expression peculiar. "The ventures I intend to pursue are legitimate enterprises. You all must shed your delinquent demeanor and refer to me as boss." Chun Bin chuckled, his face lighting up with amusement. Then, "Boss, what shall I call you?" Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. This person was truly quick to get into character. Xiao Chusheng, on the other hand, was unfazed. "As for me, I'm Xiao Chusheng. You may refer to me as Boss Xiao. This is your boss lady, Lin Shi. You shall call her boss lady." Xiao Chusheng introduced Lin Shi to them, as she was the target they needed to protect. "What about me?" A certain foolish beauty suddenly interjected. Xiao Chusheng raised an eyebrow and gently pressed her back down by the head. "Just keep an eye on her." This scene elicited laughter from the spirited young men, but many cast flirtatious glances. To them, Xiao Chusheng could very well be a big boss, and it was entirely normal for a wealthy man to be surrounded by beautiful women. They had witnessed the ways of the affluent and were well aware of their lifestyles. "All right, this afternoon, you will find her at this address." Xiao Chusheng handed Chun Bin an address, and then took Lin Shi and the foolish beauty away. Chun Bin gazed thoughtfully at the paper when a younger associate leaned in and asked, "Brother Bin, are you really going to team up with him?" Chun Bin nodded. "Yes, he is right. We can't continue this way. Perhaps this is the opportunity that could alter our destinies." He understood well that sometimes a small opportunity, if seized, could change a life forever. Many among them did not genuinely wish to fall into depravity. Rather, they were simply unable to see hope for the future. In this era, individuals like Xiao Chusheng found opportunities leading to golden paths everywhere. However, for most ordinary people, their abilities and perspectives would serve as shackles throughout their lives. In Hangzhou, the meager average salary coupled with nearly exorbitant housing prices instilled constant anxiety in every ordinary citizen. Upon exiting the alley, Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan gasped for breath. having been startled by Xiao Chuxing's earlier actions, which had nearly terrified them to death. So this is what you call a bodyguard? Lin Shi found it hard to believe. Indeed, we lack the funds to hire professional bodyguards, and for such minor situations, there is no need for professionals. We must simply make do, Xiao Chuxing stated matter-of-factly, leaving Lin Shi speechless. Was this person so brazen in his fabrications? Oh, she nearly forgot. She had been lured by his grand promises. Xiao Chuxing saw no issue with this. After all, capitalists were often unscrupulous, and pulling off a con was indeed a skill. Though my promises may be mere fabrications, I can transform them into reality. Then surely, you need not bring us along? Aren't you afraid of trouble? If a fight breaks out, we are merely delicate girls who cannot assist you and may even hinder you, Lin Shi inquired curiously. Besides, didn't we almost get into a scuffle because of us just now? Xiao Chuxing scrutinized Lin Shi with suspicion. Delicate? Are you sure? He had witnessed her fierce side. The Lin Shi from his past had always carried a weapon since Chun Bin's incident. Ahem, those weapons wouldn't even stand a chance against me. I've trained, and I have my own considerations in this matter. Xiao Chuxing cleared his throat lightly and began to explain. You perceive that beyond your beauty, you are of no assistance, but that is not entirely accurate. Oh, what else can we offer you? Lin Shimi inquired, raising an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued. Even the seemingly foolish beauty blinked her clear, yet naive eyes, brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Xiao Chuxing nodded slightly. Indeed, you are remarkably beautiful. Yet your allure is not devoid of value. You must understand that in this society, beauty is a form of power. A beautiful woman is indeed a resource. Huh? So you intend to surrender us if you find yourself at a disadvantage? Xiao Chuxing wore an expression reminiscent of an elderly commuter engrossed in his phone. No. What peculiar logic do you possess? Chapter 28. The essence lies in companionship. Huh? Is that not so? Là she feignait surprise. In truth, she was aware that Xiao Chuxing would never relinquish them, and her statement was merely a pretense. Nevertheless, she was genuinely curious about Xiao Chuxing's thoughts, gazing at him with an expression of eager intrigue. Certainly not. While beautiful women are indeed a form of resource, not everyone possesses the privilege to enjoy such treasures. To be able to claim one is already quite remarkable, but to possess two? His retort left Lin Shi momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at the stunning Qi Shanshan trailing behind. Indeed, she was exceptionally beautiful. The prospect of such a woman falling into the hands of man would surely drive countless suitors into a frenzy. Lin Shi harbored a tinge of self-doubt, a sentiment rooted in her upbringing, which is why she seldom gazed into mirrors. Yet, she could not deny that her own appearance was not without merit. The fact that Xiao Chuxing had captured her attention made him the envy of many men. At that moment, Lin Shi grasped Xiao Chuxing's intentions but still cautiously inquired, So, are you leveraging our presence to provide them with a psychological suggestion? Elevating your status in an unseen manner? Nonsense, it's about levels. Xiao Chuxing retorted with a dismissive glance. In essence, that is how it is. Ah, now it made sense. Lin Shi had yet to truly enter society. Thus she remained somewhat naive regarding the intricacies of social dynamics, which Xiao Chuxing had already mastered. Together, they formed an indomitable duo, with Lin Shi's exceptional intellect complementing Xiao Chuxing's acumen. As they approached the school entrance, each of them indulged in a popsicle. After finishing, Xiao Chuxing and Lin Shi proceeded into the school, while Lin Shi returned to the residence of the beautiful fool to continue preparing the materials needed for the evening's activities. This establishment represented their initial investment, the foundation of their enterprise, which demanded their utmost diligence in the early stages. With money in his pocket, Xiao Chuxing could confidently advance on his path. On the way to the classroom, the beautiful fool trailed behind Xiao Chuxing like a shadow. As he quickened his pace, she mirrored his speed, proving impossible to shake off. To onlookers, this scene resembled a ghostly apparition. After all, it was Qi Shanshan, the aloof campus belle. The fact that she was pursuing a boy was simply unfathomable. Students who were aware of the lunchtime gathering in the cafeteria, where Xiao Chuxing dined with two beautiful women, were unfazed their hearts unmoved. Just as they neared their classroom, Xiao Chusheng suddenly halted and turned around. The beautiful fool, caught off guard, collided directly into his embrace. Gasp! Students nearby collectively inhaled sharply. Witnessing the high-cold campus belle, Qi Shanshan nestled into another boy's arms. An overwhelming sense of envy and resentment surged within them. However, the two individuals at the center of the spectacle, the beautiful fool and Xiao Chusheng, remained oblivious to such trivialities, especially the beautiful fool, whose gaze was filled solely with innocent folly. By the way, if you wish to join me this afternoon, please wait for me at the school gate. Xiao Chusheng instructed Qi Shanshan. Oh, Qi Shanshan replied, yet there was no indication that she intended to depart. Xiao Chusheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. I must return to my class now. Our paths do not seem to align, do they? His class was in a diametrically opposite direction to that of the foolish beauty, yet she unmistakably intended to follow him without any intention of parting ways. Was she truly so naive as to accompany him to his class? While it was not entirely unfeasible, her decision was puzzling. Upon hearing his words, the foolish beauty seemed to grasp the situation, responding with a soft "oh" before turning towards her own class. Xiao Chusheng stood there, observing her retreating figure, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind. How had she managed to remain unfooled for so long? Was it true that an aloof demeanor served as the finest disguise? With a resigned shake of his head, he quietly entered his classroom. Arriving just in time, he found that nearly all the seats were occupied. Now a figure of public interest, his entrance immediately drew the gaze of his classmates. Even someone as seasoned as he was, accustomed to grand spectacles in his past life, found it rather overwhelming. Was it truly necessary? As he passed by Zheng Jiai's desk, he noticed her looking rather unwell, her eyes slightly swollen, and traces of tears evident on her face. Yet, he felt no pangs of sympathy. In fact, his heart remained as unyielding as stone. This realization prompted Xiao Chusheng to reflect on the truth that, once one ceases to love, one's heart turns to iron. As a student, he understood that despite the importance of education, it had become somewhat trivial in his unique circumstances. Nevertheless, there remained a process that must be adhered to. Life felt incomplete without certain experiences. In this lifetime, Xiao Chusheng regarded any institution as mere embellishment to his existence. His presence would lend prestige to the school rather than the other way around. Thus, as long as the institution was not exceedingly inferior, he had no reservations. Currently, he leaned towards a finance institute, primarily for Lin Shi, as his motive was to be a source of companionship. By the way, who's my deskmate now? His memories were still somewhat muddled. He had occupied his seat merely because it was one of the few unclaimed spots available when he arrived. The adjacent seat had remained vacant, which struck him as odd. However, the thought of inquiring about it seemed rather awkward. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He discreetly nudged the student in front of him. "Suhai, what is up?" Suhai asked, turning around with a puzzled expression. "When do you think she will return?" Xiao Chusheng gestured towards the empty seat beside him. Suhai paused. How would I know? Given the significant issues at Sherry's home, she might not even come back. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. Sherry? Lu Xueli? A long-buried, somewhat unpleasant memory surfaced. Lu Xueli was a girl with a rather fashionable name. Due to the phonetic similarity, she was nicknamed Sherry, reminiscent of the alias of Hybrid AI from the anime Detective Conan. Xiao Chusheng had shared a desk with this girl for a time, but then her family had encountered some turmoil. Then she withdrew from school and, in the end, never returned. I actually forgot about this matter. Xiao Chusheng felt a deep heaviness in his heart. Chapter 29. The time he loved her most, this was precisely when Lu Xueli's parents were involved in a tragic car accident, resulting in her father's immediate death and her mother's amputation. The reckless driver, a solitary trucker, also perished at the scene. At that time, the legal framework was inadequate, and the driver had no insurance, rendering any hope for compensation utterly futile. The father, as the cornerstone of the family, had collapsed, severing all economic support for Lu Xueli's household. The medical expenses for her mother soared to staggering heights, leading to a relentless drain on their finances. Lu Xueli, unable to complete her graduation, was compelled to work tirelessly, accumulating debts along the way, until one day, after Xiao Chusheng had ventured into entrepreneurship and returned to Hangzhou, he encountered her. By then, Lu Xueli had become a mere shadow of herself, nearly unrecognizable, having endured the myriad hardships of life almost single-handedly. Contemplating this, Xiao Chusheng felt a swirl of emotions. Had he not been reborn, he might have completely forgotten her. He pondered whether, in this new life, he might alter the course of events. Yet, this thought remained just that, an idle musing, for he was unaware of Lu Xueli's whereabouts. In his previous life, classmates had contemplated banding together to assist her. However, in their desperate attempts to fund her mother's treatment, they had sold their family home. By the time the homeroom teacher and the students arrived with the collected donations, mother and daughter had vanished without a trace. In 2007, the world had not yet reached the era where everyone possessed a mobile phone. Once an address changed, it became exceedingly difficult to locate anyone again. Perhaps it was best to leave things to fate. In such circumstances, even a reborn individual found themselves powerless. With a heavy heart, Xiao Chusheng closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Recently, his attendance at school felt like a mere waste of time, doing nothing but awaiting notifications. He contemplated not coming at all. His situation was rather intricate, his mind a tumultuous blend of memories from two lives. He felt a profound mental fatigue, a side effect of rebirth compounded by the absence of a midday rest. Having spent his lunch hour bustling at the docks and preparing ingredients with Lin Shi and others for the evening sales, it was no wonder he felt so exhausted. As he glanced around, he noticed that many in the class had succumbed to slumber, unable to withstand the fatigue any longer. He too succumbed to sleep for over an hour. Eventually, he was roused by Su Hai's voice. "Hey, you beast! Hurry up! A beautiful girl is looking for you." Bewildered and still in a haze, Xiao Chusheng questioned, "A beautiful girl?" Lifting his head, he spotted the charming yet foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, peering inquisitively through the back door of the classroom. Indeed, she was lovely. Su Hai, with an unmistakable lewd grin, pressed, "Come on, tell me. What's the deal between you and the campus belle?" Qi. Xiao Chusheng maintained his composure, responding, "In the realm of adults, children should not pry." With that, he rose and made his way out of the classroom. After over an hour of rest, every part of him ached. It had been many years since he had last rested his head on a desk, and he found it quite disorienting. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chusheng, someone was intently observing his departing figure. Indeed, the person in question is Zheng Jiai. According to the original timeline, he has already entered into a relationship with Zheng Jiai. Thus, it can be said that Zheng Jiai has indeed been moved by Xiao Chusheng. In other words, at this moment, Zheng Jiai's feelings for Xiao Chusheng are at their most intense. While what lies ahead is another matter. It is indisputable that the current Zheng Jiai is in the throes of her deepest affection for Xiao Chusheng. After all, the innocence of youthful love, untainted by ulterior motives, is the purest form of emotion. Zheng Jiai, of course, feels a sense of discontent. However, Xiao Chusheng, who has resolved not to repeat past mistakes, has no intention of looking back, nor does he care about Zheng Jiai's current thoughts. At this moment, he is outside a convenience store, munching on a large bag of Wei Long's snacks with a charmingly foolish beauty beside him. This snack is truly a timeless delight, one that never grows tiresome regardless of how much one consumes. At this point in time, Wei Long has not yet transitioned to its white packaging, nor has it hit the market. Who could have imagined that it would sell billions in a single year? In 2007, such dreams were scarcely entertained. "Do you really enjoy eating this much?" Xiao Chusheng inquired, observing the charmingly foolish beauty who, like a hamster, was unable to stop devouring one piece after another. Sure, Shan Shan nodded vigorously. "When I was a child, my mother wouldn't allow me to eat this, claiming it was unhealthy." Xiao Chusheng refrained from probing whether she was referring to her biological mother or her stepmother, Zhang Ting. Nevertheless, she was not entirely incorrect. While consuming spicy strips poses no significant health issues, it certainly does not align with the concept of health, given its heavy oil and salt content. "Do you think if I made and sold spicy strips, it would be quite profitable?" Xiao Chusheng pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "Huh." The charmingly foolish beauty was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the spicy strips in her hand with a thoughtful expression. Do not inquire further. The answer lies in his desire for the substantial revenue generated by Wei Long, which amounts to billions annually. Besides Wei Long, there is also the brand Spicy Prince, which gained popularity in later years, primarily in the southern regions, while Wei Long achieved nationwide and even international acclaim. Certainly, this phenomenon involves elements of marketing hype, but there is no doubt that this industry is quite lucrative. However, the market for spicy strips is limited, capable of accommodating only 2 or 3 major players. This implies that only a couple of brands will ultimately reap the majority of the profits, while the remaining brands will have to scrape by on the margins. In 2007, the industry found itself in a transitional phase, neither here nor there. This market was not conducive to his developmental path at that time. Currently, Xiao Chusheng must first secure initial capital. He requires funds to initiate a snowball effect. It would be prudent to establish a stable and profitable business foundation before venturing into factory operations, especially considering the impending financial crisis. All right, let's return, Xiao Chusheng said, wiping the spicy oil from his hands with a tissue. Return? He placed his hand on his forehead, nearly forgetting that this individual likely would not comprehend such nuances. He mused that this charmingly foolish beauty could be so oblivious that she might not fully grasp how a child had come into being through her naivety. Chapter 30. What a wonderful woman indeed. He found himself perplexed, primarily due to the rather excessive dullness of this individual. Have you never attended a biology class before? Xiao Chusheng inquired tentatively. This fellow had been raised with a hands-off approach by his parents. Thus it was understandable that they had not imparted such knowledge to him. Furthermore, his usual demeanor resembled that of an aloof goddess, resulting in a lack of close female friends. Again, quite understandable. However, one would assume that during the 9 years of compulsory education, some foundational physiological concepts must have been covered. Yet, Xiao Chusheng soon realized he had overestimated the situation. Qi Shanshan wore a bewildered expression and shook her head. It seems I haven't tea? Oh, that doesn't seem right, Xiao Chusheng remarked, his expression turning serious. If you haven't learned these things, then how did you end up here? Biology must have included this content for examinations, right? My family once donated a classroom building to the school. Goodness, he nearly forgot about the power of monetary contributions. Xiao Chusheng struggled to maintain his composure, feeling a twinge of envy. However, he felt no genuine admiration at first glance. It appeared that this foolish person was so valued that his family would willingly donate a building for her education. Yet, that did not equate to love. Rather, it was a means to embellish her credentials. A beautiful vase adorned with impressive qualifications could fetch a handsome price, could it not? Moreover, corporate donations often provide tax deductions and enhance one's reputation. The advantages were plentiful, and this fellow clearly benefited from such arrangements. These insights had already been shared with him by Qi Shanshan long before his rebirth on the rooftop. After finishing his drink, Xiao Chusheng prepared a bottle of chilled soda, and then he and Qi Shanshan returned to their respective classes. Along the way, numerous students pointed and whispered. For Qi, the campus bell was remarkably conspicuous. Furthermore, the lunchtime incident had spread like wildfire, and the news of Xiao Chusheng dining with 2 beautiful girls was now common knowledge. Upon returning to class, he was immediately seized by Su Hai. You rascal, how is it that you're entangled with Zheng Jiai while also charming the campus belle? Do tell, who is the other beauty you dined with? Su Hai teased with a mischievous grin, pressing Xiao Chusheng for answers. Xiao Chusheng et fought then et gab Su Hai et that, having no intention of clarifying matters. At that moment, a few classmates, with whom he shared a decent rapport, gathered around, intrigued by the rare gossip. Xiao Chusheng simply smiled and deflected. Just some hearsay. We merely had a meal. They assumed that he meant he had no particular relationship with the beauty, and that it was merely a misunderstanding by those outside. However, Su Hai, being Xiao Chusheng's closest companion, did not share this belief. Once the crowd dispersed, he leaned in closer and asked in a hushed tone, "It can't be that simple, can it? You must explain what is going on." Xiao Chusheng cast him a nonchalant glance and replied, "Worrying about my affairs is akin to nibbling on radishes. You'd be better off seeking your own partner." This retort left Su Hai momentarily speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want to find someone, but rather, it required someone to reciprocate his interest. In this lifetime, although Xiao Chuxing no longer intends to partner with Su Hai in business, they can still maintain a friendship, for Su Hai is merely an ordinary individual. While the two engaged in whispered conversation, a figure abruptly appeared before Xiao Chuxing's desk. Without needing to glance up, he already knew who it was. "I wish to speak with you," Zhang Jia stated almost imperatively. Xiao Chuxing did not raise his head, his tone icy and distant. "It seems there is nothing of significance for us to discuss." Zhang Jia was taken aback, her expression one of utter disbelief. She could not fathom why Xiao Chuxing, who had once shown her warmth, had suddenly turned so cold, even exhibiting disdain and impatience. Her voice instinctively elevated. "You cannot simply leave things ambiguous. You must clarify this with me." Yet, what awaited her was an even more frigid gaze from Xiao Chuxing. With just a look, Zhang Jia found herself momentarily paralyzed, as if that very gaze warned her that should she persist in her relentless pursuit, he might not hesitate to retaliate. Su Hai, cowering nearby, appeared pitiful and helpless, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. "Zhang Jia, it was you who claimed we were incompatible. What are you saying now?" Xiao Chuxing had no desire to invest further energy into this failed relationship, for the pain was too profound. Moreover, the more she pressed, the more it felt as though salt were being rubbed into his wounds. He yearned to sever ties with Zhang Jia entirely. Yet, much to his chagrin, she refused to relent, repeatedly encroaching upon him. Taking a deep breath, he finally stated plainly, "Do not trouble me further. We never commenced anything, so what is there to conclude? If you insist on seeking an answer, consider it that I have found a better option. Is that satisfactory?" Zhang Jia's complexion paled. This response was her greatest fear, for nothing could be worse than such an answer. A better option is it Qishan? Though she knew the answer, she remained unwilling to accept it. Perhaps it was her unwillingness to concede that drove her. She could not abide the thought of Xiao Chuxing being taken by a girl like Qishan, who was evidently superior to her. In her heart, she felt unworthy, as though she fell short of Xiao Chuxing's stature. Xiao Chuxing offered no further reply, simply stating, "This is no longer your concern. I'm under no obligation to answer you. Please leave." Having said that, he did not look at her again. Zhang Jia lingered in silence for a considerable time. The classmates witnessing this scene dared not utter a word. It was only after a long while that she returned to her seat. Su Hai turned his head and quietly asked Xiao Chuxing, "Is this truly the right approach?" Xiao Chuxing shot him a glance. "So what? What are you trying to convey?" Su Hai found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, what was he attempting to express? He felt a twinge of guilt, as he had initially attempted to bring Zhang Jia and Xiao Chuxing together. Having once shared a class with Zhang Jia, he had later formed a close friendship with Xiao Chuxing. Thus, acting as a matchmaker, Xiao Chuxing had long since tired of such thoughts. Yet even so, he found it difficult to quell his emotions. As the appointed hour approached, Lin Shi was already preparing to set up her stall. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Foolish Beauty's residence, Lin Shi had indeed received 3 boxes of oysters, delivered by the dock supervisor, still encased in ice. Upon arriving at the grand 3-story villa, the supervisor was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly verifying the address until Lin Shi emerged, confirming he had not made an error. In that moment, he could no longer afford to regard Xiao Chuxing with disdain. After all, residing in such a place undoubtedly signified wealth. This led him to perceive Xiao Chuxing merely as a wealthy heir dabbling in entrepreneurship. One could only lament how misleading assumptions can prove fatal. Struggling, Lin Shi dragged her barbecue cart toward the park, her slender and delicate frame seemingly at risk of being toppled by the cart's weight. Yet she resembled a rose swaying in the tempest, unwavering amidst the gusts and rains. Chun Bin, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene and could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable woman she is." Chapter 31. Dare to covet her? How many lives do you have? Any man witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be captivated. It is the unique charm that emanates from Lin Shi. Resolute, she would never submit to fate. Bingo. If you fancy that girl, then pursue her, Chun Bin's subordinate thought, harboring resentment towards working for a student like Xiao Chuxing, and thus sought to create trouble for him. Yet, Chun Bin's expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze on his subordinate, delivering a sharp kick to his waist, sending him sprawling to the ground. Get back. You needn't come here again. Chun Bin glared at him, reprimanding. Such a fine woman is beyond my reach. Dare you to covet her? How many lives do you possess? Having uttered these words, Chun Bin did not spare him another glance, and swiftly joined his companions to pursue Lin Shi. The subordinate, lying on the ground, was filled with resentment but felt powerless, ultimately rising to leave in disgrace. Deep down, he remained unconvinced, believing that Xiao Chusheng, that student, lacked any real capability, and that following a student would yield no benefits. As Lin Shi struggled with her barbecue cart, she suddenly felt a lightness behind her, turning in confusion. She saw Chun Bin and several subordinates assisting her in pushing the cart. Lin Shi nodded in gratitude towards Chun Bin. Thank you. It's the least I could do. With the assistance of Chun Bin and his companions, Lin Shi's journey became considerably easier. Upon reaching the stall location, Chun Bin and the others refrained from approaching, instead observing from a distance. Before departing, Xiao Chusheng had briefed Chun Bin on the general situation, leaving the specifics to his discretion. Though Lin Shi set up her stall early, several competitors had already established their own. It is not uncommon to seek profit in such a manner. At this hour, there were still few patrons, so with her stall prepared, there were not many customers drawn in. As Lin Shi began preparing the items for sale that evening, trouble unexpectedly found her. As Xiao Chusheng had anticipated, their flourishing business would inevitably encroach upon the profits of rival vendors. If one merely divided a few bites of food with others, it would raise no objections. However, what was Xiao Chusheng engaged in? It was an exclusive venture, Lim, secret seasoning. He not only garnered the profits, but also left others without earnings, considering that their flavor could not compete with his. The rivals were further deprived of the ability to fabricate with duck meat. What nonsense is this? Lim? What profit remains in pure lamb? This became a matter of industry norms of the stalls. True lamb meat? That would undoubtedly yield no profit. Even Xiao Chusheng was not exempt, the smaller the operation. The less money there was to be made. He was merely leveraging this reputation to attract a wave of customers, recouping profits from the vegetables and other items. His trip to the dock for oysters today was also aimed at this profit, as that was where the real revenue lay. This was indeed an exclusive enterprise. Thus, this maneuver incited widespread indignation. Xiao Chusheng's strategy was sound. Several rival vendors approached, adopting an accusatory stance, their gazes decidedly unfriendly. Young lady, this is quite unscrupulous of you. Where's your man? Bring him out. The other party had no intention of escalating the matter from the outset, for Lin Shi was merely a woman, and in such circumstances, it was prudent for a man to take the lead. Lin Shi, her expression devoid of emotion, lifted her gaze. He is not here. What do you want? She was well aware of their intentions, but feigned ignorance nonetheless. The group of troublemakers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. For the young woman before them exhibited no fear in the presence of such a formidable assembly of men. Their rhythm was instantly disrupted. They had intended to intimidate Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi, dissuading them from any rash actions. Given the current situation, they realized that a lesson was in order. The leader of the group, a rather intimidating rotund man, signaled to his companions, and they prepared to take action. They had no intention of going overboard. Merely causing some property damage would suffice. However, before their makeshift weapons could even descend, they felt a tap on their shoulders. Who? What do you want? Turning around, they were met with a group of jovial young men, some of whom were bare-chested, displaying a physique covered in muscle. In comparison to these street brawlers, the middle-aged businessmen seemed rather insignificant. You, what do you want? The leader, his eyelids twitching, began to sense something amiss. Chun Bin, cigarette dangling from his lips, flashed a smile at Lin Shi. Boss lady, don't worry. Leave it to me. Lin Shi nodded, unfazed. Even without Chun Bin, she was prepared to confront these individuals, believing wholeheartedly in her ability to hold her ground. Chun Bin and his companions seized the troublemakers by their collars and dragged them into a nearby alley, ensuring that the lesson they intended to impart would not occur in plain sight. Once in the alley, Chunbin shed his previous demeanor of submissiveness, revealing the unmistakable air of a streetwise leader. The rotund man was held firmly by several of Chunbin's subordinates, utterly unable to escape. Chunbin slapped the leader's face with a resounding smack. "You've got quite the nerve, causing trouble for my boss lady." "And no, we didn't mean any harm," the rotund man stammered, his lips quivering in fear. "Didn't he mean any harm? Why then did you bring so many weapons?" Chunbin asked knowingly. The other stall owners, terror-stricken, collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. "We didn't dare. We were simply misguided. It was all his idea." They hastily shifted the blame onto the rotund man, who had indeed been the instigator of the plan to teach Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi a lesson. Chunbin let out a cold laugh. "My boss has said that in business, there are gains and losses. It's only natural. If you possess the ability, you can earn that money through your own means. Don't resort to such underhanded tactics, understood?" The stall owners nodded vigorously, as if their heads were bobbing like a drum. Understood. Chunbin nodded in approval. "Good to hear. Now be gone. And remember, should there be a next time, I trust you comprehend the consequences?" No. The stall owners, as if granted a reprieve, fled with the speed of startled hares. As Chunbin and his companions were reprimanding those proprietors, Lin Shi had already welcomed a bustling day of business. With the absence of the owners at several competing stalls, the throngs of customers naturally gravitated toward Lin Shi's stand. Moreover, Lin Shi, being a striking beauty, stood as a radiant focal point amidst the crowd. One can easily envision the stark contrast. A middle-aged man with his shirt off and a captivating young woman whose every expression enchants the heart. Which stall would one choose? "Why haven't I seen the owner? Why is it only you, the owner's wife, here today?" Lin Shi was taken aback, recognizing this as a returning customer from the previous day. "He.S. at school. He'll be here shortly. My cooking pales in comparison to his. So please bear with me." Lin Shi responded with a gentle smile. "Haha, that's all right. Your chili flakes are delightful. They suit my taste. But wait, you said he.S. still in school? He.S. running a business while attending classes?" The older gentleman inquired with curiosity. Lin Shi blinked. "Indeed. He'll be here in the afternoon." "Oh, really?" Chapter 32. Is she truly naturally dull? Come on, let's go eat together. And later we plan to head to the internet CAF. Are you joining us? Suhai hap kicked all invite Xiao Chusheng. Remarking that a childhood devoid of visits to an internet CAF is inherently incomplete. However, Xiao Chusheng had long transcended that phase, having lost interest in games during his previous life, which he referred to as electronic impotence. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not go." Xiao Chusheng gracefully declined and began to withdraw. Su Hai scratched his head, unable to articulate why, but he sensed that Xiao Chusheng had changed somewhat from his former self. Just as Xiao Chusheng exited the classroom, someone obstructed his path. "I need to speak with you." Zhang Jiai's eyes sparkled. Xiao Chusheng remained silent, genuinely disinclined to entangle himself with Zhang Jiai any further. Despite his attempts to let go, Zhang Jiai persisted in approaching him, which exasperated him greatly. Ultimately, Xiao Chusheng merely cast a deep glance at Zhang Jiai before turning away, not uttering a single word. His refusal was unmistakably clear. There was nothing more to discuss between them. This scene was naturally witnessed by the students coming and going, many of whom initially believed that Xiao Chusheng was merely playing hard to get with Zhang Jiai. However, perceptions had shifted, especially with the added drama of the prominent school beauty from Qi University embroiled in rumors with him. Although Xiao Chusheng's entanglement with the so-called foolish beauty stirred considerable gossip, many remained skeptical about the authenticity of their relationship. Without hesitation, Xiao Chusheng hurriedly made his way outside the school. "You are remarkably swift." Upon spotting the foolish beauty waiting for him at the designated spot, Xiao Chusheng felt a twinge of surprise. Simultaneously, he was filled with suspicion. Had she truly rushed out the moment classes ended? What if his conscience began to weigh heavily? The pair did not linger and proceeded to the park where vendors set up their stalls, and from a distance, they could see their own stall bustling with a throng of customers, forming a lengthy queue. In contrast, the other stalls appeared rather desolate, with scarcely any patrons. Those vendors dared not shout out their wares, especially after being warned earlier that afternoon by Chun Bin and his associates. Though Chun Bin had not prohibited them from conducting their business, the recent scare still lingered in the air. Lin Shi was skillfully grilling a variety of skewers, and rather than approaching her directly, Xiao Chusheng turned towards where Chun Bin and others were squatting, swatting at mosquitoes. He offered Chun Bin a cigarette, which Chun Bin accepted, then reached for his lighter in an attempt to light one for Xiao Chusheng as well. "No need. I've quit," Xiao Chusheng replied with a smile. Chun Bin was momentarily taken aback, retracting his hand. "Then tell me, what transpired this afternoon?" Chun Bin recounted the events of the troublesome group that had sought out Xiao Chusheng earlier. After listening attentively, Xiao Chusheng nodded. "That's acceptable. In business, everyone should earn their keep through their own abilities, but one must not engage in any extralegal activities. Remember, we do not partake in unlawful matters." Chun Bin nodded in understanding. Xiao Chusheng affirmed, "In the future, our country will undoubtedly become more regulated as society moves toward peace and stability. Certainly, I'm not suggesting that you are entirely without value, akin to our nation's nuclear arsenal. It is something I may choose to forego, yet cannot do without. Do you understand? This is the essence of confidence. I have learned my lesson." After familiarizing himself with the situation, Xiao Chusheng sought out Lin Shi. Observing her for a while, he soon discerned that her technique had reached a level comparable to his own, though she still lacked a touch of precision in controlling the heat. "Have you arrived?" Lin Shi's eyes brightened upon seeing Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng did not immediately take over the business. Instead, he crafted a new sign. A gas station for men, a beauty salon for women. Delicious and invigorating. Garlic grilled oysters for 2 yuan each. Lin Shi was taken aback, unable to fathom that Xiao Chusheng would create such a sign. Did people really consume this? Her certainty wavered. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously. "Just watch." Once the sign was hung, nearly everyone in line began inquiring whether the claims on the sign were true. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can check online," Xiao Chusheng replied. Unperturbed, despite the dangers of misinformation, it did not diminish Baidu's dominant presence in 2007. Even feature phones could access Baidu, prompting some to skeptically verify the information. "Wow, it's actually true." This revelation sparked a flurry of ideas among the crowd, though many hesitated. The price of 2 yuan each felt somewhat steep for such a small morsel. In 2007, people were less inclined to spend frivolously than in later years, which was entirely understandable. Xiao Chusheng remained patient. Sales would come in due time. He began grilling oysters himself, adding garlic, concocting a sauce, and sprinkling in some small chili peppers. This method was among the simplest and quickest to master, making it easy for Lin Shi to learn. The aroma wafting through the evening air made the customers salivate. A certain naive beauty, drawn by the enticing scent, approached and stood there, gazing longingly at the oysters on the grill. Her pitiful expression amused Xiao Chusheng, making him feel as if he were withholding food from her. "Here, try some," he offered, distributing a few grilled oysters to Lin Shi and the naive beauty. As it was their first time tasting them, they both winced at the heat. "How is it?" Xiao Chusheng was pleased with their reactions, recalling his own first experience. "It's delicious," Lin Shi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Though it is a bit pricey. I wonder if we can sell them all." "I'm not sure, but it should be feasible," Xiao Chusheng replied, uncertain himself. Their gazes fell upon the naive beauty, who had devoured both oysters Xiao Chusheng had given her, now looking at him with that same pitiable expression, like a forsaken puppy. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but facepalm. "I fear I may not have enough stock to satisfy your appetite." This was, of course, a jest. The cost of these half-shell frozen goods from the dock was remarkably low, and even if Qi Shanshan had a hearty appetite, she could only consume a few dozen. In a moment of indulgence, Xiao Chusheng allowed her to eat freely, and she did not disappoint. She devoured her food with remarkable gusto. This individual was truly beyond words. Xiao Chusheng found himself at a loss for what to say. Lin Shi rested her chin on her hand and pondered. "So, Shanshan is actually a natural airhead. Isn't she? Not exactly foolish." "Huh? It seems so. However, due to this foolish beauty's delightful appetite, she dazzled everyone around her. Such a stunning woman was not only a feast for the eyes, but her eating habits also provoked a surge of appetite in onlookers. Consequently, she attracted a number of young men, turning into a living advertisement. Seeing her relish her meal made many desire to purchase a few dishes to sample. Coupled with the allure of health and beauty benefits, even middle-aged men, who had their daily obligations, were not immune to her charm. Lin Sure was left in awe. Was this really happening? It was a resounding success. Chapter 33. Where is the campus belle? Ever since the vivacious Chishinshin became an enticing advertisement for their barbecue stall, the grill has been incessantly busy, swiftly depleting an entire box of oysters. Lin Sure was captivated by the prospect of profit, her eyes gleaming with excitement, yet a tinge of worry clouded her thoughts. Indeed, while their venture was flourishing and yielding substantial returns, there lingered a concern. This business was undoubtedly vulnerable to competition. Unlike the secretive recipes for barbecue seasonings, which required considerable time and effort to perfect, the art of grilling oysters bore little complexity. Mastery of the heat was alarmingly simple, and even the addition of condiments could be done haphazardly without compromising flavor. It fell squarely within the realm of easily accessible night market fare. Yet, did the cunning Xiao Chuxing not consider this? He flashed a mischievous smile at Lin Sure and posed a thought-provoking question. You make a valid point, but have you pondered this? At 2 yuan each, we stand to gain significantly, but what about others? Lin Sure paused, her brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? Visit any seafood vendor, and you'd be hard-pressed to find an oyster for less than 2 yuan, Xiao Chuxing asserted with conviction. Really? Lin Sure was taken aback, as she was unaware of the prevailing prices. To her defense, in 2007, oysters had yet to achieve the status of a national culinary craze. Typically, seafood vendors sold live oysters, which in the vicinity of Shanghai rarely fetched below 4 yuan apiece. Of course, these were whole live oysters. Xiao Chuxing's offerings were imported. Half-shell frozen oysters, significantly cheaper. However, unless one purchased in bulk, the individual cost would not be particularly low, often exceeding 2 yuan. If one had connections with suppliers, the price could drop to around 1 yuan 50. But at that rate, when factoring in labor, seasonings, and charcoal costs, how much profit remained? Given that Xiao Chuxing's source was practically free, his procurement costs were minimal, allowing for considerable profit margins. Naturally, this venture could not sustain itself indefinitely. Yet, Xiao Chuxing did not intend to rely solely on this endeavor. He merely sought to amass initial capital. Moreover, the barbecue stall's business would likely taper off after the National Day in October, as post-autumn evenings would render it difficult to earn even 1,000 yuan. Thus, Xiao Chuxing had alternative plans in mind. No wonder you exude such confidence. Upon hearing Xiao Chuxing's strategies, Lin Sure experienced a moment of clarity, her worries alleviated. Simultaneously, she began to mentally calculate their potential earnings by National Day. Despite the inevitable challenges, such as inclement weather or sparse customers, she felt assured the net profit exceeding 100,000 yuan within a month was achievable. 100,000. The mere thought of that figure sent a thrill down Lin Sure's spine. Earning such an amount in 2007 was indeed formidable, especially considering this was merely a modest enterprise. What was even more daunting was Xiao Chuxing's ambition to orchestrate something far grander. Lin Sure could hardly fathom the magnitude of what this fellow was suggesting. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuxing had yet to disclose his plans to Lin Sure. After all, the venture had not even commenced, and pondering such grandiose ideas might shatter her confidence. However, it was indisputable that the future belonged to the internet. Even so, no matter how prosperous the digital realm may become, it is invariably founded upon tangible industries. These industries are the lifeblood of a nation, indeed the world. Therefore, before venturing into the internet, Xiao Chuxing must establish a solid foundation in the real economy, one that ensures a continuous and reliable source of profit. The essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, and entertainment, encapsulate the entirety of human existence, as Xiao Chuxing aptly noted with a light chuckle. Lin Sure regarded him with a complex gaze, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from him at that moment. Xiao Chuxing offered little explanation, merely stating, "Food is paramount to the people. Any industry may face disruption from the internet, save for the culinary sector. Do you know why? It's because one must physically consume the food. Lin Shi immediately grasped the essence of his assertion. Xiao Chusheng nodded affirmatively. In truth, regardless of the advancement of the delivery industry, certain experiences must be savored in the moment. The taste and sensation must be immediate. Thus, while the internet may encroach upon certain snack businesses, restaurants and bubble tea shops shall remain untouched. After all, if one cannot compete, one can simply adapt. Are you looking to open a restaurant with your earnings? Lin Shi quickly deduced Xiao Chusheng's forthcoming intentions. Indeed, the two engaged in conversation about their future plans as they grilled oysters, renowned in the area, drawing numerous patrons, many of whom were returning customers, their reputation having spread. By the way, your summer vacation seems to start earlier, right? Xiao Chusheng suddenly recalled. Yes. If all goes as planned, I should be able to return home next week. Lin Shi's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow at the mention of returning home. Just come directly to Hangzhou for the summer. Rent a place here, Xiao Chusheng decisively suggested, asserting when school resumes in the latter half of the year. You should transfer your household registration to the school's collective. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with newfound possibilities. These were thoughts she had not entertained before. Boss, 10 grilled oysters. 2 yuan each, correct? Xiao Chusheng instinctively replied, yes, 2 yuan each. Yet as the words left his lips, he furrowed his brow, recognizing the customer's voice as eerily familiar. He looked up and met Su Hai's gaze. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Su Hai, equally bewildered, was overwhelmed with questions. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing here? After an indeterminate period, he finally exclaimed, what the heck? This is what you meant by having something to do? Why are you peddling here? Xiao Chusheng rubbed his temples, realizing he should have anticipated this. The vicinity was predominantly filled with internet cafes, and if these individuals were frequenting them for gaming, they would undoubtedly crave some late-night snacks. Given the popularity of his barbecue stall, it was highly likely that the students from a nearby school would be drawn to it. Upon seeing Xiao Chusheng, Su Hai completely shed his initial reserve and approached with a teasing tone. I must say, your business is thriving, isn't it? Xiao Chusheng refrained from elaborating and instead inquired, what brings you here? We heard that there's a barbecue stall nearby with an exceptional aroma, and the proprietress is stunningly beautiful. We happen to be hungry, so we decided to stop by for a taste. But who would have thought? It would be you. Su Hai was momentarily at a loss for words before a realization dawned upon him, his gaze fixed on Lin Shi, who stood beside Xiao Chusheng, unable to divert his attention. What? My friend, have you found a new love? What about the campus beauty, Lida? Chapter 34. Straddling two boats, Su Hai observed Qi Shanshan, who was busy grilling nearby, utterly flabbergasted. He could never have anticipated that Xiao Chusheng was not merely experiencing a fleeting infatuation. Rather, he was blatantly straddling two boats. Xiao Chusheng was well aware of Su Hai's thoughts, but chose not to refute them. After all, there seemed to be no fault in the matter. It was, in fact, the truth. Although his feelings for the foolish beauty were somewhat convoluted, they undeniably bordered on treachery. Furthermore, allowing this individual to escape was simply not an option. Xiao Chusheng's pride would not permit it. Having sacrificed so much for her, he could not leave empty-handed without resolving the turmoil in his heart. In a hushed tone, Su Hai inquired, come on, spill the beans. What's the deal with this proprietress? Why are you here helping her? Xiao Chusheng paused for a moment, finally grasping Su Hai's implication. So, this fellow assumed he had come to help her in a bid to win over Lin Shi? Was it not possible that he was the one in charge? Clearing his throat, Xiao Chusheng replied, what? Su Hai looked incredulous. You don't even visit internet CAFS anymore, and you've come here to do this? Are you bored? Still a student. Su Hai had yet to endure the harsh realities of life, failing to realize the challenges that awaited him beyond the ivory tower. Of course, in 2007, society was still predominantly focused on striving for a better future, unlike later years when dreams seemed to dissipate and the pursuit of wealth became the societal norm. Xiao Chusheng refrained from elaborating too much, for he was a young man harboring a decaying soul. Perspectives on the same matter can vary greatly across different ages and stages of life. So, What is your relationship with that stunning beauty? Suhai, intimidabilin si, dared not breathe too heavily in her presence. This was primarily due to her striking beauty and the impression that she appeared older than him. Suhai possessed a bashful demeanor, instinctively feeling inferior in the presence of women, which explained his lack of assertiveness post-marriage, often swayed by his wife to misappropriate funds. Xiao Chuxing briefly introduced the two. Suhai, my classmate. Lin Shi, he suddenly felt a mischievous urge and, with a smirk, declared, she is my sponsored university student. Suhai was left utterly bewildered, his expression one of disbelief. Lin Shi, however, found the situation amusing and playfully echoed Xiao Chuxing's words. Hello. I am his sponsored university student. I look forward to your guidance. This declaration from Lin Shi left Suhai questioning his very existence, looking at Xiao Chuxing with newfound admiration. You two are not joking with me, are you? The more he pondered, the more improbable it seemed. Yet, observing their earnest expressions, he began to entertain doubts. The reason Lin Shi and Xiao Chuxing appeared so sincere was that this jest was as much truth as it was a joke, a delicate balance of reality and fabrication. Having teased Suhai sufficiently, Xiao Chuxing remarked, see, when I speak the truth, you don't believe me. Now, hurry and take your leave. Suhai chuckled. Given our relationship, is there a discount? Our relationship? Xiao Chuxing replied. Oh, that would require an additional fee. Xiao Chuxing became increasingly assertive. Half the cost for strangers. A full set for acquaintances. Shouldn't you extend a little more consideration? Suhai appeared taken aback. This fellow truly possessed the demeanor of a cunning merchant. Ultimately, he complied and paid, for the items purchased were not solely his own. Accompanying him at the Internet CAF were several individuals from different classes and a few from other schools, mere acquaintances, thus ensuring that Xiao Chuxing would not suffer any losses. After Suhai departed, Lin Shi curiously inquired, why didn't you ask him for assistance? Xiao Chuxing responded with a knowing tone. Just because one plays well does not guarantee they can partner in business. When money is involved, many tend to change their hearts. Lin Shi, contemplating, gazed intently at Xiao Chuxing and softly questioned, then do you truly trust me? The secret of his reincarnation was no longer a secret to Lin Shi. It simply remained unspoken. Xiao Chuxing feigned ignorance. Of course, if I were to shape you in my image, I would naturally trust you. Lin Shi was unprepared for his sudden boldness. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she instinctively smacked his arm with considerable force, exclaiming, you're incorrigible. The force was so great that she nearly toppled the barbecue stand. Dear girl, do exercise some restraint. It's not my fault you're being ridiculous. At that moment, Lin Shi was still a naive young woman, unaccustomed to such teasing. Her face was so hot it felt as though it could fry an egg. Yet, the more flustered she became, the more Xiao Chuxing was inclined to tease her. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, what's wrong? Do you think I jest? Let me tell you, had I not been so exhausted from running this business these past few days, do you believe you'd be in such a good state? He added playfully, otherwise, why do you think I would be interested in a female college student? Lin Shi turned her face away, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Yet, deep down, she felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Undoubtedly, in just a brief span of 2 days, she had completely opened her heart to Xiao Chuxing. Even she was somewhat bewildered as to how she had succumbed so quickly. It was perplexing, having only just met this individual. She felt as if they had known each other for many years. How enigmatic. Xiao Chuxing smiled slightly, his heart brimming with joy. The college student version of Lin Shi was truly delightful. She radiated a vitality that starkly contrasted with the aloofness of her former self. Perhaps it was because she had not yet lost hope in life or the future. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chuxing felt increasingly grateful for his timely return. Fool, come here. He called to the oblivious beauty, Qi Shanshan. Did you call me? She queried, utterly oblivious to her own foolishness. Go buy us 2 servings of dinner, noodles or rice dishes. Anything will do. We need to sustain ourselves. Standing at the stall for an entire evening without consuming high-calorie food would be quite a challenge. Okay. The oblivious beauty responded obediently, rising from the small table, brushing off the dust from her rear and preparing to depart. Lin Shi hurriedly jogged to catch up, exclaiming, I'll accompany her. It's unsafe for her to be out alone at this hour. Observing this, Chun Bin and the others, who were stationed not far away, also followed suit, intent on safeguarding the two. Xiao Chuxing watched them depart, unable to suppress a light chuckle as he teased. What's unsafe? It's merely shyness. Yet she is too embarrassed to admit it. Due to the silence of several competitors today, a considerable influx of customers gravitated towards Xiao Chuxing's establishment. Consequently, by just past 10, he found that his prepared ingredients were nearly depleted. The oysters were particularly astonishing. Upon inspection, he discovered that only 3 remained. At this rate, it's almost time to close up shop, Xiao Chuxing remarked with resignation. Lin Shi, thoroughly convinced, inquired, Did we earn an extraordinary amount today? Indeed, though it's a pity tomorrow 1 tea yield the same profits, he replied. Well then, let us call over Chun Bin and his crew. Xiao Chuxing planned to bestow a small favor upon them. Chapter 35. This dog's words ring true, boss. What are your plans? Chun Bin inquired cheerfully, approaching with his companions. Take these leftovers and share them with the brothers, Xiao Chuxing replied, as he piled the remaining skewers onto the grill. The assortment was rather haphazard, and with the peak hour of customer flow already past, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Returning home seemed a more prudent decision. Ordering skewers may not yield substantial benefits, but it certainly fosters camaraderie. Recently, your boss's wife has relied on your protection, he remarked, brushing the dipping sauce while engaging in light conversation with a few individuals. They eagerly agreed, their appetites piqued by the enticing aroma wafting from the stall. Once they finished their meal, Xiao Chuxing began to pack up, preparing to leave. Chun Bin and the others promptly stepped forward. As the boss, you needn't worry about this. We'll handle it. The spirited young men practically wore their ambition on their sleeves, eliciting a bemused smile from Xiao Chuxing. He did not decline their offer and continued to discuss future plans with Lin Shi. I must catch the first train tomorrow morning. I have a class at 9. Her tone carried a hint of reluctance. Xiao Chuxing nodded. Then I shall accompany you. Lin Shi, the elegant lady, was taken aback for a moment. Yet the sparkle in her eyes was undeniable. Is that necessary? Not a problem, Xiao Chuxing asserted with determination, then shifted the conversation. What about your family? I won't be going back, Lin Shi replied firmly. All right then, but if trouble arises. Xiao Chuxing scratched his head, pondering the complications of their current situation. We really ought to get a mobile phone. It's quite inconvenient without one. He had not prioritized acquiring a phone earlier, as his business was still quite modest. And in this era, feature phones were still prevalent. Feature phones are of little use. A mobile phone? No, that's too expensive. Lin Shi quickly waved her hand. However, Xiao Chuxing was unfazed. It's merely a phone. We only need it for calls. The cheapest will suffice. His ambition was to ride the wave of the mobile internet revolution, so he intended to make do during this transitional period. I have a phone. A voice chimed in from behind, belonging to the naive beauty. Xiao Chuxing and Lin Shi instinctively paused, but he soon chuckled. I know you have one. We don't. For the sake of convenience, we should take some time tomorrow to buy a phone. Yet the naive beauty shook her head vigorously, correcting him. I have many phones. The two stared in astonishment for a few seconds before quickly realizing her obliviousness had made them forget that this silly girl was quite affluent. Xiao Chuxing raised an eyebrow. You have many, and they're not in use? Afterward, they accompanied the naive beauty to her home, where they were met with an astonishing sight, a drawer filled to the brim with phones. Goodness, an entire drawer of mobile phones. Xiao Chuxing was left speechless. Are these all functional? He inquired, curious about the array of models, including numerous Nokias and Sonys. Some batteries are defective, yet the majority remain functional. Most of them appear to belong to men, prompting Xiao Chuxing to inquire, Are these your father's? Well, he intended to replace one a few months ago. Xiao Chuxing found this unsurprising. It is human nature to crave novelty, especially for a wealthy nouveau riche. If this individual were not prone to fickleness, Chishinshin's mother would not have been abandoned, nor would she have fallen victim to a mistress. This fickleness extends beyond mobile phones. It applies to people and homes as well. Chishinshin's despicable father cast her aside, establishing a new family with his mistress. Xiao Chuxing pondered whether there might be more than just one mistress, perhaps a second or even a third. After selecting two seemingly functional phones, he located chargers and tested them. They worked, so these would suffice. The service center had already closed, and since Lin Sure needed to catch the earliest train in the morning, obtaining a new SIM card was out of the question. Thus, when you disembark tomorrow, procure a mobile card in Shanghai, Xiao Chuxing advised her. Then use that card to send a message to this fool. She will relay the number to me. If you encounter any trouble, call her. Xiao Chuxing would not have time to get a car until noon, so for the time being, they would rely on the foolish beauty to act as an intermediary. All right, Lin Sure smiled, not objecting. She understood the caliber of her foster family. It was possible Fong Sudong would return home and report them. Moreover, he might directly approach the school, but she had managed to evade them in Hangzhou for the past couple of days. Presently, the Fong family lacked any financial means, and Fong Mingwei and Qin Shui might be waiting for her at school each day. Xiao Chusheng, having dealt with Lin Sure's foster parents in his previous life, was well aware of their shamelessness, so he cautioned Lin Sure as a precaution. Very well, let us see how much we earn today, Xiao Chusheng chuckled, pouring the day's earnings onto the table. The foolish beauty was one of their own, and there was no need for pretense. Besides, she was already affluent. She might even possess greater wealth. As he counted the money, Lin Sure's expression grew increasingly animated. It was astonishing. They had counted less than half, and already there were 3,000? This was the money earned with such ease? Lin Sure's face bore disbelief. While the average monthly salary for many was less than 3,000, they had amassed this sum in No, it was even more remarkable. This was in a single night. Xiao Chusheng remained remarkably composed, chuckling softly with my ingredients and the oysters. Any one of our stalls could earn 2,000 in a single night. He attempted to analyze the situation. You see, tonight was the first night. Many patrons came seeking something novel, and our competitors' earnings were diverted to us. Oh, so there won't be as much in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Sure felt a tinge of disappointment, wishing for such earnings daily. However, there was another reason. Xiao Chuxing suddenly spoke up. He glanced at the foolish beauty beside him, who was secretly observing with her chin resting in her hands, and then at Lin Sure before breaking into a smile. Without you both, our income would likely be halved. Why? Qi Shan, the foolish girl, tilted her head in confusion. Because you are our good luck charms. Many are drawn here by your beauty. You are living advertisements. Xiao Chuxing chuckled, his eyes narrowing in delight. Lin Sure and Qi Shan felt a twinge of embarrassment from the praise. Yet they both recognized the truth in Xiao Chuxing's words. Indeed, human beings are creatures who are often swayed by appearances. Chapter 36, all of it, and twice. 7,351 yuan. Lin Sure's breath quickened, unable to fathom such a figure. At this rate, the net profit could easily reach 150,000 in a month. Xiao Chuxing nodded, his mind already calculating how to allocate this fortune. The truth is, money breeds money. Initially, he anticipated 2 months before advancing to the next phase of his plan. However, he never expected the night market barbecue stall to thrive so remarkably, allowing him to expedite the timeline. On his way home, he pondered, perhaps I should also set up a clothing stall at the night market? But he quickly shook his head. Clothing differs from food, as it is heavily influenced by customer subjective tastes. While there is profit to be made, it is often minimal and largely dependent on luck. Observing Xiao Chuxing's distress, Lin Sure suddenly suggested, what about a breakfast stall? That is a guaranteed profit, right? You can earn quite a bit in a day. Xiao Chuxing was taken aback. What made you think of a breakfast stall? Isn't the money from the evening sufficient? I just noticed how many customers there are at breakfast stalls. Lin Sure pouted. However, Xiao Chuxing shook his head. That won't work. The timing is too tight. You have school. I can manage it alone. Lin Sure was quite insistent. No, you'll be working late and early. How many hours do you plan to sleep in a day? Xiao Chuxing's tone unintentionally grew firmer. Immediately, Lin Sure's resolve weakened, and a hint of grievance crept in her voice. I just thought, you really need money, so I wanted to help you earn some quickly. Xiao Chuxing felt a warmth in his heart and could not help but embrace Lin Sure tightly. In the dim alley, Lin Sure froze, too timid to move. Although she had accepted Xiao Chuxing, Her inexperience left her somewhat flustered. Xiao Chusheng longed to envelop her completely, yet he was still at an age of growth. Appearing slightly younger than Lin Shi, he nestled into her embrace. Realizing that the youthful version of Lin Shi's facial cleanser lacked the maturity and allure of a more sophisticated counterpart. "You little rascal, let go of me." Lin Shi protested playfully, attempting to push him away. Yet Xiao Chusheng stubbornly refused to release her, provoking a mix of shyness and irritation in Lin Shi as she exclaimed, "Let go, you little rogue. You're pinching me." Finally, Xiao Chusheng relented with a mischievous grin, creating some distance between them while teasing, "Actually, I wanted to take a bite." "Ah." Lin Shi, exasperated, chased after Xiao Chusheng. "Stop right there. You think you can bite? I'll be the one to get you first." In their playful scuffle, the two arrived at the residential complex where Xiao Chusheng lived. He made a gesture for silence, and they stealthily entered the building. After peering upstairs for a moment, he remarked, "It seems there are no lights on. They must not be home." Xiao Chusheng's parents would occasionally return late at night, but due to the unpredictability of their schedule, caution was essential. "What if someone is at your house?" Lin Shi inquired. Voicing her concern, Xiao Chusheng cast her a glance, pondering that the only option left was to book a room at a reputable hotel, or, he hesitated, seemingly struck by a sudden thought. His expression grew complex as he fell into contemplation. Perhaps going to that fool's home wouldn't be entirely out of the question. How could he have forgotten that? At Shanshan's house. But her parents. Lin Shi also realized that Shanshan's parents were utterly indifferent. She lived alone in such a spacious place. Xiao Chusheng was genuinely considering this dilemma. Initially, he thought it best for her to temporarily rent a place outside. But if she were to stay with her, the advantages would be manifold. Not only would it save on rent, but she could also prepare ingredients in her leisure time. Yet, Xiao Chusheng felt a twinge of hesitation, as he couldn't shake off the feeling of being somewhat unscrupulous. Was he, after all, straddling two boats? Upon introspection, he swiftly arrived at the answer. Indeed, it was the case. At first, his feelings towards the foolish Shanshan were largely driven by a sense of revenge, for it was she who had orchestrated his life's reset. However, this was a burden she should not have to bear now, though that did not prevent Xiao Chusheng from insisting she shoulder it. Yet upon learning the plight of the foolish beauty, his perception of her shifted profoundly. This shift in sentiment became the key to the connection between Xiao Chusheng and Shanshan. Lin Shi had noticed this change too, though she chose not to voice it. Now, having both women, each entangled with him, living together seemed somewhat amiss. Shanshan, with her endearing naivety, likely lacked self-awareness regarding emotional matters, and the more oblivious she was, the stronger Xiao Chusheng's sense of guilt became. While Lin Shi bathed, Xiao Chusheng reclined on the sofa, contemplating deeply. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. He recognized the necessity of moderating the dynamics between the two women. However, pressing matters demanded his attention. Earning money, accumulating wealth was his foremost priority. Xiao Chusheng resolved firmly that financial gain was paramount. His past experiences had instilled in him the profound understanding that one should not pursue romance during times of financial need, lest all aspirations become mere castles in the air. Moreover, he harbored a sense of avoidance. In truth, he was already secretly strategizing. Currently, he lacked the strength to protect either Lin Shi or the foolish girl. Women like Lin Shi were often the unluckiest, beautiful and intelligent, yet born into a wretched family. If fortune smiled upon her, she might encounter a good man who could alter her destiny. In his previous life, she had indeed been fortunate to meet Xiao Chusheng. However, if fate dealt her a cruel hand, her life would be a series of tragedies. Similarly, the foolish beauty faced a grim fate, having leapt from a rooftop. Yes, she had even caused him to lose his progress. Both women were dangerously beautiful, and their union intensified that peril. Xiao Chusheng knew he must grow sufficiently strong to safeguard them, earning the right to claim them as his own. The inherent fickleness of men stirred within him as he contemplated. If he were wealthy enough, why couldn't he have them both? I desire not only everything, but also two of each at once. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. At that moment, as Xiao Chusheng was lost in his fantasies, Lin Shi peeked out from the bathroom, wearing a somewhat furtive expression. Why do you look so grotesque? What are you thinking about? Lin Shi inquired suspiciously. Her intention was to feign nonchalance, concealing her own nervousness. After all, being alone together in a room, clad only in a bath towel, left her feeling profoundly insecure. She had even washed her intimate garments, having spent the entire day outdoors, drenched in perspiration. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chuxing narrowed his eyes, feeling inexplicably irked. It seemed that his mischievous nature had resurfaced, leading him to utter something startling. I was just contemplating how to persuade you to share a bed later. Chapter 37. Do you expect the girl to take the initiative? In truth, Xiao Chuxing was not entirely jesting, for his youthful vigor was at its peak. Had he not been utterly exhausted from standing at the market for 2 consecutive nights, he would have long been unable to restrain himself from making a move on this fellow. After all, he shared a profound connection with Lin Shi from past life, and he was not one to be overly sentimental. When emotions run deep, how could one possibly escape? After a refreshing shower, Xiao Chuxing returned to the bedroom clad only in a pair of shorts. Upon seeing the bare-chested Xiao Chuxing, Lin Shi's face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck. Yet she could not resist stealing glances, for the allure of the opposite sex is not solely confined to men. Well, when women indulge in their desires, men have little to say. If you wish to look, then look, it won't hurt, Xiao Chuxing teased with a mischievous grin. Lin Shi, the stunning beauty, let out a soft huff and turned her face away. Xiao Chuxing reminded her, when you return tomorrow, remember to bring your change of clothes and your essentials. You will be residing in Hangzhou for an extended period, and you must prepare yourself mentally for the back and forth between Shanghai and Hangzhou. Upon hearing Xiao Chuxing speak of serious matters, Lin Shi's expression turned solemn as she nodded in agreement. However, after their conversation about important matters, the atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. After all, in the sweltering summer heat, a lone man and woman found themselves sharing the same room, squeezed together on a single bed, gazing into each other's eyes as they drifted off to sleep. It felt as if they were akin to a married couple. The bedroom was not particularly dark, allowing enough light from the window for them to see each other's faces. Inhaling the scent of one another, their breaths grew increasingly rapid and shallow. Sure, you smell delightful, Xiao Chuxing remarked, swallowing hard. In fact, he had noticed in his previous life that Lin Shi possessed a faint, almost ethereal fragrance reminiscent of fresh herbs, akin to stepping into a herbal medicine shop, though far more subtle than the overpowering scents found there. Xiao Chuxing's words shattered Lin Shi's psychological defenses, and in the dim light, her face burned with embarrassment. As they were nearly touching, any closer, and they would be embracing as they slept. The stillness of the room rendered her racing heartbeat audible to Xiao Chuxing. Unable to suppress a smile, he found Lin Shi's innocence endearing. A mere tease could send her into a flustered state. How utterly charming. Just as they were caught in this tense standoff, Lin Shi felt a hand, uninvited, encircle her waist. She opened her mouth, intending to voice a complaint, yet no sound escaped her lips, for her mouth had been silenced. Lin Shi instinctively attempted to push this rogue man away, but gradually she felt herself melting into the moment. Her strength waned, and ultimately she succumbed to the allure. Thus, Lin Shi surrendered to her instincts, responding to Xiao Chuxing's advances. In that fleeting moment of separation, both were momentarily taken aback. Lin Shi, burning with indignation, pinched Xiao Chuxing's waist in frustration, yet that did not quell her ire. She seized his arm and nipped at him playfully. However, Xiao Chuxing was not inclined to grant this fellow any opportunities. With a series of evasive maneuvers, he ultimately managed to pin Lin Shi down. Let me go, so I can take a few bites to vent my frustration, Lin Shi exclaimed defiantly. Xiao Chuxing dismissed her bravado, suddenly struck by a thought that brought forth a wicked smile. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. She had an inkling that this rascal was up to no good. Yet, being firmly under Xiao Chuxing's control left her with no chance for resistance. Sure enough, this scoundrel leaned in close to Lin Shi's ear and whispered, "Your arms are off limits for biting, but you might consider try something else." Something else? What could that be? Lin Sure had never contemplated such matters before encountering this rogue, as life with her adoptive parents had been quite burdensome, leaving no room for whimsical fantasies about the future. At times, she pondered whether her chaotic family life was a valid reason to avoid relationships altogether, fearing that she would only bring harm to another. Little did she realize that she wouldn't have to seek out a partner. One had presented himself uninvited. Well, perhaps partner was not the right term, as she was currently a university student under someone else's financial support. However, if it were him, being a little lover could be quite delightful. This was Lin Sure's current mindset. She held no grand aspirations for happiness, merely wishing to live without excessive suffering. Thus, what Xiao Chuxing brought her was a tangible future, a glimmer of hope. Presently, Xiao Chuxing was merely leveraging his experience to tease and ambush Lin Sure. "Oh, I want to say it. You'll have to guess." He chuckled like a villain. Lin Sure, filled with suspicion, asked guess. But before she could finish her thought, her expression froze, followed by a deep flush that rendered her face as hot as if it could fry an egg. Even Xiao Chuxing could sense the warmth radiating from her and couldn't help but wonder, was it really that embarrassing? Lin Sure fell silent, burying her face in Xiao Chuxing's embrace. Initially, she had struggled under his hold, but now she lay still. This left Xiao Chuxing somewhat perplexed. Why? "Are you so unresponsive now?" Concealed in his arms, Lin Sure playfully punched this rogue with her tiny fist, though she refrained from using much force. In a faint, almost inaudible voice, she murmured, "What kind of response do you expect from me? Come on, I'm a girl. Should I really be the one to take the initiative in such matters?" Xiao Chuxing was at a loss. What did she mean by that? Was she hinting for him to take the lead? Hold on, could it be that she was consenting? With this thought, his breath quickened, and he swallowed hard, feeling parched. Where was this leading? Xiao Chuxing's mind was in turmoil as he contemplated whether to yield to Lin Sure. As he hesitated, Lin Sure, noticing his reluctance to act, furrowed her brows in concern. Overcoming her shyness, she mustered her courage and softly suggested, "If you truly cannot hold back, I wouldn't be entirely opposed to." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Chuxing shook his head, stating, "Perhaps it's best to refrain. I must rise early, and my entire day would be adversely affected." Lin Sure pondered for a moment before responding. "However, I could catch up on some sleep during the train ride." She continued, "The issue is I too must awaken early. Although the college entrance examination is over, I still need to return and await some guidance regarding further studies." With an air of nonchalance, Lin Sure remarked, "Well, I don't mind. After all, I'm already a university student. I can afford to be a bit indulgent." Chapter 38. "Could you please remove your hand from my leg?" Xiao Chuxing felt a surge of frustration. When it came to cunning, Lin Sure undoubtedly excelled. I could let you off, but you are the one who refuses." Lin Sure chuckled, her laughter reminiscent of a goose's call. Xiao Chuxing, this infuriating man, felt inexplicably aggrieved. He sensed that Lin Sure was deliberately provoking him, yet he lacked any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Contemplating this, he narrowed his eyes and gazed at Lin Sure with a suggestive intensity. "You wouldn't be contemplating it yourself, would you?" he asked provocatively, his eyes roving over her with unabashed scrutiny. In truth, he had already perceived that Lin Sure was somewhat proactive towards him, even harboring a hint of anticipation for him to make a move. Under his voracious gaze, Lin Sure averted her face, unwilling to concede. Alas, the innate modesty of a girl was at play. Even though her heart harbored such thoughts, her lips would never dare to admit it. With no other recourse, Xiao Chuxing had no choice but to embrace her, inhaling the comforting fragrance that enveloped her as he drifted off to sleep. However, despite his slumber, someone else found herself insomniac. Indeed, it was Lin Sure. Xiao Chuxing, this infuriating man, had fallen asleep, while she, in stark contrast, was wide awake, brimming with indignation. The most aggravating part was that he slept restlessly. Shouldn't a good man be held at gunpoint? The thought only fueled her irritation further. "You naughty rascal," Lin Sure huffed, unconcerned whether Xiao Chuxing heard her, for she intended for him to do so. Unfortunately, he was truly asleep. After all, standing for an entire night had left him utterly exhausted. Lin Shi was acutely aware of this and cautiously nestled into Xiao Chuxing's embrace, inhaling the reassuring scent that was distinctively boyish as she succumbed to slumber. Ever since Xiao Chuxing brought her to Hangzhou, Lin Shi had not experienced a single sleepless night. Perhaps it was the distance from her foster parents that granted her a long-lost sense of vitality. Meanwhile, in the Qi household, the television continued to broadcast a monotonous and lengthy advertisement. On the sofa, a foolish beauty had unknowingly drifted into a dreamland. A glistening droplet of saliva lingered at the corner of her mouth, as she occasionally murmured in her sleep, though the words remained a mystery. It was apparent that the foolish beauty was quite content. Even in slumber, a serene smile graced her face, perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Qi Shanshan required some form of auditory stimulus to fall asleep. Sometimes it was the music in her hands, other times the programs on the television. The sound of voices brought her a measure of comfort. Additionally, she would often leave the lights and television on throughout the night, signaling to any lurking ill-intentioned individuals that her home was occupied. Do not be fooled by her foolishness. Her vigilance was quite formidable. As for Xiao Chuxing, one could only say he trod an unconventional path, employing a series of unscrupulous tactics that rendered Qi Shanshan's already dim-witted mind incapacitated. This allowed him to seize the opportunity. At dawn, just past 5 o'clock, the blaring sound of the alarm clock roused Lin Shi and Xiao Chuxing from their slumber. Due to Lin Shi's earliest bus departing at 6 o'clock, their time indeed felt rather pressing. The two maintained the same posture from the previous night, having slept entwined throughout the night. Xiao Chuxing inhaled deeply, unexpectedly detecting a hint of milk amidst the herbal scent. His expression shifted to one of bewilderment. It must be an illusion, surely. Yet he could not deny that holding her was genuinely delightful. This sensation was incomparable to the aloof Lin Shi of his past life, as it was a unique addition of her youthful essence. The thought of embracing her during more intimate moments left him almost breathless, as he imagined the ecstasy it would bring, perhaps soaring to the heavens. Lin Shi herself rubbed her sleepy eyes, having been disturbed by Xiao Chuxing the previous night, resulting in insomnia until dawn. It felt as if she had barely closed her eyes before the morning's irritability set in. Her annoyance intensified upon seeing Xiao Chuxing's mischievous grin, and she glared at him with fierce determination, vowing to settle the score in due time. As they needed to head to the train station and public transportation was scarce at that hour, Xiao Chuxing decided to retrieve a seldom-used bicycle from home. He contemplated the practicality of riding a small electric scooter. Lin Shi, though finding the idea appealing, felt a pang of concern for her finances. It dawned on her that it was 2007, and most electric bicycles were merely that, electric bicycles, not yet the compact scooters they would later be termed. The predominant models resembled traditional bicycles, equipped with pedals and cumbersome in nature, with prices often exceeding 1,000 or 2,000. Xiao Chuxing considered the notion of obtaining a driver's license and acquiring a four-wheeled vehicle instead. Lin Shi was taken aback, exclaiming, "A four-wheeler? Isn't that more expensive?" She genuinely felt a sense of financial strain, having only recently saved over 10,000, and now Xiao Chuxing intended to spend it on a car. However, he remained unfazed, smiling enigmatically, assuring her, "Don't worry, we won't purchase it immediately. We'll wait until you obtain your license." Lin Shi, puzzled by the intricacies of the situation, remained unaware of Xiao Chuxing's deeper understanding. In 2007, acquiring a driver's license either required a financial incentive or extensive testing, which could be quite time-consuming. It was unlikely she would have the license for several months, by which time the funds for a car would no longer pose a concern. While Xiao Chuxing was inflating the bicycle tires, Lin Shi suddenly remarked, "Actually, a car doesn't seem essential. It can be avoided." Xiao Chuxing paused momentarily, but quickly responded with a bright smile, asking, "Do you genuinely feel that way?" Lin Shi, slightly uncertain, pondered before nodding yes. "You're both right and wrong," Xiao Chuxing elucidated. "As it stands, the primary function of a car is convenience. If you drive, you can head directly to Shanghai at any moment. However, its utility seems rather limited, doesn't it?" Lin Shi retorted, "No, the car, at least in this era, symbolizes a certain status. Xiao Chuxing conveyed to Lin Shi. In the future, as we engage in various business endeavors, we must ensure that others do not underestimate us, thereby avoiding numerous complications. On the surface, many things must not be overlooked. Otherwise, we will encounter significant troubles. You must understand that not everyone in this world possesses wisdom. There are far too many individuals who judge others superficially and look down from a lofty perch. Xiao Chuxing's reflections stem from his experiences during his entrepreneurial ventures in his previous life, thus resonating deeply with him. Are you settled? Once you are, we shall depart. Xiao Chuxing reached back to confirm. Lin Shi's forehead furrowed. I comprehend the reasoning, but could you kindly remove your hand from my leg before we leave? Chapter 39. You nurture me a hymn. It was so smooth that I instinctively touched it a few more times. Xiao Chuxing awkwardly cleared his throat twice, remarking, It's a pity your legs aren't clad in black stockings. Lin Shi cast him a deep glance and huffed softly, choosing not to respond. Xiao Chuxing chuckled and pedaled his bicycle. Halfway through, he suddenly recalled that black stockings were not particularly fashionable back in 2007. To his recollection, they seemed to burst onto the streets around 2009 or 2010, with scarcely any presence before that. However, he could not quite remember what had caused their popularity to surge. His understanding of his past life was merely based on what he remembered. He did not possess all-encompassing knowledge, which was an inherent limitation of being a reincarnator. Xiao Chuxing contemplated whether he should seize this trend to earn his first profit. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he lacked precise knowledge of the timing, and besides, the potential earnings were not substantial. To be more accurate, the return on investment was rather low. If he were to invest the same amount of energy into other ventures, the return would be significantly greater. This principle of return on investment distinguished the pace at which ordinary workers and capitalists amassed wealth. Workers toiled exhaustively to earn the same amount, while capitalists typically relied on intellect, often engaging in what is termed as interest exchange. What does interest exchange mean? Essentially, it is akin to pulling a fast one, where both parties engage in a mutually beneficial transaction, deriving profit from the market in the process. Thus, after mulling it over, Xiao Chuxing resolutely decided not to squander his energy pursuing this venture because, barring any unforeseen events, by the time black stockings became trendy, his mobile internet enterprise would be well established. At that time, I shall certainly make Lin Shi don black stockings for my viewing pleasure every day. Not only will I admire them, but I will also tear them. 2 pairs daily. As he was still at the bicycle, Lin Shi waved at him. The hapless man hurriedly called out, Wait. Huh? What is it? Lin Shi inquired, her beautiful eyes blinking with curiosity, without waiting for her to react. Xiao Chuxing took her hand and walked away, the bicycle remaining in motion, one hand clutching Lin Shi's and the other gripping the handlebars. Lin Shi observed the scene with mild concern, softly cautioning, The bike is unstable like this. Be careful not to topple and hurt your foot. Fear not. I am quite strong, he assured her. So, where are you taking me? Lin Shi asked, perplexed. Xiao Chuxing did not reply, leading her to a breakfast stall near the train station where he purchased several meat buns, placing 2 into her embrace. He then handed her 2 cups of soy milk, asking, Is this enough to eat? Lin Shi gazed blankly at the meat buns and soy milk nestled in her arms, a mist forming in her eyes. Such moments of tenderness often arise in the most unassuming instances. No one had ever treated her this way before. It was only since Xiao Chuxing, the mischievous fellow who had approached her with intentions of keeping her, that she experienced such kindness. Is this not enough? Xiao Chuxing, noticing her silence, assumed she was still hungry and intended to offer her another of his 2 meat sandwiches. However, Lin Shi hurriedly intervened, saying it was sufficient. Only then did Xiao Chuxing hear the slight tremor in her voice, realizing that it had touched the most tender part of her heart. This realization only deepened his affection for her, prompting him to gently stroke her hair and whisper words of comfort. He couldn't help but tease her, cautioning her not to rejoice too early. Sure enough, Lin Shi looked up at him in astonishment, her expression one of confusion. Was this man entirely devoid of romance? Yet, Xiao Chuxing's next words nearly brought her tears, as he remarked, This is just the beginning. In the years to come, even each day, you shall enjoy such happiness. Whatever you wish to eat, however much you desire, you'll never go hungry again. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Lin Shi collapsed into Xiao Chuxing's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks like raindrops on a pear blossom. With one hand holding the breakfast and the other grasping the bicycle handle, he found it impossible to pull her close. Passers-by witnessed this poignant scene, yet they all chose to keep their distance out of respect. Time seemed to blur until Lin Shi, exhausted from crying, finally calmed down. Xiao Chusheng gently reminded her, "You must leave now, otherwise you will miss your train." Lin Shi, wiping her tear-stained cheeks with a smile, replied, "If I miss it, then so be it. I can always stay and let you take care of me." Xiao Chusheng hung the breakfast on the bike handle and tenderly stroked her hair, assuring her, "Yes, I will take care of you, so do not fear those who wish to intimidate you. You can focus on your studies and return home confidently." No words could provide greater reassurance. Xiao Chusheng undeniably became Lin Shi's steadfast support. She nodded earnestly, remembering to acquire a mobile phone and promising to call immediately if any trouble arose. Before she entered the station, Xiao Chusheng reiterated his advice, and only after Lin Shi acknowledged her understanding did he allow her to proceed. Yet, just as she took a couple of steps, he called out to her again. Sure. Is there something else?" She instinctively turned back. Xiao Chusheng, like a doting mother, reiterated, "Make sure to eat well at noon. Do not skimp just to save money." To others, these words may seem tedious, but for Lin Shi, they were filled with warmth and happiness. Her face radiated joy as she listened quietly to his instructions. Suddenly, she cupped his face in her hands, catching him off guard as her lips pressed firmly against his. The kiss was brief, and by the time he regained his composure, Lin Shi had already shyly turned and disappeared into the station. Watching her figure vanish, Xiao Chusheng felt an emptiness within him, even knowing she would return in the afternoon. Only after her train departed did he pedal his bicycle back to school. Despite his early rise, after delivering Lin Shi, it was nearly 9 o'clock by the time he returned to school. This rascal, while munching on a meat sandwich, slurped down soy milk as he entered, showing none of the demeanor of a big boss. Upon noticing Xiao Chusheng's arrival, Suhai immediately pressed him with questions. "Is that stall truly yours?" Xiao Chusheng did not deny it. "Yes, it is mine." "How much can it earn? Is it substantial?" Suhai inquired, his curiosity piqued. He could hardly fathom how much such a bustling stall could rake in overnight. Observing Xiao Chusheng's relentless efforts, he was convinced it must be quite profitable. Xiao Chusheng replied nonchalantly, "Business secret." He understood the principle of discretion regarding wealth better than anyone. Thus, he had no intention of divulging any details to Suhai. "What stall are you discussing?" At that moment, Zheng Jiai, whom Xiao Chusheng wished to avoid, interjected abruptly. "It has nothing to do with you." Chapter 40. The beast within Xiao Chusheng's face betrayed his displeasure. Despite his clear resistance, Zheng Jiai continued to approach him time and again, reminiscent of his own past self. Contemplating this, Xiao Chusheng felt a weight settle in his heart. Although he had rebuffed Zheng Jiai, their position seemed utterly reversed. Zheng Jiai, appearing aggrieved, timidly inquired, "Do I truly make you loathe me so?" Suhai, having shared a bond of camaraderie with her from their school days, attempted to mediate, gesturing for Xiao Chusheng to temper his response. However, Xiao Chusheng merely cast a cold glance in his direction, his voice devoid of warmth. "Yes, I do indeed dislike you." This single statement rendered Suhai and Zheng Jiai speechless, for they had always perceived Xiao Chusheng as a congenial individual. On the surface, this perception held true, but only within the confines of academia. Suhai had come to know the genuine Xiao Chusheng during their entrepreneurial pursuits. In their student years, Xiao Chusheng was approachable. Yet this demeanor was predicated on a shared understanding. All were students, occasionally embroiled in minor disputes, but what deep-seated enmity could arise? Thus, there was little reason to become overly entangled in trivial matters. Yet, once thrust into the world, Xiao Chusheng no longer concealed his sharp edges, for he treaded a treacherous path. In the thriving yet fiercely competitive landscape of the internet economy, breaking through was a near impossibility. In such an environment, a docile, good-natured individual was destined to be trampled upon. This reality awakened the true beast within Xiao Chusheng. Having been reborn, Xiao Chuxing no longer suppressed his temperament. Friendship was one thing, but indulging in childlike games was an entirely different matter. He was unafraid to sever ties. He discerned Zheng Jiayi's intentions. She undoubtedly sought Su Hai's intercession, aiming to persuade Xiao Chusheng to grant her another chance. Su Hai, inherently indecisive, seldom denied others' requests. Given his prior acquaintance with Zheng Jiayi, he found it even harder to refuse her. Conversely, the foolish beauty and Lin Shi were strangers to Su Hai, leading him to subconsciously favor the familiar Zheng Jiayi. Additionally, Su Hai believed there was no future between Xiao Chusheng and the esteemed school beauty, even if they appeared to be courting. Having encountered the enchanting Lin Shi the previous evening, Su Hai's self-doubt as an ordinary person dissuaded him from entertaining thoughts of either woman. Moreover, the affable Xiao Chusheng was unwittingly perceived by Su Hai as belonging to the same echelon, leading him to conclude that neither Lin Shi nor Qi Shanshan were suitable for him. They were unlikely to yield a favorable outcome. And Zheng Jiayi seemed a better match for Xiao Chusheng, as they occupied similar social strata. Thus, upon her arrival that morning, Zheng Jiayi sought out Su Hai, persuading him to aid her in winning back Xiao Chusheng. But what manner of person was Xiao Chusheng now? He was no naive fool. Such trivial schemes could not deceive him. He immediately recognized the awkwardness between Su Hai and Zheng Jiayi, and it was evident who was at the heart of their connection: himself. In his view, rejection must be absolute. When severing ties, it should be done thoroughly. If love has faded, there is no need for further entanglement. Any glimmer of hope offered to her would only invite endless trouble. Thus, it is not that Xiao Chusheng is heartless. While perhaps he is indeed heartless, such a person as Xiao Chusheng, when love is present, will shower you with genuine affection. Yet once that love fades, he becomes colder than a stranger. The bond he shared with Zheng Jiayi had long since ended in their previous life when she sought solace in another's arms. In truth, he doesn't harbor much longing for Zheng Jiayi. Rather, he believes that since she no longer wishes to be with him, a clean break is the best course. What is the meaning behind this drama? Therefore, in this lifetime, Xiao Chusheng will never entertain any feelings for Zheng Jiayi again. It is vital to understand that, in romantic relationships, indifference is among the most hurtful sentiments. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng's attitude towards Zheng Jiayi embodies this indifference. Ignoring Zheng Jiayi, Xiao Chusheng cast a dispassionate glance at Su Hai. This is your final warning. Next time, I will not hesitate to turn hostile. Su Hai's expression darkened. He had merely intended to act kindly, but he did not anticipate that Xiao Chusheng would show him no semblance of respect. Beast, we must reason together. Su Hai attempted to justify his actions. However, confronted by Xiao Chusheng's icy gaze, he could only swallow his words in silence. This was the first time he had witnessed such a look from Xiao Chusheng, and he even sensed a hint of murderous intent within it. As more students filled the classroom, Su Hai turned away, while Zheng Jiayi quietly returned to her seat. It was evident that she was struggling to contain her emotions. Fighting back tears, Xiao Chusheng paid no further attention to the two. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of making money and those two individuals. Oh, and his family as well. Lin Shi and that fool. In some sense, they could also be considered family. That settles that. The homeroom teacher, old Lu, made his rounds in the classroom and noticed Xiao Chusheng's presence. However, he said nothing, seemingly oblivious to the earlier incident involving Qi Shanshan, and departed with a nonchalant gait. Perhaps due to Xiao Chusheng's assertiveness that morning, neither Su Hai nor Zheng Jiayi dared to disturb him afterward. Consequently, Xiao Chusheng was in excellent spirits, feeling quite content. Later, the foolish beauty arrived, bringing with her Lin Shi's phone number and the news that she had already reached Shanghai. At this, he sighed with relief and nodded at the fool, saying, "She probably won't make it back by noon." "Oh, shall we have lunch together?" the foolish beauty inquired with her innocent eyes. Xiao Chusheng, somewhat resigned, replied with a soft, "All right." Subsequently, he managed to coax her back to her own class. For given her dense nature, she might have lingered there until noon otherwise. Nonetheless, Xiao Chusheng felt an inexplicable sentiment stirring within him. He mused that if In his previous life, he had chosen a partner with the personality of the foolish beauty. Perhaps there would have been fewer painful memories. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that if he were to have a girlfriend like the foolish beauty, Xiao Chusheng is likely a person who finds contentment in modest comforts, perhaps easily satisfied with a simple job. Indeed, some things are seemingly predestined. Fate is an inescapable force. By midday, Su Hai arrived, seemingly burdened with regret, hoping to extend an invitation to Xiao Chusheng for a meal. However, Xiao Chusheng promptly declined, stating, "I have an appointment with Qi Shanshan." "What?" Su Hai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, grappling with the notion. "Are you truly in a relationship with the campus beauty, Qi?" Before Xiao Chusheng could respond, Qi Shanshan burst into the room, anxiously thrusting her phone into Xiao Chusheng's hands. Upon reviewing its contents, Xiao Chusheng's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 41, A Little Greed. Is it really that bad? Qi Shanshan, the foolish girl, noticed that many of her classmates had already left early, so she followed suit. Subsequently, she found herself squatting outside Xiao Chusheng's classroom, peeking inside. After all, her beauty was renowned within the school, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook her. In a flurry, this foolish girl dashed into the classroom and thrust her phone into Xiao Chusheng's hands. However, upon glancing at the screen, his expression darkened, and he spun on his heel, bolting out of the classroom. The foolish girl hurried after him, her feet flying. Xiao Chusheng abruptly halted, blocking her path. "Why are you following me? You should go eat first. I'll find her yet." This foolish girl wore a pitiful expression, lips pursed in stubborn defiance. "I want to go too." Seeing this, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but rub his temples, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, he sighed in resignation. "Fine, let us go then." In truth, he had intended to inform old Lu, but time was not on his side. Missing the afternoon was not a grave concern. After all, there was little happening at school over the next few days, merely sitting around passing time. They hailed a cab and headed straight for the train station. After purchasing their tickets, while waiting for the train to arrive, Xiao Chusheng ran off to buy 2 lunchboxes. The vegetarian meals were rather unappetizing, but he had little choice at that moment. He also procured a large bucket of ice-cold cola, considering the heat and the crowd expected on the train. The two of them settled in the waiting area to consume their lunchboxes, washing them down with a few sips of soda before boarding the train. Qi Shanshan, oblivious to the nuances of their relationship, happily drank from the cola bucket that Xiao Chusheng had previously used. Reflecting on their somewhat abstract connection, he realized that sharing a drink with her was hardly significant. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Using the foolish girl's phone, he called Lin Shi, who answered immediately. Upon learning that Xiao Chusheng was coming to pick her up without hesitation, she nearly broke into tears, though she insisted. "You don't have to come. I'll find a moment to return. We're already on the train." Xiao Chusheng spoke softly. "Ah, you're already on the train?" Lin Shi was taken aback, but quickly caught on to the oddity in his words. "Wait, you?" Xiao Chusheng did not conceal the truth, responding with a simple, "Yes, this foolish girl is with me." "I'm not foolish." Qi Shanshan pouted, her expression fierce yet oddly endearing. "Huh? You're all there?" Lin Shi was utterly flabbergasted. "Well, just wait for us. Also, don't neglect yourself. Have someone bring you some food, and don't settle for anything inferior," he advised. "Huh? Okay." Lin Shi hung up, still somewhat dazed, murmuring to herself, "She's coming too." As she pondered, Lin Shi's emotions became quite complex. She held an indescribable sentiment towards Qi Shanshan, a girl who was both endearing and a bit daft. Yet, she remained puzzled about the nature of this innocent girl's feelings for Xiao Chusheng. In this moment, the seemingly oblivious girl unexpectedly came to pick her up without uttering a word, leaving Lin Shi with an inexplicable sentiment. When one is moved, rationality often falters. In an instant, she found herself seized by an impulse to unite the 3 of them as a family. This notion was rather dreadful, impulsive, and even distorted. Yet, it was precisely what Lin Shi yearned for at this moment. She could not bear to part with Xiao Chusheng, nor with this innocent girl. After all, she had endured too much hardship in the first half of her life. Upon encountering someone who genuinely cared for her, she found it impossible to let go of either. Even if she knew such thoughts were misguided, that she was being excessively greedy, she reasoned, having suffered so much already, having paid such a price. Is it truly so wrong to indulge a little when I finally meet someone who treats me well? Lin, sure. Whom are you calling? Who's coming? Her roommate, a somewhat introverted girl named Zhu Wen, inquired with curiosity. Zhu Wen was slightly shorter, yet possessed a charming demeanor, characterized by her adorably bespectacled appearance. Lin Sure found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Was Xiao Chusheng her boyfriend, or was he merely her wealthy benefactor? Regardless of how she framed it, she feared that either revelation would set the entire finance department abuzz. One of the reasons she felt trapped in her current situation was indeed tied to this. Just a few days prior, she had spent 2 nights in Hangzhou, returning to class the following morning, only to discover that news of her absence had somehow circulated. As she entered her dorm to pack her clothes, she was confronted by a senior who had persistently pursued her. Lin Sure harbored no affection for him, having clearly rejected him numerous times, yet he remained undeterred. The most aggravating aspect was his arrogance. He boasted to everyone that Lin Sure would inevitably become his, warning others to keep their distance. Such a self-centered individual, attempting to interfere in her life, revealed his deplorable character, only deepening Lin Sure's disdain for him. After attending class, she intended to grab a change of clothes and return to Hangzhou. If time permitted, she even contemplated packing all her belongings from the dorm. For the foreseeable months, she planned to spend nearly all her time in Hangzhou. However, as she was still tidying up her things, that boy had gathered a group outside the building, preparing to confess his feelings with flowers. This news, relayed by classmates, infuriated Lin Sure. The most exasperating part was his insistence that he would not give up until she acquiesced, a clear case of moral coercion. Furthermore, he had rallied several male classmates to assist him in this endeavor, and Zhu Wen had overheard him bragging about his plans. When Lin Sure finally descended, he intended to deliver a heartfelt confession, followed by an aggressive kiss, convinced he would succeed in winning her over and whisking her away for a night together. Upon learning of this scheme, Lin Sure could only laugh in anger. The charming boy she had longed for had not even dared to sleep with her, while this insufferable wretch fancied himself successful. Thus, she confided in Qi Shanshan, requesting her to inform Xiao Chusheng that she might return later in the afternoon. Once that rascal downstairs grew impatient, she would slip away discreetly. It wasn't that she lacked the courage to confront the situation directly. Rather, as a solitary girl amidst a throng of individuals, she was wary of the potential for unwanted advances, which would be utterly distasteful. She certainly did not wish to tarnish her own dignity. Zhu Wen, with a beaming smile, scrutinized Lin Sure. "Ah, sure, do confess. Where have you been these past few days?" With that expression, could it be that you've fallen in love? Chapter 42. Lin, your mother. In the face of her roommate's teasing, Lin's face instinctively flushed a shade of crimson, and she refrained from immediate retort. Zhu Wen had interacted with Lin for 2 years, yet this was the first time she had witnessed such a reaction from her. Consequently, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "Wow, could it possibly be true? Have you two been together these past few days? Did you give him?" One must admit, Zhu Wen was exceedingly anxious, even more so than Lin, the person in question. Lin, blushing, remained silent, for deep within, she too felt a surge of impulsiveness. If only Xiao Chusheng were a tad more proactive, she might have yielded with minimal resistance. After all, she believed she could not find anyone else quite like him. A young man who, despite her circumstances, was willing to assist her, not out of lust, but for reasons she could hardly fathom. Thus, even if he were indeed attracted to her physically, what of it? Lin harbored a sense of inferiority, perhaps feeling that her physical form was all that remained of her. Unbeknownst to Lin, a certain beast was indeed drawn to her body. Of that, there could be no doubt. Yet this fellow was also captivated by her intellect. Zhu Wen scrutinized Lin with profound implication, finding it astonishing that such a talented woman could experience romance. The mere thought of Lin in a relationship was difficult to comprehend. Zhu Wen endeavored to extract further information regarding the man from Lin, his school, whether he had graduated, and his current employment status. Lin frequently juggled multiple jobs, a fact well known among her roommates, who were also aware of her family's unfortunate circumstances. Consequently, whenever her exploitative foster parents appeared, her friends would go to great lengths to shield her from their presence. To Zhu Wen's perspective, it seemed Lin must have encountered many men in the outside world. And the notion of being pursued by a man a few years her senior, already in the workforce, was not entirely unacceptable, as long as he was not too old. Lin bit her lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts about Xiao Chuxing under Zhu Wen's relentless inquiries. After all, he was difficult to describe. Just then, a commotion erupted downstairs. The two of them rushed to the window, discovering that the individuals below, growing impatient, were now resorting to more assertive measures. Initially, the suitor believed that by demonstrating sufficient sincerity, Lin would at least grant him the courtesy of descending. However, under the scorching sun, 3 hours had passed. But where was she? Lin's indifference was stark. She offered them no dignity. If affection were mutual, it would be romantic. Yet, if it were solely one-sided, it devolved into the farcical antics of a lovesick fool. The ruckus drew a crowd of onlookers, and as a result, the suitor became the subject of ridicule. Lin, after all, was the campus belle of her cohort and a recognized prodigy among several professors, thus quite renowned. Over the past 2 years, countless young men had professed their feelings for her and attempted to win her heart. Thus, when someone confessed their feelings to Lin Shi, it was hardly surprising. Everyone had merely come to witness the spectacle. After all, no one truly believed he would succeed. But what of him? It was still uncertain, and yet he was already celebrating as if he had won. From the outset, he boasted about the grand conquests he had achieved, claiming he would whisk her away to a hotel that very evening. The bravado he had displayed earlier was now met with an equally resounding slap of reality. In an instant, he became the subject of ridicule, his face a canvas of embarrassment, shifting from pale to crimson, perhaps fueled by humiliation and rage. He could no longer contain himself and shouted toward Lin Shi's window. "Lin Shi, I love you. You love me too, don't you? Please respond. Everyone is eager to hear from you." In front of such a crowd, his actions bordered on distasteful, employing a form of moral coercion. Just wait. When she comes down, I'll sweep her off her feet with a heartfelt kiss and surely win her over, he boasted to his friends in a self-satisfied manner. Coincidentally, his words caught the attention of a newcomer who had just arrived. "Oh, who do you intend to capture?" The man instinctively replied, "Lin Shi. Who else could it be?" With a swift kick, Xiao Chuxing sent this boastful individual flying, the force of the blow leaving him stunned. Just moments earlier, he had been flaunting his bravado, only to find himself on the ground, the world darkening around him. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by Lin Shi and Zhu Wen, who were observing from above. Zhu Wen, reveling in the chaos, exclaimed, "Wow, Ashur, did you see that? That fool just got knocked out." Ashur? Only then did she realize that Lin Shi had vanished without a trace. Zhu Wen was momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained her composure. No way. Realizing what had just transpired, she hurriedly slipped on her slippers and dashed downstairs in pursuit of Lin Shi. The unfortunate young man, having tasted the ground, grimaced in pain. As he finally managed to rise, he spotted Lin Shi rushing toward him, concern etched upon her face. This sight left him utterly entranced. Despite not comprehending how he had been ambushed, he thought to himself, "This ISNT so bad, I've drawn my goddess's attention." In his navet, he concluded that perhaps his approach had been misguided. To win Lin Shi's heart, he needed to evoke sympathy. After all, she was worried about his injuries. Wasn't she? With a foolish grin, he raised his arms in a welcoming gesture, anticipating Lin Shi would leap into his embrace. However, she did not even spare him a glance, bypassing him entirely. What? He stood there in shock, as did the onlookers. Not only was he bewildered, but the crowd also believed that his act of vulnerability had indeed touched the heart of the goddess. Some were filled with resentment, questioning how the goddess could be so easily captured. Yet what was the outcome? Lin Shi didn't even spare a glance, simply bypassing him. However, the next scene truly left everyone in shock. The goddess Lin Shi, without a hint of hesitation or doubt, dove straight into the embrace of a young man. Even the boy who had intended to confess his feelings to Lin Shi was left petrified. What on earth is happening? Everyone was bewildered. Their goddess had been whisked away, just like that. You've arrived. Lin Shi struggled to suppress the joy in her voice. Yes, I have. Chapter 43. The outburst of the foolish beauty. This scene dazzled countless onlookers, leaving them bewildered. Many could not fathom why the goddess Lin Shi would be captivated by someone who appeared to be of modest stature and only slightly handsome. In truth, Xiao Chusheng was not short. He was merely in a phase of growth. In his previous life, he had experienced a significant growth spurt during his sophomore year, reaching a height that was average or slightly above among his peers. Of course, the spectators present had not contemplated this deeply. The young man whom Xiao Chusheng had just kicked away finally came to his senses, his face contorted by jealousy, his eyes blazing crimson. Pointing at Xiao Chusheng, he questioned, "Where did you come from?" "Lin Shi is my woman. Get lost." Xiao Chusheng leisurely cast a glance at him. He recognized this individual, not in the sense of being acquainted, but rather having seen him before. In his previous life, Lin Shi had endured this fellow's relentless pursuit for an extended period. Even after Xiao Chusheng had partnered with Lin Shi in a venture, this man had several times appeared outside their office, laying down candles in a show of desperation. However, Xiao Chusheng had dealt with him decisively, using a fire extinguisher to teach him a lesson. Subsequently, Lin Shi had resorted to calling security, and after a few encounters where he was left battered and bruised, he vanished from her life. Such relentless pestering yielded no positive outcome. Kindness only emboldened his advances. It can only be said that individuals like him are shielded by the law. Otherwise, he would have long since met a more sinister fate. "Kid, your father is asking you a question. Don't play dumb." This man, believing he had intimidated Xiao Chusheng, instantly adopted a smug demeanor. He was tall, exuding an awkward, lumbering presence, which indeed created a certain intimidation among the freshmen. However, Xiao Chusheng was unperturbed. Upon hearing the foul language spewing from this man's mouth, Lin Shi's expression turned icy as she prepared to retort on Xiao Chusheng's behalf. Yet, Xiao Chusheng did not afford her the opportunity, nor did he grant the man any reprieve. "Try speaking another word, you fool." He moved in swiftly, delivering a straightforward uppercut. The entire sequence transpired so rapidly that the assailant had no chance to react before being left dazed. His companions, witnessing the altercation, instinctively rushed to join the fray. In this day and age, whether in school or society, public safety was not particularly assured, and brawls were commonplace. Lin Shi felt a surge of panic. Despite Xiao Chusheng's prowess, he was still just one man, and the principle of two fists cannot defeat four hands was not lost on her. Yet, Xiao Chusheng remained calm, inhaling deeply and striking a pose reminiscent of a martial arts master. "Wing Chun, you beast." His stance left the group momentarily stunned. Goodness, could this young man actually be a practitioner of martial arts? In reality, the film featuring Donnie Yen's portrayal of Ip Man had only been released at the end of 2008, so none present could grasp Xiao Chusheng's reference. Nevertheless, that did not hinder his flair for theatrics. Of course, he was not merely posturing. This rascal genuinely possessed skills in Wing Chun. In a fleeting encounter, Xiao Chusheng seized the leader and unleashed a flurry of blows, rendering him bruised and battered. The essence of a brawl lies in targeting the instigator with relentless force. Xiao Chusheng's prowess left the inexperienced university students in a state of shock, stripping them of any courage to advance. Several of them trembled in fear. With a cold smirk, Xiao Chusheng reflected on his past life, where his empire was built through sheer struggle. Such hardships were beyond the comprehension of these naive students. Despite the visible damage inflicted upon the young man, he suffered no serious injuries. Hospital examinations often reveal little in terms of actual harm. Xiao Chusheng had honed his Wing Chun skills in a previous life, not for glory, but for self-preservation in critical moments. While he may not have been able to defeat a true master, he found joy in overpowering ordinary individuals. This was the very reason he felt emboldened to confront Chen Bin. Even if Chan Bin lacked discernment at that moment, Xiao Chusheng could have easily fought his way through. Though his reborn body had not undergone the rigorous training of his former life, the latent techniques allowed him to handle a group of foolish students with ease. This was the foundation of his confidence. He could restrain his strength, and even if the police arrived, they would merely offer a verbal reprimand, with the worst-case scenario being a few hundred yuan in compensation. Should anyone resort to excessive aggression, he would not hesitate to incapacitate them, acting in self-defense. Whether this was an overreaction remained debatable. Regardless, he had nothing to lose and was determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to these individuals. After delivering a kick that sent his assailant sprawling, Xiao Chusheng turned to Lin Shi and instructed her to fetch their belongings upstairs. Lin Shi nodded earnestly and prepared to ascend. Just then, the previously dazed young man surged forward, fueled by fury. "You bastard! You've ruined my plans, perish!" His target was none other than Xiao Chusheng. Seizing the moment while Xiao Chusheng was engaged in conversation with Lin Shi, he launched a sudden ambush. Xiao Chusheng was alert, but before he could react, a graceful figure had already positioned herself in front of him. One could not deny the sense of security that the clumsy beauty provided. Xiao Chusheng found himself momentarily entranced. Not only was he captivated, but the assailant was also taken aback, for the stunning visage of Qi Shanshan dulled his wrath. "A beauty," he stammered, only to be met not with her shyness but with a merciless strike. A half-full bottle of soda became the weapon of choice for the clumsy beauty, smashing solidly against his nose. Again and again, she struck with such force that Xiao Chusheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Goodness, was this clumsy girl truly capable of such ferocity? While Xiao Chusheng had spared him from serious injury, the onslaught from the clumsy beauty could very well leave him severely wounded. With a stoic expression, she continued to wield the soda bottle, raining blows upon him, causing him to yelp in pain and instinctively raise his hands in defense. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished that such a beautiful woman could unleash such ferocity. One cannot help but observe the aloof demeanor of this individual, which seems somewhat justified. Only Xiao Chusheng is aware that beneath this facade lies not a cool exterior, but rather a profound social anxiety. Presently, her fierce determination appears to be a reaction to stress. She has stepped forward to protect him. Contemplating this, he is unexpectedly moved and hastily grasps her delicate hands. All right. If this continues, someone may get seriously hurt. The soda bucket is already stained with blood, a consequence of the bottle's base cutting into his skin during the altercation. In truth, the injuries are not severe, though they appear alarming. The foolish beauty initially struggles instinctively, her strength surprisingly formidable, leaving Xiao Chusheng in a state of astonishment. This individual possesses remarkable resilience, clearly not without merit. Upon realizing that it is Xiao Chusheng who is restraining her, the foolish beauty suddenly transforms, her gaze blankly fixed upon the soda bucket in her hands. "I cannot drink this." Xiao Chusheng gently pats her head. "Yes, we cannot drink it now, but we shall buy another later. Be good." Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the soda bucket is hurled by the foolish beauty, striking that foolish individual squarely in the face. Chapter 44. Do you wish to know how to ruin person? A blow to the head? No, that is merely a slap in the face. This scene caused everyone present to instinctively gasp in shock. Such a strike. It must surely be excruciating. Indeed, the young man emitted a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, yet he was soon utterly enraged. Without the cola bucket, the foolish beauty was left momentarily stunned. The young man's eyes blazed crimson with fury, disregarding any notion of compassion as he swung a fist toward the foolish beauty. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng did not hesitate. He delivered a decisive kick squarely to the approaching assailant. The blow struck his chest. The fool, consumed by his forward momentum, had no inkling that someone awaited him. This kick sent him sprawling. Infuriated, he shouted curses. "Damn it, bastard, son of a bitch, I will kill you." Xiao Chusheng's gaze grew chillingly cold, laced with a hint of murderous intent. He approached the assailant unperturbed, emboldened by the prospect of justifiable self-defense should the fool dare to retaliate. Why is it that I, who admired her since my freshman year, am deemed unworthy? Soon, I shall be interning, and then I will earn a six-figure salary as an executive in a financial company. Lin Shi, on what grounds do you look down upon me? The young man, as if breached by his own defenses, lamented his self-pity. Regrettably, no one cared to lend an ear to his tiresome monologue. His words only served to deepen the disdain directed at him, as his thought process was incomprehensible to any rational mind. However, Xiao Chusheng, having traversed the annals of time, could grasp the underlying sentiments. A brief consideration of the societal context reveals that during this era, the internet had yet to proliferate, and many individuals clung steadfastly to the belief that academic qualifications were paramount. In some remote areas, students still harbored the hope that the Gaokao, college entrance examination, would alter their destinies. Indeed, the Gaokao can transform lives, yet it is not an absolute guarantee. These students believed that gaining admission to a university would secure them lucrative employment, potentially earning millions annually. This societal phenomenon persisted until the advent of the mobile internet, which dismantled the barriers of information across regions. Xiao Chusheng recognized the young man. If memory served him correctly, he was named Songyu. He hailed from a province with scant educational resources, lacking both financial means and a prominent background, an individual as ordinary as one could find. Yet this very person dared to dream of landing a lucrative internship at a prestigious corporation. Xiao Chusheng could only scoff. After years of navigating life's complexities, he had gleaned many of society's unwritten rules. Lacking both connections and economic strength while pursuing a degree in finance, it was safe to say that at least 99 of individuals in such a predicament would lead a lamentable existence. The reasoning is simple. Countless geniuses outshine you, and with nothing to offer. Why would anyone seek your assistance? Thus, those studying finance who aspire to accrue wealth have but two avenues, either to embark on entrepreneurship, where the grim reality is that 8 out of 10 ventures fail, leaving one to scrape by, or to attach themselves to wealthy patrons, requiring both a pleasing appearance and the ability to perform well. There exists a chance in marriage, but as for entering a major corporation, laughter ensued, as one could hardly believe the naivety displayed. The wealth of major corporations is invariably entrusted to those who are deemed utterly reliable and familiar. It would never be handed over to an outsider. As a finance student, do you still harbor dreams of entering a prestigious firm? Those scions of affluent families study finance, not for mere ambition, but to manage their own enterprises. They are, after all, part of their own circle. As for ordinary finance graduates, even if fate smiles upon them and they secure a position in a large company, the pinnacle of their achievement would be merely as an accountant. Executives? That remains a mere figment of the imagination. Squatting before the fallen individual, Xiao Chusheng lowered his voice and spoke with an indifferent tone. Do you wish to learn how to ruin a person? The mere utterance of those words caused the expression of the prostrate student to shift dramatically. Unfazed by his reaction, Xiao Chusheng's gaze darkened as he continued, You, with your delusions of grandeur, must realize that individuals like you ultimately serve others, specifically people like me. Regrettably, I have no interest in employing you. You speak nonsense. Songyu exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. He refused to accept such a preposterous notion. How could someone of his esteemed education ever work for a peer? What audacity! Yet, Xiao Chusheng dismissed his indignation and pressed on. I am but a petty individual, and revenge is my constant companion. To obliterate someone like you is a task of utmost simplicity. For instance, I could spend a trifling sum to hire someone to tamper with your door lock daily, or ambush you on your way home. At this point, a sinister smile crept across Xiao Chusheng's face. Ah yes, if you happen to work at a company where I have acquaintances, it would be easy to have you dismissed. Alternatively, I could orchestrate daily disruptions at your workplace. Do you truly believe any company would retain you? Even if you were reduced to selling goods on the street, I could easily enlist some ruffians to vandalize your stall. Do you think your so-called impressive academic credentials would shield you from such calamities? These were the most despicable and malicious tactics, ones that Xiao Chusheng had previously employed against Lin Shi's foster family. Now, he merely recounted them to this individual named Songyu. The pallor of Songyu's face betrayed his realization of life's inherent dangers. Yet, the ordeal was far from over, for Xiao Chusheng scoffed. You pride yourself on your education, do you? I could just as easily dismantle that. For example, I might orchestrate incidents within this institution, ensuring you never graduate. Let me ponder. Ah yes, I could hire a streetwalker to come to campus, claiming to be with child. To amplify the scandal, I could even place an advertisement in the papers. Do you believe this institution would go to bat for someone as inconsequential as you? Song Yu's complexion drained of all color, leaving him utterly bereft of vitality. The aforementioned scenarios were mere fabrications intended to frighten him, a preventative measure to ensure he would not harass Lin Shi as he had in a previous life. Presently, it would be impossible for Xiao Chusheng to execute such plans against him, for he was devoid of both wealth and resources. However, he knew this state of affairs would not endure for long. Indeed, if one must resort to repugnant methods to deal with this fellow, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, albeit rather troublesome. At this moment, Song Yu has entirely lost the arrogance and madness he once displayed. His voice trembling with fear, "Brother, dear brother, I implore you, spare me, will you? I promise I will never dare again. I shall keep my distance from Lin Shi. No, I assure you, I will never appear before her again. Is that agreeable?" Xiao Chusheng spoke to him in a hushed tone, rendering the onlooking students oblivious to the content of their conversation. However, witnessing Song Yu's sudden submission left everyone in shock. What on earth transpired? Chapter 45. Settling down? What transpired? What happened to him? It is quite perplexing. Why has he suddenly surrendered? A hushed murmur arose among the onlookers, yet the protagonist, Song Yu, was oblivious to their whispers as he knelt before Xiao Chusheng, weeping profusely, utterly disregarding his own dignity. He was shameless and rather unrefined, but he was not truly formidable. In the presence of a more unscrupulous, more audacious, and even more ruthless individual, he appeared as the lowest of the low. Xiao Chusheng could not deny that some methods, though morally questionable and bordering on illegal, were indeed effective. This was an undeniable truth. Certain vile individuals exploit legal loopholes, and while the law safeguards the virtuous, it simultaneously offers protection to the scoundrels. Thus, when faced with such despicable beings, employing questionable means could be deemed justifiable. With a disdainful kick, Xiao Chusheng urged him not to touch him. "Leave, if you dare to show your face before my Shi again. I won't hesitate to let you experience what I just mentioned." Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, stumbling to his feet in a frantic attempt to escape. Today he had thoroughly humiliated himself, but as he rose, his legs buckled, and he fell once more in a most undignified manner. Once he had departed, the curious onlookers began to disperse. However, a few remained, intrigued by the trio, for both Lin Shi and the foolish beauty were strikingly beautiful. Particularly, Qi Shanshan, the foolish one, appeared so youthful that many assumed she was a freshman or a student from another school. Some daring souls contemplated approaching her for her contact information, but hesitated. Why? It was simply because she maintained an aloof demeanor, exuding an air that read, "Keep your distance." Little did they realize she was grappling with social anxiety. Xiao Chusheng, disinterested in the crowd, patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. "Go fetch our belongings. Once you do, we shall depart." Lin Shi, still somewhat dazed, snapped back to reality upon hearing Xiao Chusheng's words, responding with a soft acknowledgement before finally ascending the stairs. It was in Lin Shi's absence that Xiao Chusheng noticed a girl not far away. Indeed, it was Zhu Wen, who had just chased Lin Shi down the stairs. Xiao Chusheng recognized her. In a previous life, they had crossed paths several times. Zhu Wen was arguably Lin Shi's closest female friend, especially during the periods when Lin Shi's foster parents were particularly exploitative, as Zhu Wen often treated her to meals, alleviating much of her burden. Xiao Chusheng had learned of these acts from Lin Shi herself, which fostered a favorable impression of Zhu Wen in his heart. Yet, outwardly, he feigned ignorance of her presence, having learned to be cautious to avoid revealing his identity as a reborn individual. Eventually, Zhu Wen approached Xiao Chusheng, initiating conversation. "Are you Ah Shi's boyfriend?" Xiao Chusheng neither confirmed nor denied this, instead countering with a question. "And you are? A classmate of Lin Shi?" "I am her roommate, the one in the bed opposite hers," she replied. Zhu Wen responded with great satisfaction, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she teased Xiao Chusheng. "Aren't you envious?" Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could Zhu Wen possess such a playful, albeit slightly naughty, disposition? In their previous encounters, He had scarcely noticed this aspect of her character. Yet, it seemed only natural for when Xiao Chusheng first became acquainted with Zhu Wan. Lin Shi was already grappling with depression. The atmosphere at that time was notably heavy, contrasting sharply with the present, where Zhu Wen's attempts to lighten the mood felt ill-timed. As time progressed, Lin Shi became nearly inseparable from Xiao Chusheng, leaving her interactions with Zhu Wen few and far between. The most memorable occasion was years after their university graduation, during a reunion of Lin Shi's classmates. It was then that Zhu Wen inquired about Xiao Chusheng's feelings for Lin Shi, questioning whether he intended to keep her in suspense. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng remained silent, his heart already leaning towards a future with Lin Shi. However, the memory of Zheng Jiai, his first love from school days, lingered, despite their relationship being long since faded. He found it difficult to relinquish the past. Thus, that day he was burdened with a heavy heart, consuming copious amounts of alcohol, which ultimately led to a regrettable encounter with Lin Shi. Reflecting on that day now left Xiao Chusheng in a daze. Consequently, when faced with Zhu Wen's teasing, his initial reaction was one of astonishment, quickly followed by a retort. Of course, I am not envious. What? You're not envious? Lin Shi and I share a bed. We get to be together every day, even sleeping under the same blanket. No, you cannot, Xiao Chusheng asserted with a commanding confidence, because in the future, she will be with me every day. Zhu Wen, struck by this revelation, responded, Wait, you're planning to move Lin Shi out of the school? Well, that's one way to put it. Xiao Chusheng replied, finding it difficult to elaborate further, allowing her to misconstrue his words. During their conversation, Zhu Wen noticed the clumsy beauty accompanying Xiao Chusheng. She witnessed this girl mercilessly overpowering Song Yu with a soda bucket, coupled with Qi Shanshan's aloof demeanor. In Zhu Wen's eyes, this girl appeared to be a true heroine. If Xiao Chusheng were to discover her thoughts, he would likely be taken aback, incredulous at the audacity of such a notion. A heroine, indeed? Zhu Wen tentatively inquired. Who is this? Given that she had accompanied Xiao Chusheng, Zhu Wen didn't indulge in any wild theories, such as him juggling two relationships. Such ideas were far too provocative for a naive and sheltered college student. He Shanshan, she is. Before Xiao Chusheng could fabricate an appropriate identity, Lin Shi descended the stairs, burdened with numerous bags of clothing. So much? The group was momentarily taken aback. Lin Shi sheepishly scratched her head, explaining, These are all clothes for changing. I packed for the next few months. Next few months? Zhu Wen's expression turned peculiar. ISNT summer vacation, just a few days away? You're bringing all of this? Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan shared her confusion. Lin Shi offered an awkward smile as she began to clarify. Well, it's because I saw you all coming. I thought it prudent to take them with me, saving the trouble of retrieving them next week during the holiday, especially since I cannot carry much on my own. Oh. Xiao Chusheng understood. This reasoning was quite sensible. Only Zhu Wen was left perplexed, yet she grasped the key phrase in Lin Shi's words. Wait a moment. Sure, where are you headed? Aren't you returning to classes after the summer? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback by the question, shaking her head in confusion. No. I will definitely return for classes. Then what about these clothes? Oh, these will, although I will come back for classes. I most likely won't be residing at school anymore. For an extended period, aside from attending classes, I will probably spend nearly all my time in Hangzhou. I see. Zhu Wen sighed with relief upon hearing this. But then, she suddenly froze, her voice elevating by 3 octaves. What? You plan to settle in Hangzhou? Chapter 46. My Chosen Path. No regrets. Half an hour later, Xiao Chusheng and the 3 young women arrived at a hot pot restaurant near the Finance Institute. Lin Shi attempted various excuses, but Xiao Chusheng did not afford her the opportunity to decline, insisting on bringing her along. During the noon hours, while Lin Shi was tidying her clothes in the dormitory, she was cornered by Song Yu and his companions. Although she had asked Zhu Wen to bring her some food, Song Yu's acquaintances recognized Zhu Wen immediately, deducing who the meal was intended for. Consequently, they intercepted her downstairs, hoping to compel Lin Shi to come down. Reflecting on this, Zhu Wen trembled in fury. Men like Song Yu are utterly repugnant. He truly deserves to be punished. Enough of that. Why bother with him? Lin Shi soothed the enraged Zhu Wen. By the way, is it necessary for you to join us for dinner? Zhu felt somewhat awkward, considering that they were a couple and she, an outsider, felt out of place. Not at all. You have cared for sure, so well. It is only right that I treat you. It's just unfortunate that I do not know when I will return to Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng spoke nonchalantly. With a smile, he assumed a contrite demeanor. As long as you don't mind this mealtime, that is fine after all, you have already eaten. Zhu quickly waved her hand. Not at all. Besides, it's nearly 4 o'clock. Our school serves dinner at 6. Xiao Chusheng nodded, his gaze falling upon Lin Shi, who was savoring her lamb hot pot, his eyes softening involuntarily. Casting a glance at the foolish beauty beside him, he noted that although she had already had a boxed meal at noon, she was now voraciously devouring tripe, her cheeks bulging like a hamster. Well, it was clear that she was a true foodie. Moreover, given the lackluster taste of the boxed meal, he refrained from commenting on her appetite. Meanwhile, Zhu Wen's curious eyes flitted between Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan, her curiosity ignited. However, all were adeptly avoiding these inquiries, all right? The foolish one was simply too naive to ponder such matters. By the way, sure, are you going to Hangzhou and not returning? Zhu inquired curiously. Lin Shi, caught off guard while eating, shot Zhu a disdainful glance. I still have classes. How could I possibly not return? All right. Zhu had many questions to ask, yet the sheer volume left her unsure of where to begin. After consuming 2 shrimp, she redirected her focus to Xiao Chusheng. So, Xiao Chusheng? Yes, indeed. My mother's surname is Chu. My father's surname is Xiao. 2 illiterates came together and gave me a name that resulted in a little beast. His self-deprecating humor elicited laughter from the 3 young women, who could only remark that old Xiao and old Chu were skilled at naming. Nevertheless, Xiao Chusheng indeed embodied his name through his actions, calling him a beast was, in fact, a compliment. Zhu laughed so hard she nearly lost her composure, finally managing to stifle her laughter, wiping away her tears, and returning to the matter at hand. So, Xiao Chusheng, are you studying in Hangzhou? She probed, seeking to understand his situation better. Lin Shi shares a close relationship with her friend, and thus feels the need to look out for her. After all, in her eyes, Lin Shi is about to venture to Hangzhou in pursuit of love, which seems rather desperate. What if Xiao Chusheng's character turns out to be lacking? Xiao Chusheng glanced at Lin Shi, only to find her eyes filled with confusion, indicating that she hadn't divulged much about him to Zhu. Well, it won't be long before I become your schoolmate, Xiao Chusheng stated calmly, realizing there was no need for concealment. Soon, when he begins his studies in Shanghai, everyone would know. Zhu paused, her mind swirling with questions. Huh? What do you mean? Wen, I'm older than him. He won't join our school for a while yet. Lin Shi, feeling embarrassed, quickly interjected to clarify. Zhu voice suddenly rose in pitch. I was just about to tell you in the dorm, but then Song Yu interrupted me. Lin Shi felt awkward as Zhu's small eyes brimmed with confusion. After reflecting, it seemed Zhu had pieced together the situation. No wonder Lin Shi appeared so reticent. Perhaps it was due to her being involved with a younger man. Wait, that couldn't be right. Lin Shi was merely 3 years older, so it ought to be called the older woman, taking a younger man under her wing. Upon learning about Xiao Chusheng's background, Zhu's gaze toward him grew complex. A mere boy had managed to win over the goddess of the Finance Institute. This young man had something extraordinary about him. Rather than dismissing him due to his age, Zhu felt a sense of gravity. In her view, he undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. Otherwise, how could someone like Lin Shi be drawn to him? Yet, these thoughts were not for her to voice. Zhu could only keep them to herself, planning to explore further when the opportunity arose. Oh, by the way, Wen, let me give you my phone number. If anything comes up, feel free to call me. Lin Shi suddenly remembered, hastily jotting it down for Zhu. Zhu appeared surprised. Did you get a phone? Not mine. I borrowed it. As she spoke, Lin Shi instinctively glanced at the oblivious beauty nearby. This girl was thoroughly engrossed in her meal, her lips smeared with red sauce, exuding a rather fiery allure. Was she simply naive or refreshingly innocent? Lin Shi felt a mix of emotions towards Qi Shanshan. After finishing their meal, the 2 groups departed in different directions. Zhuan headed back to school, while Xiao Chusheng and his companions planned to return to Hangzhou. Before leaving, Zhuan pulled Lin Shi aside to share quiet words of caution, reminding her to stay safe. Although she had a favorable impression of Xiao Chusheng and recognized his efforts to protect Lin Shi during her journey from Hangzhou, it was evident that Lin Shi held a significant place in his heart. By the way, there is something I hesitated to ask earlier. Zhuan lowered her voice suddenly. How did you, a student from Hangzhou, come to know him? Lin Shi's expression faltered, as this matter was somewhat enigmatic. Even if she explained, Zhuan might not believe her. After all, this fellow had appeared out of the blue, proposing to support her. Was it romantic or abstract? Seeing Lin Shi fall silent, Zhuan felt she might have touched upon a matter of privacy. Thus, she swiftly changed the subject. I shall refrain from further inquiries about that. But what is the situation with the girl who accompanies you? I have a lingering suspicion that their relationship is quite extraordinary. Once again, the question ventured into perilous territory, leaving Lin Shi with the sensation of having her throat constricted. Ultimately, she could only muster a smile and respond, "All right, Wen, let's not delve into this. This is the life I have chosen for myself, and I shall harbor no regrets." Zhuan was momentarily taken aback by these words, yet as realization dawned upon her, her mind erupted with thoughts like flashes of lightning. Lin Shi's response seemed somewhat evasive, yet it appeared to convey everything. Chapter 47. What malicious intent could a fool possess? From a distance, Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng walked away, accompanied by a girl named Qi Shanshan. Although 3 people were together, the scene appeared unusually harmonious yet glaring. Zhuan felt a sense of unresolved turmoil within her. However, as an outsider, she deemed herself unqualified to comment on the matter and could only silently wish Lin Shi well, hoping her choices were wise. "Are we not heading towards the train station?" Lin Shi inquired, suspecting that Xiao Chusheng had taken a wrong turn. Little did she know that he was likely more familiar with the city than she was. "Not at all. I'm just stopping by to pick up a few things," Xiao Chusheng explained with a grin. "Purchasing things?" Lin Shi asked, puzzled. "Yes," he nodded. "It's quite the effort to come to Shanghai. Since I'm here, I thought I might as well buy some crayfish to take back with me." "Crayfish? What is that?" Lin Shi had never encountered such a delicacy. This was rather typical. The consumption of crayfish only began to gain popularity in the country after 2010. Prior to that, in many regions, they were even fed to pigs, sold at shockingly low prices. Although Hangzhou would eventually become known as a new first-tier city, at that moment, it was merely a second-tier city, and crayfish were scarcely seen. Thus, Xiao Chusheng speculated that this could be a lucrative venture, albeit uncertain. He contemplated purchasing a batch to sell, and if unsold, he would simply consume them himself. Upon reaching the largest seafood market, it took the trio quite some time to locate a vendor selling the sought-after delicacy. The vendor was taken aback to see Xiao Chusheng interested in purchasing such a product. It was evident that the market for crayfish had yet to be established. In a few years, they would reign supreme in the night market, and shrimp farms across the nation would struggle to keep up with demand, with buyers unable to procure their catch despite offering higher prices. Xiao Chusheng's interest in this venture was primarily due to its affordability, in stark contrast to the exorbitant prices in later years. In 2007, a pound of live crayfish cost less than 4 yuan. The profit margins were tantalizing. Unlike oysters, crayfish could be pre-cooked and sold. In other words, they didn't require immediate preparation, which could limit profitability. By ing the purchased shrimp the night before or even at noon, they could be sold later that evening. Many eager patrons could simply buy and leave without waiting. This approach effectively created an additional source of income, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed feasible. "Careful, Shan. Don't pinch your fingers," Lin Shi exclaimed, alarmed to see the clumsy beauty squatting and poking at the shrimp, rushing to pull her away. Xiao Chusheng felt a flicker of annoyance. This infuriating sense of déjà vu. Why did he increasingly feel as if they appeared to be a couple with a young daughter? After haggling with the vendor, Xiao Chusheng ultimately secured a deal for 150 pounds at the price of 3.5 yuan per pound. While that sounded substantial, it would likely only suffice for 2 or 3 days of sales, assuming a successful market response. However, even a gradual sale would pose no significant issue. If frozen, the shrimp could last at least 10 to 15 days. This was precisely his plan, so he requested the vendor to pack them into several manageable boxes for easy transportation. Gazing at the 5-pack foam boxes, Xiao Chusheng scratched his head, pondering that he might have overpurchased. The journey from Shanghai to Hangzhou felt rather distant. "Allow me to assist you," Lin Shi quietly declared as she lifted one of the foam boxes, which was quite heavy yet manageable, albeit somewhat unsteadily. Just as she intended to lift a second box, it was snatched away by Xiao Chusheng. "One is about my limit. I can handle 2, he asserted. However, as Xiao Chusheng prepared to carry another foam box, a certain foolish beauty unexpectedly came over and carried it away, evoking a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of when she had seized a bottle of wine from his grasp. Surprisingly, she was the weakest among the 3, yet managing to carry one posed no challenge. Upon exiting the market, the owner would assist with a cart, and the taxi ride to the train station would ease the burden. Only the short stretch before entering the station required their own effort. Lin Shi and the foolish girl remained behind, allowing Xiao Chusheng to shuttle back and forth, effectively transporting one box at a time without much difficulty. "Xiao Chusheng confirmed you can manage that, right?" Qi Shanshan nodded emphatically, her small lips pouting stubbornly in an endearing manner. The trio shared a peculiar, unexplainable harmony. Suddenly on the train, Lin Shi exclaimed, drawing the attention of all passengers in the compartment. With a flushed face, she lowered her voice and asked Xiao Chusheng, "Since we're all here, who will pick up the oysters?" "Rest assured," Xiao Chusheng replied with a smile. "I considered this beforehand and used Qi Shanshan's phone to inform the supervisor. He will arrive a bit later. If we return too late, Chimbin will take care of it." Lin Shi sighed in relief. "That's good." Xiao Chusheng felt fortunate to have obtained the supervisor's contact information that day. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. As for Qin Bin, although reaching him posed some challenges, he had mentioned that he would protect Lin Shi every afternoon, so it was highly probable that he would be near Qi Shanshan's residence. Perhaps due to the fatigue of travel, Qi Shanshan, the foolish girl, fell asleep against Xiao Chusheng's shoulder shortly after boarding. Lin Shi rested her chin in her hands, silently observing the sleeping girl, lost in thought. After an undetermined passage of time, Lin Shi suddenly inquired of Xiao Chusheng, "This child, she actually likes you, doesn't she?" Xiao Chusheng fell silent, not from avoidance, but from uncertainty on how to respond. "I don't know," he finally admitted candidly. "She's a bit naive and innocent, lacking guile, so it's hard to say if she truly understands what it means to like someone." Lin Shi also fell silent, recognizing the truth in Xiao Chusheng's words. In Qi Shanshan, there existed a rare purity and innocence. Xiao Chusheng reached out and gently stroked the hair of the foolish beauty resting on his shoulder, sincerely reflecting, "She is actually quite perceptive. All right, your term natural airhead fits her well. She's just a fool. What ill intentions could such a fool possibly harbor?" The two quietly watched the sleeping Qi Shanshan, both acutely aware of her situation, and in some respects, Lin Shi and she could be considered kindred spirits. Although their experiences may differ in nature, they are fundamentally similar. Both are pitiable individuals devoid of familial affection. Xiao Chusheng squinted slightly, inhaled deeply, and then began to narrate. For her, it is not so much a matter of affection or any particular emotion that holds significance. After a brief pause, he continued, "Much like a drowning person grasping at a straw, she instinctively clings to whatever semblance of hope presents itself. The girl, unloved, encounters a unique boy who, despite his seemingly mischievous exterior, has never genuinely harmed her. This extraordinary individual enters her solitary existence, and she greedily savors the feeling of companionship. Love is irrelevant. It is simply as it is. You must have noticed this long ago, right?" Xiao Chusheng smiled faintly, countering Lin Shi's thoughts. "She is completely unguarded around you, perceiving you as akin to me." Lin Shi's expression shifted, a sense of discomfort settling in his chest. "Well, to her, I suppose you and I might be akin to family," he remarked with a self-deprecating smile. "Indeed, we are family." Xiao Chusheng's voice resonated low and resolute. Chapter 48. Implementing the second plan by the time they returned to Hangzhou, it was nearly 7 in the evening. Thus, Xiao Chusheng and his companions hurried to the foolish beauty's home to retrieve the barbecue cart. Isn't this a bit monotonous? Lin Shi expressed her concerns as she gazed at the contents within the barbecue cart's display case. Indeed, it appeared somewhat lacking, but circumstances dictated haste, as Xiao Chusheng explained with a hint of resignation. These items were hastily procured while buying crayfish in Shanghai, including a generous chunk of lamb and some pre-made skewers. Upon arrival, Chun Bin and his companions were already waiting. "Boss, I've received your oysters," Chun Bin greeted Xiao Chusheng eagerly. Xiao Chusheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your hard work. I ran into some unexpected matters in Shanghai, which delayed my return." With the spirited intimidation from Chun Bin and his friends the previous day, no one dared to encroach upon this territory. An inexplicable sensation swept over Xiao Chusheng, making him feel like a local overlord. During the crackdown on organized crime, "They won't sweep me up, will they?" His mood was complex. As they swiftly set up the stall, the alluring aroma of garlic-infused grilled oysters and the tantalizing scent of skewered lamb wafted through the park, drawing in curious customers. Clad in shorts and flip-flops, the locals were the quintessential representation of the area. "Boss, you're quite late today. When I arrived, I thought you might not open your stall," remarked a returning customer, marking his third visit in as many days. Xiao Chusheng greeted him with a smile. "I had a matter to attend to that delayed me. Unless the weather turns dreadful, I should be out here regularly." "That's splendid. I particularly enjoy your oysters. I haven't seen them at other stalls." "Indeed, securing these goods is no easy feat, however. I plan to introduce some new items tomorrow. You might want to come by and sample them." The uncle, who was eagerly waiting for his oysters, perked up at the mention of new offerings. "Oh, will there be new items? Can you give me a hint?" he inquired eagerly. Xiao Chusheng, not wishing to withhold the information, shared, "Tomorrow, I'll have spicy stir-fried crayfish. It's incredibly fragrant, though the meat might be on the scarce side. Those who can't handle spice might find it challenging." I've seen that before. It's quite good, albeit a bit meager in meat," the uncle remarked, clearly impressed. However, he noticed the stall seemed a bit sparse today. "Boss, your offerings appear a bit limited. Will there be enough to sell?" He peered into the display case, hoping to select some leeks or similar accompaniments, only to find just a few options available. "I returned late and just sent someone to gather supplies, but I cannot guarantee how much they will bring back," Xiao Chusheng admitted, feeling a bit helpless. He instructed Chun Bin and a few others to fetch cash and head to the nearby supermarkets and markets that were still open, hoping to procure whatever they could to enhance their offerings. Though the prices at the supermarkets were slightly elevated, selling barbecued items would still yield a profit, far better than having nothing to offer at all. The concern remained, however, that freshness might be an issue at this hour, so he cautioned Chun Bin to avoid purchasing any wilted or undesirable vegetables. While Xiao Chusheng entertained the guests, Lin Shi and the foolish beauty were frantically preparing the lamb skewers nearby. They had already cut the meat at the foolish beauty's house beforehand and marinated it with a secret sauce during their journey. Although the usual steps were reversed, it posed no significant issue. It merely resulted in the two ladies' hands becoming quite messy. "Be careful, you two. Don't get your hands cut in your eagerness," Xiao Chusheng reminded them, recalling the vivid memory of the foolish Shun Shanshan crying out in pain not long ago. "Understood." Chun Bin and his companions had brought back some vegetables, which they had washed prior to their arrival. This prompted Xiao Chusheng to regard Chun Bin with newfound respect. Despite his usual appearance of idleness, seemingly only engaging in brawls and internet CFS, his meticulous planning was commendable. Realizing this, Xiao Chusheng deemed Chun Bin worthy of cultivation and called him over. "Bin, come here and observe my technique." He summoned Chun Bin to teach him the art of grilling. This trip to Shanghai had enlightened Xiao Chusheng to a crucial realization. Relying solely on himself was rather impractical, even if he was still in the phase of accumulating initial capital. To put it plainly, it was a matter of exchanging labor for startup funds. After all, one could not expect to reap rewards without enduring hardships. The world operated on this principle. Risk and toil were inevitable. What good life could one expect without sacrifice? Such notions were illusory. However, a shift in strategy emerged. he could leverage Chun Bin and his associates. Initially, he had planned to wait a month until he amassed his first chunk of capital before involving them, but it now appeared that he would need to hasten this timeline. Thus, while teaching Chun Bin, he began to prepare the vegetables he had brought. Pay attention once you've grasped the essentials. I may enlist you to assist me from time to time, Xiao Chusheng informed Chun Bin. Chun Bin had no objections. You are the boss, and your word is final. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before they had several thousand yuan in hand, a sum that would be more than sufficient for their barbecue venture. Money should not be hoarded. The true principle was to let it generate more wealth. Consequently, Xiao Chusheng decided to establish an additional stall with minimal costs, not aiming for exorbitant profits, but rather for reasonable returns. He intended for Chun Bin and his companions to operate this stall. He shared his plan with Chun Bin. I'll provide the capital and expertise. You will set up the stall according to my specifications, and you will keep 40% of the daily profits. How you distribute that among yourselves is up to you. Chun Bin was taken aback. He had expected to start receiving wages in a month, but never anticipated such fortune to arrive so swiftly. His companions were equally astonished. While they were unsure of the exact amount that 40% represented, they had witnessed the immense success of Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall and had complete faith in his methods. I have but a few expectations from you. Firstly, be obedient. Secondly, adhere to the rules. Remember, this world no longer resolves issues through sheer force. One must rely on intellect to earn legal and compliant income. Naturally, there will be those who envy your success and may attempt to retaliate. You must be prepared to respond appropriately. Do you understand? Understood. A group of spirited young men spoke in unison, startling several patrons. However, Chun Bin and his companions did not engage in any wrongdoing, and given the current state of public order, the presence of a few ruffians on the streets was quite commonplace. No one seemed particularly concerned. After a few more days, we shall find ourselves less fatigued, Xiao Chusheng quietly remarked to Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Once the skewers were prepared and the stall was operating smoothly, Xiao Chusheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, arriving just after 7 had proven to be rather rushed. Yet as he observed the long line of customers, he couldn't help but mutter, perhaps today's revenue would not be significantly affected. Chapter 49. A grand and petite beauty as living advertisements having entrusted the stall to Lin Shi, a certain foolish beauty remained behind to assist. Although Qi Shanshan was somewhat dim-witted, she was still capable of handling certain tasks. Meanwhile, Xiao Chusheng returned to the simple-minded beauty's home, intending to prepare the crayfish during this interval. Otherwise, by the time he finished after closing the stall, it would be past 1 in the morning. Unavoidably, both old Xiao and old Chu would be heading home tonight, compelling him not to linger outside for too long. Processing crayfish was indeed labor-intensive. If it were possible, he would have preferred to sell frozen shrimp tails directly. Yet, those were notoriously hard to come by since 2007, leaving him with little choice but to work with what was available. Although whole shrimp were cumbersome to prepare, they offered a slightly higher profit margin. Armed with a shoe brush purchased from convenience store, Xiao Chusheng vigorously scrubbed the crayfish under running water. However, attempting to clean 150 pounds of them in such a short time was clearly a tall order. After more than an hour, he had managed to process only a little over 10 pounds. Is this truly how laborious it is to prepare these? He pondered, feeling quite exasperated. While delicious and profitable, they were exceedingly demanding. Xiao Chusheng had nearly abandoned the notion of earning extra income from the crayfish, given the limited workforce at his disposal. Yet, as he leaned his chin on his hand, an idea struck him. He could enlist Chun Bin and his companions for assistance. With a few people, the task should be expedited considerably. Using the prepared chili, 13 spices, and the beer acquired from the wholesaler intended for the barbecue stall, he quickly sought the 10-plus pounds of crayfish. Considering that some customers might be unable to handle excessive spiciness, he refrained from adding too much chili. Based on this consideration, he decided to prepare some garlic shrimp as well to gauge its appeal. Once cooked, he packed the crayfish into a clean bucket and made his way to the park, stopping to purchase 3 servings of rice along the way. Having been occupied thus far, neither he nor Lin Shi had had a chance to eat, while the foolish beauty had already indulged in numerous skewers. Each day, This character consumed dozens of yuan worth of food from the stall. However, Xiao Chusheng was indifferent to this. He wasn't short on funds, and besides, who knows? She might one day become a mother. Is it wrong to provide for a mother? Not at all. Come, taste this. I've prepared a little something, he said as he lifted the lid of the bucket, releasing a delightful aroma unique to crustaceans that wafted around the stall. He peeled a few crayfish for Lin Shi. Instructing, have you learned? Grasp the head, twist and pull, then tug on the shrimp thread, and you can enjoy it. Feeding her, he watched as her eyes sparkled with delight. It's delicious. Xiao Chusheng nodded. There was undoubtedly a reason these delicacies would become the kings of night markets in the future. While the meat was scant, the flavor was undeniable. Many believed they were merely savoring the taste of the seasoning. Yet using the same spices on ordinary shrimp simply did not yield the same result. The foolish beauty eagerly approached, requesting to be fed as well. With no other option, Xiao Chusheng peeled a few for her and placed them into her mouth. All right, you've learned how to peel them. Do it yourself now. You enjoy your meal while I attend to the customers. After speaking, Xiao Chusheng took over Lin Shi's position, allowing her and the charming yet foolish beauty to dine first. The two ladies, one tall and one petite, were completely engrossed in devouring a bucket of shrimp. As they indulged, their faces flushed from the spiciness. They found themselves irresistibly drawn to eat more. Thus, they became living advertisements, reminiscent of vendors selling oysters. The customers waiting in line at the stall had already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, causing their mouths to water uncontrollably. Someone could not resist inquiring of Xiao Chusheng, "Boss, are you not planning to sell these shrimp?" Taken aback by the question, Xiao Chusheng replied, "I could sell them, but I haven't finalized the price yet. I intend to start selling them tomorrow." Curious, the customer pressed on, "What might the price be?" Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment, estimating, it's hard to say, perhaps around 20 to 30 yuan per portion, which would be about 10 to 20 shrimp. Upon gauging the interest, he surmised it seemed reasonable. Surprisingly, the questioners did not find the price exorbitant. Xiao Chusheng understood this. First, such shrimp were not yet seen for sale, and second, they were in Hangzhou, where the cost of living was inherently elevated. Furthermore, the shrimp appeared quite substantial. 10 to 20 pieces sounded impressive, though upon dining, they would discover the actual edible portion was rather minimal. In reality, 10 shrimp would equate to just a couple of bites, a case of visual deception. To truly satiate one's hunger, one might need to consume several pounds. Aside from what Lin Shi and the foolish beauty devoured, the bucket of shrimp was quickly snatched away. Due to the difficulty in pricing, Xiao Chusheng settled on selling them for 1 yuan each. He realized that if priced too low, the cost would not remain the same come tomorrow. A notion the customers comprehended. Why not give it a try? Xiao Chusheng encouraged Chen Bin and his companions to sample a few shrimp. Having observed for quite some time, they were also intrigued by the tantalizing aroma. Once they tasted the shrimp, enlightenment struck. Chen Bin could not help but exclaim, "Boss, with this flavor, you are bound to achieve great success." Xiao Chusheng sighed in resignation. That is certainly true, but while the dish is popular, it is challenging to prepare. I plan to enlist your help shortly. No problem at all, Chen Bin readily agreed. With 150 pounds to process, his crew could finish the task in 2 hours. As for cooking, that would be straightforward. The foolish beauty had a large freezer at home, and once Chen Bin and his team had washed the shrimp, they could simply freeze them. Thus, Xiao Chusheng accompanied Chen Bin and the others to Shi Shanshan's residence to retrieve the remaining shrimp, instructing them to wash as many as they could. When it was time to close up shop, Chen Bin obediently led the group away. Xiao Chusheng returned to complete his final shift, and, at 11:30, he brought back the cleaned shrimp to Shi Shanshan. Upon counting the day's earnings, the three were momentarily stunned. Despite the inclusion of the shrimp sales, the revenue was surprisingly similar to the previous days. Xiao Chusheng was bewildered. Perhaps the reputation of the oysters had indeed drawn in a number of new customers. Lin Shi endeavored to analyze. Although we arrived around 7, the actual peak business period is after 8. Xiao Chusheng rested his chin on his hand and pondered. That makes sense. Should we truly sell those crayfish? Lin Shi expressed her concerns. They are indeed delicious. Yet the meat is rather scant. Aside from the central flesh, The claws and legs yield hardly anything. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but chuckle. Many merchants have harbored similar doubts, only to be proven wrong in the end, which seems rather illogical. Just wait and see, they will certainly sell, albeit it will be quite exhausting. Xiao Chusheng elucidated his considerations. We shall observe the market response before making a decision. If there is a significant demand, we can enlist Shun Bin's team for assistance. Otherwise, we shall simply abandon the idea. Seeing Xiao Chusheng's stance, she had no objections. Chapter 50. As the hour approached, Xiao Chusheng prepared to return home, with Lin Shi instinctively following behind. Ah, right. You're staying at Qi Shanshan's house today, aren't you? Only then did Xiao Chusheng recall and inform Lin Shi. I suppose my parents will be back today. What? Both Lin Shi and the foolish beauty beside her were startled. After leaving the foolish Qi Shanshan's house, Xiao Chusheng did not head straight home. Instead, he sought out Chen Bin. This fellow was in the backyard of a nearby internet CF, diligently preparing those small crayfish. By the time Xiao Chusheng arrived, the last 100 or so pounds were nearly processed. Indeed, it is easier to manage with a larger crowd. Boss, you've arrived. Chen Bin greeted him with a smile. Xiao Chusheng nodded and replied, once you finish, please freeze them here at the CAF. Give the owner a few dozen bucks as a token of appreciation. It's late, and your boss's wife is likely asleep, so don't disturb them. Chen Bin quickly insisted, no need. There's space in my fridge at home. I can take them back. Xiao Chusheng had no objections and agreed, although he remained somewhat cautious of Chen Bin. While he believed that Chen Bin would not engage in any self-destructive behavior, his subordinates were merely a group of unsophisticated ruffians. Not everyone among them could be trusted. It would certainly take some time to identify those worthy of cultivation and trust. After ensuring Chen Bin was settled, Xiao Chusheng turned back towards his home. As expected, upon arriving downstairs, he saw the lights on. Old Xiao had indeed returned. Silently ascending the stairs, he opened the door to find old Xiao engrossed in watching television. You little rascal, why are you back so late? Although old Xiao's tone was reproachful, a loving expression graced his face. Upon hearing his father's voice, Xiao Chusheng instinctively paused. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had seen his father in person. Unlike over a decade later in his previous life, old Xiao had not yet been grayed by time. Truth be told, apart from some sentimentality, Xiao Chusheng did not experience overwhelming emotion. Perhaps it was due to the lack of regrets he felt towards his parents in his former life. After all, despite facing hardships, he had ultimately become someone of significance in their eyes. Yet, he vividly recalled that the initial funds for his entrepreneurial venture were provided by old Xiao, and later, when his career faced setbacks, it was also old Xiao who revealed his hidden stash to support him. With this thought, Xiao Chusheng smiled. Old Xiao, how would you bear to come home? What nonsense are you spouting? Am I not allowed to return to my own home? Old Xiao feigned displeasure, his face stern. After exchanging a few words, their mother, Chu Qing, emerged from the bedroom and enveloped Xiao Chusheng in a warm embrace. Son, have you missed your mother? Not at all. Xiao Chusheng replied with righteous indignation, provoking old Chu to ruffle his hair in exasperation. The familial atmosphere had always been harmonious. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to succeed in his entrepreneurial journey in his previous life. Generally speaking, the perspectives of parents greatly influence the heights their children might achieve. If different parents were to hear their child express a desire to venture into the saturated realm of the internet economy, they might very well react with indignation. How was dinner? Are you hungry? Since childhood, Chu Qing has always been quite indulgent towards Xiao Chusheng, and this is undoubtedly related to Xiao Chusheng's remarkable sensibility. After finishing dinner, he said, "It's getting late. I shall wash up and retire for the night." He deftly shifted the topic. In his recollection, the frequency of encounters with his parents had dwindled over time. The family bore considerable financial burdens, university expenses, marriage, and so forth, prompting old Xiao to resign from his position in a state-owned enterprise and open a modest restaurant. The business thrived, proving to be more lucrative than his previous job. While the state enterprise offered stability, it lacked opportunities for advancement, especially in the year 2007. Before his resignation, old Xiao's monthly earnings barely reached 5,000, whereas, after deducting various expenses from his restaurant, the net profit averaged just over 20,000. However, this figure paled in comparison to Xiao Chuxing's recent earnings. Naturally, he could not disclose any of this to his parents. Regardless of how much he earned, they would insist that he focus on his studies, postponing any thoughts of wealth until after graduation. This sentiment was rather common among most parents. Yet, that was the ideal scenario. The harsh truth is that opportunities do not wait for anyone. The winds of fortune do not linger simply because you missed the boat. By the time you are ready, the moment may have passed. After washing up, old Xiao suddenly remarked, "By the way, you rascal, are you seeing someone?" The statement left Xiao Chuxing momentarily bewildered, pondering what might be amiss. Wait a moment. In his previous life, old Xiao did not discover his romantic involvement until much later. How was he aware of it now? Xiao Chuxing instinctively assumed old Xiao was referring to Zheng Jiai, for in his past life, it took over a year of dating before his parents were informed. Could it be the butterfly effect of reincarnation? He considered this, yet maintained his composure and asked old Xiao, "Where did you hear that?" Old Xiao was candid. "That girl Yurong mentioned it this afternoon when she came to the restaurant." Yurong, Xiao Chuxing's cousin and the daughter of old Zhao's brother, attended a nearby school and frequently dined at the restaurant. However, Xiao Chuxing was skeptical. How could she possibly know? As a student from her school, could her words be trusted? His skepticism was warranted, for in his previous life, he had never disclosed his pursuit of Zheng Jiai to Yurong at this point in time. Moreover, after his rebirth, he had severed all ties with Zheng Jiai, making it even less likely that she would possess any knowledge of it. Something felt amiss. There was undoubtedly something wrong. Yet old Xiao responded, "Yes, that is precisely why I'm inquiring. If I were certain, I wouldn't need to ask you." She claimed that one morning on her way to school, she spotted you and a girl exiting a couple's hotel, although she herself doubted whether she had seen correctly. Xiao Chuxing felt a jolt in his heart. Good heavens. Was it that day? He had actually been seen by his cousin S daughter while checking into a hotel with that foolish Qi Shanshan. This is truly a butterfly effect of a different kind. However, Xiao Chuxing feigned calmness. "Oh, I said that was me. Do you believe it?" Old Xiao stared blankly for a while, gazing into Xiao Chuxing's eyes, and suddenly burst into laughter. Is there even need to ask? Of course not. Xiao Chuxing found himself questioning his existence. Was it so hard for you to have faith in your own son? Am I truly that unremarkable? Although he had deceived his father, for reasons unknown, he inexplicably felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger. Dejected, Xiao Chuxing returned to his room, unwilling to utter another word to old Xiao. The pain was simply unbearable. Meanwhile, at Qi Shanshan's residence, the beautiful Fool and Lin Shi, two stunning ladies, were bathing together. On the surface, their relationship appeared exceptionally close. Yet, in reality, it was merely the result of Qi Shanshan's innocent and foolish nature, devoid of any ulterior motives. Confronted with such a naive soul, Lin Shi couldn't bring herself to bully her. Chapter 51. The inability to foresee the future arises from having seen it. The innocuous and naive Qi Shanshan found herself in a state of blissful drowsiness as Lin Shi gently scrubbed her back. Overwhelmed by the comfort, she began to drift off. Observing Shanshan's dazed demeanor, Lin Shi couldn't help but shake her head. Awaken, Shanshan, awaken. Only after Lin Shi had thoroughly cleaned her did Shanshan finally open her sleepy eyes. Habitually, she reached back to ascertain her cleanliness. Is it done? Upon hearing her words, Lin Shi couldn't suppress a laugh. After all my scrubbing, how could it not be clean? Oh! Shanshan's eyes were filled with confusion, and she murmured, I used to wash alone, and my hands couldn't reach the back. You could use one of those long bath towels. They work reasonably well, Lin Shi advised. Shanshan pondered the practicality of this suggestion. Through their interactions over the past few days, Lin Shi had gradually come to realize that Shanshan was a pure-hearted simpleton, perhaps shaped by the loss of her mother at a young age and the unkindness of her father and stepmother, leaving her lacking in common knowledge. While Lin Shi was washing, Shanshan stared at her with a fixed gaze, making Lin Shi feel somewhat shy. Do you need something? Lin Shi inquired tentatively. Because we're bathing, two girls exposed to each other. It's quite normal, Shan Shan replied, though the intensity of her gaze was hard to withstand. Scrubbing my back? The foolishly innocent Shan Shan uttered those words. Isn't it already clean? Lin Shi instinctively questioned. Oh. Lin Shi felt a bit perplexed, but quickly realized. You want to help me scrub my back? Shan Shan nodded affirmatively. Lin Shi found herself both amused and exasperated, sensing a communication barrier with this child. Yet she couldn't bring herself to dislike her. All right, you may wash me. With that, Lin Shi graciously turned her back to Shan Shan. Though Shan Shan was clumsy, she exerted herself with great effort. By the time they finished bathing, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Are you not going to rest? Lin Shi asked, observing Shan Shan lounging on the sofa with the television on, puzzled. I'll sleep right here. What? Lin Shi was taken aback, her brow furrowing slightly. You're going to sleep here? Lin Shi was perplexed and pressed further. Why not return to your room? At that moment, the distinctive voice of Andy Lau echoed from the television. Quality products standing tall in the world. This was one of the most mind-numbing mobile phone advertisements of the era, a remnant of Chinese reign at the pinnacle of domestic smartphones. However, with the advent of the smartphone age, the industry had undergone a reshuffling, leading Giant to gradually fade from the public eye. Alone, one may feel fear. Shan Shan indicated the advertisement playing on screen. Listening to the sound dispels the fear. In that instant, Lin Shi felt as though her heart had been pierced by something sharp, and she couldn't help but rush forward, enveloping this foolish girl in a tight embrace. Shan Shan felt the intensity of Lin Shi's grip, making it difficult for her to breathe, prompting her to struggle. But Lin Shi held on too tightly, leading Shan Shan to surrender. Today, I'm grateful you came to find me. Lin Shi whispered heartfelt gratitude into Qi Shan Shan's ear. Qi Shan Shan did not respond. She had been solitary for far too long, to the extent that she was unsure how to reciprocate the kindness offered by others. Thus, she instinctively embraced Lin Shi, for that was all she knew. Though they hailed from disparate backgrounds, both were equally unfortunate women, finding solace in each other's presence, as if leaning on one another, or perhaps tending to each other's wounds. Perhaps this was the allure that existed among kindred spirits. It can be said that the intersection between Xiao Chusheng and the two of them was not devoid of reason. In the future, both he and I will accompany you, Lin Shi declared, feeling a twinge of conflict within her. A blush uncontrollably crept onto her face, as discussing such shameful matters with another woman was rather embarrassing. The foolish beauty, perhaps dull-witted or entirely oblivious to Lin Shi's words, merely responded with a vacant acknowledgement. Lin Shi had intended to inquire whether she harbored feelings for Xiao Chusheng, yet the question eluded her lips, for it seemed devoid of significance. Had she not already made her decision? What meaning could it hold? Moreover, perhaps as Xiao Chusheng suggested, Qi Shan Shan herself was unaware. She was merely a drowning person instinctively grasping at straws. Eventually, Qi Shan Shan fell asleep in Lin Shi's embrace. As Lin Shi gazed at the slumbering beauty, she felt a slight headache. Despite being 3 years her junior, Qi Shan Shan appeared considerably larger in stature. Indeed, she was a strikingly tall beauty. Lin Shi couldn't help but mentally chide herself for the predicament. It had taken considerable effort to maneuver her into the bedroom, while Qi Shan Shan, that foolish girl, had slept like a log throughout. This was perhaps the most peaceful night she had experienced in recent years, aside from that occasion in the hotel with Xiao Chusheng. The last time had involved that beast, but this time it was an elder sister keeping her company. Qi Shan Shan was indeed the recipient of much affection. Before arriving in Hangzhou with Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi had been plagued by anxiety daily. There's a saying that the most despairing situation is being able to see the future, yet feeling hopeless, or, conversely, not being able to see it at all. In Lin Shi's world, her inability to envision the future stemmed from the fact that she had glimpsed it. This anxiety had left her in a poor mental state, suffering from insomnia and plagued by dreams. Yet, at that moment, a young man seeking to support her entered her life like a ray of light, causing her previously despondent future to collapse in an instant. Thus, Lin Shi devoted everything to Xiao Chusheng. In this regard, it was not only Qi Shan Shan. She herself was no different. Like a drowning person seizing a straw, she too instinctively clung to even the slightest glimmer of hope, yearning to escape that bleak future. Therefore, on that night, Lin Shi found herself sleeping deeply and peacefully. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, she felt as though she had escaped the despairing confines of her home. Here, despite lacking a true home, she experienced a sense of belonging. Xiao Chuxing's solemn yet resolute declaration that we are family resonated within her as the most enchanting confession. One morning, Xiao Chuxing, weary and burdened, prepared to head to school, but was halted by old Xiao. "Aren't you on break yet?" Old Xiao inquired with a hint of confusion. As Xiao Chuxing washed his face, he instinctively replied, "Break? It should be soon. The college entrance examination has concluded, and during this period, we merely wait idly for arrangements." "I see." Old Xiao pondered, resting his chin in thought. Xiao Chuxing, perplexed, could not fathom his intentions. "What exactly are you trying to convey, comrade Old Xiao?" He probed with suspicion. "Today is Saturday." "Huh?" Chapter 52. The mutual redemption among three. Qishan gazed vacantly at the ceiling of her bedroom, her already limited intellect now muddled into a haze. She seemed to be reminiscing about how she had returned to her sanctuary the previous night, while simultaneously basking in the warm, intoxicating embrace of Lin Shi, reminiscent of the time when her mother was still present. If Xiao Chuxing were to become aware of the thoughts swirling within her mind at this moment, he would undoubtedly retort, "Goodness, have you really come to regard yourself as my daughter?" After a while, the familiar sound of the alarm clock pierced the morning stillness, rousing Lin Shi from her slumber. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she inquired, "Are you heading to school?" Indeed, reluctantly, the two parted ways. Not only Qishan feeling a sense of attachment to Lin Shi, but Lin Shi herself also experiencing a twinge of longing for this somewhat convoluted relationship. Qishan had endured solitude for far too long, yearning for someone to lean on. And what of Lin Shi? Although Xiao Chuxing could be deemed a companion, the dynamics of same-sex and opposite-sex relationships often differ. At least, before they could openly establish a family, their interactions remained distinct. It could be asserted that the three of them were engaged in a form of mutual salvation, their relationships becoming increasingly enigmatic. Just as the absent-minded beauty was dawdling her way through washing her face, brushing her teeth, and changing her clothes in preparation to leave, the door suddenly swung open. Xiao Chuxing entered, carrying 3 breakfast servings, grumbling as he did so. "Honestly, I completely forgot that today is Saturday, and I needn't have risen so early after skipping school yesterday." Halted in her tracks with one shoe already donned, the absent-minded beauty appeared to ponder the veracity of Xiao Chuxing's statement. Regrettably, she herself was equally bewildered, having devoted her thoughts to him these past few days, hardly contemplating anything else. "Wait, you all don't need to return to school today?" Lin Shi emerged from the bathroom, her expression one of astonishment. Qishan thought she would have to endure another day of sitting idly at school. "You two truly share an unspoken understanding." Xiao Chuxing was taken aback by this revelation. Casting a suspicious glance at the already stunned Qishan, who was evidently prepared to head out, the atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Xiao Chuxing to clear his throat and suggest, "Well then, let us eat. I brought breakfast along." In truth, upon realizing they had a day off, he had contemplated returning to bed for a few more hours of sleep. However, he quickly reconsidered. Having 2 precious days of respite would be better spent preparing for future endeavors and augmenting his sources of income. Resolute in his decision, he headed directly to Qishan's home. Little did he anticipate that the absent-minded beauty would resonate with his plans so seamlessly. The 3 of them settled down to enjoy their breakfast, which consisted of soy milk paired with meat-filled buns. Quite a luxurious breakfast by contemporary standards. Other options either belonged to street food or were too robust for a morning meal. Once they had satisfied their hunger, the trio ventured out together. As this outing was intended for business expansion, Xiao Chuxing led the 2 girls to a nearby internet CAF, where they sought out Chen Bin, who'd been up all night. "Bin, gather a few people and follow me," Xiao Chuxing beckoned. "Today I have a day off. Let us seize this opportunity to set up a stall." Chen Bin's expression brightened with joy. Hadn't he just discussed this with him the previous evening? And now, today, it had already been arranged? The boss was indeed remarkably swift. Without delay, Chunbin summoned a few of his favorite subordinates and departed with Xiao Chusheng. In the internet CF, several acquaintances of Chun Bin exchanged glances, bewildered. That person, did he just call him Bin Gu Bin Z? A few onlookers wore expressions of disbelief. Immediately, an informed individual revealed the insider information he had. It was rumored that Chun Bin had recently taken on a leader, someone even younger than himself, likely the very person they had just seen. No way. Is that true? A group of individuals who had just finished their online session found this news hard to believe, save for the informed individual, who appeared quite confident. He asserted, "If I were uncertain before, seeing that person just now solidified my belief in its authenticity." His words piqued the curiosity of others. What's the story? Did you see those two girls? The mention of this stirred them awake, and they nodded vigorously. Yes, they were stunning. The informed individual smiled knowingly. Exactly. Someone capable of bringing along two individuals of such caliber. Could they be an ordinary person? At this hour, they might have just spent the night with those exceptional beauties. The group was suddenly enlightened, as if a veil had been lifted. Had it not been for the reminder from this knowledgeable individual, they would have never arrived at such a conclusion. Given the crowd, hailing a taxi was comparably priced to taking the bus. So, Xiao Chusheng flagged down a cab and instructed Chun Bin on their destination, advising him and his companions to catch another taxi to follow. They arrived at the location where Xiao Chusheng intended to set up his barbecue cart in less than 5 minutes. This time, he planned to acquire a mobile food cart dedicated to selling fried foods, albeit a smaller model. In truth, a storefront would offer more longevity, as fried items remain popular even in winter. However, considering the current factors of cost and foot traffic, he had to start with this mobile option. Indeed, what Xiao Chusheng lacked most at the moment was cash. He needed to cultivate his cash flow in a manner akin to a snowball effect, allowing it to grow substantially. Given that he was in the phase of primitive capital accumulation, he needed to engage in ventures that guaranteed profits. Thus, at this stage, he could only focus on the food industry. After a lengthy negotiation with the owner, he successfully managed to reduce the price of the small cart by nearly half. The owner's expression was one of painful reluctance, while Xiao Chusheng cheerfully remarked, "Boss, think of it this way. If I succeed in this venture, I might even need a few more carts down the line." The owner, observing the people Xiao Chusheng had brought, began to contemplate the matter. Indeed, as Xiao Chusheng had pointed out, the young man displayed considerable ambition, and given the arduous nature of such businesses, most young people would shy away. However, Xiao Chusheng was willing to endure the hardships, suggesting that this enterprise would undoubtedly expand. Reflecting on this, the owner realized that Xiao Chusheng's grand vision was indeed promising. "What are you planning to do next?" Lin Shi inquired curiously. "First, I will focus on fried chicken fillets, and then assess whether to diversify into other fried items based on the circumstances." Xiao Chusheng elucidated that this is merely a transitional phase. In the long run, he certainly intends to secure a storefront. Naturally, this is an ambitious endeavor, as real estate prices in Hangzhou are exorbitant, and thus leasing a commercial space would not be inexpensive. At present, for Xiao Chusheng, the idea of leasing a storefront seems impractical. However, given the vastness of Hangzhou and the relatively low technical barriers associated with fried chicken stalls, he envisions that if business proves successful, he could operate several mobile food trucks. By capitalizing on high foot traffic areas such as parks, tourist attractions, and schools, even a brief 2-month operation could yield substantial profits. After all, prior to the rise of the takeaway industry, the realm of street vending reigned supreme. Chapter 53. Vanishing After Deceit in Truth. Xiao Chusheng yearned to follow the path of Zhengxin chicken steak, despite the inevitable market fatigue that would eventually set in. Nevertheless, even in a waning market, the potential remained vast, amounting to tens or even hundreds of billions. Naturally, he did not believe that he could presently compete with the well-established Zhengxin. However, capturing a modest share of the market would suffice. In Xiao Chusheng's recollection, the shadows of Zhengxin began to emerge in 2007. Although the brand was just taking its initial steps, it would take many years before it truly ignited, for a brand must blanket the nation with outlets, leaving no street in even the most obscure towns untouched. Yet, progress must be gradual, both in dining and business endeavors. Zhang Xin's rapid market penetration was not solely due to its catchy slogans and palatable flavors. It was predominantly supported by the capital behind it. This, regrettably, was Xiao Chuxing's current disadvantage. He was an individual, far removed from the realm of capital. Consequently, he resolved to carve a different path, utilizing mobile food trucks to dominate the street economy of Hangzhou, establishing a reputation. This would serve as a springboard. Once the funds were secured, he would transition to brick-and-mortar establishments, expanding outward. He did not aspire to a national presence, as that was unrealistic. Even the formidable Zhang Xin relied on franchising to achieve nationwide reach. Furthermore, chicken steak posed no significant technological barriers, making replication exceedingly simple. Once profits were evident, a plethora of chicken steak outlets and brands would inevitably emerge. Yet in the end, only a handful would endure. Thus, rather than dreaming of a national market, it was wiser to cultivate a smaller region with depth. There would always be patrons, even a decade hence. Xiao Chusheng planned to establish a brand, initially reaping revenue. He awaited the arrival of so-called investment firms, ready for financing or acquisition. After all, once he had swindled the funds, he could vanish. His ambitions lay not within this venture. The ostensibly lucrative business was merely a means to sustain his grander aspirations. The internet sector thrives on capital infusion, while the restaurant industry offers a steady and swift revenue stream. Thus, he sought to leverage the culinary realm to fuel his internet ambitions. In his past life, Xiao Chuxing's entrepreneurial endeavors had straddled the internet sector, granting him profound insights into its workings. Contrary to the sensationalized narratives of internet companies raking in profits from the outset, this industry often witnesses initial outflows akin to a gushing river. Many firms endure prolonged periods of losses, sometimes spanning years or even decades. Profits? A distant dream. Yet, the question arises, if everyone is losing money, where does the capital originate? It is, in essence, a game of capital. Investors fiercely compete, burning cash to carve out market share, then flipping the table to oust those who cannot keep pace. They subsequently reap the rewards through stock markets, financing, and user acquisition, always finding ways to subsidize early losses. This phenomenon is known as the winner takes all. And now, Xiao Chuxing aimed to become that very victor. Having arrived, this time Chen Bin, along with his laborers, accompanied Xiao Chusheng, who had also procured the ingredients needed for their evening stall. The morning produce was notably fresher than that available at noon, offering a greater selection. While purchasing these ingredients, he also took the opportunity to buy some vegetables. Xiao Chusheng and his companions returned home first, while Chen Bin instructed a few of the younger men to transport the newly acquired food truck back. Seizing the entire day away from school, Xiao Chusheng resolved to return to Qi Shanshan's place to prepare the small crayfish all at once. This time, he brought Chen Bin into Qi Shanshan's home, and upon witnessing the opulent decor, Chen Bin was left in awe. Coming from a humble background, he had never encountered such splendor. Xiao Chusheng chuckled. "Are you envious?" Chen Bin nodded earnestly, "But I certainly have no hope of attaining this in my lifetime." Xiao Chusheng, ever the provocateur, remarked, "Indeed, you possess a keen self-awareness." This left Chen Bin feeling bemused. "Boss, couldn't you perhaps paint a grand vision for me? Just to lift my spirits?" Xiao Chusheng laughed. "Did you think I would echo those capitalists, telling you that with hard work, you too shall eventually have it?" With his thoughts aptly discerned, Chen Bin lowered his head in embarrassment. This young man was not particularly cunning. Otherwise, he would not have found his way back to the right path. Speaking of empty promises was futile. What truly mattered was what one could grasp. Xiao Chusheng, with an intense gaze, addressed Chen Bin. "Some things are destined not to belong to you, yet others are within your reach." Chen Bin appeared contemplative. Xiao Chusheng chose his words carefully, subtly guiding Chen Bin to understand what could be pursued and what should not be. As long as he remained astute, he could acquire even more. While Chen Bin might not be exceptionally talented, he was undoubtedly quite clever. Using the chicken breast he had purchased along with various seasonings, Xiao Chusheng demonstrated the cooking process to Chen Bin. Admittedly, he himself was not particularly skilled, resulting in a less than ideal frying outcome. The appearance leaves much to be desired. However, the taste was commendable. Xiao Chusheng believed it to be vastly superior to that of Zhang Xin. This was to be expected, as Zhengxin's approach primarily aimed to maintain a consistent standard across all outlets, while also factoring in costs. Unlike Xiao Chusheng, who utilized only the finest ingredients, a disparity was inevitable. In essence, this was the process. I entrust this task to you. Through your selling experiences, gradually develop precise data on cooking times and flavors. For instance, the oil temperature, frying duration, the ideal consistency of the batter and breadcrumbs, and the exact measurements of the seasonings. As Xiao Chusheng instructed Chenbin, the latter's mind raced, eager to remember the directives given. All right, just like that. Once you have established a refined set of data, we shall expand our store throughout Hangzhou. Chenbin felt invigorated by the prospect and immediately returned to his research and experimentation. Delicious. One foolish individual could not restrain himself, devouring the experimental fried chicken cutlets with gusto. For such a foodie, Xiao Chusheng could only shake his head in resignation. After preparing a portion of the evening's skewers, he arranged for the frozen crayfish stored at Chun Bin's home to be delivered. Xiao Chusheng immediately set about stir-frying, but due to the large quantity, the cooking extended well into the afternoon. The kitchen was permeated with the pungent aroma of chili peppers, causing both Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan to tear up from the intensity. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but mutter, "This scent is overwhelming. If we sell this for several months, this kitchen will likely forever bear the essence of crayfish." "Oh, silly beauty," she instinctively replied, suddenly tilting her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiao Chusheng. "I adore crayfish. Is this truly a matter of preference?" He wondered, glancing at the clock. "Is it already this late? Once the range hood has cleared the chili scent, I shall prepare a couple of dishes for you, and we will have our lunch." With that, Xiao Chusheng decided to showcase his culinary skills. Chapter 54. A glimpse into the future of the era of $5 for 30 megabytes. Will you still cook? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. She soon met Xiao Chusheng's incredulous gaze, as if he were looking at a fool. He chuckled helplessly. "Why do you think barbecuing doesn't count as cooking?" This. Lin Shi felt something was amiss, but struggled to articulate it. Xiao Chusheng, not delving further into the explanation, began washing the pots and requested the foolish Qi Shanshan to fetch some rice for him. "After all, my family runs a restaurant. My father taught me. A few years ago, I cooked for a while at home, but it was too time-consuming," he finally clarified to Lin Shi. Understanding dawned upon Lin Shi. "No wonder your business revolves around food. Isn't there a direct correlation?" "Ah, isn't there?" Xiao Chusheng paused, realizing that perhaps there was some truth to it. After all, if he didn't enjoy eating, he likely wouldn't ponder it so deeply. Well, a restaurant magnate with no aspirations to venture into the internet sector is not a proficient chef. He rubbed the rice Qi Shanshan had retrieved. "It may not be this year's harvest, yet it was undoubtedly good quality. Never mind, it's not a bother. Our tastes are not so discerning, and besides, how could the landlord's rice possibly be inferior?" Xiao Chusheng took 3 small bowls, placing a handful of rice in each, but instinctively glanced at the foolish beauty, silently replacing one with a larger bowl. After adding water, he put them directly into the steamer for 20 minutes. With fewer people, it was unlikely they would eat again soon, and this method was more effective than a rice cooker. In his past life, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi often dined together in this manner. While purchasing lamb, he also had a bit of pork cut, accompanied by some mushrooms for their evening stall. A simple stir-fry method was employed, with the lamb sautéed with scallions for a delightful scallion lamb dish. Complemented by freshly prepared crayfish, 3 uncomplicated dishes sufficed. Pointing at the rice, Xiao Chusheng tasted it. "Not bad, even if it's not new rice. It's quite palatable. Let's eat." Thus, the 3 settled down to dine. Lin Shi ate with grace, while the foolish girl devoured her meal with abandon, entirely devoid of her goddess-like demeanor. If the boys from school were to see her in such a careless manner, their illusions of her perfection might shatter. "Admit it, your culinary skills are indeed commendable," Lin Shi remarked. "It's no wonder your family runs a restaurant." After satisfying their appetites, they froze most of the stir-fried crayfish, leaving the remainder outside for sale. They prepared the ingredients for the evening, and Xiao Chusheng took a brief nap on the sofa. It was Saturday, and the foot traffic would undoubtedly be greater than usual. He dreaded the thought of standing on his feet until they trembled. When the time came, they readied themselves for the stall, only to find Chun Bin had arrived early with his crew. This fellow was eager to assist Xiao Chusheng by delivering the barbecue cart, clearly motivated by the prospect of advancement. Ultimately, it was Xiao Chusheng who instilled hope in him. The promise of earning money was indeed enticing. As Xiao Chusheng awaited the arrival of the oysters, he found that the park was already teeming with people. After all, it was Saturday, and many students were on holiday, along with young couples who didn't have to work. In this era, entertainment options were rather limited, making shopping a common pastime during vacations. Reflecting on it, the primary forms of entertainment in 2007 revolved around online games on computers, such as World of Warcraft and Legend. If his memory served him correctly, even the domestic version of the infamous poison milk powder had not yet been launched by Tencent at that time. Living this second life, he gazed into the future, feeling increasingly disoriented, almost as if his previous existence had merely been a fleeting dream. In an age where one could enjoy a month of internet access for merely 5 yuan, who could fathom what the world would look like in 10 or 20 years? It seemed utterly fantastical. However, this time, with Xiao Chusheng's arrival, the world was certain to witness his grand ambitions. As he had anticipated, Saturday's business was thriving beyond measure. By daylight, customers had already begun to flood in, prompting him to worry that the ingredients he had prepared might not suffice until 9 o'clock. If only every day could yield such prosperous business, Lin mused. Indeed, Xiao Chusheng replied with a smile. While we earn money, we also exhaust ourselves. Well, that's true. This business, in essence, is a trade of brute force for money, which is then spent on medical bills. After several decades, it all comes back around. Ultimately, it is not a lasting endeavor. Could you cover for me for a moment? I'll check on the chicken fillet situation. Sure. Xiao Chusheng made his way to Chun Bin's stall, observing quietly. He had to admit that, after their afternoon of experimentation, the presentation was at least acceptable, far more reliable than the 2 pieces he had prepared that morning. Boss, would you like to give it a try? Chun Bin asked eagerly upon seeing Xiao Chusheng. Yes, I'll have a piece to taste. After sampling it, Xiao Chusheng found the flavor satisfactory, even slightly better than he remembered from Jingshin. However, he felt the crispy coating could use some improvement, as it was a tad too hard. Indeed, we are still fine-tuning the batter's ratio, Chun Bin explained. While listening, Xiao Chusheng's mind wandered to another matter. The chicken fillet tasted decent, yet something seemed to be missing. Jingshin's approach involved bundling chicken fillets with beverages, as simply consuming fried chicken would quickly become monotonous. Typically, their establishments paired the fillets with sour plum juice. However, some smaller franchise stores, in an attempt to cut costs, replaced it with cheap orange-flavored water. Consequently, many patrons from his previous life often discarded the drinks, as not everyone appreciated sour plum juice. In essence, when purchasing a 10 or 12 yuan chicken fillet, most customers were effectively paying for the drink without receiving anything of value in return. This constituted a form of waste. Thus, Xiao Chusheng contemplated whether he could capitalize on this aspect. Eureka! An idea sparked in his mind. He decided to rent a cola machine, as cola was a beverage that the vast majority would find palatable. Moreover, he intends to pair the sale of chicken fillets with beverages. You may opt out, but the discount is merely $1. Yet, what is the cost of a cup of cola from the machine? Just $1 per cup. And many would choose to spend that extra amount. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng established a company primarily to enhance employee welfare. Even renting a cola machine from the Coca-Cola company, simply paying the deposit and having it installed. Although mobile vending can be somewhat cumbersome, it can be alleviated by utilizing large barrels of drinking water. Resolute in his decision, he planned to expedite the arrangements. Oh, almost forgot they have weekends off. Their company observes weekends as holidays. In this day and age, foreign enterprises certainly offer a considerably more relaxed employment environment. Otherwise, so many would not be clamoring to join. However, besides these aspects, there are indeed pain points. Xiao Chusheng recalled the critical juncture of Jingshin market squeeze in his previous life. Chapter 55. She is merely naive, not foolish. Jingshin was experiencing vigorous growth during its midterm development, expanding nationwide through franchising. However, after several years of rapid advancement, entered a period of stagnation. The root cause of this decline lies in the fact that while fried foods are undeniably delicious, they ultimately represent an unhealthy dietary choice. Additionally, the limited variety of offerings contributed to this predicament. To alter this impasse, they subsequently launched a variety of fried skewers and an array of inexpensive fried delicacies. Yet, they remained ensnared in the inevitable fate of unwholesome fried foods, an inescapable dilemma. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that, despite their unhealthiness, the allure remains irresistible. Another factor compressing Zhongxin's market share was the emergence of diverse fried chicken varieties, with Zhongxin's offerings being too singular. For instance, the rise of Korean-style battered and sauce fried chicken has captured a significant portion of its market. The Chinese consumer tends to favor foods with ample sauce and a touch of sweetness. Otherwise, dishes like sweet and sour pork, fish-fragrant shredded pork, and Kung Pao chicken would not enjoy nationwide recognition. Yes, therein lies the breakthrough. Xiao Chuxing has finally pinpointed the key to this dilemma. While the industry's pain points remain unsolvable, he can address the weaknesses in his own products. In Xiao Chuxing's perspective, profit margins are not a concern. His aim is to generate revenue to support the internet sector. As for future plans, that is straightforward. Once the business expands, secure funding and capitalize on the opportunity to exit, an age-old tactic of capitalists. However, it may not even be necessary. Although the industry will continually face market pressure, profitability is assured. Even if one were to simply rely on past earnings, there would likely be little financial strain for the next 30 years. All right, allow me to conduct some research. In a few days, I will present you with a new proposal. You may continue your exploration of chicken fillets, and we shall launch them together when the time is right. Xiao Chusheng instructed Chen Bin, intending first to observe the daily sales figures of a mobile frying cart. As this was crucial, upon returning to the barbecue stand, Lin Shi was sweating profusely as he grilled oysters. This delicacy was indeed a bestseller. The allure of its aphrodisiac properties was undeniably captivating to the Chinese populace. It was not only men who relished it, even women were drawn to it. After all, when men enhance their virility, it is ultimately the women who benefit from it. This logic holds true, for what men truly seek is that exhilarating thrill, and whether it is genuine or not makes little difference. The true experiential aspect lies with the women. Thus, an intriguing phenomenon arose. Many middle-aged women, in their prime and vigorous years, were seen luring middle-aged men to the stand for oysters. Are the crayfish selling that quickly? Lin Shi noticed that the bucket of crayfish he had brought was nearly empty, having originally contained at least 30 pounds. Indeed, despite their spiciness, they were surprisingly popular. As he wiped his brow, Lin Shi mused that the spicier the dish, the more enticing it became. This was perfectly normal. Beer and crayfish embody the essence of the night market, and now these two staples were present at his stand. However, the man squinted, realizing that it was the Na'vi beauty who was handling the cash. Xiao Chusheng, somewhat skeptical, pointed at the foolish beauty and inquired of Lin Shi, "Are you certain it's all right for her to collect the money?" Lin Shi could not help but roll her eyes. Shan Shan is simply adorably Na'vi. She is not truly foolish. Can you please refrain from harboring biases against her? TSK. He was left speechless. After observing for a while, he realized that this fool had indeed not made any errors in handling the money, which eased his concerns. In this era, relying on cash was rather troublesome, especially with the issue of counterfeit notes. Unlike later times when mobile payments became ubiquitous, allowing one to venture out with merely a phone, thus eliminating concerns of fake currency and pickpockets. If it were feasible, Xiao Chusheng would have even considered intercepting the financial fortune of Alipay. However, contemplating this seemed a daunting task, as Alipay's parent company, Alibaba, represented substantial capital. He felt like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Perhaps he should deliberate on this matter further. All right, I shall return to procure a bucket of crayfish. I must impose upon you for the time being. Xiao Chusheng, unable to avoid it, continued to trouble Lin Shi. Lin Shi, however, was entirely unconcerned, as she had stated. This level of exertion was trivial compared to the labor she had previously undertaken. On his way back to collect the crayfish, he also ordered 3 portions of rice bowls. As for barbecues, Indulging occasionally was acceptable, but setting up a stall and consuming them daily would undoubtedly become tiresome. Nevertheless, that particular foolish beauty showed no signs of weariness. She was utterly invincible. Just within the brief duration of setting up the stall, she had already devoured over 10 skewers of lamb and several raw oysters. As Xiao Chusheng returned, carrying the packed rice bowls and crayfish, a familiar face had quietly arrived at the scene. Jack E. I heard the garlic-grilled oysters here are particularly popular, and they're said to enhance beauty for women. Just look at you. Your complexion has been rather poor these days. You ought to indulge a bit. This individual was Shun Jing, a close friend of Zheng Jia, who attended a different school. The two shared an unspoken bond, naturally including discussions about Xiao Chusheng. It can be said that the numerous rejections Xiao Chusheng faced in confessing to Zheng Jia were significantly influenced by Shun Jing, who had instilled the notion that a man who easily acquires affection tends to undervalue it. Thus, she encouraged Zheng Jia to allow Xiao Chusheng to confess multiple times, ensuring that once he succeeded, he would cherish the relationship. Such matters are difficult to evaluate. While one cannot dismiss the validity of her reasoning, it also teeters on the edge of irrationality. Observing her friend's despondent demeanor, Shun Jing, exasperated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Oh, come now. He is merely a man. You are so beautiful. If he rejects you, that is his loss. He should be the one regretting it." However, Zheng Jia's voice trembled with emotion. "But he is with Qi Shanshan, the aloof campus belle from your school?" Shun Jing had heard of her, but found it hard to believe. "Are you certain? Xiao Chusheng doesn't seem that remarkable. How could he win over the campus beauty?" Zheng Jia shook her head. She did not know for certain, as Xiao Chusheng had not divulged specifics. Yet, she had indeed witnessed the intimate interactions between Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan, making it impossible for her to doubt. So what if he managed to win over the campus beauty? Shun Jing, with a tone of indifference, let out a cold snort, remarking, "How many couples from our student days actually last? In university, the campus belle might very well discard her current suitor upon encountering someone more exceptional. You needn't feel so despondent. Boys like Xiao Chusheng are quite ordinary. You are bound to meet someone far superior during your college years." She gently patted Zheng Jia's head, saying, "Be good. We shall soon arrive. I've been yearning to dine here. It has been quite the wait for this holiday." Instinctively, Zheng Jia glanced towards the stall, only to be met with the sight of Lin Shi's remarkably pristine and stunning visage. She appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, making Zheng Jia feel woefully inadequate in her presence. Consequently, she instinctively lowered her gaze, too timid to look again. Unbeknownst to her, just then, Xiao Chusheng, that insufferable man, returned to take over the task from Lin Shi. Chapter 56, darling. Open your mouth. Oh, we're almost there. Shun Jing exclaimed with delight, turning to continue discussing the barbecue with Zheng Jia. It was said that the proprietress here was exceptionally beautiful, with some even referring to her as the barbecue fairy. Zheng Jia lowered her head, her mind lingering on the fleeting glimpse she had just witnessed. She muttered softly, "She is indeed very beautiful." Although she was reluctant to admit it, she could not deny that the woman she had seen was far beyond her own comparison. In fact, she felt that the woman was even more stunning than Qi Shanshan. This kind of beauty was characterized by intellect and maturity, qualities that only time could bestow, while they were merely a group of girls yet to blossom. Zheng Jia's thoughts were not entirely unfounded. Lin Shi had been working since graduating from high school and had encountered many experiences and people throughout the summer. With exposure to such diverse aspects of life, one inevitably appeared more mature. Among their peers, Lin Shi projected an aura akin to that of an insightful older sister, especially when contrasted with Zheng Jia, who had yet to face the harsh realities of society. "Boss, bring us 20 raw oysters." Through the window, and amidst the smoke rising from the grilled lamb skewers, Shun Jing had not noticed that the boss before them was Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng, too, was preoccupied and did not spare them a glance, as he had plenty on his plate, until he heard the girl beside them ask, "Jia, what else are you going to eat?" Jia? Upon hearing that name, Xiao Chusheng instinctively paused, furrowing his brow as he looked up. Their eyes met. and Zheng Jiai found herself momentarily dazed by the face of the very person who had been the source of her recent distress. You. At first, Zheng Jiai felt a surge of panic, but she quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, Chu Sheng. Shen Jing noticed her friend's sudden excitement and realized that the familiarity she had sensed earlier when ordering had indeed been Xiao Chusheng. However, she had never entertained the thought that a student like him would be running a stall in such a place, let alone one that had become a sensation. Xiao Chusheng, what are you doing here? Shen Jing, upon regaining her wits, was immediately incensed, for it was Xiao Chusheng who had caused Zheng Jiai to be so distracted today. Xiao Chusheng cast a cold glance at Shen Jing. His impression of her had never been particularly favorable. After all, it had taken numerous declarations of love for him to finally succeed with Zheng Jiai, a feat that had been influenced by Shen Jing's meddling. Their relationship had often been tumultuous, with Shen Jing's presence contributing to their conflicts. This girl had a tendency to instill negative emotions in Zheng Jiai. Especially during the period just after their college graduation, society was in a state of upheaval, which could easily lead to anxiety. Zheng Jiai, having just graduated from the College of International Trade, which had only recently undergone a name change and was merely a second-tier institution, faced the same challenges that many graduates of her time encountered: employment. With a dearth of job opportunities and an aversion to the service industry, she spent a considerable amount of time in Shanghai, sending out resumes, only to be met with rejection. It could be said that during that time, Xiao Chusheng was essentially supporting her, and in an effort to change their circumstances, he ventured into entrepreneurship. Zheng Jiai remained unchanged, and as Xiao Chusheng lacked the energy to sustain their relationship, Shen Jing incited Zheng Jiai, frequently belittling Xiao Chusheng behind his back. The criticisms were predictable. Starting a business was fraught with peril. How could a mere second-tier university graduate like Xiao Chusheng achieve entrepreneurial success? It was akin to brainwashing, and gradually, Zheng Jiai's mindset shifted. Her instances of unreasonable disputes with Xiao Chusheng increased, as did their quarrels over trivial matters. The deterioration of their relationship can be attributed to a multitude of factors. While Shen Jing, the toxic friend, was indeed a malignant presence, Zheng Jiai's susceptibility to her words played a significant role. Xiao Chusheng had previously cautioned Zheng Jiai to limit her interactions with Shen Jing, given that Shen Jing worked at a nightclub where Xiao Chusheng often conducted business. He had overheard several unsavory rumors about her. Yet this had led Zheng Jiai to argue with him on 2 occasions. Since then, he had refrained from mentioning it again. Now, upon encountering Shen Jing, Xiao Chusheng displayed no warmth, merely coldly inquiring, "Are you eating or not? If not, step aside, other patrons are waiting." Shen Jing, taken aback by his reaction, stiffened and retorted, "Why are you like this? Wei Jiai, eat or leave." Xiao Chusheng interjected, clearly disinterested in further discourse. His desire to sever ties with Zheng Jiai was evident, but with Shen Jing, he scoffed. Shen Jing, momentarily stunned by his brusque dismissal, sought to respond, but 2 of Chun Bin's subordinates blocked her path. The 2 young men, sporting brightly colored hair, were particularly intimidating to the student girls of this era. Shen Jing's voice trembled with fear. "What do you want from us?" Zheng Jiai, having rushed over, failed to grasp the situation. "This is not your place to act out. Dare to cause trouble, and we'll break your legs," the 2 young men threatened. The intimidation from these societal youths silenced Shen Jing, rendering her mute. "Jing, are you all right? It didn't harm you, did they?" Once the young men departed, Zheng Jiai hurried to inquire about Shen Jing's well-being. Shen Jing, shaken and weak in the knees, collapsed onto the ground, bewildered. "What was that about?" "I was talking to Xiao Chusheng. What do they have to do with it?" Zheng Jiai's gaze flickered, contemplative as she glanced towards Xiao Chusheng. Jing, wait a moment." With that, Zheng Jiai cautiously approached Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall. She was eager to ask him why he was here, if it was the stall Su Hai had mentioned, but her primary concern lay with the woman who had just humiliated her. She was desperate to uncover the nature of the relationship between that woman and Xiao Chusheng. Thus, she silently drew closer, noticing Xiao Chusheng was entirely focused on grilling a large batch of lamb skewers, sprinkling water over the meat. In truth, Xiao Chusheng had long been aware of her presence, but feigned ignorance. Lin Shi was savoring the rice bowl brought over by Xiao Chusheng, having witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety. However, she remained oblivious to the nature of the conflict between Xiao Chusheng and the girl who had been dragged away, questioning what deep-seated animosity could provoke such a vehement dismissal. That girl was someone I once pursued, Xiao Chusheng murmured softly to Lin Shi, using the phrase once pursued as it had become a settled matter by that point in time. Yet, Lin Shi, with her keen intuition, sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Nevertheless, she chose not to expose the underlying tension. Instead, a playful smirk graced her lips as she scooped a spoonful of rice and brought it to Xiao Chusheng's mouth, teasingly coaxing, "Darling, open up, ah?" Chapter 57. Declaring sovereignty to the ex, Xiao Chusheng's lips twitched. With his understanding of Lin Shi, it was evident that she was putting on quite a performance. What was this? A declaration of sovereignty over his ex? Yet, Xiao Chusheng found himself willing to indulge her, since they both understood that there would be no further entanglements. It was better for her to relinquish any lingering thoughts sooner rather than later. Thus, he obediently opened his mouth, allowing Lin Shi to feed him. "Would you care for something else?" Lin Shi pretended to speak in a coy voice, causing Xiao Chusheng to involuntarily shudder. This woman. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to nod, and the two of them began to display their affection in front of the many onlookers. Xiao Chusheng was responsible for selling, while Lin Shi took it upon herself to feed him, occasionally taking a bite for herself, completely indifferent to whether this constituted an indirect kiss. "Oh, the boss and the boss lady are quite affectionate. You two must be married already." Some regular customers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but tease them. Lin Shi feigned shyness, playfully swatting at Xiao Chusheng's arm. To onlookers, it was unmistakably a flirtation. Naturally, this spectacle did not escape the keen eyes of Zheng Jia, who was lurking not far away. Her breath quickened, her face a mask of disbelief, as if the very sky were collapsing. Indeed, for Zheng Jia, it felt as though the world had crumbled. She sensed that many things were slipping beyond her control, and this sensation was profoundly unsettling. "You," Xiao Chusheng thought as he finished the last bite of his rice bowl, uncertain of what to say to her. This was purely a show for Zheng Jia's benefit. Lin Shi feigned innocence, asking, "What's wrong? You're not still harboring feelings for her, are you?" Xiao Chusheng firmly shook his head in denial. "Absolutely not. I have you now. How could I still have feelings for her?" Lin Shi rested her chin on her hand, contemplating, and then glanced at the foolish beauty beside her, who was chewing incessantly like a hamster. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but from extravagance to frugality is a challenge. "Is that how that phrase is used?" she inquired playfully. "Do you want me to take your place for a moment? It seems your ex is looking for you." A smile danced on Lin Shi's lips. Xiao Chusheng shot her a glare, yet he still switched places with her. It was indeed time to have a clear conversation with Zheng Jia. Otherwise, this endless cycle was becoming rather tedious. As Xiao Chusheng sat down to sip some water, Zheng Jia timidly approached him. He cast her a dispassionate glance, but said nothing. In such moments, the first to speak would be the loser, and the one at a disadvantage was undoubtedly Zheng Jia. She hesitantly asked Xiao Chusheng, "Who is this woman?" "My woman," Xiao Chusheng replied, his tone assertive and without even a glance in her direction. Zheng Jia's complexion shifted dramatically. His unhesitating affirmation struck her like a dagger, for it signified that Xiao Chusheng had entrusted his heart to another, and she might have lost him due to her so-called test. Yet, Zheng Jia refused to accept such an ambiguous conclusion. She forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tearful. "Is that so? She is well." However, Xiao Chusheng, that wretched man, coldly retorted, "Who cares what you say?" His words left Zheng Jia momentarily speechless, for it dawned upon her that Xiao Chusheng might indeed harbor no feelings for her any longer. Not only was there a lack of affection, but it seemed he was also filled with disdain, one might even say bordering on loathing. Zheng Jia felt a profound sense of injustice within her. She had done nothing wrong. Her eyes involuntarily welled with tears, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. The absence of love was undeniable. In their previous life, despite the long period they had spent together, any lingering feelings had long been eroded by the trials of life. Even couples in the throes of passionate romance experience a period of fatigue after 4 months, and married couples encounter the so-called 7-year itch. And what of Xiao Chusheng and Zheng Jiai? Their personalities and values were fundamentally incompatible. That they managed to stay together for so long was already a remarkable feat. More accurately, it could be termed a sunk cost. Oh, but that concept applies only where one lacks better alternatives. In truth, the sunk cost here was solely on Zheng Jiai's side, for Xiao Chusheng had Lin Shi. Zheng Jiai's own attributes were merely average. Though her appearance could be considered delicately attractive, she fell short of the universally acknowledged beauties. As for her family background and academic achievements, they too were lacking. To put it bluntly, she was quite ordinary. Yet, should Xiao Chusheng's entrepreneurial endeavor succeed, she would transform from a sparrow into a phoenix. This was a transformation that a girl of her commonality could never achieve on her own. Therefore, even when Xiao Chusheng was in dire straits in the past, she chose to remain, partly out of hope and partly because he bore the burden of the exorbitant living costs in such a city. She simply enjoyed her life without the need to shoulder any pressure or toil alongside him, for all the stress lay squarely upon Xiao Chusheng's shoulders. As for the future, when Xiao Chusheng's career stagnated, she ultimately gave up and returned to her hometown. Subsequently, their contact dwindled until Xiao Chusheng's rebirth. Then, what about Qi Shanshan? Zheng Jiai finally mustered the courage to ask, "Aren't you with Qi Shanshan?" Xiao Chusheng instinctively looked up towards the direction of the silly beauty. He then met her bewildered gaze as she clumsily peeled a small lobster. Beside her, a mound of shells had accumulated. This gluttonous girl had already consumed 2 pounds of lobster on her own. Following Xiao Chusheng's gaze, Zheng Jiai was rendered speechless. Why was she here? The foolish beauty had been so engrossed in her eating that Zheng Jiai, focused entirely on Xiao Chusheng, had failed to notice her presence. At that moment, Zheng Jiai's mind buzzed. She could not comprehend the situation. What was the nature of their relationship? Why did Qi Shanshan show no reaction to the closeness between Xiao Chusheng and that woman? Zheng Jiai's mind was a tumult of confusion. Xiao Chusheng merely cast a glance her way, prompting her to exclaim, "You and her? What on earth is happening?" This question erupted from her lips in a near-hysterical outburst. "What does it matter to you?" Xiao Chusheng retorted without a hint of compassion. Zheng Jiai found herself at a loss for words, for as Xiao Chusheng pointedly observed, what indeed did it have to do with her? They were not in a relationship. What grounds did she have to inquire? It was she who had repeatedly rebuffed Xiao Chusheng's advances. "You should leave. Your presence here is superfluous to our business," Xiao Chusheng stated bluntly, each word piercing Zheng Jiai's heart like a dagger. Chapter 58. The heartless money-making practitioner. A haze of mist filled Zheng Jiai's eyes. Yet Xiao Chusheng remained oblivious. In their previous life, each argument left her in such a state, as if Xiao Chusheng were the one in the wrong. Initially, he felt a pang of sympathy, understanding that girls sometimes experience emotional turbulence. However, as these episodes became more frequent, he grew immune to them. Thus, upon encountering the familiar sight of Zheng Jiai in distress, Xiao Chusheng was entirely unmoved, even finding amusement in it. Lin Shi cast a discerning glance at her, but chose to remain silent. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Shi was unreservedly loyal to Xiao Chusheng. Zheng Jiai lingered there for quite some time, only to realize that no one was paying her any mind. Even Qi Shanshan, engrossed in her meal, didn't spare her a glance, as if she were invisible. In truth, the oblivious beauty was wholly absorbed in her food. After all, she was merely an indifferent foodie. Feeling a sense of futility, Zheng Jiai quietly withdrew from the crowd and returned to where Xinjing was. Xinjing's eyes were red with anger, yet she dared not display any emotion, for the two-spirited young men occasionally cast glances her way. As long as she dared to approach, they would not hesitate to retort harshly. Although Xiao Chusheng, the boss, had advised them that it was no longer an era of fighting. If others sought trouble, retaliating was acceptable. The only rule was that the baseline was flexible. Upon seeing her friend return, Shun Jing gritted her teeth and inquired about the situation. Zheng Jiayi appeared despondent, merely shaking her head, unable to utter a sound. Recognizing that Zheng Jiayi was likely overwhelmed by the current state of affairs, Shun Jing decided to offer some words of comfort. Jiayi, don't be disheartened. He is about to become a college student, solely focused on running this little stall. What future can he hope for? Soon, you will inhabit entirely different worlds. This sentiment reflected the prevailing mindset of their generation, with the majority of students sharing similar views. Whether they were diligent scholars, mediocre students, or those struggling academically, all looked down upon what they deemed undignified work. They believed that even those attending second-tier or third-tier universities, or even less reputable institutions, were superior. They scoffed at the notion that a college graduate should settle for anything less than an office job. After all, how much could one earn from such a business? While this perspective is undeniably melancholy, it was a stark reality of the time, particularly in areas with limited information. Even Zheng Jiayi harbored similar thoughts, albeit differing from Shun Jing's. She pondered whether she should intervene in Xiao Chuxing's choices, urging him to reconsider his path and avoid squandering his future. Little did she know, if she were to act upon that impulse, it would not merely be a matter of him wanting to sever ties with her. After all, severing one's financial prospects is akin to taking away one's family. Admittedly, this expression is somewhat exaggerated, but that year was undeniably unique, even determining the future trajectory of the nation. A year. And it was indeed a year during the Golden Age. The advantages bestowed by a year in this golden era could yield returns in the future amounting to tens or even hundreds of billions. Can you, Zheng Jiayi, truly be worth such an astronomical sum? Perhaps you're overestimating yourself. Although Shun Jing refrained from causing trouble, she still felt a sense of indignation. She simply could not stand Xiao Chuxing. Sometimes, aversion is inexplicable, devoid of reason. When the two spirited young men observed Shun Jing tugging at Zheng Jiayi, attempting to approach, they promptly intervened. What are you doing? Can we not even eat? Or do you not wish to engage in business with us? Shun Jing's voice trembled with fear, yet her words remained defiant. Exchanging glances, the two young men chose not to respond further, but remained vigilant towards the two women. Their role, to put it plainly, was to maintain order, ensuring that no one dared to cause a ruckus. If the two girls were merely dining, there was indeed no issue. Shun Jing pulled Zheng Jiayi along, and they soon found themselves at the front of the line. Upon seeing them again, Xiao Chuxing's expression shifted. He was about to shoo them away when he heard Shun Jing assert, "Is it unacceptable for us to eat here?" This took Xiao Chuxing by surprise, but he quickly deduced that their presence was merely coincidental. Given the fame of his stall, it was only natural for patrons to come seeking it. With growing impatience, he inquired, "What will you have?" After all, he was not foolish enough to turn away customers. He needed to make a profit first. Shun Jing ordered an abundance of dishes, including over 20 oysters alone. Xiao Chuxing calculated the total, 80 in all. "Jiayi is here. Shouldn't you be treating us?" Shun Jing shamelessly retorted. This remark elicited a laugh from Xiao Chuxing, who recognized Shun Jing's knack for taking advantage of situations. Despite no longer being involved with Zheng Jiayi, how could she still have the audacity to make such a claim? Thus, he retorted derisively, "Treat you? What gives you the right?" It was evident that Zheng Jiayi's complexion paled considerably as she realized Xiao Chuxing had truly moved on. In the past, he would never have spoken to her in such a tone. Shun Jing's expression darkened as well, and with gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "Xiao Chuxing, do you no longer wish to pursue Jiayi?" Unable to contain herself, Lin Shi burst into laughter, leaving Shun Jing's face a myriad of colors. Xiao Chuxing, too, felt a smile tugging at his lips, but Lin Shi's laughter came first. Deciding to abandon any pretense, he scoffed. "Did she not inform you? Or are you feigning ignorance? Pursue her? In whose dreams? Yours or hers? If you wish to eat, do so. If not, be on your way. We have business to conduct. If you aim to dine and dash, I will not hesitate to have you removed." Such words were nothing short of humiliating, flushing both women with embarrassment. Shun Jing, infuriated, contemplated overturning Xiao Chuxing's stall, but ultimately refrained. A blend of cowardice and mischief, such was the nature of a toxic friend. Well, surely a discount is not out of the question. After all, Jiai is your classmate. Shun Jing seemed eager to regain some ground. Xiao Chusheng, ready to respond, thought to himself, discount? How about I break your legs instead? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he broke into a smile. A discount? Fine, 80. You can give it to me for 79.50. Is the bond of friendship worth merely 50 cents? This discount is more insulting than beneficial. Enraged, Shun Jing fished out 80 yuan in bills and tossed them at Xiao Chusheng. No need for change. Xiao Chusheng chuckled, entirely unfazed. Just hand over the money. I am now a heartless money-making recluse. Shun Jing tugged at Zheng Jiai, determined to take a seat, heading towards the direction of the foolishly beautiful Qi Shanshan. However, Zheng Jiai instinctively grasped Shun Jing's arm, feeling an inexplicable dread whenever faced with Qi Shanshan. It was akin to a mouse sensing the presence of a cat, even though the latter had never once cast a glance in her direction. In truth, it was not merely a lack of attention. It was as if she had never acknowledged her existence at all. In the eyes of the foolish beauty, only her own desires mattered. Everything else was inconsequential. Suddenly, the foolish beauty let out a cry of distress. Chapter 59. More like a couple with their daughter, the exclamation from the silly beauty startled both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng placed his work aside, saying, "You watch here, I'll see what's going on." Lin Shi had intended to join him, but upon his insistence, she remained behind. Once Xiao Chusheng approached, he found the silly beauty in tears, presenting a woeful visage. What happened? Xiao Chusheng inquired, perplexed, as he assessed her condition. She seemed to be fine. My eyes. The silly beauty sobbed, they're burning. Xiao Chusheng sighed in relief, realizing that in a moment of distraction, she had touched her eyes with hands that had just consumed spicy crayfish, resulting in her tearful predicament. Well, she truly is quite foolish, he mused, though it was a mishap that many might have encountered. How could you be so careless? He cradled her exquisitely beautiful face, feeling his heart soften at her vulnerability. Gently, he blew on her eyes. While it offered little relief, it was a gesture of kindness. I wore gloves. The silly beauty sniffled, tears continuing to flow. Disposable gloves. Xiao Chusheng chuckled, explaining while tending to her eyes, these are merely for hygiene. They can't shield against the chilly oil. The oil molecules can permeate the gaps in the plastic. Even if the gloves remain intact, a bit of oil will inevitably transfer to your hands. Having received a basic education, the silly beauty, despite her natural clumsiness, could comprehend his words, and, as she listened, her sense of grievance deepened. Xiao Chusheng fetched a bottle of mineral water to rinse her eyes, which alleviated some of her discomfort. However, they remained red and slightly swollen. The burning sensation was indeed a form of pain. Curiously, Xiao Chusheng pondered whether consuming such copious amounts of spicy crayfish would leave her in distress later. He dismissed any further thoughts, assuring himself that his curiosity was purely innocent. Is it feeling better? Xiao Chusheng's voice unconsciously softened as he gently caressed her face. The silly beauty responded obediently, yet her gaze remained fixated on the bucket of crayfish. Are you still eating? Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. How much have you consumed today? What kind of bottomless pit is your stomach? Since she seemed to be fine, he retreated, taking over the grilling from Lin Shi. What happened? Did she get chilly in her eyes? Lin Shi, having observed the scene for a while, had a good idea of the situation. Yes, clumsy as she is, but it's nothing serious, Xiao Chusheng explained with a smile. Lin Shi perceived the tenderness in his eyes, along with an unmistakable happiness. I'll go take a look. With that, Lin Shi approached, gently cradling the silly beauty's face to examine her. Finding no major issues, she felt relieved. Like Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi found herself captivated by the beauty before her. After all, who could resist an attractive girl? Even other girls could appreciate such beauty. Of course, Lin Shi herself was also quite lovely. It was just that without a mirror, she often failed to recognize her own charm. Be it, Lin Shi gently brushed Qi Shanshan's hair. This scene grew increasingly surreal, resembling a couple accompanied by their oversized daughter. Zheng Jiai and Shun Jing observed this spectacle, with Zheng Jiai's face paling to a ghostly hue. At this moment, the last flicker of hope in her heart extinguished. She finally comprehended that Xiao Chusheng was utterly detached from her life. Yet, she could not fathom the nature of Xiao Chusheng's relationship with these two young women. Was he romantically involved with Qi Shanshan, or was it that other woman? If it were that woman, then what did their intimate rapport signify? Just moments ago, that woman had fed Xiao Chusheng, and they appeared perfectly matched. Currently, Zheng Jiayi found herself unable to grasp the entirety of the situation, nor would she dare to contemplate the reality that Xiao Chusheng was, in truth, a despicable man, genuinely straddling two boats. In her eyes, he was merely an ordinary student, and the notion that an average student could win the affections of someone as stunning as Qi Shanshan was already preposterous. The idea that he could also attract a woman like Lin Shi was simply inconceivable. In fact, even in her past life, Zheng Jiayi had subconsciously held such beliefs. She had never paid attention to Xiao Chusheng's endeavors, viewing him solely through the lens of their student days. Thus, even during the time when Xiao Chusheng often spent long hours at the company with Lin Shi, she never suspected any impropriety between them. To her, Xiao Chusheng was unworthy of a woman like Lin Shi. She remained oblivious to the fact that the ambitious Xiao Chusheng exuded a confidence that was irresistible to many women. He had reserved his most amiable demeanor for her, yet failed to recognize that women often gravitate toward strength. The persona of affability in matters of the heart tends to falter. The term simp originated from such dynamics. Meanwhile, Shun Jing, puzzled, inquired about the relationship of those two young women with Xiao Chusheng, marveling at their beauty. Although Shun Jing had heard from Zheng Jiayi about Xiao Chusheng's involvement with Qi Shanshan, she had never met Qi Shanshan. Zheng Jiayi, her gaze lowered, dug her thumb's nail into her thigh, remaining silent. Sensing she had ventured into forbidden territory, Shun Jing dared not press further. When Lin Shi delivered the oysters they had ordered, she remained equally reticent. Zheng Jiayi consumed the food that Xiao Chusheng had prepared. Yet it tasted like ash in her mouth. Her sense of taste seemed to have dulled. In contrast, the light-hearted Shun Jing remarked, "Believe it or not, although Xiao Chusheng may not be remarkable, his culinary skills are quite exceptional. It's no wonder this business thrives. Jiayi, how much do you think he makes in a day?" Zheng Jiayi appeared not to hear her, moving like a marionette, mechanically bringing food to her lips. The events of the day had dealt her a significant blow, and Shun Jing opened her mouth, but chose not to say anything further. After they finished eating, they quietly departed, refraining from causing any more commotion. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Chusheng had not cast a single glance their way. Yet Lin Shi proactively broached the topic. "What is it like to be seen with your current partner by your ex?" Xiao Chusheng was left with a perplexed expression, as if a great question mark loomed above his head. What kind of absurd question is this? Lin Shi chuckled softly, her curiosity piqued. There was no experience to speak of, and his heart remained utterly undisturbed. Xiao Chusheng replied nonchalantly. "Then what is the situation between you two?" She inquired. "What did she do to wrong you that led her to become your ex?" With her high intellect, Lin Shi surmised that the relationship between the girl named Zheng Jiayi and Xiao Chusheng was far from simple. She instinctively sensed that this connection was not one of the present. Her words, however, caused Xiao Chusheng to fix his intense gaze upon her, his eyes ablaze, because she's not a good woman, and, well, I'm not a good man either. Chapter 60. Here, there's no divorce. Only mourning Xiao Chusheng's gaze remained fixated on Lin Shi's face, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. In an instant, she seemed to grasp something profound. Is it because of me that he is not a good man? Lin Shi pondered, reflecting on her past relationship. She recalled Xiao Chusheng's assertion that his former partner was not a virtuous woman. Given Xiao Chusheng's brazen character, he would not lie about such matters, nor shift the blame onto others. His admission of being an imperfect man implied that he had erred in matters of the heart. If his mistakes had a counterpart, Lin Shi's face grew even warmer. Surely it must be me. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly inquired of Xiao Chusheng, "Is there truly no possibility left between you and her? Have you not considered me? Well, under our circumstances?" The we she referred to was unmistakably clear. This question left Xiao Chusheng feeling somewhat awkward. Upon his rebirth, He had never envisioned himself in a situation of dual affections. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Some occurrences lie beyond our control. When destiny presents itself, one must embrace it, lest they show disrespect to the heavens. Xiao Chusheng even contemplated that perhaps his return to this world was meant to rectify past regrets. However, upon reflection, did he truly have regrets from his former life? The answer was a resounding no. Although his relationship with Zheng Jiayi was fraught with turmoil, culminating in a disheartening outcome, this did not imply that he would find no happiness after seeking solace in Lin Shi's embrace. In his relationship with Zheng Jiayi, it was she who had first relinquished hope. There was no betrayal between them. She had staked her future on Xiao Chusheng, only to abandon it before success was realized. Eventually, someone remained steadfast and reaped the rewards. Thus, in truth, Xiao Chusheng bore no regrets regarding his past with Zheng Jiayi. His rebirth was not motivated by thoughts of his former partner. Xiao Chusheng's family was intact. His parents were healthy and free from grave illness. And he himself had established a successful career and amassed wealth. With Lin Shi as his devoted wife, his life was one of bliss and fulfillment. Where, then, could regret arise? Nonetheless, regrets were not entirely absent. Firstly, there was Lin Shi's past, as Xiao Chusheng had encountered her too late. Secondly, there was the foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, who became the catalyst for his rebirth. In plain terms, it was the heavens presenting him with an opportunity to settle an outstanding debt. Oh, you ask if Xiao Chusheng believes in fate. Isn't he rather superstitious? Of course, having experienced rebirth, how could he not be? Xiao Chusheng's response was forthright. Indeed, there is no possibility between us, for some affections are erroneous from the outset. In truth, neither she nor I held any profound feelings for one another. This conclusion was drawn from his lengthy relationship with Zheng Jiayi, which spanned years. In fact, he could not pinpoint when Zheng Jiayi had quietly withdrawn from his life. Thereafter, their interactions were merely symbolic, perhaps intended to leave her a pathway of retreat. After all, a girl who cannot thrive in Shanghai and is compelled to return to her hometown may ultimately find herself resorting to blind dates if suitable prospects elude her. Before his success, Xiao Chusheng was undoubtedly an ordinary individual, yet he possessed a commendable character. Furthermore, what if he were to achieve greatness one day? It may seem ironic, but such thoughts are commonplace among the majority, and most people behave accordingly when faced with similar circumstances. Thus, upon his rebirth, Xiao Chusheng harbored no resentment towards Zheng Jiayi. In the realm of adulthood, there exists no absolute right or wrong, only the balance of gains and losses. There is no need for confrontation. It suffices to quietly turn away. In this lifetime, she would forfeit many things, the most significant of which would be Xiao Chusheng. Her previous comfort was largely sustained by his support. Just as Xiao Chusheng was lost in contemplation, Lin Shi suddenly interjected with an absurd remark. Isn't cheating exhilarating? If Xiao Chusheng failed to discern the underlying message, he would be truly dim-witted. It is only fitting that Lin Shi, with an IQ of 163, could infer so much from their past encounters. Xiao Chusheng retorted, I believe that sometimes a breakup isn't defined merely by the words spoken. Akin to how a divorce isn't solely recognized by the issuance of a certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Shi paused, taken aback by his statement, instinctively questioning. I understand the concept of a breakup, but how can one be divorced without a certificate? There are terms like widowhood and loss of contact. Xiao Chusheng replied earnestly, weaving a tapestry of nonsense. This left Lin Shi momentarily speechless. Yet, she comprehended Xiao Chusheng's insinuation, an entangled mess, a relationship in name only. Indeed, a fresh start was implausible. Upon this realization, her mood unexpectedly lightened. The cunning Lin Shi gazed at Xiao Chusheng with a playful smile and mischievously remarked, Here, there is no divorce, only widowhood. Xiao Chusheng paused, then burst into laughter. It was evident that this version of Lin Shi brimmed with vitality. The Lin Shi of his past would never have uttered such words. Back then, she had lost faith in the world, and Xiao Chusheng represented her entire universe. However, she was also deeply insecure, lacking the audacity to claim him with such boldness. Yet, In this lifetime, Lin Shi felt unrestrained. She possessed both the standing and courage to do so. As they engaged in light-hearted banter, suddenly, the foolish beauty tugged at Xiao Chusheng's sleeve, startling him. "Huh? What's wrong?" he exclaimed, taken aback by her sudden appearance. He wasn't particularly worried or concerned about her overhearing their previous conversation. After all, understanding was another matter entirely. "It's gone." "Huh? What's gone?" At that moment, Xiao Chusheng remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation until, "Wait, where's my entire bucket of crayfish?" The bucket, alas, was devoid of any crustaceans. "It is utterly empty. Not a single morsel remains. Have you consumed an entire bucket?" Lin Shi was the first to react at this moment. Is the glutton in this place none other than this foolish beauty? However, when they cast their gaze towards the small table set aside for the silly beauty, it appeared there weren't an overwhelming number of shrimp shells, though certainly there were quite a few. But surely it could not account for an entire bucket being devoured. Thus the question arises, where did it all go? The two exchanged doubtful glances at Qi Shanshan, who then handed over a stack of money. "So much?" Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng exchanged looks, each reflecting astonishment in the other's gaze. The foolish beauty nodded repeatedly. After her explanation, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi finally grasped what had transpired. Goodness, is this a major client? Chapter 61. This money is yours to earn. As it turned out, while the two were engrossed in their discussions, the proprietor of a nearby restaurant approached with a bucket, promptly packing away an entire container of crayfish. Crayfish can indeed be served as a dish. Perhaps he was merely testing the waters, contemplating whether to prepare them himself if they proved to be profitable, speculated Xiao Chusheng. "Shouldn't that affect our business?" Lin Shi inquired with a hint of concern. Xiao Chusheng shook his head. Crayfish, in essence, is more about the ambience. Eating at home differs greatly from savoring them here at the stall, with the evening breeze and the aroma of charcoal wafting through the air. "I see." Lin Shi pondered, realizing the truth in his words. The essence of street food? Precisely, the essence of street food, Xiao Chusheng elaborated with a smile. "Our stall is sufficiently spacious to accommodate such a large quantity of crayfish. Otherwise, given the current distribution and average price of crayfish in Hangzhou, turning a profit is quite challenging." This was indeed the case. In 2007, the craze for crayfish had yet to sweep through Hangzhou. Without large-scale farming and a robust logistics system, the costs simply could not be minimized. The lower prices in Shanghai were a result of preliminary collaborations with the region of Xinjiang, currently in the distribution phase. Xiao Chusheng was, in a sense, reaping the benefits of the times, staying ahead of the curve. The most lucrative period for crayfish was during its initial surge in popularity, when night markets overflowed with them, selling out daily. As time passed, however, with an increasing number of middlemen entering the fray, profits became significantly squeezed. "It's akin to our oysters," Xiao Chusheng observed, surveying the surrounding stalls. "While they are indeed profitable, only one vendor can truly thrive. Fresh oysters come at a price exceeding 2 yuan each, leaving little room for profit." He noticed that two nearby stalls had begun offering oysters, yet neither had signage, as their supply was minimal. They couldn't afford to price them too low, nor could they set a high price without customers. But what if they discover the dock? Lin Shi expressed her apprehension. "What if they steal our business?" Xiao Chusheng chuckled nonchalantly. "I never intended to pursue this venture indefinitely. It's inherently short-lived. This was merely a lucky break. And perhaps one day that supervisor will no longer have the opportunity to earn this extra income. So, if we can profit, we shall. If not, we will pivot." "Oh, you've already formulated a plan. That's reassuring." Lin Shi sighed in relief. "Indeed," he affirmed. "As I mentioned earlier, this stall is merely a means to earn a quick sum, a starting capital. And you need not worry about those individuals finding the dock. Oysters are still quite niche, and many are unaware that such offerings exist at the dock. Even if they do find it, the demand is too low to make it worthwhile." Xiao Chusheng assessed the situation with a rational perspective. He was not particularly concerned about the oyster business, given that it would only last until October. Even if it were to end, the barbecue stall would still yield substantial profits. If worst came to worst, he could always procure goods from the docks in Shanghai. bringing back a few crates without any pressure. Frozen oysters are relatively easy to store. Even if sales were slow, he could simply stockpile a bit more. There are always more solutions than there are challenges. It is nearly time to conclude the day's endeavors, as fatigue settles in after a long day of work. The ingredients displayed in the showcase have been significantly diminished, leaving only a few varieties and a handful of skewers. Continuing to sell would serve little purpose. Consequently, he summoned Chin Bin and others to partake in grilling the remaining unsold items, sharing both food and conversation about the day's business. Chin Bin, with palpable excitement, exclaimed, "Boss, business has been exceptionally good. Although we haven't tallied the total yet, it must surely exceed 2,000. 2,000? Xiao Chusheng pondered, recognizing that the profit margin on chicken cutlets was rather modest. Such sales figures were merely average during the bustling peak hours of Saturday. This was undoubtedly influenced by the surrounding environment, as the stall had yet to establish a reputation. Despite the park being crowded, most patrons were primarily drawn to Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stand. The remaining vendors inevitably felt the repercussions, which explained their palpable frustration. Regrettably, they dared not voice their grievances, particularly with Chun Bin and his former gang of ruffians in the vicinity. Xiao Chusheng felt no guilt. In business, some must incur losses while others gain. Everyone must rely on their own abilities to earn a living. The market has its limits, and the notion of harmonious profits is a mere illusion. The reality has demonstrated that the so-called harmony in business merely serves as a guise for capitalists to exploit consumers by offloading costs onto them. All right, let us head back. This chicken cutlet stall can be improved. It will flourish in due time, Xiao Chusheng reassured, patting Chun Bin on the shoulder. The chicken cutlet business was predicated on high sales volume, and he had never intended to confine himself to this area, so the current sales figures were anticipated. On the way back, two of Chun Bin's associates, tasked with overseeing Xiao Chusheng's stall, approached him. "Boss, they want to find some work," Chun Bin explained. Xiao Chusheng, slightly puzzled, replied, "That will have to wait a few days. Our resources are currently limited, and we must proceed step by step." "Not that, boss. I heard from Brother Bin that you are considering stepping away from crayfish." One eager young man, named Zhou Chun, interjected quickly. "Ah, yes. The procurement process is cumbersome in Shanghai, and managing it is quite taxing," Xiao Chusheng elaborated patiently. Zhou Chun then proposed, "How about this? We could run to Shanghai to procure the goods for you, and then the brothers could handle the processing. You would only need to focus on the cooking, and we would receive our wages." He appeared somewhat timid, as if apprehensive about Xiao Chusheng's response. Xiao Chusheng, discerning a deeper concern, inquired, "Are you facing difficulties at home?" Zhou Chen's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly ran a hand through his hair. "My sister is about to start university, but our family cannot afford it." So you wish to support her education?" Xiao Chusheng felt a surge of admiration. Despite their seemingly carefree demeanor, these spirited young men displayed remarkable devotion to their families. "Yes, she will be the first in our family to attend university. I have squandered my chances. I cannot allow her to do the same." "You are right. We must seize the opportunity to change our destinies." Zhou Chun gazed resolutely at Xiao Chusheng. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng suddenly posed a question, one that bore both curiosity and a test. "If that is the case, why not allow your sister to take up a job? Now that she has graduated from high school, earning some money by washing dishes, for instance, should be feasible, right?" "Absolutely not," Zhou Chen replied emphatically, his tone urgent. "She's a girl. This world is still fraught with peril, and I fear for her safety while working." Xiao Chusheng found himself somewhat admiring the spirited determination of Zhou Chen and nodded in agreement. "Very well then, let this money be earned by you." Chapter 62. Striving to become a better version of oneself. As Xiao Chusheng's words resonated, smiles illuminated the faces of the two individuals. However, before their joy could linger, Xiao Chusheng suddenly furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward another person. "He is working to support his sister's university education. What about you?" Instantly, everyone froze, their attention shifting to the young man named Su Fei. Curiosity enveloped the group, just as Chen Bin was about to interject on Su Fei's behalf. Su Fei spoke up himself. "Boss, actually, I'm also doing this for his sister." The trio accompanying Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. This revelation indeed caught them off guard. Zhou Chun chuckled awkwardly, boss. Well, Su Fei has feelings for my sister. Xiao Chusheng could not help but facepalm. Was it truly the case? So, this fellow was a romantic at heart? Lin Shi's eyes mirrored her astonishment. She never imagined this seemingly unreliable rogue would charge forth for love. Perhaps driven by a sense of mischief, Xiao Chusheng approached Su Fei and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "That's commendable, but I have a question for you." Su Fei hesitated, his expression tinged with concern. "Boss, you won't forbid me, will you?" Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "No, not at all. I'm merely intrigued. You could consider it an exploration of human nature." Such profound words left everyone present perplexed. Yet, as the boss, Xiao Chusheng held the highest authority, so no one dared to question him. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Chusheng continued, "I am curious, hypothetically speaking, if Zhou Chen's sister attends university and over the course of 4 years meets numerous individuals and broadens her horizons, she may become even more exceptional, setting her sights higher. She might encounter someone better, perhaps even someone better than you." At this juncture, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. For a naive young man, this was undeniably harsh. Nevertheless, Xiao Chusheng, ever the provocateur, pressed on. If at that time she were to develop feelings for another man and no longer desired you, all your efforts today would merely serve as a bridal gown for someone else. What would you do? An immediate silence enveloped the room. Xiao Chusheng posed this starkly realistic question with an unsettling calmness that bore the weight of a soul-searching inquiry. Su Fei stood frozen, his mind grappling with thoughts previously unconsidered due to his innocence. The mere contemplation of such a scenario sent a chill through his veins. Zhou Chen opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet realized the boss's words reflected an undeniable truth. While the prevailing narrative of the era championed hard work and perseverance leading to a promising future, the reality often diverged from this ideal. The future remained uncertain for the majority, especially in this age, except, of course, for Xiao Chusheng, who had witnessed the future with his own eyes. Su Fei, engulfed in despair, almost in tears, implored Xiao Chusheng, "Boss, are you suggesting that someone like me is unworthy of love?" Xiao Chusheng smiled and shook his head gently. "No, I do not deny that there are virtuous women in this world who would willingly accompany you through your most arduous times and help you build your dreams. However, we must also acknowledge that there are many unscrupulous women who seek merely to exploit you." The spirited young man felt his composure unraveling, his voice trembling. "What do you mean, boss? Do you recall what I said when I first came to you and Brother Ben?" Xiao Chusheng did not answer directly, but posed a question in return. Su Fei nodded earnestly. "Of course, I remember." Xiao Chusheng replied with a slight hum. "Indeed. As I mentioned, your worth determines your reward. This is the rule of the world." The people present stared blankly at Xiao Chusheng, puzzled as to why he had chosen this moment to reiterate such a statement. Xiao Chusheng smiled slightly. "Similarly, some abilities are innate. This is called talent. However, the heights you can reach are not solely dictated by talent, but rather by the harmonious interplay of effort and ability. Talent alone, without effort, may yield some achievements, yet ultimately, those achievements will be limited. Do you understand?" Su Fei, who was not particularly astute, struggled to digest Xiao Chusheng's words. After a moment of contemplation, he scratched his head. "Are you saying that if I work hard now and do not lose Xiao Qian, she will not abandon me?" Xiao Chusheng, deducing that Xiao Qian was Zhou Chen's sister, simply nodded. "Yes, this world does not offer only a single path. Striving to excel academically and attending university is one avenue. Engaging in business is another, and there are countless more. I cannot guarantee that by becoming a better version of yourself, she will remain steadfast, for the human heart is complex. However, at the very least, when that moment arrives, losing you may very well be her most regrettable decision, for without her, you will still be formidable." Su Fei's eyes began to sparkle with hope. Xiao Chusheng had undoubtedly illuminated a new perspective for him. Nevertheless, Su Fei still ventured to ask the question that piqued everyone's curiosity. "So, boss, if I follow you, can I earn a substantial amount of money?" Xiao Chusheng did not provide a direct answer, but instead countered, "That depends on your own capabilities. Here, I never lack opportunities to profit. Only those with the skill to seize them. I will have them, Su Fei asserted with conviction. Xiao Chusheng was pleased with his response and patted him on the back. Then, I shall await your progress with anticipation. All right, everyone, you may return now. Once we finalize the accounts, we will distribute the earnings to everyone tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Chun Bin and the others, Xiao Chusheng and his companions calculated the day's earnings at Qi Shanshan's residence. During this time, Lin Shi suddenly inquired of Xiao Chusheng, "Do you think Su Fei can win over his sister?" Xiao Chusheng was somewhat taken aback. "You actually care about this?" He replied casually, "I do not know. The world is full of uncertainties, and all we can do is to focus on bettering ourselves." Lin Shi pondered thoughtfully. Once the calculations were complete, bolstered by the addition of 2 new items, crawfish and chicken cutlets, on this bustling Saturday, the daily profit effortlessly exceeded 10,000. The crayfish business is an expansion venture. Many individuals purchase them to enjoy at home, and they require no immediate preparation, making it a lucrative opportunity. Zia Kasheng attempted to analyze this. As for the chicken chop business, it is rather monotonous, with a ceiling on revenue. Achieving 2,000 in a single day is indeed considerable. It seems that adjustments are necessary, Zia Kasheng murmured to himself. At that moment, Lin Shi suddenly inquired, "If you outsource the procurement of crayfish and enable them to learn how to profit, won't they fearlessly venture out on their own once they've amassed sufficient startup capital? You certainly have a long-term perspective." Zia Kasheng was somewhat taken aback, but managed a faint smile, replying, "I am not concerned." Chapter 63. You wouldn't dare to kiss me? Xiao Chusheng did not conceal his intentions. "I never intended to rely on this for profit. It is merely one of my means to accumulate wealth. Moreover, this business is labor-intensive and time-consuming. At least for us, it is not particularly advantageous. If they're willing to exert themselves, the money is essentially a windfall. As for them starting anew, it is not a significant matter. Using this modest profit to discern human nature early on is indeed a lucrative venture." Xiao Chusheng revealed a wise glimmer in his eyes. If they were sufficiently astute, they would realize that following me would yield far greater rewards. They are unworthy of earning more for the sake of trifling gains. Lin Shi gazed at Xiao Chusheng, acknowledging that the current iteration of him was undeniably captivating. The prospect of her future self being enamored with him seemed rather unremarkable. Just then, Xiao Chusheng suddenly smirked and remarked, "Of course, even if they venture out on their own, they're unlikely to earn much." "Ah, why?" Lin Shi inquired, perplexed. "Because crayfish belong to a unique category. They thrive on ambience, relying on our barbecue business to sell extensively. Many patrons order them as an afterthought while enjoying other dishes. If you attempt to sell them independently, the business may not be as prosperous." Lin Shi rested her chin on her hand, reflecting on his words and conceding that Xiao Chusheng had a point. "In fact, I considered having my family's restaurant sell crayfish as well, but upon reflection, it likely wouldn't attract many buyers," Xiao Chusheng explained. "Those who dine at restaurants typically come for group meals, ordering several dishes. In establishments of my family's scale, the clientele primarily consists of students or laborers." "Oh, is there a difference?" Lin Shi blinked, her intelligence evident, yet her social experience was still somewhat limited. Xiao Chusheng chuckled. "Consider it from their perspective. A few small crayfish, with just a bite of meat after peeling, cannot satiate one's hunger. Laborers and students often struggle financially." Lin Shi's understanding dawned upon her, her previous queries now resolved. No wonder. Simultaneously, her gaze toward Xiao Chusheng grew more admiring. This individual is a born businessman. His ability to contemplate from the perspectives of diverse consumer groups, what they need and desire, is precisely what empowers Xiao Chusheng upon his return to this life, as he possesses the correct answers. "All right, I must take my leave. Tomorrow, do not rise early. Indulge in a leisurely morning. We shall go shopping around 10, and in the afternoon, I will take you out to buy some things." "Shopping?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon Lin Shi's feet, which were adorned with a pair of indistinguishable, well-worn shoes. I will buy you some attire suitable for Hangzhou, perhaps shoes as well." Lin Shi flustered and quickly protested, "There's no need. I still have some. There's no need to spend extravagantly. Money should be spent where it is due. We are not lacking in that regard," Xiao Chusheng decisively countered. He earned money for this very purpose. If he did not spend it on her, what significance would his earnings hold? Sure. Xiao Chusheng gazed intently into Lin Shi's eyes, causing her to avert her gaze, as if sensing that he might devour her at any moment. Nevertheless, Xiao Chusheng maintained a degree of restraint, merely stating, "There is no need for you to be frugal on my account. One must understand that money begets money. Expenditure is essential for greater returns. In the future, we shall accumulate wealth beyond your current capacity to spend. Moreover, what I require at present is significant capital, a mere trifle in the grand scheme." His words ignited Lin Shi's curiosity, prompting her to inquire, "And exactly how much do you need?" Xiao Chusheng replied with a slight smile, "Perhaps several million, or even tens of millions may not suffice." Lin Shi felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Was this the scale of the venture? Could it be excessively ambitious? Xiao Chusheng chuckled ruefully. Such was the nature of the internet-related industry. It demanded substantial investment. Furthermore, as he sought to establish a foundational foothold, the need for resources was even greater. The sum he mentioned was merely an estimate, and while he would not expend it all at once, there was a process involved. Throughout this journey, he could gradually subsidize the expenses from other businesses, which was precisely why he toiled away at these stalls. Though these setups seemed trivial and laborious, they were indeed profitable. The street vendor economy during this period represented the optimal solution, low overhead with high returns. As for other options, they either required significant startup capital or slow recovery of initial investments. In contrast, the street economy allowed for simultaneous profit generation and reinvestment of those earnings for expansion. Like a snowball effect, substantial capital flow could soon be attained. Of course, the challenge lay in securing adequate manpower, which is why he enlisted Chun Bin and his associates. While not all of them were entirely trustworthy, they represented the most advantageous strategy for Xiao Chusheng at this moment. The remarks he made to Zhou Chun and Su Fei that day were intended to establish his authority among these spirited young men, instilling in them the belief that following a magnate like Xiao Chusheng would lead to financial gain, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Furthermore, should he identify a few exceptional talents among them while weeding out the unscrupulous, these individuals could eventually become his elite team as the enterprise expanded. The lessons learned from Su Hai in his past life taught Xiao Chusheng the importance of having reliable individuals in pivotal roles. And what constitutes trustworthiness? The answer lies in mutual benefit. Indeed, when one is assured of substantial gains, loyalty can be secured. Xiao Chusheng crafted an image for himself as the central figure, the linchpin, assuring everyone that with him, a continuous stream of benefits would flow. This way, no one would act like Su Hai did, sacrificing substantial prospects for immediate trifles. "Well, I must take my leave now. If I linger any longer, I might end up sharing a bed with you," Xiao Chusheng jested. However, Lin Shi replied with a playful smile, "That might not be out of the question. So, do you wish to stay?" Xiao Chusheng felt a flutter in his heart at her teasing, instinctively swallowing hard. "Don't say that. I truly wish to, but my parents are at home. Perhaps another day, I shall introduce you to them. They would be delighted." Xiao Chusheng waved his hand and stepped out the door. Lin Shi gazed in the direction he had departed, feeling an unexpected sense of anticipation, perhaps with a hint of mischief. She was curious about how Xiao Chusheng's parents would react upon seeing two beautiful young ladies. Just as she was about to voice her delight, Xiao Chusheng suddenly returned. "Oh, did you forget something?" Lin Shi quickly composed her expression, questioning him with a hint of confusion. However, Xiao Chusheng merely shook his head and pointed to his lips. "I just realized that since I have treated you so well before I leave, should you give me a kiss?" Chapter 64. Who truly is the prey? A delicate blush graced Lin Shi's exquisite face, yet she exhibited neither repulsion nor hesitation. In fact, she appeared to be somewhat eager. Their lips met, parting like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. It was not that she recoiled from engaging in an extended French kiss with Xiao Chusheng. Rather, it was due to, well, It was simply because Qi Shanshan was watching them intently from a short distance away. The foolish beauty had evidently become a part of their playful interaction. Lin Shi, who was somewhat oblivious to the nuances of relationships, found herself momentarily unable to process the scene unfolding before her. Xiao Chusheng, that insufferable rogue, teasingly gestured towards the other individual. Fool, do you want a kiss? No need for payment, this fellow, accustomed to frivolity, whimsically sought to jest, as it was undeniably entertaining to tease this simpleton on numerous occasions. However, what took him by surprise was that the foolish beauty genuinely pondered the proposition, and then she nodded. She actually nodded in agreement. Huh. Xiao Chusheng stood there, completely stupefied, taken aback by how easily she could be swayed. Before he could fully react, the foolish beauty had approached him, cradling his face and planting a fervent kiss on his lips. Of course, it was merely a kiss, for it was evident that she lacked experience. Yet, Xiao Chusheng found himself momentarily dazed. This inexplicably felt as if he had been overpowered. Not only Xiao Chusheng, but even Lin Shi was bewildered. She had always perceived Qi Shanshan as a child of innocent thoughts, not someone likely to engage in such behavior. Wait, could it be that her innocence rendered her even more perilous? Lin Shi's intellect swiftly processed the implications, discerning the underlying logic. Because of her naive disposition, she was unafraid to love and hate, easily discerning who treated her well and who did not, more so than those who were cunning in thought. The malice people harbor towards one another is often subtle and difficult to detect. Although Xiao Chusheng appeared to be a rogue, he possessed a set of principles deeply embedded within him. He treated Qi Shanshan extraordinarily well, despite occasionally teasing her. In that moment, Lin Shi seemed to unravel many mysteries. Perhaps their trio's convergence was not mere coincidence. Xiao Chusheng, feeling as though he had been subjected to a peculiar onslaught, stood dazed at Qi Shanshan's doorstep. He touched his lips, which had been kissed by two women, and an emotion, whether to be termed vanity or happiness, overflowed uncontrollably within him. Upon returning home, old Xiao could not help but inquire, "Why does your face look as if you've stumbled upon treasure? Did you strike it rich?" In that instant, Xiao Chusheng felt an undeniable connection with his family. What a peculiar metaphor. Nevertheless, he strove to suppress his amusement, though a chuckle managed to escape. No, nothing at all. Old Xiao did not press further, but instead asked if he had eaten, inquiring where he had been all day. Xiao Chusheng responded with a cheerful smile. Isn't it natural for someone my age to enjoy some fun? In this lifetime, Xiao Chusheng exuded an air of confidence, especially since his intellect and academic achievements no longer constrained him. Old Xiao had not been particularly troubled by these matters. He merely spoke them casually. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Chusheng found himself still reeling from the earlier emotions. After all, it was overwhelming. What would he call this? The blessings of shared companionship? This was an experience he had never encountered before. While he had only contemplated such a notion in the past, now it seemed to have materialized. Although it was still slightly out of reach, two exquisite beauties, whom others would scarcely dare to even imagine being with, were now willing to accompany him. This was undeniably a bit too stimulating for Xiao Chusheng, rendering him exhilarated to the point of insomnia. It was in this moment that he truly felt as if he had been granted a second chance at life, embodying the youthful exuberance appropriate for his age. Perhaps in matters of the heart, he was still merely a youth at heart. As this excitement surged within him, sleep eluded him, and he found it quite vexing. Ultimately, he had no choice but to take a deep breath and seek solace in physical means of inducing slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were engaged in a silent stare-down, both enveloped in a thick silence, neither daring to broach the subject. It seemed almost instinctive, or perhaps a matter of trepidation, at least for Lin Shi, since the moment Xiao Chusheng had declared his intention to support her. She felt as if she had transformed into a wicked woman. Now, she found herself somewhat enamored with the chaotic nature of their current relationship. Clearly, such liaisons would be scorned by society, yet she felt no guilt whatsoever. Rather, she experienced a strange thrill and anticipation. I must be out of my mind. Lin Shi sighed internally, feeling helpless, for she could not bring herself to harbor any ill will towards Qi Shanshan, a girl devoid of malicious intent. Rivals? They could hardly be considered as such. Yet, the nature of their relationship was undeniably peculiar. Moreover, Qi Shanshan exuded an odd aura, despite her apparent simplicity. She seemed to possess an innate understanding of everything. Indeed, it was as if she embodied the wisdom of the fool, looking somewhat daft, yet comprehending everything. She adeptly capitalized on this natural advantage. Lin Shi felt as though she had uncovered a profound truth. Which of these men was truly the prey? Thus, regardless of whether it was Xiao Chusheng or the two women, they remained in a tacit agreement, sleepless until the early hours of the morning. The following day, when Xiao Chusheng arrived at the home of the charming beauty, all three bore the telltale signs of sleeplessness. They exchanged glances and, for a moment, the air felt charged with tension. "What did you all do last night?" Xiao Chusheng was the first to voice his curiosity. "And what about you?" Lin Shi countered suspiciously. I had trouble sleeping." Xiao Chusheng offered an excuse. "Isn't it lonely and empty without a girl in your arms?" "I couldn't sleep." Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was evident he was alluding to her. However, she decided to feign ignorance. "Oh, we couldn't sleep either." And so the trio fell into silence, with each fully aware of the unspoken reason for their restlessness. Everyone here is a cunning fox with centuries of experience. Why bother with tales of the supernatural? Well, let us first head to the market to procure tonight's provisions. During our free time, I will accompany you for a leisurely stroll. Thus, I summoned Chun Bin, brought along a few others, and with some hands to assist, our burden was considerably lightened. Our efficiency soared beyond the usual pace, and with Xiao Chusheng's intention to mentor Chun Bin, it was clear that these stalls would eventually be entrusted to them. As for him, he was about to embark on a brand new chapter. "Boss, you and the lady can enjoy yourselves. We shall take care of the rest." Chun Bin expressed his eagerness to progress, casting a suggestive glance at Xiao Chusheng and the two women before they departed. Chapter 65. Compensating for Lin Shi's childhood regrets, Xiao Chusheng had long desired to take Lin Shi out, having observed that the pair of travel shoes on her feet had seen better days. Footwear holds significant importance, as it endures the wear of countless steps and prolonged standing each day. Yet, he was reluctant to allow Lin Shi to purchase them independently. Why? Because he knew she would undoubtedly compromise her own desires to save a few coins. After all, having interacted with her for many years in his previous life, how could he possibly overlook such a detail? Thus, seizing the opportunity of the upcoming weekend, Xiao Chusheng resolved to treat her to a lavish shopping spree, aiming to invigorate her spirit. He first led her into a brand-name athletic shoe store, but after browsing for a considerable time, he found himself disheartened by the aesthetic choices presented. This marked the first occasion he had scrutinized the mainstream aesthetics of this era since his rebirth. Was it truly the case that shoes from 2007 were so unappealing? They appeared clunky, with chaotic lines, lacking the simplicity and elegance revered in later years. However, upon reflection, he could understand the evolution of design trends. Just as the initial iterations of mobile phone user interfaces, such as Apple's fourth generation, embraced a realistic style, design principles had gradually shifted towards minimalism. This concept of evolving aesthetics was also evident in fashion and interior design. For instance, while the contemporary trend favored a new Chinese style in furniture, the dominant style of 2007 remained European. Xiao Chusheng lamented that his tastes were perhaps too avant-garde. As every pair of shoes seemed unbearable to his eye, he decided to let the two women choose for themselves, preferring to remain a discreet financial supporter. The paradox of this era lay in its abstract nature. While prices were significantly lower compared to the future, acquiring quality items often required greater expenditure. Particularly in the realm of shoes and clothing, even counterfeit brands demanded upwards of 200 yuan. In contrast, in later years, one could procure renowned models with exceptional comfort for the same price. The root of this abstract reality stemmed from a lack of transparent information, an issue that permeated various aspects of life, including mobile phones, food, and dining. The proliferation of mobile internet offered not only entertainment and convenience, but also a profound shift in consumer behavior. Xiao Chuxing grew increasingly convinced of the path he wished to pursue, seeking to leverage the opportunities presented by the rise of mobile internet. At that moment, the most comfortable shoe design featured air cushioning, albeit at a slightly elevated price. Lin Shi hesitated for a long time before a pair of relatively exquisite white shoes, and Xiao Chuxing recognized her internal struggle with spending. Although her earnings over the past days could easily afford her 20 pairs, she remained reluctant to part with her funds. Therefore, he quietly approached her and declared, "All right, let us go with this pair." Lin Shi was taken aback by Xiao Chuxing's decisive choice on her behalf. Currently, she was still cautious about spending, so she could not afford to dwell too much on superficialities. After some negotiation, the shoes originally priced at 450 yuan were reduced to 220. Xiao Chuxing could only sigh at the opacity of physical store pricing in this era, feeling somewhat powerless. "Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" Xiao Chuxing observed the foolishly charming girl seated on a nearby bench, perplexed by her indifference towards selecting shoes. Under ordinary circumstances, one would expect the male to exhibit such behavior, yet here she was. The foolishly charming girl shook her head. "I possess so many pairs of shoes that I cannot wear them all." Such words were indicative of a privileged upbringing. She was indeed out of his league. "Just change into a pair," he urged. "Huh?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean, huh? Change them. These shoes on your feet are quite worn. A new pair would be far more comfortable." This was precisely the intention behind Xiao Chuxing bringing her out today, prompting him to insist. Lin Shi bit her lip, but ultimately complied. "Is it comfortable?" Yes it is," she replied. "Then let us continue shopping afterwards. And I shall buy you a couple more pairs as replacements," Xiao Chuxing said with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Shi panicked. "Is that really necessary? That would be too extravagant. One must spend wisely. If one earns, one should also indulge. What purpose does money serve if not to be spent?" Xiao Chuxing decisively made the choice for her once more. Lin Shi felt quite embarrassed, but found herself powerless against him, as the funds were firmly in his possession. Instead of continuing their shopping expedition, the trio sought a place to dine, for it was already the height of noon. Although Xiao Chuxing initially intended to treat them to a fine meal, he reconsidered. In this era, fast food appeared to many as somewhat upscale. For instance, the likes of Kaifeng cuisine and the establishment known as McDonald's, although at this time it was not referred to as such. This perception was largely due to the relentless barrage of brainwashing advertisements these foreign fast food chains unleashed on television. Coupled with their prices, which had indeed become rather steep in recent years, they cultivated an illusion of high-end dining. With this thought, Xiao Chuxing's mischievous side surfaced. "Shall we indulge in fast food? Do you fancy pizza?" he inquired. Lin Shi's eyes widened in surprise. She was well aware of it, but had never partaken, deeming it far too expensive for her. After moving in with her foster parents, not only was her pocket money insufficient, but she had never even received any. Even during her part-time jobs, she earned so little that, given her financial constraints, dining on such fare was out of the question. Back in her university days, she had been fortunate enough to share a piece of fried chicken with Zhu Wan when her dorm mates ventured out. Xiao Chuxing was aware of this, and upon hearing Lin Shi recount her past, he felt a pang of sympathy. During that period, he often took her out for fast food, disregarding the implications for her health, solely focused on remedying her childhood regrets. Though he had arrived in her life now, it could hardly be deemed a childhood experience. Nonetheless, he wished to introduce her to everything she had missed in the first half of her life. "What others possess, my woman shall possess too." As they entered the establishment, Lin Shi appeared somewhat apprehensive. Xiao Chuxing gently took her hand, assuring her, "Do not worry. Order whatever you desire. Eat to your heart's content. Do not fret about the expenses. I will earn it." Lin Shi's eyes sparkled, as this young man instilled in her an overwhelming sense of security. Despite her mental preparation, the prices listed on the menu still astonished her. The various pizzas, with the least expensive 9-inch option starting at around 450. For 3 of them to feel satiated, it would likely require a base expenditure of 300 to 400. In an instant, she entertained the thought of retreating. However, Xiao Chuxing remained expressionless, steadily gazing into Lin Shi's eyes. I tell you, one day I will have enough money to make you eat until you can no longer. His words nearly took Lin Shi's breath away. Did she believe him? Absolutely. Noticing the shift in Lin Shi's expression, Xiao Chusheng then presented the menu to her. Do not fear spending. Order whatever you desire. As Lin Shi pondered over the options on the menu, Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon the foolish beauty. The foolish beauty shivered, sensing that this person harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 66. When reaching for the wallet becomes muscle memory before Xiao Chusheng could utter a word, the foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, deftly retrieved her wallet and presented it with both hands. Xiao Chusheng was utterly bewildered. What was it he intended to say? Qi Shanshan's astonishing maneuver left him utterly speechless. Beside them, Lin Shi was equally taken aback, her mouth slightly agape, momentarily forgetting to glance at the menu. After all, this pair was simply too vibrant. Ahem, that wasn't my intention. Regaining his composure, Xiao Chusheng coughed awkwardly. I wouldn't go so far as to have you pay. The expression on the foolish beauty's face seemed to convey, are you quite certain? She recalled vividly his previous misdeeds, eating her food, drinking her beverages, and even renting a room at her expense, not to mention swiping 200 before departing. Xiao Chusheng, of course, remembered these transgressions, yet he wore a facade of nonchalance, as if nothing were amiss. Well, I was merely suggesting you fetch a family bucket from the KFC next door. As for the rest, feel free to choose what you like, Xiao Chusheng clarified. The foolish beauty blinked in confusion, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at him. Hurry up, Xiao Chusheng playfully slapped her on the rear, rousing her from her stupor. Oh! And then he witnessed the foolish beauty bury her head and exit the door. Lin Shi glanced at Xiao Chusheng, momentarily at a loss for where to begin her critique. After a considerable pause, the goddess Lin Shi finally spoke weakly. I thought you had deceived me enough. How many times have you pulled this on her? It has evidently become muscle memory. Before you even speak, she is already reaching for her wallet. TSK. Xiao Chusheng felt unjustly accused, yet he found himself unable to refute her. After all, those misdeeds were indeed his doing. Moreover, this foolish girl had once, upon meeting Lin Shi, offered her entire wallet. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng was equally stunned, thinking how easily this Navi girl could be misled. However, he had declined her offer, partly because he surmised that even if her family was affluent, her own financial autonomy was likely limited. Fundamentally, Xiao Chusheng was not in want of money, for he possessed various avenues to generate income. What he truly lacked was substantial capital, and even with Qi Shanshan's assistance, it would be of little avail, as he had no one to manage. The potential yield from an individual is inherently restricted, as evidenced by the barbecue stall. No matter how much he and Lin Shi toiled, they could only earn a modest sum in that vicinity. To multiply their earnings, they needed to bring others into the fold. Thus, he set his sights on Qinbin. Although there were risks involved in the context of initial capital accumulation, such risks were not of great concern. Moreover, the reason he declined the foolish beauty's support was due to considerations regarding her father. If he were to access Qi Shanshan's funds, minor amounts might not pose an issue, but what about larger sums? Who could say whether the card containing her funds was known solely to her, or if her father was also privy to its transactions? Thus, for the time being, Xiao Chusheng remained cautious. Have you made your selection? Noticing that Lin Shi had ceased perusing the menu, he inquired curiously. As soon as Shanshan returns, let her make her selection, and you too. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he had not dined at Pizza Hut for quite some time. In his previous life, the establishment, known for its family dining experience, had gradually faded from the public's consciousness. This was partly due to the rise of pre-prepared meals and partly because of its prohibitive pricing. However, when Xiao Chusheng perused the menu and flipped through several pages, his eyes widened in astonishment. Alarmed, he hastily checked the time on his phone. Good heavens, it was indeed 2007. Noticing Xiao Chusheng's unusual demeanor, Lin Shi curiously inquired about his reaction. Oh, it's nothing, just checking the time, he replied with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, he pondered why Lin Shi found it expensive. The prices were indeed outrageous, even to him. The most bewildering aspect was that this was the year 2007. How could it be more expensive than a decade later? Was this even logical? Xiao Chusheng had to concede that the correlation between prices and income was, in a certain sense, counterintuitive. Much like before his rebirth, many people lamented about rising costs, reminiscing that a bowl of noodles once cost but a few coins, yet now demanded over 10. In reality, while this held true for certain food items, in many opaque sectors, the prices were absurdly inflated in the past. For instance, clothing, shoes, and electronic devices. Moreover, fast food menus featured pizzas, all priced over 50. The beverages, too, were exorbitant, with juices costing 15, 18, or even surpassing 20. Xiao Chusheng almost believed he had traveled back in time. He symbolically ordered some grilled wings. Though they were indeed pricey, he was willing to spend for Lin Shi's satisfaction. He himself opted for a classic Italian bolognese pasta. Am I ordering too much? Lin Shi wondered aloud. Xiao Chusheng chuckled reassuringly. It's fine. If we can't finish, we can take it home for later. All right then. Through their interactions over the past few days, Lin Shi had practically deciphered this young man's character. Resolute and somewhat domineering. Once he made a decision, it was unlikely to change. Thus, her input held little significance. Of course, this was merely Lin Shi's current understanding, unaware that Xiao Chusheng's domineering nature stemmed from his desire to provide her with the best. Before long, the foolishly charming girl returned, cradling a large bucket and carrying a bag. What a massive bucket! Lin Shi exclaimed. She had seen family buckets in television advertisements and found them impressive, though she had never tasted one herself. Xiao Chusheng scoffed. Once you see what's inside, your astonishment will dissipate. Lin Shi was puzzled until she lifted the bucket's lid. To her surprise, there was indeed a substantial amount of food, well filled enough not to shatter her dreams. It was at least far superior to the orphan buckets of a few years hence. He pushed the menu toward the charming girl. See if you want anything else, and order some more. Shan Shanshan gazed at the menu for quite some time, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As she prepared to make her selection, Xiao Chusheng, sensing her intent, promptly cautioned, "Don't overorder. You won't be able to finish everything." As expected, if it weren't for Xiao Chusheng's reminder, this foolish individual would have even contemplated cooking a book. The fast food from 2007 is still quite popular, with many indulging in it, often with an air of superiority. For instance, it is quite common for numerous male students in universities to work part-time, earning money to take their girlfriends out on dates here. Why not indulge? Observing that Lin Shi remained motionless, Xiao Chusheng noticed that the foolish beauty beside them had already seized a fried chicken leg, her mouth smeared with grease. Lin Shi felt somewhat hesitant, especially since prior to today, she had never entered such an establishment. Xiao Chusheng, understanding her thoughts, rummaged through the assortment of items the foolish beauty had brought back and retrieved a hamburger. Presenting it to Lin Shi, he sighed gently, "Go ahead and eat, for we must gaze toward the future as you have me by your side now." Chapter 67. The Wicked Woman, the Unfilial Daughter. Yet, content in her own way, Lin Shi silently accepted the offering, peeling back the greaseproof paper and taking small bites. "Is it delicious?" Xiao Chusheng inquired. Although she uttered those words, Lin Shi's tone was somewhat subdued. She felt a sting at the tip of her nose, and tears threatened to spill over uncontrollably. Clearly, this was not an especially sentimental occasion, and the hamburger in her hand did not seem as delectable as she had envisioned. Yet, she found herself unable to rein in her emotions. In truth, Lin Shi understood well that her feelings stemmed from Xiao Chusheng's attitude toward her and the things he said. Despite the fact that this boy, 3 years her junior, could sometimes be quite foolish, he was undoubtedly the person who treated her the best in this world. At times, she even pondered whether he cared for her more than her own biological parents did. Although such thoughts seemed absurd, they had taken firm root within her heart. Lin Shi perceived herself as a wicked woman, an unfilial daughter. After the passing of her parents, she initially wept incessantly. However, as time passed and her tears dried up, they ceased to appear in her dreams entirely. Eventually, as life grew increasingly arduous, Lin Shi found herself forgetting their existence altogether. Even their faces had begun to blur in her memories. She even contemplated that if her parents were alive and discovered her choice in a man like Xiao Chusheng, even entertaining the notion of living alongside another woman. They might be enraged enough to wish her harm. I am indeed a wicked woman. Lin Shi mused to herself in self-mockery. Regrettably, this world offers no room for what-ifs, and Lin Shi had long since succumbed to the hardships life had dealt her. Xiao Chusheng was undoubtedly the catalyst of her downfall, yet she found joy in it. Perhaps many would look down upon her, even scorn her, but she remained indifferent, for she was happy. Xiao Chusheng watched Lin Shi quietly, fully aware of the reason behind her tears. He understood better than anyone. For Lin Shi in her past life had faced similar moments, akin to the most tender recesses of her heart, where a long-held tension suddenly snapped. In truth, there was nothing wrong with being vulnerable. Xiao Chusheng moved closer, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Lin Shi did not resist. Her hands continued to munch on the hamburger, unperturbed. Upon finishing one hamburger, she reached for a fried chicken leg. The silly beauty's gaze followed the chicken leg intently. It was evident that she craved this even more. However, if it were Lin Shi, she would willingly share. What ill intentions could the silly beauty harbor? She was simply a touch endearing. Much like a form of indulgence, she yearned to experience all that she had missed in her childhood in one go. Unfortunately, her stomach was limited in capacity, rendering such aspirations unrealistic. The waiter approaching with the next course noticed Xiao Chusheng embracing Lin Shi. Observing her emotional state and feeling somewhat at a loss. Nodding towards the waiter, Xiao Chusheng smiled gently and remarked, "Just set it down. We shall manage on our own. By the way, do add 3 cups of your signature beverage. What is it called? I seem to have forgotten, yet I recall it being available at this time." In any case, many offerings at these fast food establishments had gradually been phased out over the years, but there remained quite a few delightful choices. After the server departed, Xiao Chusheng reached out to gently wipe away the tears at Lin Shi's eyes, wearing a soft and serene smile. "All right, the pizza has arrived. Shall I feed you?" Lin Shi decisively shook her head. Although she cherished the feeling of living alongside Xiao Chusheng in this way, it had not yet reached the point of being tiresome like that of a young couple. She felt their relationship was far deeper than mere surface-level affection. Grasping a slice of pizza, she took small bites, thoroughly enjoying it. The ample toppings and pleasant flavors were indeed commendable. Xiao Chusheng cast a glance, surprised to find that it seemed more generously topped than what he remembered from over a decade later. Skeptical yet intrigued, he also picked up a slice to taste for himself. To his astonishment, it truly was. With the rise in prices, it appeared that these fast food chains had begun to skimp in various areas to maintain their profit margins. For instance, the crust at this time was still quite thin, with cheese that stretched beautifully, a far cry from the thick, unremarkable crust he recalled, which lacked any semblance of stretchiness. Moreover, there was a notable distinction in that pre-prepared meals had not yet reached their peak. Even in this fast food realm, there remained numerous elements requiring a chef's touch, ensuring a certain standard of taste. It was difficult to determine whether history was regressing or progressing. Having lived 2 lives, Xiao Chusheng felt a profound sense of reflection. The 3 of them consumed their meal with remarkable speed, proving that with a charming, albeit gluttonous, beauty present, nothing was insurmountable. And there was Lin Shi indulging in a bout of revenge eating. Once a woman opens the floodgates to her appetite, her stomach becomes an unfathomable abyss. Xiao Chusheng quietly nibbled at his portion of meat sauce pasta, yet he ultimately relinquished most of it to Lin Shi, simply because she wished to eat. Such a straightforward motivation. He had no choice but to silently open the bag brought back by the charming beauty, only to find himself momentarily taken aback. Bone and meat connected? His expression was one of bewilderment. This delicacy had not yet been phased out. In his memory, this dish had vanished many years prior due to its exorbitant price of 5 yuan 50 per skewer. It was later replicated and popularized by numerous street vendors. Observing the 2 finish their meal and one of them sipping a vibrant fruit drink, Xiao Chusheng's expression grew increasingly intricate. Goodness, they can truly eat, he mused, realizing that supporting these 2 women might prove daunting without a substantial financial foundation. This meal reinforced his determination to earn money. At least this outing hadn't incurred a loss. It served as a lesson. Silently, he settled the bill for 3, along with those 3 cups of the now discontinued fruit beverage, totaling nearly 300 yuan. Highway robbery? Is it truly this expensive in 2007? Xiao Chusheng gazed at the receipt, unable to suppress a scoff. Lin Shi chuckled softly, remarking, "Isn't this just blatant robbery?" He found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he could not deny that these brands had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Even though their business had waned significantly in later times, they still managed to turn a profit. Xiao Chusheng curled his lips into a teasing smile and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Lin Shi's cheeks flushed crimson as she recalled her earlier moment of despondency, and she merely nodded in response. Subsequently, she hastily sought refuge beside the sweet, yet oblivious beauty. Huh? The charming fool seemed somewhat dazed. Before she could comprehend the situation, Lin Shi had enveloped her in a tight embrace. She cherished this girl immensely. Her innocent charm and endearing nature made her resilient even in the face of Xiao Chusheng's playful torment. Unlike herself, who despite not being bullied, could still dissolve into tears. Chapter 68. What I owe him, old Xiao, is the shop not busy anymore. As Zhao's father prepared to return to the store after lunch, he had just closed the security door when he encountered a resident descending the stairs. The shop owned by old Xiao enjoyed considerable popularity, making it a familiar place for the neighbors. "Isn't it the weekend? With students on break, I thought I'd stop by today," he cheerfully responded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the neighbor suddenly inquired, "By the way, doesn't your son Chusheng have a particularly beautiful cousin?" Old Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The abrupt shift in topic caught him off guard. He instinctively recalled that Chusheng indeed had a cousin, but beautiful. Well, she was somewhat attractive, perhaps. She might just meet the acceptable standard, but to label her as a top beauty would be quite an exaggeration. Uncertain of the neighbor's intent, old Xiao continued the conversation. To his surprise, the neighbor's face lit up with excitement. "Oh, really? That's wonderful. My son mentioned seeing a stunning girl enter your home a few days ago and wondered if she was Chusheng's cousin. Now that boy is in his 20s and still hasn't settled down. Do you think we should arrange a meeting between them?" Old Zhao's mind buzzed with confusion. A beautiful girl? Enter my home? Just recently? His cousin? How was he unaware of this? Wasn't she working in Shanghai? Had she returned to Hangzhou these past few days? Lost in contemplation, old Xiao pondered why no one had mentioned her visit. Had that rascal simply forgotten? Something felt amiss, yet he could not quite pinpoint it. Ultimately, he replied, "I'm not aware of this matter. I will inquire later, but it must be mutual interest for anything to happen." All right. Meanwhile, Chusheng was oblivious to the fact that Lin Shi had stayed at his house a few days prior, a detail that had already come to light. He was just exiting a restaurant with 2 girls, feeling somewhat fatigued under the scorching sun. His gaze fell again on the silly beauty, causing her to shiver slightly. This person was evidently harboring intentions. This was the immediate reaction of Qi Shanshan. Sure enough, Chusheng flashed an innocuous smile. "Silly girl, let us go to KFC for 3 ice cream cones." The silly beauty cast a resentful glance his way, but nevertheless responded with an enthusiastic "oh" as she prepared to comply. Just then, Chusheng suddenly grabbed her as she was about to look down and walk away. "Forget it. Let's all go together," he explained. "It's so hot outside. We could use some air conditioning." All right. The 3 of them hurried to get their ice cream cones, while Chusheng lingered at the ordering counter, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan found an empty table and began to eat. Curiously, Lin Shi asked the silly beauty, "Why do you listen to that guy so readily? Whatever he asks, you just comply." Without thinking, Qi Shanshan blurted out, "I owe him." "What?" Lin Shi was taken aback by her words and inquired what debt she owed Xiao Chusheng. As a result, the silly beauty was momentarily stumped, her gaze vacantly drifting into contemplation. She was so absorbed that she failed to notice her ice cream beginning to melt until Lin Shi prompted her to hastily finish it. "I don't know," the silly beauty declared with a sense of indignation. Lin Shi couldn't help but rub her forehead in exasperation, feeling a bit powerless to comment. Yet her curiosity compelled her to ask, "You don't know. So, do you owe him something? Doesn't tea that strike you as peculiar?" She then met the silly beauty's clear yet discerning gaze, and Qi Shanshan earnestly replied, "I don't know, he said so." At that moment, Lin Shi felt the dynamics among the 3 of them were indeed rather abstract. Fortunately, this child encountered the mischievous Xiao Chusheng. Otherwise, she might have been easily deceived. Although, it seemed she had already been somewhat duped. In truth, Lin Shi had an inkling of what was transpiring, yet she was not astute enough to grasp the entire picture. What have you been searching for since earlier? After finishing her ice cream, Lin Shi curiously approached Xiao Chusheng. He appeared to be looking for something, yet he had not succeeded. Feeling a bit awkward, Xiao Chusheng cleared his throat and replied, "Nothing in particular. I just wanted to see if there were any new delicious items." "Is that so?" Lin Shi regarded him with suspicion. She knew Xiao Chusheng was certainly not being truthful, but she chose not to confront him. In reality, Xiao Chusheng was searching for a particular item that had long been discontinued in his memory. Indeed, it was the tender beef sandwich. This delicacy had been sold for several years, but due to rising beef prices, it had been taken off the menu. Occasionally, it would be briefly reintroduced, but each time, the portion of meat dwindled. He had managed to taste it once, but the meager scraps of meat were utterly disheartening. Having been reborn, he thought to indulge in the original version, only to find it missing. Could it be that it has been permanently discontinued? Or perhaps it has yet to be developed? Xiao Chusheng pondered. He initially intended to ask Lin Shi if she had ever heard of the tender beef sandwich, but upon reflection, he realized she had never dined there before, so she would be oblivious even if it existed. Therefore, he decided to search online after returning home. Such is the nature of rebirth. Even with memories from a past life, not every detail is crystal clear. For instance, he knew that KFC had once offered the tender beef sandwich, but he was uncertain of the specific dates it was launched or removed from the menu. There were countless similar instances. For example, while Xiao Chusheng was aware of various avenues to wealth, he lacked the precise details needed for execution. Even with the most foolproof investment, such as Bitcoin, he was oblivious to the exact peak date or its price at that time. He only knew approximately which year it reached its zenith, embodying the true essence of a reborn individual. Did one truly believe that those who are reborn are invincible? In truth, it relies heavily on the reborn individual's abilities. A useless person remains useless, even in rebirth, a sobering reality. Having failed to locate what he sought, Xiao Chusheng waved his hand dismissively. "Have you finished eating? Once you're done, let us go take a look at some clothes." Lin Shi instinctively glanced at her attire, which consisted of a pristine white short-sleeve shirt. Although it had been purchased from a night market stall, it suited her quite well. After all, her inherent beauty rendered anything she wore appealing. As for new clothes, she mused, "I have quite enough already." Lin Shi pressed her lips together. Deep down, she remained the frugal girl she had always been. In response, Xiao Chusheng had already devised a strategy to persuade her. "You do possess a considerable number of garments, yet they're rather ordinary. Investing in a few exquisite pieces would be worthwhile. Before long, we shall engage in business dealings, and it would greatly benefit me to have you by my side, looking your best, enhancing my reputation." The advantage of an elevated presence could significantly sway negotiations in our favor. Do you understand? Lin Shi found herself momentarily taken aback by his reasoning. She comprehended the logic, yet a lingering suspicion told her that this man was attempting to deceive her. Chapter 69. What I prefer about you, when you're not wearing anything, clothes are not as significant as shoes. The latter often carries the weight of branding. However, during this era, brands like Adidas with their Ultra Boost and later peak SA Tide had yet to develop superior cushioning materials, resulting in minimal differences in comfort across brands. At present, the best options are air cushioning and shock absorption. Thus, I purchased for Lin Shi a pair of aesthetically pleasing air-cushioned running shoes. As for clothing, this realm has always been a tax on intelligence, a fact that remains unchanged even after a decade. The value of materials and designs is shrouded in opacity. Alongside the complexities of online goods versus physical merchandise, counterfeit products, and replicas, the intricacies of this alone can be overwhelming. Consequently, Xiao Chusheng had no definitive choices, allowing Lin Shi to select for herself while he merely observed. Lin Shi was relatively frugal, hence she wouldn't consider excessively pricey options. Of course, regarding clothing, even Xiao Chusheng couldn't afford the high-end luxury items, which, despite being in 2007, had not significantly lowered in price. Thousands, or even tens of thousands was the norm. Lin Shi, accompanied by the somewhat foolish beauty, sought assistance in choosing, as both were girls sharing a common language. Xiao Chuxing found a place to rest and quietly watched. Upon observation, Lin Shi's current clothing style mirrored that of her previous life, prioritizing a polished and elegant appearance. "Aren't you going to help me choose?" Lin Shi, noticing Xiao Chuxing's apparent disinterest, assumed he was uninterested in shopping for clothes. She understood this, as she had heard that boys often dread accompanying girls on such errands. Nevertheless, Xiao Chuxing shook his head. "These clothes all seem rather similar. It's up to you to decide what you like. Once you've chosen, I'd love to see how you look in them." Lin Shi didn't ponder it further and ultimately selected 2 pieces before entering the fitting room. Shortly thereafter, she emerged wearing a sky-blue spaghetti strap dress. At first sight, Xiao Chuxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a famished wolf. It was primarily the exuberance of youth radiating from Lin Shi that stirred his youthful blood, making it hard for him to contain himself. "How do I look? Do you like this dress?" Lin Shi twirled before him, showcasing her enchanting figure. Xiao Chuxing, with an expression akin to a foolish admirer, instinctively nodded. "I like it, but I prefer you and nothing at all." Lin Shi's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully retorted, "You little pervert." Xiao Chuxing laughed heartily, responding mischievously, "What man isn't a bit lecherous? Those who aren't are merely hanging on the walls." Lin Shi huffed lightly before retreating into the fitting room to try on another outfit. Suddenly, the foolish beauty tugged at Xiao Chuxing, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "What's wrong? What do you mean by hanging on the walls?" Xiao Chuxing was somewhat taken aback by her curiosity. He anticipated such a thirst for knowledge from her. Yet, considering her innocent and naive demeanor, he pondered whether revealing the truth would corrupt her. Nonetheless, he thought, sooner or later, he would have to lead her down that path himself. It would not be unreasonable to give her a precautionary warning early on. To put it simply, men, unless deceased, are invariably lecherous. Xiao Chuxing, with utmost seriousness, began to elucidate to the foolish beauty. The phrase hanging on the wall refers to a portrait of the deceased. Oh, the foolish beauty suddenly comprehended. As they engaged in idle chatter, Lin Shi had already changed into another outfit. A rather sleek white shirt adorned with subtle stripes and small floral patterns. Indeed, in this ensemble, Lin Shi appeared quite dashing, both cool and beautiful. "I believe it is quite acceptable," remarked Xiao Chuxing. "What about Shan Shan? Does it look good?" The foolish beauty replied, "It looks lovely." Lin Shi was somewhat conflicted. The shirt was reasonably priced, yet that suspender dress was rather pricey, nearly 700 to 800. Even after bargaining, it still far exceeded her previous spending threshold. Xiao Chuxing, well aware of her dilemma, promptly took charge. "We will take these 2 outfits." He then summoned the sales associate and commenced his rather brazen bargaining tactics, leaving her questioning her own existence. This was 2007, and in any locale, aside from purchasing food, one typically had to haggle, and do so aggressively. Otherwise, one would be treated like a mere commodity, a reflection of the era's economic climate, where information was not transparent. The advent of online shopping had, at least in this regard, offered no reprieve. Though it had led to the demise of numerous small garment factories during the e-commerce boom, such as the nature of transformative times, some inevitably fall behind. Ultimately, the sales associate was nearly brought to tears by Xiao Chuxing's relentless bargaining, slashing the price of the 2 garments by half. In the end, she managed a forced smile while packaging the items for Lin Shi, leaving her utterly astonished. Lin Shi had haggled for clothes before, yet never with the audacity exhibited by Xiao Chuxing. Once outside the store, she could not help but inquire, "Is the profit margin on clothing truly so high that they can sell at such prices?" Xiao Chuxing rolled his eyes and explained, "That dress you selected appears lovely, yet it is undoubtedly a knockoff, as the material is subpar." "How could you discern that?" Lin Shi was astounded. "Intuition," Xiao Chuxing replied, pointing to his temple, essentially indicating his intellect. "In my understanding, the price of clothing is primarily dictated by its design. However, this design, paired with such material, it is akin to elbow riding a dog. Such ordinary material does not merit this design. Hence, I surmise it is a counterfeit imitation of some luxury brand, evidenced by the faux diamonds adorning it. Is that so? At that moment, Lin Shi was even more impressed by Xiao Chuxing's discernment and experience. It was clear that his ability to earn money was justified. Xiao Chuxing further recounted, "These counterfeit garments typically have a very low procurement cost, so when one haggles down the price, the owner likely perceives you as a fool. Much like that piece you were wearing, which was probably purchased at a night market stall. Am I right?" "Ah, yes," Lin Shi instinctively responded. "I would wager you spent at least 50 or 60. Xiao Chuxing ventured a guess. Indeed, Lin Shi was taken aback. How could he possibly know? Xiao Chuxing let out a disdainful chuckle, remarking, "You can wholesale from the small factories in Wenzhou. They offer plenty, ranging from a mere few yuan to 25. It's quite casual, even cheaper than the seasonal offerings in Hangzhou." Lin Shi was utterly astonished. These revelations shattered her previous understanding, for it was difficult for her to fathom that garments costing 20 yuan could actually be worn. However, Xiao Chuxing wore a devilish grin, mumbling, "I wonder if they still sell black stockings. It would be a shame for those long legs of yours not to be adorned with them. Truly a sight to behold." Lin Shi recalled the last time this playful rogue had taken her on his bicycle, during which he had surreptitiously brushed against her leg. Was he still fixated on her legs? Chapter 70. I want you to return in glory, ultimately fulfilling his wish. Xiao Chuxing indeed procured several pairs of stockings for Lin Shi, including black, white, and flesh-colored variants. However, he held no particular fondness for the white ones, as they did not quite complement Lin Shi's essence. On the spot, Lin Shi donned a pair for his visual pleasure and paired with her casual attire. Her ethereal aura was magnified. Yet, Xiao Chuxing furrowed his brow and remarked, "Black stockings are typically synonymous with allure. Yet on you, they evoke a sense of reluctance to engage. This is rather troubling." Lin Shi was left utterly speechless. This fellow was indeed quite particular. It was entirely unjustifiable for Xiao Chuxing to harbor such thoughts, as the design of black stockings inherently leans towards sensuality, while Lin Shi's purity was overwhelmingly pronounced. Coupled with her youthful ensemble, this purity was accentuated further, effectively subverting the intended allure of the stockings, transforming it into an augmentation of her innocence. Ordinarily, such extreme purity tends to invoke a sense of destruction, a desire to shatter that pristine facade, which can be thrilling. But yes, the foolish beauty embodies such traits. Her innocence is perhaps excessive. Nevertheless, Lin Shi exuded a purity that far surpassed mere desire, yet maintained a delicate balance with a hint of sensuality. Xiao Chuxing mused that this was likely the essence of Lin Shi's charm. While the foolish beauty was indeed captivating, she paled in comparison to Lin Shi, even if just slightly. Suddenly relieved, Xiao Chuxing thought, "Fortunately, I want both." Upon exiting the store, Lin Shi curiously inquired, "Why didn't you haggle this time? These stockings aren't cheap, and their quality isn't stellar. They're prone to snagging." He responded to her with the incredulity typically reserved for a fool. "Of course. Stockings are meant to be torn. If you don't allow me to do so, what is the point?" Had Xiao Chuxing not unveiled the truth, Lin Shi would have remained oblivious, her face visibly reddening. However, Xiao Chuxing earnestly explained, to barter over such items would be rather impolite. Lin Shi, perplexed, asked, "Why is that?" He pondered for a moment. Then a spark of insight struck him. It's akin to being in a hurry to get something done, yet spending ages haggling over the price of 2 packs of condoms. At this, Lin Shi was genuinely baffled. What peculiar analogies occupied this man's mind? Seeing her bewildered expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. The salesgirl from a clothing store must have thought, "This fellow can charm 2 such beautiful ladies. He must be wealthy," only to find him haggling like a miser. With that remark, laughter erupted among the three, as they imagined the salesgirl's perspective. Indeed, it was likely true. After strolling about the streets a while longer, Xiao Chuxing purchased some delightful snacks for the 2 ladies to enjoy at home later. Spending this money felt gratifying, and he reflected that if given a chance to relive his life, he would gladly embrace it. For the joy he experienced now was something he had never known in his past existence. In the evening, Xiao Chuxing prepared to set up the stall with him again. However, upon noticing Lin Shi still clad in her old attire, he inquired with curiosity, "Why haven't you changed into new clothes?" Lin Shi paused momentarily, replying, "If I get covered in grease, won't it be in vain?" "Ah, you have a point," Xiao Chusheng responded, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone resolute. "You must wear it to school tomorrow, returning in style, so that others can see how well you are doing now." A warm sensation surged within Lin Shi. This young man was genuinely concerned for her. Yet, feigning ignorance, she sought to elicit some endearing flattery from him, asking, "Why? Aren't you afraid that if I dress too beautifully, it might attract rivals?" Xiao Chusheng chuckled lightly. "Rivals? Only those of equal standing can be considered rivals. The rest are mere jesters." His words struck home, leaving Lin Shi in fits of laughter. "Are you really that confident?" she teased. "Of course. I've already made my presence known at your school last time, and many must know by now that you have a boyfriend. You should return with flair. When they see how well you are doing, it will only highlight the disparity." Lin Shi couldn't help but acknowledge that the perspective of this young man was far beyond that of her peers at school. "Be prepared. The business on Sunday evening could be even better than Saturday," Xiao Chusheng cautioned her. Lin Shi, perplexed, questioned, "But isn't Saturday, when everyone goes out to relax? Why would Sunday be busier?" Xiao Chusheng explained that Sunday was when the boarding students returned to high school, and some cafeterias might not even be open that day. Even if they were, there would be limited options. Moreover, some students, with money in their pockets on their first day back, would choose to dine out with friends or partners. After hearing this, Lin Shi's gaze towards Xiao Chusheng shifted slightly. She thought to herself that he had a remarkable insight into human nature, which surely contributed to his ability to earn. Such skills are not possessed by everyone. The capacity to apply them effectively is what distinguishes individuals. "How did business go today?" Xiao Chusheng asked as he handed over the stall to Lin Shi and her friends, heading first to inquire about the progress from Chun Bin, who had set up the stall earlier. Unlike barbecue, chicken cutlets attracted customers even in the afternoon. "It went well. Based on yesterday's experience, the feedback is indeed better today," Chun Bin reported. Xiao Chusheng nodded. "Good. Tomorrow, I'll head to Shanghai to retrieve the soda machine. We need to prioritize the fried food business." Following this, Xiao Chusheng discussed the significant adjustments planned for their operations. He intended to create a brand for the fried food sector, which would be crucial in competing with Xingxin. Initially, he planned to operate a food truck to quickly earn some capital while building a reputation. Once sufficient funds were amassed, he would open a restaurant. As for the brand, he proposed calling it Deja Hui, Great Fried Gathering. Upon hearing this name, Chun Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even with his junior high education, he grasped the essence of the concept. The homophone of ZA has been altered to Ja, which corresponds to the term for frying. Hui has been changed to Hui, signifying a gathering. "Boss, does this brand imply that we aim to produce a variety of fried delicacies?" Chun Bin discerned the flavor. Xiao Chusheng nodded slightly. "Indeed, but we shall discuss this later. My current focus is on fried chicken, as it is the most universally appealing. Since it is a fried gathering, we shall offer an array of fried chicken options: Korean, American, Chinese, Japanese." "Brilliant!" Chun Bin could no longer contain his excitement and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Boss, your idea is remarkable. Once we scale up, anyone who thinks of fried chicken will inevitably recall our great fried gathering." Chapter 71. Burial of Heaven, Burial of Earth, Burial of the Love Family. Xiao Chusheng sighed, murmuring to himself, "The thoughts are quite beautiful, but alas, we are lacking in manpower." Chun Bin was taken aback. "Boss, lacking manpower? Aren't our brothers sufficient? How many can you truly rely on? I mean those who are genuinely trustworthy." Chun Bin was momentarily speechless, pondering seriously, perhaps a little over 10. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Indeed, they were short on hands. He fell into deep contemplation, recognizing that the absence of trustworthy individuals posed a significant obstacle to his rapid expansion. In the early stages of business, a single misstep could lead to being undermined by subordinates. Although Chun Bin was quite astute, it did not imply that all his underlings possessed the same intelligence. However, the pressing issue was that Xiao Chusheng had no alternatives. He could not afford to halt his progress over such minor setbacks. Moreover, he had another point to consider. As for my plan, even doubling the number of people would still be insufficient, Xiao Chuxing lamented to Chunbin. Chunbin was astonished. Boss, how large do you intend to make this establishment? Not particularly large, primarily abundant, Xiao Chuxing replied candidly, revealing his preliminary plans. I intend to transform the barbecue stall into a brand named Shisher Barbecue. This requires careful consideration. For now, I plan to utilize mobile stalls to operate until October, and afterward, secure a shop to establish a venue where customers can enjoy indoor charcoal grilling even in winter. The name Shisher Barbecue was inspired by the current proprietress, Lin Shi, whose beauty had led many patrons to affectionately refer to her as the barbecue Shisher, akin to the famous tofu Shisher. Unbeknownst to them, this has become a clever marketing angle for the stall. In the future, leveraging this fame could help in brand building, with profits unlikely to match the thousands earned by roadside stalls in a single night. Yet achieving a daily net profit of $2,000 to $3,000 from shop remained feasible. His primary aim was to outsource the laborious tasks while relying on 2 culinary brands to ensure a steady cash flow. This strategy would provide Xiao Chuxing with the confidence to pursue larger ventures, as the true opportunities would not present themselves for some time. While he was engrossed in pondering what to do next, Chunbin suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Eureka! Boss, I have a candidate. What candidate? At that moment, Lin Shi's voice rang out from behind them. Xiao Chuxing was startled. What brings you here? Seeing as you haven't returned, I thought I would check in. The guests have yet to arrive. I was just discussing with Binzi about plans for opening a shop. Xiao Chuxing explained to Lin Shi, but quickly recalled, Binzi, what candidate were you speaking of? Did you not mention a lack of manpower? Chunbin hastily clarified, I know where to find some. Oh, do share. Xiao Chuxing's interest was piqued. I have a close acquaintance in the neighboring district named Luo Fei. He has quite a few brothers under him. Chunbin elaborated. Trustworthy? Xiao Chuxing remained skeptical, suspecting that Chunbin's acquaintance was likely a petty thug, which posed a significant risk. Xiao Chuxing feared that one day, a crackdown might ensnare him. For upon investigation, it could be revealed that the proprietor was surrounded by ruffians, casting doubt on the legitimacy of his business. That would be utterly unjust. However, after Chunbin's elaborate narration, Xiao Chuxing's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was Lin Shi who took the initiative to inquire of Chunbin, what exactly is this Zong AI family you mentioned? Without waiting for Chunbin to respond, Xiao Chuxing cleared his throat twice. Zong Tian, Zong Di, Zong AI family, Tang San Zong. The joke immediately amused Lin Shi, and even Chunbin found it hard to maintain his composure. It is worth noting that this joke was ahead of its time. The youth of this era still regarded the Zong AI family and their distinctive style as a prevailing trend. However, Binzi, is this Zong AI family the one I think it is? Xiao Chuxing asked with suspicion. It should be, right? Chunbin scratched his head. Cousin Luo Fei is indeed the founder of the Zong AI family. No way. What a coincidence. Xiao Chuxing felt a pang of existential doubt. He did have some recollection of the Zong AI family. The founder indeed bore the surname Luo, yet he could not quite recall the full name. Is your cousin from Guangdong? He tentatively inquired. Yes, Luo Fei speaks fluent Cantonese. Chunbin nodded repeatedly. Damn, Xiao Chuxing never anticipated that in this second chance at life, he would encounter such a character steeped in the zeitgeist, and that he would stumble upon the Hangzhou branch of the Zong AI family. This actually made him ponder. While he indeed needed manpower, was it wise to seek out this group with their eccentric style? He understood Chunbin's implication, the Zong AI family, with their flamboyant demeanor and rough edges, differed fundamentally from the other street thugs. Many harbor misconceptions about this group, equating them with delinquency or petty crime. In truth, they are a hallmark of the era. Even celebrities like Jay Chou and Li Yuchen have sported similar styles. The members of the Zong AI family seem to embody a unique individuality, akin to what is now referred to as Chunibyo. Most of them harbor no ill intentions. In fact, compared to Chunbin's ruffians, their backgrounds are relatively untainted. After much contemplation, Xiao Chuxing resolved to proceed, albeit with careful planning. Thus, you should first discuss with your acquaintance, mentioning that I wish to start a business and am looking to hire a group of individuals. If they're interested, they can come to me. Chunbin agreed and subsequently inquired about the timeline for the Grand Fried Chicken project. Tomorrow, I will head to Shanghai to see if I can find what I need, Xiao Chusheng replied, to create a comprehensive fried chicken menu. Many spices are simply unavailable in Hangzhou at present, prompting Xiao Chusheng to seek out the abundant imported goods at a Walmart in Shanghai. Time was indeed of the essence. Xiao Chusheng sighed in resignation, feeling utterly drained. He had finally earned enough in his previous life to relax, only for a foolish beauty to instigate a reset. Now, he found himself once again toiling tirelessly. All right, let Zhou Chun and Su Fei accompany me to Shanghai tomorrow. I will also familiarize them with the procurement process for crayfish. Before departing, Xiao Chusheng casually mentioned this to Chunbin. Certainly, my esteemed boss, you may command them as you wish and let them take what they need. Chunbin has completely shed the demeanor of his former wayward self, which further convinces Xiao Chusheng that his decision to cultivate him was indeed wise. To engage a group of aimless street youths in meaningful endeavors can be considered a commendable achievement. Upon returning to his barbecue stall, Xiao Chusheng unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure, and his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Without hesitation, he swooped in like a crow taking flight, embracing a somewhat anxious young girl in a sudden display of affection. My dear girl, at last, I have caught you. Chapter 72. Xiao Yurongqi Shanshan and Lin Shi were initially assisting each other in collecting money and grilling food when they suddenly witnessed their charming young man embracing a seemingly adorable girl. The bewildered beauty blinked her innocent eyes, glancing first at Lin Shi, then at Xiao Chusheng, who was engulfing the girl in his arms, and exclaimed with astonishment, "Has he taken on another mistress?" Lin Shi nearly burst into laughter, as she had entertained the same thought initially. Until she observed the manner in which Xiao Chusheng held the girl, it did not seem to convey intimacy. "You little minx, run if you can. At last I've caught you." Xiao Chusheng chuckled maliciously, resembling a grand villain. "Oh dear brother, spare me. I shall not dare again. Please have mercy," the girl pleaded, under Xiao Chusheng's mischievous grasp. This girl was none other than Xiao Chusheng's cousin, the very one who had reported him to their uncle, Xiao Yurong. Accompanying Xiao Yurong were several of her friends, all classmates from their school. At first, they had assumed that Xiao Yurong was secretly dating someone, but upon hearing her address him as brother, they quickly grasped the situation. However, Xiao Chusheng was not ready to let this transgressor escape easily. He inquired, "Now confess. What was your wrongdoing?" "Huh?" Xiao Yurong was taken aback. "I don't know. You suddenly grabbed me, and It was evident that this girl was utterly oblivious to her fault. "Very well," Xiao Chusheng declared, exerting his strength, causing Xiao Yurong to cry out in discomfort. Under the strain of his relentless interrogation, Xiao Yurong finally divulged her misdeeds. "Brother, I erred. I should not have informed uncle about your romantic pursuits. Nor should I have mentioned your hotel stay." Xiao Chusheng's expression darkened. She was clearly aware of her actions and was deliberately trying to embarrass him. Who would dare to speak of such matters in front of others? Thus, he resolved to escalate the punishment. After subjecting her to his playful torment, Xiao Yurong, under the duress of his playful threat, finally conceded. "All right then, what brings you here?" Xiao Chusheng released her and shifted to the matter at hand. It was rather unusual for her to appear in this location, as the stall was quite distant from her home. Xiao Yurong pouted, but, meeting Xiao Chusheng's gaze, reluctantly explained her purpose. "I heard that there's a barbecue stall here that has become immensely popular, attracting many visitors. So we came here since we had nothing else to do." Xiao Chusheng was enlightened. The explanation was plausible, albeit surprising. The barbecue stall had gained fame even in their circle. "Indeed, I've heard that the flavors are exceptional, featuring dishes that cannot be found elsewhere. And the proprietress is stunningly beautiful," Xiao Yurong remarked, her excitement causing her to involuntarily shed a tear. This girl was indeed quite the foodie. Moreover, it was evident that all the nourishment she consumed had contributed to her rapid development, making her figure particularly striking, even among university students. True to her name, Yurong, which implies abundance, she possessed a physique that was truly unique. Yet, it was precisely the arrival of his cousin that led Xiao Chusheng to realize that perhaps his plans could soon be set in motion. Due to the rapid rise in popularity of his barbecue stall, there loomed the possibility that a moment's hesitation could result in someone else reaping the rewards. In an era devoid of the internet, the dissemination of information was relatively insular, relying primarily on word of mouth or social groups. The social interactions within these groups were predominantly non-acquaintances, thus the recent social circle consisted mainly of local clusters. Hangzhou is not particularly large, and the circles remain relatively tight-knit. With limited entertainment options available, the traffic within these social groups is unprecedentedly vast. Additionally, there are online forums where the entirety of internet traffic converges in these two realms. Xiao Chuxing's barbecue stall had gained fame in this area. Once someone brought it to light, many would soon be in the know. He mused to himself that it was imperative to arrange for several barbecue carts to cover other regions of Hangzhou. He recognized this as a prime opportunity to establish a brand. Otherwise, if others discovered this trend, they might exploit his name to dominate other areas. "Brother, what are you mumbling about?" Xiao Yurong asked with curiosity, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Are you here to have fun too?" Xiao Chusheng did not respond directly. Instead, he took her hand and called over her friends, urging, "Finish up quickly and let's head back. It's unsafe to be out late at night." "Oh." Xiao Yurong could only comply, feeling slightly exasperated internally. It seemed contradictory to her that while he was concerned about safety at night, he was quite content to be in a hotel with other girls. "Brother, people are queuing. Isn't this cutting in line?" she remarked, noticing how Xiao Chusheng led them around the crowd towards the seating area, causing her to feel a bit anxious. "I didn't instruct you to cut in line." "Huh?" As they settled at a small table typically reserved for a single person, the girls appeared bewildered. "What is happening?" "I have no idea." Xiao Yurong was the most perplexed, as no one had stepped forward to address any issues, not even the stall owner. Soon, they witnessed an astonishing turn of events. Xiao Chusheng directly took over the grilling from the stall owner, cooking for himself. Xiao Yurong was left speechless, sensing that the situation was veering into the realm of the unimaginable. "Who is that girl?" Lin Shizhao glanced toward the group of girls and inquired curiously about Xiao Chusheng. "She is my cousin, my father's brother's daughter. Like me, she just finished her college entrance exams and came to hang out today," Xiao Chusheng explained. Instantly, Lin Shizhao understood the situation. "Has our stall become so renowned?" "Indeed, and thus we need to expand our stalls. The several thousand we painstakingly earned will need to be reinvested." Lin Shizhao chuckled resignedly. "Let it be. We'll earn it back soon enough." Xiao Chusheng glanced at Lin Shizhao in surprise, realizing that she had become quite savvy. It seemed that the allure of consumption had indeed made an impression on her. The foolish beauty silently listened to the conversation between the two, and upon learning that the girl was Xiao Chusheng's cousin, she ceased to pay attention to the subsequent exchanges. It could be said that she only heard what she wished to hear, essentially indulging in self-deception. After grabbing some oysters and meat skewers, she delivered them to a few young girls, prompting Xiao Yurong to finally inquire, "Brother, do you know the owner of this stall?" She then met Xiao Chuxing's peculiar expression, to which he replied, "Whether I know him or not. Could there be a possibility that I am the owner?" "Huh?" Xiao Yurong's mind momentarily stalled, but she quickly regained her composure, her voice instinctively rising by 2 octaves. "What? You are the owner?" In an instant, she whirled to gaze at Lin Shi, her eyes landing on the foolish beauty beside her, her pupils trembling in shock. Chapter 73. Who was the one you shared a room with? To her astonishment, it was indeed the girl she had seen leaving the hotel with Xiao Chuxing that day. Xiao Yurong felt utterly bewildered. On one hand, her cousin had unexpectedly started a barbecue stall, and on the other, the girl they had shared a room with had become a proprietress. Wait, she seemed to have overheard the customers referring to another beautiful older sister as the proprietress. What was going on? For a moment, Xiao Yurong felt as though her mind was in disarray. Turning her gaze back to Xiao Chusheng, she noticed him offering an innocuous smile, clearly aware that Xiao Yurong had countless questions swirling in her mind. However, he refrained from elaborating and instead issued a cautionary yet playful warning. "Do not disclose the fact that I have opened a barbecue stall, or else old Xiao will certainly disapprove." Xiao Yurong blinked her large eyes and rubbed her small hands together, adopting a greedy expression. Then, "You must provide some hush money." Xiao Chuxing rolled his eyes. "There is no hush money. Be careful, Or I might assign you 10 summer homework assignments. What? No way. I've already graduated, and you still want me to do summer homework. All right, stop wailing. Although there's no hush money, I assure you that whenever you come here to eat, you will be well taken care of, Xiao Chuxing promised her. Satisfied, Xiao Yurong felt this arrangement was far superior to any hush money. However, her expression soon turned conflicted. But I can't possibly come here, often it's quite a distance from where we are. Xiao Chuxing nodded. Yet a mischievous grin appeared on his face. True, but soon I will open a stall near 6 Middle School, and when you come over, you will still enjoy VIP treatment. Upon hearing this, the girls at the table brightened up in unison. Really? Xiao Chuxing affirmed. Yes, very soon. But it won't matter much. You'll only be able to eat a few times. The girls then recalled the reality of the situation. Thus, it turned out that Xiao Yurong would only enjoy VIP treatment for a few days, as they had already completed their college entrance examinations and were merely waiting at school for notifications. Xiao Chuxing chose not to intrude on the girls' conversation, placing the items down before returning to assist Lin Shi. Xiao Yurong's friends quickly leaned in to whisper, Is your brother really your biological brother? Or, Xiao Yurong's expression turned peculiar. Of course he is not my biological brother, were you all thinking? He is my cousin. Oh, in the eyes of these young girls, being able to run such a thriving barbecue stall made him an impressive figure. After all, while college students seemed highly valued in this era, not everyone pursued higher education. For instance, among Xiao Yurong's friends, there were 2 with average academic performance, making college an unlikely prospect for them. They admired Xiao Chuxing, who had begun earning money at such a young age, and subtly inquired about his age and whether he had a girlfriend. Xiao Yurong couldn't help but feel amused yet exasperated. A girlfriend. He should have one, I suppose. Upon hearing this, the girls visibly deflated. The charming rogue persona of Xiao Chuxing was undeniably appealing to girls of their age. As for whether he attended the same school as Xiao Chuxing, it is merely the obscurity surrounding Xiao Chuxing's character, coupled with the dark history of Zheng Jiai, that has tarnished his reputation. In truth, Xiao Yurong is currently more concerned about the relationship between Xiao Chuxing and the beautiful elder sister, Lin Shi. One could say she possesses a keen understanding of her cousin, promptly realizing that he might be up to something intriguing. However, her attention is primarily captured by the enticing skewers before her. Several of her female companions have indulged heartily, and in the midst of it all, Xiao Chuxing has brought over additional delicacies and meat skewers, as is only fitting for the friend of his cousin. Once Xiao Yurong has had her fill, she cautiously draws closer to Xiao Chuxing, observing his deft grilling technique. Brother, how did you come to run a barbecue stall? Aren't you supposed to be at school? With such excellent grades, Uncle would be furious with you, she expresses, her concern evident. Xiao Chuxing, momentarily taken aback, responds, Huh? When did I ever say I wouldn't be attending school? While Xiao Chuxing's past life can be deemed fulfilling, this lifetime, in a strict sense, is less so. After all, the essence of education lies in the acquisition of knowledge. University, beyond that, serves as a precursor to experiencing a microcosm of society. For someone like Xiao Chuxing, who has traversed this journey once, the necessity to repeat it seems diminished. Yet, a life devoid of such experiences ultimately feels incomplete. Thus, he prepares to embark on this path once more, especially since his enrollment in the School of Finance is motivated by his desire to be with Lin Shi. The social circles, academic environments, and overall atmosphere are entirely distinct from those of his past existence. This presents an entirely fresh experience, rendering Xiao Yurong's worries rather unfounded. Upon hearing Xiao Chuxing's response, she is momentarily taken aback. Oh? So, does that mean earning money contradicts attending school? Xiao Chuxing naturally retorts. Does it? Is there a conflict? It is evident that this pair of cousins has engaged in their fair share of playful banter since childhood, with Xiao Yurong displaying a rather mischievous demeanor. Gently ruffling his cousin's hair, Xiao Chuxing reassures her, Rest assured, once business expands in a few days, I can outsource these stalls, and I will have more leisure time that won't interfere with my studies. Oh! The little money manager's eyes gleam as she leans closer, lowering her voice to inquire, So, brother, how much can you earn from this stall? Do you think I could come help you during my vacation? Perhaps you could pay me a little? Xiao Chuxing's interest is piqued. He had not considered this angle before. Indeed, he has a reliable ally in her. Being of the same age, Xiao Yurong is not even classified as child labor. Nonetheless, he maintains a stoic demeanor, nodding thoughtfully. That depends on your performance. I will consider it. He refrains from giving a definitive answer, for summer break is just around the corner. The specifics of how he will conduct his business during these profitable months remain uncertain, and he decides to address that later. Upon receiving a tentative reply, Xiao Yurong beams with joy, for her allowance is truly meager. Each month, after accounting for her meals in the cafeteria, her uncle's family only provides her with a mere 50 yuan. After deducting expenses for stationery and reference books, little remains for her. While it is often said that girls should be raised in affluence, one must acknowledge that not every household possesses the financial means to do so. However, the essence of this affluence does not solely pertain to monetary wealth. Rather, it is imperative to cultivate a girl's intellect and worldview, ensuring she is not easily swayed by trivial temptations. Xiao Yurong is a notably sensible child, having remained virtuous and maintaining an excellent relationship with Xiao Chuxing. Therefore, it is not a matter of financial gain for her. Even if she were to spend a little, what harm would it be? Is it necessary for a family to keep such meticulous accounts? Yurong? Lin Shi took the initiative to greet Xiao Yurong. The latter cast a pleading glance towards Xiao Chuxing, feeling an overwhelming sense of intimidation due to Lin Shi's striking beauty. Furthermore, she was at a loss for how to address Lin Shi. Xiao Chuxing hesitated momentarily, but quickly recalled, "Oh, this is Lin Shi, your sister-in-law." "What?" Xiao Yurong was utterly taken aback and instinctively blurted out then, "What about the person you shared a room with?" Chapter 74, To Grasp the Rose. One must endure its thorns. Xiao Chuxing was just about to express his frustration at the foolishness of Qi Shanshan when, unexpectedly, she leapt forward, exclaiming, "I'm here. I'm here." Instantaneously, the atmosphere fell into a hush, and Xiao Chuxing felt a wave of darkness cloud his vision. Was it truly possible for someone to so boldly confess to such a matter? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't one feel a sense of shame? Yet here she was, seemingly quite proud of herself. Lin Shi could not help but facepalm. After spending time with this individual, she had come to understand the nature of Qi Shanshan. Despite her apparent foolishness, there was an underlying wisdom to her naivety. Furthermore, this simpleton lacked a clear understanding of emotions, which led to an unpredictable and unconventional approach, leaving Xiao Chuxing at a loss for how to respond. Her unabashed demeanor caused Xiao Yurong's expression to freeze, her gaze toward her cousin Xiao Chuxing becoming increasingly complex. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he stammered, "About this matter, please refrain from mentioning it for now." I stress for now. The emphasis on "for now" was due to the inevitability of the truth coming to light. While it might appear somewhat disgraceful to many over the years, one must remember, to wear a crown, one must bear its weight. To grasp a rose, one must endure its thorns. Having resolved to live his life in this manner, Xiao Chuxing was mentally prepared for the consequences. As for the present, until he was sufficiently confident to lay everything bare, he would continue to navigate the situation as it was, out of respect and protection for both young women. After all, he needed to remain in the shadows until he was strong enough to deserve their company. Otherwise, it would be the two girls who bore the brunt of others' disdain and attacks. Human nature is such that when a man is strong enough, others perceive the woman's discerning taste. Yet when he is not, they simply view her as lacking in propriety. There was no doubt. This was a future Xiao Chuxing had witnessed with his own eyes. Although Xiao Yurong had her reservations about her cousin, she ultimately nodded. After all, they were family. However, the little girl extended her hand toward Xiao Chuxing with a mischievous glint in her eye, her expression betraying her desire for a financial reward, leaving Xiao Chuxing both amused and exasperated. This little money-minded girl was all too familiar to him. She was asking for a hush money. Nevertheless, even if Xiao Yurong did not demand it, he had intended to gift her some pocket money. Her uncle's household could not provide her with much, so whenever they met, Xiao Chuxing would discreetly offer her 10 or 20 yuan. It was a large sum, but every girl needed a little money in hand. Girls ought to be nurtured with wealth, for only by experiencing the world and having their own financial independence can they avoid being deceived by unscrupulous men. After a moment's consideration, Xiao Chusheng extracted 200 yuan from his pocket and, ensuring no one was watching, slipped it into hers. After all, with so many eyes around, the state of security these days left much to be desired. Spend it wisely, Xiao Chusheng advised her. Yet, this advice was somewhat superfluous, as they would be returning to their dormitory that day, and with graduation ceremonies concluded, there remained only guidance for further studies. This girl likely had no real need for the money. Upon witnessing such generosity, Xiao Yorong's eyes sparkled with delight as she teased. Being a boss certainly instills confidence. The boss exudes charisma. She playfully tapped the girl on her forehead, adding, "This leniency is granted because you have been relatively obedient. A young lady should always possess a bit of financial independence." Her beauty was undeniable. Xiao Yurong sighed. If uncle knew, he certainly wouldn't scold you. Xiao Chusheng remained silent on this matter. Although old Xiao would not reprimand him for it, he was still caught between two conflicting loyalties. "Brother, I suppose I shall take my leave now," Xiao Yurong said, her reluctance evident, as if she were loath to part from her friends. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chusheng summoned a spirited young man named Zhou Chun. "Please assist in escorting these young ladies to the station or help them hail a cab." Zhou Chun readily agreed. "Have they left?" Lin Shi inquired, crossing her arms as she gazed in the direction the girls had departed. Xiao Chusheng replied with an affirming grunt. "Seeing those young ladies has inspired me with a plan." "Oh, what plan?" "For now, let us observe. We need to operate our stalls for a few more days, as we are indeed short on funds." "Agreed," Zhou Chun replied. Despite the impressive income of several thousand from their 2 stalls daily, particularly on bustling weekends when earnings could soar past 10,000, the reality was that expanding their business would incur significant expenses. For instance, tomorrow, they would need to place an order for soda machines at the Coca-Cola headquarters, a considerable expenditure in itself, and they would require multiple units. The specifics of a situation would become clear only upon their visit, especially since the commercial soda machines Xiao Chusheng had previously rented were from many years later. Who could ascertain what the circumstances of 2007 would entail? Once Xiao Yurong departed, the atmosphere noticeably dimmed. Her vivacity had enlivened the surroundings. As Xiao Chusheng had anticipated, the foot traffic on Sunday proved even greater, resulting in their prepared ingredients being completely sold out. Notably, they had stocked more than in previous days, and even the last of the small crayfish had been swiftly purchased. With the crayfish now out of stock, Xiao Chusheng contemplated making a trip to Shanghai to procure more. Returning to the home of Shi Shan, he calculated the profits, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, had exceeded 10,000. This figure represented the total from both stalls, inclusive of the crayfish profits. Was this a substantial amount? It was reasonable, considering it equated to the income of 2.5 stalls. Currently, their crayfish sales model differed from that of later night markets, primarily relying on packed sales. In the future, the norm would shift to using frozen shrimp tails for quick stir-frying, which would prove more convenient. However, during 2007, few consumed such delicacies, and there were scarcely any places to purchase frozen shrimp tails, rendering their predicament unavoidable. After accounting for the essential operational costs, Xiao Chusheng found himself with approximately 40,000 in cash at hand. Within less than a week, this sum was indeed quite impressive. This was hard-earned money, not the whimsical fortune conjured by some fantastical narrative where systems bestow billions with a mere snap of the fingers. "I shall take 20,000, the remainder," Xiao Chusheng mused, deciding it would be best for him to keep the rest for himself. During the day, there is ultimately no one present at Qi Shanshan's residence, and being from a prominent family, it is easy for outsiders to take notice. "I will accompany you to the station tomorrow morning," Xiao Chusheng reminded Lin Shi before he departed. He understood that without his admonition, Lin Shi would undoubtedly slip away quietly without a word, for she was the type who preferred not to trouble others. "Is that really necessary? I have to wake up so early, and you still need to return to school and request leave, don't you?" Lin Shi expressed her concern. "It's settled then," Xiao Chusheng declared with an authoritative tone, leaving no room for Lin Shi to decline. For someone with Lin Shi's disposition, certain matters were non-negotiable. Meanwhile, back in the girls' dormitory at high school number 6, several of Xiao Yorong's roommates cornered her, inquiring about the news of her cousin. After all, girls are not so different from boys. They too harbor curiosity towards the opposite sex. Chapter 75. Awakening beside the one who accompanies me for life. Xiao Chusheng possessed a certain charming handsomeness, excelling academically and now demonstrating a remarkable talent for earning wealth. Naturally, many young girls of his age found themselves drawn to him, developing affections that they sought to cultivate through his cousin, Xiao Yurong. The astute Xiao Yurong was well aware of her friend's intentions and candidly informed them, "Do not inquire further. There is no hope." "Why not? Does he truly have a girlfriend?" asked Su Weiwei, Xiao Yurong's roommate, her curiosity piqued. Yet, she added nonchalantly, "Having a girlfriend is no barrier. After all, it's merely a girlfriend. Who knows what might happen tomorrow? Indeed, you know how fleeting student romances can be. Once we graduate, many such relationships fizzle out. We are all friends here. It is best that the good fortune remains within our circle," chimed in several other young women, their reasoning somewhat persuasive. However, that was under normal circumstances. Xiao Chushing's situation was anything but typical. Xiao Yurong sighed, "My brother's girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful. I do not mean to dishearten you, but you truly cannot compete." Upon hearing this, the girls' spirits dimmed significantly. The most dreaded fate was comparison, and having witnessed Lin Shi's extraordinary beauty, they instinctively grasped the truth in Xiao Yurong's words. If they had to measure themselves against a girl of average beauty, perhaps they might find a glimmer of hope, but against Lin Shi, that was a lost cause. They would rather surrender than exhaust themselves in vain. "Is it the owner of the stall, your brother's girlfriend?" one of the girls asked, beginning to connect the dots. Xiao Yurong did not conceal the truth, as Xiao Chushing himself had referred to Lin Shi as his sister-in-law. This revelation sent her companions spiraling into despair. Lin Shi's stunning beauty was indeed of a crushing caliber. How breathtaking was she? Even if one were to disregard all of Lin Shi's admirable qualities and reduce her to a mere ornamental figure, her mere beauty would still captivate countless men. It was that profound a level of allure. Yet, such beauty only deepened their despair. For these young women understood that a girl of such striking appearance, assuming she was not a disheveled tomboy, would invariably outshine them. And clearly, Lin Shi was far from being a tomboy. Consequently, Xiao Yurong's friends abandoned any notions of seeking matchmaking opportunities with her cousin, recognizing that they could never rival the enchanting barbecuer. Upon returning home, Xiao Chusheng found the house empty. The bustling restaurant his family owned was thriving on this weekend evening. It was evident that his parents would not return home tonight, allowing Lin Shi to stay over if she wished. However, given that Lin Shi was now roommates with the foolish beauty, who was often seen in a lonely state at night, Xiao Chusheng felt a twinge of sympathy. "Perhaps I shall remain in solitude for now," he muttered to himself, resigned. During this year, he envisioned purchasing a home in Shanghai next year, dreaming of an uninhibited lifestyle. The mere thought excited him. With property prices anticipated to soar in the coming years, investing in real estate was undoubtedly a wise decision. A year later, he confidently reassured himself that the money he had would effortlessly suffice for purchasing a house. Real estate could serve as a lucrative investment. Indeed, he had convinced himself so thoroughly that he began to believe his own words. The success of his business, however, came at a cost, leaving him utterly drained, nearly on the verge of collapse. After taking a shower, Zaya Kasheng collapsed in a bed, too exhausted to even dream. Despite having endured several consecutive days of standing at his stall, he found himself utterly spent. This encapsulates the irony of such labor-intensive work. While it may yield quick returns, it is ultimately not worth the toll it takes on one's health. The exchange of physical labor for money often results in the potential for illness due to overexertion, which may one day reclaim those earnings. This is the lamentable reality of the lower class, an inescapable plight. Awakening at dawn, Zaya Kasheng, bleary-eyed, pedaled his bicycle toward Qi Shanshan's residence. Lin Shi had already risen and begun her morning routine, yet Zaya Kasheng noticed the absence of the charming yet foolish beauty. Where could she be? He wondered curiously. Still asleep, I presume. No matter how much you call her, she won't wake up? Lin Shi replied gently. Zaya Kasheng nodded, but secretly longed to ascend the stairs and behold the sleeping visage of the foolish beauty. He had been fortunate enough to witness her slumber on the train, an endearing sight that radiated a soothing charm. As for that time they had a room together, he had had the chance to see, only to inadvertently rouse himself. Just then, the foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, unexpectedly ambled downstairs in a state of partial wakefulness, appearing almost as if she were sleepwalking. Notably, she seemed oblivious to her disheveled appearance, with tousled hair and a single errant lock adorning her head. Clad in a loose-fitting spaghetti strap nightgown, one shoulder was exposed, the strap having slipped off during her slumber. From Zaya Kasheng's vantage point, her figure was distinctly visible. Initially, Zaya Kasheng instinctively considered shielding his eyes, but then he thought, well, I've already seen what I shouldn't have. Why bother with modesty now? So he gazed unabashedly, appreciating the view. He even made a few sounds of admiration, sharing his thoughts as if he were an art critic. Lin Shi shook her head, half amused, half exasperated, poking Zaya Kasheng on the forehead. You little lecher. Just as they were exchanging playful banter, an unexpectedly inappropriate scene unfolded. In a dazed state, the foolish beauty took a seat on the toilet, intending to relieve herself. Oh no, I must leave, Zaya Kasheng thought, hastily exiting the bathroom, while Lin Shi erupted into laughter. Emerging from the restroom, the foolish beauty had regained some clarity. Upon noticing Zaya Kasheng's complex gaze fixed upon her, she appeared puzzled. Oh, what brings you here? Zaya Kasheng couldn't help but facepalm. The conversation was devoid of substance, yet strangely, Xiao Chuxing found himself enamored by this feeling. It was warm, evoking a sense of waking up each day beside a lifelong companion. That feeling of happiness and contentment filled his heart. After a brief wait, Zhou Chun and Su Fei arrived, accompanied by a spirited young man. Wow, you certainly know how to have fun, Xiao Chuxing remarked, nearly unable to contain his amusement at the sight of the red, three-wheeled vehicle. I borrowed it from my uncle, Zhou Chun said, scratching his head in embarrassment. With so many of us, it's quite difficult to hail a cab in the morning. Indeed, they climbed aboard the three-wheeler, only to find that the clumsy beauty struggled awkwardly in her attempt to join them. Chapter 76 together. Are you going too? I am merely accompanying her to the station and will return shortly. Xiao Chuxing wore a peculiar expression. Go ahead, silly beauty, her face brimming with anticipation and longing, making it difficult for Xiao Chuxing to refuse. He could only nod in agreement, all the while muttering, You're so tired. You might as well sleep a little longer at home. The foolish Qishinshin remained silent, quietly climbing onto the tricycle and taking a seat beside Lin Shi. This is the era we live in. Traffic regulations are not as stringent, and it is commonplace to see tricycles on the road, transporting goods and passengers alike. Of course, it is rare to see two beautiful women riding along with a group of young people. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that a tricycle is indeed more comfortable than a bicycle, and it is faster as well, effortlessly arriving at the train station. Xiao Chuxing couldn't help but reflect on the glorious moments of tricycles in his past life, sanctioned by the beautiful nation. It could not be said to be entirely unreasonable. Just smuggling tricycles abroad could yield a considerable profit. Yet, in this life, there is no need for Xiao Chuxing to even pocket such earnings. After all, they arrived quickly and early. So, Xiao Chuxing took the group for breakfast. Naturally, he footed the bill. Zhou Chun and Su Fei could be considered his employees, and they were not so parsimonious as to quibble over such a minor expense. You too. Just stay close to your boss lady, keeping a respectful distance, acting as her bodyguards, and see her off to class. If you encounter any audacious individuals bothering her, do not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Before they departed, Xiao Chuxing instructed the two. Following the previous confrontation with Song Yu, there were unlikely to be many fools daring to provoke Lin Shi. However, Lin Shi was returning this time with an undeniable allure, so it was not out of the question that someone might entertain ulterior motives. Yet, Xiao Chuxing was untroubled by such individuals. After all, they posed no real threat to Lin Shi, merely a minor annoyance. But that was inconsequential, as Lin Shi would have little time at school in the future. The real trouble lay with Feng Weiming and his family of leeches. Lin Shi had not provided them with any financial support for quite some time, and they were likely nearing a state of desperation. They were probably already inquiring about Lin Shi's whereabouts, yet no one knew she had left Shanghai. This was also a consideration for Xiao Chusheng, prompting him to assign Zhou Chun and Su Fei as temporary bodyguards for Lin Shi. He especially emphasized that if they encountered Lin Shi's foster parents, there was no need for discussion. They should strike without mercy. For others, Xiao Chusheng might extend some leniency. But for Feng Weiming's family? Life is long. We shall take our time. As for how to differentiate, did Xiao Chusheng need to instruct them? They were her foster parents, undoubtedly not of the same age. After escorting the three into the train station, Xiao Chusheng and the silly beauty were taken back by the young man who had driven them to the station in the tricycle. They were conveniently dropped off at the school entrance. The foolish Chishinshin possessed no sense of shame and naturally did not care about the opinions of others, such as whether disembarking from a tricycle might be embarrassing. Her motto was simply that as long as she felt no embarrassment, any discomfort would belong to others. As for Xiao Chusheng, with his thick skin, he cared even less. If you think I'm embarrassing now, then it will be others who will feel the shame in the future. With Xiao Chusheng's remarkable ability to amass wealth, acquiring a luxury car within half a year would pose no challenge for him, though he has no need for such extravagance. All right, I will request leave shortly. You can manage lunch on your own, can't you? He remarked to the somewhat foolish beauty, an inexplicable feeling welling up within him. Perhaps it was the fact that they had been nearly inseparable these past few days that made him reluctant to part ways. He found himself increasingly attached to this endearingly naive companion who seldom caused any trouble. Yet, the foolish beauty, Chishinshin, seemed to completely disregard his words, tugging at his sleeve and insisting, "Let us eat together. I've already mentioned that I must go to Shanghai." Xiao Chusheng repeated with a hint of exasperation. However, her ears appeared to filter out what she did not wish to hear, together. Her pitiable expression, as if he were abandoning her, stirred a sense of guilt within him. Why does it feel as though I am forsaking her? I merely intend to be away for a day. Yet, the foolish beauty continued to blink her beautiful eyes at him, reiterating, "Together." When you say together, you must mean that you want to accompany me to Shanghai. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng finally grasped the situation. This naive beauty had a tendency to misunderstand, and without a modicum of comprehension, she would struggle to convey her thoughts. Chishinshin eagerly nodded yes. Together, Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, pondering, well, that doesn't seem entirely impossible. Then you must inform your homeroom teacher. Is that feasible? He asked hesitantly. All right, let us each speak to our respective homeroom teachers and meet at the school gate, he advised. They then parted ways to consult their teachers, though many students observed the entire exchange from a distance. While they could not discern the specifics of their conversation, Chishinshin's adorably explosive demeanor was a sight rarely witnessed. After all, most viewed her as the aloof campus beauty. How could such a poised figure ever exhibit such endearing vulnerability? Ultimately, this captivating side of her was exclusively reserved for Xiao Chusheng. Unbeknownst to him, the students were rife with speculation, but he returned to class, lost in his own thoughts. Zheng Jiayi arrived early and opened her mouth to speak upon seeing Xiao Chusheng, but ultimately chose silence. Following the events of Saturday night, she comprehended that any potential between them had likely vanished, no matter how earnestly she sought to mend it. Why would someone as exceptional as Xiao Chusheng remain stagnant, waiting for her? Whether it was that woman who made her feel inferior or Chishinshin, the campus flower, Zheng Jiayi was acutely aware that she could never compete with them. Xiao Chusheng was quite pleased with Zheng Jiayi's reaction. This was precisely how it should be. No more entanglements. This was sufficient, allowing each to lead a life truly their own. Xiao Chusheng, in this lifetime, wishes to refrain from expending his energy on those unworthy of it, and that is all. When old Lu entered the classroom, Xiao Chusheng promptly followed him outside, conveying that he would not be at school for the day, leaving old Lu somewhat speechless. This is not. How many times has it been in the last few days? Although you have completed your college entrance examination, What if something arises in the next few days? Are you not concerned about missing out on guidance for your application and choosing the wrong targets? Xiao Chusheng smiled sheepishly. It's just that something came up unexpectedly. There's nothing I can do. Besides, what mistakes could possibly arise? It's still early for submitting applications, and I've already determined my target university. Old Lu did not press further, merely offering a token remark. As long as you are aware of your own situation, that's sufficient. However, just a couple of days ago, you stirred up quite a commotion with Qi Shanshan. This really is. Old Lu felt utterly exasperated with Xiao Chusheng's antics. Chapter 77. The freshness Lin sure lacks. As for the reason to leave, one could fabricate any excuse. For the homeroom teacher would not make a concerted effort to verify it. Upon exiting the office, Xiao Chusheng made his way directly through the school gate. Once outside, he glanced around, only to find no sign of the foolish beauty. This prompted an inexplicable sense of relief within him. Perhaps it was the first time he had emerged before her. Previously, every time he stepped out of the school, he would encounter that girl, leaving him with an odd sensation that she seemed eager to see him. Thus, he often bore a weight of guilt. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the foolish beauty dashed out of the school, her small feet tapping against the pavement. Just as Xiao Chusheng had been scanning the area moments before, she too was peering around with her curious eyes. Upon spotting him, her cool demeanor evaporated, and her gaze sparkled with delight as she hurried over to him. In an instant, Xiao Chusheng was utterly captivated by this charming girl, feeling as if his heart might melt. How could anyone be so endearingly adorable? "Hold my hand," the foolish beauty said, raising her small hand. Xiao Chusheng understood her intent and did not resist. He had already resolved to never let this girl slip away from him. So what was there to hesitate about? However, he knew that once he clasped her tiny hand, it would carry a weighty significance. Yet, he reassured himself that he could manage it. With time on their side, the two of them took the bus to the train station together. Given that it was peak office hours, the bus was crowded, with no available seats. Xiao Chusheng held her securely in his embrace, much like a cherished pillow. Though he had held her this way before, each time ignited a thrilling sensation within him. Unlike his experiences with Lin Shi, being with this girl stirred emotions that were uncontrollable. He understood the reason behind this. It was the freshness of new experiences. Although Lin Shi represented a youthful version of herself, she was still undeniably Lin Shi, the girl who had walked beside him until the very end in his past life. They had shared everything from tender touches to intimate moments, and he knew every inch of her skin intimately. No matter how youthful Lin Shi appeared now, she remained fundamentally unchanged. In contrast, the foolish beauty was an entirely new entity, an individual he had yet to truly understand. This sense of novelty was something Lin Shi could never possess, no matter the circumstances. His heart raced rapidly. The foolish beauty, nestled in his embrace, whispered softly, lifting her lovely face towards him. Her lips glimmered as though adorned with lip gloss. Yet, Xiao Chusheng knew better. Her lips were naturally this way, reminiscent of someone who had just savored a fried dough stick without wiping their mouth. Yet, this very appearance evoked an irresistible allure within him, coupled with the faint, delicate fragrance she exuded. Initially mistaken for the scent of body wash, he gradually discerned it was something entirely different. He inhaled sharply, jolted back to reality, realizing he had almost succumbed to temptation. Just a moment ago, he found himself contemplating the idea of kissing the lips of this foolish girl. Even he had to admit, she truly lived up to her title as the campus beauty. Of course, the label of being aloof remains unaddressed. In a state of distraction, the two nearly missed their stop. The foolish beauty completely surrendered herself to Xiao Chusheng, following him wherever he went, terrified of being abandoned. Thus, even if they passed their station, she would raise no objections, simply adhering to his lead. The consequence was that Xiao Chusheng felt a pang of guilt, burdened by the responsibility of guiding such a well-meaning girl. He truly felt like a brute. Yet, he could not bear to let go. What could he do? This was what one might call greed, a reality Xiao Chusheng was acutely aware of. The two squatted outside the train station, purchasing a large bucket of drinks. opting for Sprite this time instead of the Coke they had last time. When the train finally arrived, they embarked on their journey to Shanghai. However, unbeknownst to them, as they set forth hand in hand, their homeroom teachers serendipitously found themselves in conversation. Coincidentally, the two teachers enjoyed a cordial relationship. Even more fortuitously, that very morning, the two had been chatting on their way back to the office, engaged in delightful discourse. The topic of discussion centered around Xiao Chusheng and the aloof campus beauty, Qi Shanshan. Old Lu, is it true that one of your students has actually won over Qi Shanshan for my class? Don't ask. I have no idea. Old Lu adjusted his glasses bemused. How could he possibly know? That rascal Xiao Chusheng was adept at keeping his successes under wraps. Qi Shanshan's homeroom teacher, Chun Lei, chuckled heartily. It seems so, but that boy truly possesses some skills. Girls like Qi Shanshan are not easily won over. Oh, by the way, I just ran into Qi Shanshan. The girl spoke very softly, mentioning she had something to attend to today. That girl, usually appearing cold and reticent, was not easy to communicate with. You wouldn't believe it. I had to listen to her for quite a while to grasp her meaning. Huh? Qi Shanshan. Old Lu's heart skipped a beat, as if a thought had struck him. Had the campus beauty also left? It shouldn't he? Perhaps? Could it be merely a coincidence? Despite his reluctance to dwell on it, he couldn't help but harbor doubts. Their pairing likely was not by chance. Meanwhile, the two in question had already arrived in Shanghai. In these times, pickpockets were particularly rampant at train stations, and the foolish beauty, clearly a girl of means, was an easy target. Thus, Xiao Chusheng held her hand firmly, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. To evade pickpockets, one simply needed to avoid crowding into groups, maintaining a respectful distance from others. If someone were to deliberately bump into him, that would likely indicate a pickpocket. He might approach, and if he stepped back, he would find himself at a loss. Unless, of course, he encountered one audacious enough to attempt a blatant theft, but such instances were rare. Moreover, with his martial prowess, Xiao Chusheng was unperturbed by the prospect of encountering ruffians. He would not hesitate to adopt a more forceful approach if necessary, believing that virtue and martial integrity could ultimately sway even the most unruly. Perhaps it was his imposing demeanor that deterred any would-be aggressors, for not a soul dared to confront them as they emerged from the train station. At this hour, Lin Shi should be attending her classes. After some contemplation, Xiao Chusheng resolved to refrain from seeking her out for the time being. Furthermore, the absence of any calls or messages from her suggested that all was well on her end, likely indicating she had not crossed paths with the Fong family. This was to be expected, as that family could not be vigilantly stationed at the school at all times. However, there would undoubtedly be a day when they would be present, the day Lin Shi departed for her summer vacation. It seemed prudent to make arrangements in advance. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chusheng promptly determined that the first destination of his journey to Shanghai would be a visit to the Coca-Cola Company. Chapter 78. A glorious return. Upon returning to the Academy of Finance, Lin Shi stirred up a tempest in less than an hour. The goddess, once known for her modest and understated attire, had suddenly transformed her wardrobe, embracing a more ostentatious style. Now, Lin Shi exuded an aura befitting a true goddess, her presence enhanced by an air of elegance. Lin Shi was a natural fashionista. Even the most ordinary, inexpensive garments could not conceal her beauty. However, this did not imply that she could not elevate her appearance further. The sky-blue spaghetti-strap dress she donned harmonized perfectly with her temperament, resulting in an astonishing 100 rate of admiration from passers-by since her arrival on campus. Both boys and girls found themselves instinctively glancing back, often unable to tear their eyes away. Of course, the dress was not the sole contributor to Lin Shi's newfound allure. Its luxurious appearance certainly played a role, as it was a replica of high-end fashion. It is well known that the effect of designer clothing varies significantly depending on the wearer. For instance, if a nouveau riche woman were to don an expensive outfit, it might still come across as faux. Yet, when a woman of Lin Shi's beauty wears it, even a counterfeit may seem authentic. Although merely a few days had passed since her last return to school, Lin Shi felt as though she had been away for an eternity. The campus, in her eyes, appeared utterly transformed. Perhaps it was due to a shift in her own mindset. she mused. Previously, as she walked along the shaded path, she often felt a sense of inferiority, stemming from her family's circumstances and her own despair about the future. She had been reluctant to lift her gaze and meet the world head-on, even as many would glance her way, leaving her feeling anxious. However, things had changed. A young boy behind her gently urged her forward, and she found there was nothing left to fear. Life was improving. Everything was on the upswing. With her newfound confidence, Lin Shi's charm was irresistible. "Ashi," called out Zhu Wen, the bespectacled girl, as she hurried to catch up with Lin Shi, carrying the academic texts Lin Shi needed. "Wow, Ashi, you're positively glowing today." Zhu Wen was nearly enamored, for it was impossible to dislike someone as beautiful as Lin Shi, especially given her genuinely amiable nature. Upon receiving the books from Zhu Wen, Lin Shi expressed her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you," a statement laden with double meaning, both for the assistance and the compliment. As they made their way to class, Zhu Wen's gaze frequently drifted toward Lin Shi, unable to resist the allure of her brilliance. "By the way, did your boyfriend buy you that outfit?" Zhu Wen inquired, curiosity piqued. "It looks quite expensive." Lin Shi responded with a soft affirmation, "Yes, it's rather pricey, but I would splurge on it myself." In truth, Lin Shi had little understanding of clothing prices. She had merely accepted what Xiao Chusheng had suggested. In 2007, a tag price of around 1,000 yuan was not particularly exorbitant. However, it is essential to recognize a fundamental premise. The price must be contextualized within the prevailing societal environment of the year. After all, we inhabit an era characterized by a lack of transparency regarding information, where many prices defy common sense, particularly in the realm of fashion. For instance, a pair of generic, worn-out sneakers can cost 200 to 300. This phenomenon only began to wane after the rise of online shopping, which served to expose and rectify the inflated prices of such items. Lin Shi and Zhu Wen, still students with limited financial means, find this price exorbitant. No, exceedingly exorbitant. The average monthly living expenses for university students in Shanghai hover around 600 to 800, rarely exceeding 1,000, with only those from affluent backgrounds possibly reaching 1,500 to 2,000. Yet, the majority hail from ordinary families. Is it realistic to spend an entire month's living allowance on a single dress? Not at all. Furthermore, it is not merely a single dress. The air-cushioned shoes that Lin Shi wears are considered a brand in this day and age, easily recognizable by many fashion-conscious youths. Therefore, while Lin Shi's attire may not surpass that of wealthy scions, she undoubtedly stands out among her peers. However, Lin Shi herself remains oblivious to this fact, as well as to the significance of Xiao Chusheng's remark about returning in glory. Zhu Wen, feeling a twinge of envy, remarked, "It seems he truly cares for you, which puts my mind at ease." Indeed, upon entering the classroom, Lin Shi's presence left her classmates astounded. In their eyes, she had become a fleeting apparition. Previously, during her work commitments, she would at least return to the dormitory, ensuring she was not completely absent. But now, it seemed as though she had vanished entirely. Suddenly, she appeared transformed. Just days prior, rumors circulated that Lin Shi, the goddess among them, had entered a romantic relationship, which some had doubted. Yet now, disbelief was no longer an option. Lin Shi faced significant challenges in her life, well known among her classmates. Were it not for her newfound romance, how could she possibly afford such an ensemble given her circumstances? Hence, the question arises, who could possibly be the young man capable of winning the heart of a goddess like Lin Shi? Meanwhile, Zhu Wen, privy to the intricacies of the situation, sat with several roommates, all eager to extract information from Lin Shi. During her last return, Lin Shi had been quite discreet, leaving her roommates unaware of any unusual circumstances. However, once the news of the incident at the dormitory spread, Lin Shi had already departed with Xiao Chusheng. They learned some details from Zhu Wen. Although there were minor issues among the roommates, they were fundamentally good-hearted individuals. For example, when Feng Weiming's family sought to meet Lin Shi, they readily assisted her in avoiding them. Previously, they had shared snacks with her as well. Lin Shi found herself at a loss for how to articulate her current situation. particularly regarding her relationship with Xiao Chusheng and the enigmatic Chishinshin. Zhu Wen was well aware of this and provided a cover for Lin Shi. "Oh, please refrain from inquiring too much. When the time is right, Ashur will certainly introduce her boyfriend to you all. It's quite a feat for him to visit. You know?" Regarding Xiao Chusheng being from out of town, Zhu Wen had not concealed this from her sisters, as it offered a plausible explanation for Lin Shi's boyfriend's infrequent appearances. Lin Shi cast a grateful glance at Zhu Wen, who responded with a somewhat enigmatic look. Zhu Wen held reservations about Lin Shi's lifestyle choices, yet recognized that it was ultimately Lin Shi's own affair, and she was evidently thriving now. Zhu Wen had no justification or rationale to voice her opinions. Should she implore Lin Shi to forsake her current, more fulfilling life and revert to the past? "Ashur, it appears your complexion has improved significantly," interjected her roommate, Dong Xiqing, who then playfully pinched Lin Shi's cheek. "Indeed, it's true. You have gained some flesh. You must be eating quite well lately." Chapter 79. She was overwhelmed by happiness. Lin Shi instinctively reached up to touch her cheek. It was indeed real. Previously, Lin Shi had appeared somewhat malnourished, with very little flesh on the sides of her face, unlike now, where a gentle pinch revealed a pleasing fullness. This transformation surprised her. Had it only been a few days since she began following Xiao Chusheng? How had she gained weight so quickly? However, reflecting on her time with him since their arrival in Hangzhou, she realized she had been indulging in ample meat. Every day, the lamb and beef from Xiao Chusheng's stall were readily available for her enjoyment. The oysters they consumed afterward were equally abundant, enough to fetch a considerable sum if sold. These oysters were rich in nutrients, indeed nourishing her. Given these circumstances, it was hardly surprising that Lin Shi had gained weight so swiftly. Only Zhu Wen remarked with a knowing look, "It must be due to happiness, right? Once a person is happy, they tend to gain weight." This statement left Lin Shi and her roommates momentarily stunned, as they had certainly heard such claims before. It was often said that those in loving relationships or marriages were more prone to weight gain. With Lin Shi as a living example, the others could not help but believe it. Lin Shi pondered this, truly feeling enveloped in happiness. Before meeting Xiao Chusheng, even when she wasn't lacking in money, her appetite had never been as robust. Perhaps it was due to underlying concerns that limited her consumption. Yet recently, she had become aware of her newfound indulgence, a change brought about by Xiao Chusheng. Now, she felt genuinely happy. Meanwhile, Xiao Chusheng had emerged from the Coca-Cola Company, being part of an expansive global corporation. The business framework was well established, and procedures were clearly defined. Xiao Chusheng quickly identified the collaborative model he desired and felt satisfied with it. Compared to several years later, the current price of commercial soda machines had not decreased significantly. In fact, it was somewhat more expensive. The rental costs were similarly high. Xiao Chusheng had contemplated that if he opted for rentals, he might not earn much from his mobile fried chicken stall, as not every customer would order soda unless it was bundled, similar to Zhengxin's approach. But if that were the case, it would be no different. Thus, Xiao Chusheng decided to invest more money to purchase the machine outright. His decision was also influenced by the upcoming cooler weather, as he planned to transition to a storefront where the machines could continue to be utilized. There were several types of commercial soda machines, including large integrated models and smaller machines suitable for mobile stalls. Xiao Chusheng purchased a compact machine at a remarkably low price. Naturally, such a price would normally be unattainable. He had negotiated a different cooperative model. He signed a contract stipulating that he would purchase over 30 units from Coca-Cola by the year's end. An order worth hundreds of thousands in 2007 was considered substantial, making it relatively easy to secure a favorable price. At over 4,000 per unit, it was indeed more expensive than it would be a decade later. Yet numerous factors, such as production volume and maintenance costs, were involved. In pursuit of maximizing benefits, Xiao Chusheng successfully negotiated an additional 2 years of complimentary maintenance from the manufacturer, along with discounts on gas springs and raw materials. In truth, the machinery itself was not the primary expense. Rather, it was the consumables and raw materials that constituted the real costs, consuming far more resources. Naturally, this also translated into greater profits. An agreement was reached for the manufacturer to dispatch technicians to Hangzhou within 3 days to assist Xiao Chusheng with installation and usage guidance. It was only then that he departed the Coca-Cola building, accompanied by the seemingly dim-witted Qi Shanshan. "Are you looking for Shir?" The foolish beauty suddenly interjected, tilting her head. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, then found himself bemused. "Since when did you start calling her Shir? That seems rather inappropriate, considering she is 3 years your senior. And what about you?" The foolish beauty, lacking in understanding, failed to grasp the significance of the appellation between him and Lin Shir. It was a matter of sentiment, even of intimacy. Her natural innocence truly restrained Xiao Chusheng, evoking within him the peculiar sensation of striking cotton with a punch. "Ahem. Well, if you wish to call her that, go ahead." Xiao Chusheng resolved not to dwell on the matter further. As noon approached, he decided to call Lin Shir, informing her to await his arrival for lunch. She readily agreed and bid farewell to her dormitory companions. "Hey, Shir, you haven't gathered with your friends in quite some time. Where are you rushing off to now?" Dong Xiqing inquired curiously, suddenly grinning mischievously. "Could it be that your boyfriend is coming?" Lin Shir's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Maybe next time. I have something else to attend to." With that, she hurriedly dashed out of the campus, almost as if fleeing. The other girls in the dorm exchanged glances, astonished. Was this truly Lin Shir? She exhibited the demeanor of a young girl, completely at odds with her previous, seemingly indifferent image as the science goddess. Why was she dubbed the science goddess? Because Lin Shir resembled those engineering boys devoid of desires, with a perpetually expressionless face. The transformation she underwent was so profound that even her dormitory mates found it hard to believe. This piqued the curiosity of the girls about the identity of the man who had captivated Lin Shir, prompting them to surround Zhu Wan and question her about Xiao Chusheng's height, attractiveness, and wealth, speculating whether he was a wealthy heir. Given Lin Shir's expensive attire, it was no surprise that they were intrigued. Zhu Wan, overwhelmed by their incessant inquiries, felt exasperated and could only reply, "How would I know all that? I've only met him once, and he is rather handsome." In her mind, she recalled the face of the boy who was 3 years younger than Lin Shir. He did seem a bit handsome. As for the rest, Zhu Wan chose to remain silent. She was unaware of his financial status, but it was likely he possessed some wealth. Regarding his height, it was true that he was not particularly tall, even among peers of his age. This was hardly surprising, as Xiao Chusheng had experienced a delay in development. Meanwhile, Lin Shir, now outside the campus, attempted to call Xiao Chusheng to inquire about his location, intending to meet him. However, the call was abruptly disconnected upon connection. Just as Lin Shir was engulfed in confusion, she observed Xiao Chusheng approaching her, accompanied by the somewhat foolish yet charming beauty. The ditzy beauty rushed forward and enveloped Lin Shir in a warm embrace. Shir. Lin Shir remained bewildered. Shan, what brings you here?" Her gaze shifted to Xiao Chusheng, who, feeling guilty, awkwardly rubbed his nose. "She insisted on coming. I couldn't prevent her." "Is that so?" Lin Shir inquired suspiciously. Xiao Chusheng remained silent. In truth, he had not tried to stop her, as he initially believed that Qi Shanshan wished to dine with him. Little did he realize, her intention was to join Lin Shir instead. The three of them stood together, inseparable. Chapter 80. Calling Mom. Lin Shir finally managed to pry the silly beauty off her. Recently, Shir Shanshan had become increasingly clingy. Even Xiao Chusheng had noticed this peculiar behavior. Although he found it somewhat odd, he chose not to address it directly. However, as time passed, his gaze towards the silly beauty began to shift into something peculiar. "Hiss, why does she increasingly resemble a daughter?" Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but murmur under his breath. "What?" Lin Shir caught a faint whisper from Xiao Chusheng, but failed to discern the content. "Well," Xiao Chusheng glanced between the silly beauty and Lin Shir. He chuckled awkwardly, adopting a joking tone. "Not long ago, I mentioned to her that she is 3 years younger than you, so calling you Shir might be a tad inappropriate." Lin Shir pondered in silence, recognizing the awkwardness of the situation. And then there was nothing more. "But I suddenly thought, she shouldn't be calling you Shir." Xiao Chusheng's expression transformed into a mischievous grin. Lin Shir furrowed her brow, sensing that this rogue had something up his sleeve. Yet her curiosity got the better of her. Then what should she call me? Xiao Chusheng couldn't contain his laughter. Call you Mom. Lin Shi was utterly taken aback. The most astonishing part? The silly beauty seemed to contemplate the feasibility of this title quite seriously. Mom? Don't call me that randomly, Lin Shi exclaimed, hastily instructing the silly beauty that this was merely a jest, expending considerable effort to convince her. Yet, the silly beauty tilted her head, gazing earnestly at Xiao Chusheng, and declared, Shi is like a mother. This statement left everyone in stunned silence. It was somewhat bizarre, yet it resonated with both her and Lin Shi. Lin Shi was gentle and kind towards her. The last woman who treated the silly beauty with such affection was her biological mother. Xiao Chusheng had reasons to suspect that the silly beauty's clinginess to Lin Shi was somewhat related to this. What do they call that? An Oedipus complex? It's hard to say. Not daring to dwell too long on this topic, Xiao Chusheng led both women to find a place to dine. With one hand holding a beauty and the other grasping Lin Shi, he found himself in a rather enviable position, embracing both sides. However, after their earlier discussion, Xiao Chusheng now felt an even stronger sense of a family of three, a couple with such a grown daughter. Both women were stunningly beautiful, yet they had been claimed by this rascal, Xiao Chusheng. Moreover, Lin Shi was a well-known figure in the finance department, naturally attracting the attention of some students. However, most were more astonished by Lin Shi's striking outfit today. Their gazes then shifted to Xiao Chusheng, the man who had managed to win over the goddess of the finance department. Who is this guy? Wait, why is he holding another one? Such were the thoughts of the bewildered crowd at that moment. In order to avoid being besieged by Lin Shi's potential suitors, Xiao Chusheng decisively hailed 2 taxis and left with several companions. Zhou Chun and Su Fei quietly sat in the back of the other taxi, appearing to be separated from the first group. This was a deliberate strategy by Xiao Chusheng to disperse the risk. Should any trouble arise, Zhou Chun and Su Fei would have the opportunity to escape and seek help, or even contact the authorities. Although public safety was somewhat lacking at this time, serious issues could still be resolved through proper channels. One could always trust in the government. The vehicle came to a stop near the Oriental Pearl Tower, a location with which Xiao Chusheng, having lived in Shanghai for many years in his past life, was quite familiar. However, for the Navi beauty, who had rarely ventured beyond Hangzhou, this place was particularly novel. She grasped Xiao Chusheng's hand, her mouth slightly agape as she tilted her head back, her entire being leaning backward. It was only thanks to Lin Shi's timely support that she did not fall. Shi, how tall? Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng exchanged a glance, sharing a resigned smile. Yet the affection they felt for the foolish girl was impossible to conceal. What would you like to eat? There's a food street in Lujiazui, filled with delectable treats, Xiao Chusheng inquired. Delicious, though the silly beauty uttered these words. Her gaze remained fixated on the summit of the Oriental Pearl Tower, a sight that was undeniably charming. Many people reacted similarly upon encountering such towering architecture for the first time. However, despite this, the tower was not, in fact, the tallest building in Shanghai. No, that seems incorrect. At this moment, it might still hold the title of the tallest. Xiao Chusheng, who had not yet come to Shanghai for his studies at this time in his past life, had a vague recollection. He remembered that during the summer of his second year at university, the title of the tallest building had changed hands, seemingly to the Jimao Tower. Constructed by the Japanese. Urban legends circulated fervently, suggesting that the Japanese had sinister intentions, striking at the dragon vein of the Huangpu River. Previously, Xiao Chusheng had regarded such superstitions with a sense of reverence, but now he found himself genuinely believing in them. After all, he had been reborn. What was there that he could not believe? At that time, he had even ventured with a few roommates to see it for themselves. All right, stop gazing for now. We are a bit pressed for time. Next time we come, I will take you up there to see it, all right? Xiao Chusheng playfully pinched her slightly chubby cheek. The sensation was delightful. The silly beauty finally exclaimed, retracting her gaze. In that moment, she resembled a little girl. Perhaps because she had lost her biological parents at an early age and had not been treated well by her stepmother, never having been taken on adventures. Just as Xiao Chusheng had taken Lin Shi to enjoy fast food, it was a means of compensating for lost opportunities. The foolish girl seemed to be relishing experiences she had never had the chance to enjoy as a child, such as paternal and maternal love. Reflecting on this, that infuriating sense of déjà vu returned, causing Xiao Chusheng's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Why did it increasingly feel as though he and Lin Shi were raising a young daughter? He could only shift the topic, continuing to inquire about what they wished to eat. As long as it isn't too outrageous, anything is fine. Though Xiao Chusheng currently possesses a modest sum of wealth, one cannot deny that our great China truly excels in the realm of culinary indulgence. In 2007, it was not uncommon for a single meal to cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. It can only be said that extravagant ingredients have always found their place in society. The gastronomic street in Lujiazui thrived in 2007, bustling with activity. With the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower nearby, it attracted a multitude of tourists from afar. Xiao Chusheng's decision to bring along these two ladies for a meal was not without thoughtful consideration. He intended to conduct a casual investigation, as we still reside in an era dominated by tangible economies. If he aspires to become a titan in the culinary industry, he must take action. Thus, establishing a dining enterprise in Shanghai is a matter that requires contemplation. Lujiazui emerged as the primary target for his endeavors. Unsure of what to eat, he decided to accompany the two ladies as they wandered through the street, hoping to select whatever caught their fancy. Before long, the charming yet somewhat foolish beauty had her hands filled with an array of snacks, relishing each bite with delight. In recent days, Zhou Chun and Su Fei had also earned some money, allowing them to enjoy their meals without burdening Xiao Chusheng. Each person indulged in their own culinary choices, eager to progress. After all, their boss was on a date with the two lady bosses. How could they possibly remain oblivious to the romantic atmosphere? Chapter 81. A young woman, eating so much. It's truly impressive that your stomach can accommodate it. Xiao Chusheng instinctively glanced at the petite beauty's abdomen, which, due to the summer heat, was clad in rather scanty attire. To put it plainly, it was sheer. Observing that she had consumed a considerable amount, yet her stomach remained flat, he found it difficult to fathom how much one must eat to cause it to swell. His expression grew increasingly solemn. Indeed, it seemed that a girl's stomach possessed otherworldly capabilities. What caught him off guard, however, was when Lin Shi suddenly remarked, "Oh, you know?" Xiao Chusheng instinctively inquired. If one is pregnant, it naturally enlarges. Her words shattered his composure. He had to admit, it was quite true. Yet, Xiao Chusheng grew more curious. If she could eat so much now, how ravenous would she be while carrying a child? TSK? How much would it take to suffice? It appeared that Hangzhou didn't offer such an abundance of snacks. Lin Shi looked around, sharing her thoughts. Indeed, the culinary desert is not named without reason. Xiao Chusheng felt compelled to retort, even though over the years, Hangzhou had become renowned for its street food, with the most common being soup dumplings. The irony being, this delicacy was not crafted by the locals of Lanzhou, but rather by those from Qinghai. It was not even a product of Hangzhou, but rather a franchise established by the people of Shenzhou. Quite absurd. While Hangzhou could barely claim the Westlake vinegar fish as a specialty, its flavor was difficult to articulate. In truth, even he, a native of Hangzhou, found it unpalatable. If you wish to bring something back, feel free to take a little, Xiao Chusheng suggested to the two ladies. No need, Lin Shi decisively declined. We need to carry back a substantial amount of crayfish this afternoon. Rather than purchasing these, we should bring back more crayfish. After all, a round-trip ticket is rather pricey. This statement left Xiao Chusheng momentarily speechless, and he couldn't help but embrace Lin Shi for a brief moment. Though he quickly released her, the sheer number of people around made even his thick skin feel rather constrained. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed. She was well aware of what the young man meant. Ahem, it's unnecessary. In a few days I will have Zhou Chun and the others come over. And later, I will consider expanding the crayfish business. When the conditions are right, I will drive over to collect them, Xiao Chusheng explained. Drive over to collect? That would be at least 1,000 or 2,000 pounds, right? Lin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. How large do you intend to expand this business? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chuxing replied, I don't plan on making it enormous. Perhaps around 10 stalls. I aim to earn a substantial sum before October, considering it's only for a few days of sales. Lin Shi was astounded, her mind racing with calculations of how much could be earned from 10 stalls based on the current daily income from crayfish over 3 months. Xiao Chusheng, aware of her professional tendencies, gently tapped her forehead. Enough of the calculations. They are unreliable. Not every location has business as prosperous as ours. Some stalls are merely for gaining visibility. I need to pave the way for our Shishir barbecue. Lin Shi paused, her expression peculiar. Doesn't that name sound a bit odd? Xiao Chusheng, with a mischievous grin, replied, What is odd about it? Shishir, the poem of Lin Shi. Little did Lin Shi anticipate such an association. A mischievous smile danced on Xiao Chusheng's lips as he composed himself. Just a jest. After all, the barbecue business is bound to succeed. Ensuring minimal losses, consider it a foundation for future ventures. Oh, but Lin Shi, astute as she is, quickly grasped the implication. Apart from this, what about the fried chicken shop? Do you have any other plans? Xiao Chuxing responded with a slight hum, his gaze settling on 2 nearby establishments. Following his line of sight, Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Beverages? Xiao Chusheng found himself momentarily bewildered, yet soon regained his composure. To Lin Shi, a milk tea shop was merely a beverage outlet. There seemed to be no distinction. He elaborated, It's milk tea and fruit tea. These align more closely with our national context compared to Starbucks coffee, fitting the domestic market perfectly, with profits that are astonishingly high, a surefire investment. Lin Shi furrowed her brow. Although she lacked familiarity with the intricacies, having never indulged due to financial constraints, each cup costing several coins, she had to concede that her female classmates frequently indulged. This reflection through the lens of those around her was Lin Shi's method of contemplation. Before long, she arrived at the conclusion, what you say must be correct. Xiao Chuxing thought to himself, of course, it is. This market has been manipulated by capital games to the tune of hundreds of billions. However, beyond the realm of capital, Xiao Chuxing harbored his own aspirations. I wish to establish my brand, generating a continuous revenue stream to support other ventures. Such an endeavor would necessitate renting a storefront, which would not come cheaply. Lin Shi couldn't help but shatter his reverie, at least tens of thousands. Xiao Chuxing sighed. Indeed, a storefront would cost several tens of thousands. Yet the returns would be swift. Moreover, time was of the essence, as each night of operation represented a significant potential loss. It became clear that he must rely on the cash flow from the barbecue and fried chicken stalls initially. Xiao Chuxing felt overwhelmed. Realizing that before the financial crisis swept the globe, securing sufficient cash was paramount. Perhaps a long-term plan, he mused, leading the 2 women to purchase 3 cups of bubble tea. Delicious. The charming beauty took a sip, her eyes narrowing in delight. Lin Shi, while less expressive, offered a compliment as well. In contrast, after tasting, Xiao Chuxing smacked his lips. This brewed milk tea lacks genuine milk. 8 yuan a cup. What a ripoff. It was worth noting that this was in 2007, and such a price was indeed steep. Having experienced authentic milk tea in his past life, he could easily discern the difference. I have an idea, Xiao Chuxing said, casting a mysterious smile at Lin Shi. An idea? What sort of idea? Lin Shi inquired, intrigued. The concept for a milk tea brand. I've even thought of a name. Xiao Chuxing stifled a laugh, his lips curling upwards, recalling that he could potentially seize the opportunity for a brand that had yet to emerge in this moment. However, he had no intention of usurping the brand's team or anything of the sort. The realm of milk tea does not possess particularly high barriers to research and development. Rather, it is a dearth of creativity and innovative ideas that hinders progress. What truly matters is the brand, or more precisely, the name of that brand. Indeed, while other brands may falter, this particular one seems to hold remarkable efficacy at this juncture. Why is that? The answer lies in the fact that the country's advertising policies have yet to become excessively stringent. Lin Shi observed the sinister grin on this individual's face and felt a shiver of unease. Yet her curiosity compelled her to inquire. Oh, have you already settled on a brand name? Pray tell. Shanghai housewife. Huh. Housewife. Chapter 82. I won't believe it unless I can touch it. Isn't that name a tad vulgar? Lin Sure expressed her discomfort. Xiao Chusheng immediately chuckled mischievously. Just kidding. It should actually be called Annie of Shanghai. Lin Sure was taken aback, murmuring, Auntie? Young married woman? Oh, no wonder. Soon, a realization dawned upon her, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Wait a moment. Oh, I see. That was the name used for marketing purposes, right? Xiao Chusheng sighed in admiration. Indeed, Lin Sure was a goddess of intellect, her sharp mind quickly discerning his intentions. He confidently admitted, yes, this is a marketing strategy. I plan to establish a high-end milk tea brand, using pure milk tea to penetrate the market. I also intend to launch a fruit tea series later on, but that will come at a later stage. In any case, I aim to open the store this year. The reason for postponing the fruit tea launch is the current inadequacies of the domestic logistics system. Fruit supply is prone to significant issues, and quality is often inconsistent. To put it plainly, to rashly venture into the market before it has reached a suitable standard would be akin to stepping on a banana peel. If it were merely a single store, it might be a small-scale endeavor, and thus the risks would be minimal. However, in the milk tea business, aspiring for substantial profit necessitates the establishment of a chain or franchise. If one reveals their cards too soon and the logistics fail to keep pace, the outcome would be predictable, a frenzy of imitation from competitors across various regions. This industry, lacking in any significant technical barriers, makes it all too easy for others to seize business opportunities. Yet, pure milk tea is different. At its core, it remains authentic milk tea. Ultimately, the instant milk teas found on the streets deserve to be condemned to the pillars of shame, laden with artificial flavors and non-dairy creamers. What is this called? It is a return to authenticity. Shouldn't the common folk be entitled to consume genuine products? After sharing his plans with Lin Sure, she fell into contemplation. In truth, Xiao Chusheng had another clever strategy in mind, but it was not yet time to reveal it, so he kept it to himself. Lin Sure pondered for a moment before nodding. I believe this can work. Just like when you sold skewered lamb, the market is currently flooded with instant milk tea. If you offer real ingredients, even if your prices are slightly higher, as long as they are not exorbitant, there will certainly be buyers. She swiftly calculated with her remarkable intellect if your prices are a bit higher. Achieving even a third or half of the sales compared to those ordinary milk tea shops would suffice. Xiao Chusheng smiled enigmatically. That may not be the case, perhaps. Those lower-priced products might end up struggling against our high-end offerings. Huh? That seems unlikely. Lin Sure was astonished. There shouldn't be that many people who can afford excessively expensive options. The principle of her behavior. Xiao Chusheng's gaze turned serious. Cheaper does not necessarily mean inferior, but expensive certainly implies quality in the eyes of most. Lin Sure fell silent, as this was indeed the reality. Xiao Chusheng nodded, acknowledging that the only hindrance to this venture was the cost of the storefront. Given that the establishment was to be named Auntie from Shanghai, it was imperative that the first store be opened in Shanghai, as it would certainly carry a certain prestige. Subsequently, a branch could be established in Hangzhou, where the business landscape remained relatively stable. Xiao Chusheng intended to leverage his existing operations in Hangzhou to foster mutual growth and expansion. Speaking of which, with all that you consume, and your penchant for this beverage, aren't you concerned about gaining weight? Xiao Chusheng's gaze settled on the foolish beauty who was incessantly sucking on her straw. She had already finished her own cup of milk tea, and unbeknownst to her, her petite face had gradually inched closer to Xiao Chusheng's side, unabashedly sipping from a straw as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The notion of an indirect kiss seemed to hold no fear for her. Xiao Chusheng had only taken a few sips from his drink, and to his surprise, he realized that more than half of it had already vanished into her stomach. The foolish beauty placed her hands on her hips, wearing a triumphant expression as if to say, look at me. I'm not gaining any weight. I don't believe you. Xiao Chusheng squinted, unless I get to check for myself. The foolish beauty appeared momentarily flustered, her brows furrowing as she pondered the proposition seriously. Lin Sure, observing this exchange, couldn't help but roll her eyes, lowering her voice to question Xiao Chusheng. Do you not feel any guilt for constantly teasing Shan? To Lin Shi's astonishment, Xiao Chusheng genuinely contemplated her question before concluding, initially perhaps a little, but now, not at all. After all, money can be earned again, but what of conscience? How much is that worth, really? Lin Shi was rendered speechless by his response, her lips twitching in disbelief. This guy truly lived up to his name. He was quite the beast. Just then, the foolish beauty exclaimed in surprise, causing both of them to jump. "What's wrong with you now?" Xiao Chusheng asked, exasperated as he turned to her. The foolish beauty pointed at him. "You touched me just a few days ago." Xiao Chusheng was about to retort when he caught Lin Shi's teasing glance, curiosity evident in her expression, as she was eager to learn what had transpired between the two of them and when it had occurred. Since arriving in Hangzhou, Lin Shi had been practically inseparable from Xiao Chusheng, leaving little room for such encounters. Oh, but there was an opportunity, like during her time back in Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng could only manage an awkward smile as he explained to Lin Shi, "That was just a few days ago, the night before I came to find you." Lin Shi narrowed her eyes, playfully probing, "Was that after you two had spent the night together before coming to see me?" Yes, he admitted, feeling the awkwardness seep in. "But this shouldn't be considered cheating, right?" "Well, I suppose it's not too bad," Lin Shi replied, not dwelling on the topic, having grown accustomed to it, and, in a way, accepted it. Following this exchange, Xiao Chusheng took everyone on a tour of several renowned wholesale markets in Shanghai. Ultimately, he discovered the essential seasonings he required, which were pivotal for establishing the brand de Jiahui. The marinade necessitates personal experimentation with proportions, while the coating sauces and dry powders are typically pre-made products. Without a dedicated supply chain or production line, relying solely on manual labor results in inconsistent quality and exorbitant costs. These considerations can be addressed once the brand gains traction. Yet the primary focus at this stage must remain on expenses. After all, Xiao Chusheng is brimming with various ideas for generating wealth, some even bordering on the audacious. However, these ambitions remain unfulfilled due to a significant constraint: a lack of funds. Chapter 83. The head may be severed, blood may flow, but the hairstyle must remain untouched. Is that all? Lin Shi gazed at the few packages held by Xiao Chusheng, feeling somewhat uncertain. Is this insufficient? Let's take these back for trial. What we need now is to devise a plan, and we can confirm and procure in bulk later. Oh, I see. Subsequently, they ventured to the previous seafood market, this time bringing along a batch of crayfish, just as they had on their last visit. However, with a larger group this time, 5 individuals carrying a total of 250 pounds, Zhou Chun and Su Fei, possessing greater strength, found it quite manageable. Moreover, there were taxis available on the way to the train station, and upon returning to Hangzhou, there would be tricycles waiting outside the station. Thus, the actual distance of entering and exiting the station was not overly taxing. For now, the scale is modest. Let us proceed this way for the time being. Once our business expands, we can acquire a van to transport directly from Hangzhou, Xiao Chusheng and Zhou Chen discussed. Both had learned to drive, with Zhou Chen already possessing a driver's license, making this plan entirely feasible. Do you two have anything else you wish to purchase? Before their departure, Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon Lin Shi and the foolish beauty. Both shook their heads in unison. Nothing. Xiao Chusheng pondered briefly and chose not to pursue the matter further. Although Shanghai is a first-tier city and Hangzhou barely qualifies as second-tier, it still possesses all the essentials. Considering it was 2007, there weren't many novel items to acquire anyway. He called Chen Bin to inform him of their return, essentially to arrange for the tricycles to pick them up. As for the barbecue cart, he had already entrusted it to Chen Bin the previous night. Xiao Chusheng was aware that his return would be delayed, affecting their stall's operating hours. However, having Chen Bin temporarily fill in for a short while was entirely manageable. In recent days, he had begun to enlist a few trustworthy spirited youths to help establish the barbecue stall. Of course, the core seasoning recipe remained firmly in his possession. After all, seasoning is merely a matter of proportion, easily accomplished with a bit of time, and can later be distributed uniformly. The Shi barbecue brand has already garnered a commendable reputation and recognition in Hangzhou. Xiao Chusheng resolved to leverage the daily influx of patrons to disseminate the news. Many of these customers traveled from various districts in Hangzhou, so the establishment of a stall near their residences would undoubtedly be received positively. Indeed, upon their return to Hangzhou, they subtly hinted to some customers at the stall about plans to open additional branches. The patrons responded enthusiastically. However, Lin Shi fell into contemplation and pulled him aside. While opening branches sounds promising, could it be a case of name without substance? Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Chusheng feigned ignorance, fully aware of Lin Shi's intent. Lin Shi, exasperated, inquired, Shi barbecue, but where is your Shi? The brand name originated from the customer's affectionate nickname for Lin Shi as the proprietress. Thus, if she were absent, it would indeed be a misnomer. Lin Shi's concerns were not without merit. He chuckled softly, revealing his own considerations. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously. Having anticipated this moment, he deliberately kept them in suspense. He handed the task at hand to Lin Shi and then drew Chanbin aside. It's time to prepare for recruitment. Let's first establish a barbecue business, as it promises quick returns. Chanbin's expression turned serious, and he nodded. Indeed, I spoke with Luo Fei earlier today, and he expressed a keen interest in collaborating with you, which is promising. Xiao Chusheng nodded in acknowledgement. This was within his expectations. After all, the Shamate group was merely a bunch of youthful, rebellious individuals, lacking any malicious intent. However, the challenge lay in whether these Shamate would be overly unconventional. The males were manageable, but the females, with their wild hairstyles, they certainly strayed far from the beauty of Shishir. This was indeed a point to ponder. Xiao Chusheng mused. Luo Fei would soon be bringing a few individuals. Chanbin remarked suddenly. Many people are still at work at this hour. Xiao Chusheng contemplated this, realizing that these Shamate were, in essence, ordinary individuals striving to earn a living. He glanced around the nearby stalls, noting that business was declining day by day. In truth, Xiao Chusheng's own enterprise was thriving. He had effectively siphoned away their clientele, while simultaneously amplifying his own visibility, attracting hidden customers from other districts in Hangzhou. Thus, once he expanded his stalls, he would inevitably experience a degree of customer diversion. Yet, it mattered little, for the money would still flow into his coffers. As the clock approached 8, Luo Fei arrived with several young men and women to meet Chanbin. Xiao Chusheng was present as well, and a mere glance was enough to make his eyes sting. Goodness, those hairstyles were reminiscent of the iconic Yu-Gi-Oh character, Yugi Muto. The exact origins of Shamate remain debatable, but they undoubtedly bear some connection to Japan, especially considering that the anime broadcasted domestically in recent years has predominantly been Japanese. Yu-Gi-Oh, in particular, is widely recognized, with the protagonist Yugi Muto sporting the quintessential Shamate hairstyle. The young men and women before him bore an uncanny resemblance. Moreover, despite their intimidating appearances, once they spoke, there was a hint of social anxiety. Do you have job openings here? One of the young women timidly inquired. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Yes, but the positions I offer are primarily suited for ordinary individuals. Your hairstyles may adversely affect business. The young people exchanged glances, and some appeared to reconsider their decision. Xiao Chusheng refrained from further explanation. It was simply a matter of trade-offs, and he could not afford to compromise. After all, he was a ruthless capitalist, intent on making profits, unable to allow them to run amok. Luo Fei, who bore a striking resemblance to his cousin, had a wild hairstyle, yet his countenance appeared rather innocent. This aligned with Xiao Chusheng's impression of the era. Most individuals were merely surviving in the cracks of society. Upon learning of Xiao Chusheng's requirements, Luo Fei's expression reflected reluctance, for in their era, it was believed that while one could sacrifice their life or shed blood, one's hairstyle was sacrosanct. The frizzy hair is synonymous with their essence. For Xiao Chusheng to suggest its removal would be tantamount to desecrating their very souls. Nonetheless, there are those who remain indifferent to such matters. Take, for instance, the young girl who initially posed the question. She finds herself targeted by her superior and is on the brink of despair. By chance, she stumbled upon a message from Luo Fei in a local group chat and, with a sense of trepidation, decided to give it a try. After all, what did she have to lose? With her situation dire, what significance did a hairstyle hold? Xiao Chusheng assessed the young lady, setting aside her hairstyle, Her features were quite refined, and her complexion was notably fair. She could certainly be regarded as attractive, meeting the basic standards of beauty. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng resolved to present his proposition. I have two plans available. One offers a fixed salary, while the other entails a revenue-sharing arrangement. You may choose one of the two. Chapter 84. The Heartless Capitalist's Exploitation of the Working Class. Two plans, two choices. Regardless of which one is selected, it is certain that Xiao Chusheng will not incur losses. However, the distinctions between different locations and time periods are significant. In areas with less foot traffic, sales will inevitably be lower, resulting in diminished profits. This choice presents itself only once. A wrong decision leaves no opportunity for rectification. How long can I sustain this job? The young woman inquired, voicing her apprehensions. Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment. Although business would begin to decline after October, he believed that work could continue until November without incurring losses. Transitioning to a physical storefront would undoubtedly require time and effort. He recognized that financial constraints would pose a challenge. Additionally, renovations would demand time, prompting him to propose a rather conservative estimate of 4 months. Initially, he had envisioned continuing until late October, considering only himself and Lin Sure. Now, as he embraced the role of a heartless capitalist, he was determined to exploit the labor force to the fullest. The young woman contemplated, for months, that isn't too long. Xiao Chusheng nodded in agreement. You need not overthink it. The profit-sharing cap is generous, yet the guaranteed salary is also quite appealing. It is certainly better than your current job search. 4 months is merely a short span. Even if you make an error in choice, regret will be minimal. He then shared his future plans for establishing a physical store. In any case, those who perform well during this period will be considered for managerial positions in the storefront. At that point, it will become a stable source of income. This was yet another instance of grand aspirations. It was evident that many were already intrigued by his words. Luo Fei even leaned in, lowering his voice to ask, Boss Xiao, how many people do you need? Do you think I could fit in? The allure of the guaranteed salary was undeniable. With a mere daily task of collecting items from Chunbin and selling in the evening, the remaining hours were entirely free. Xiao Chusheng offered 100 yuan daily. Earning 3,000 yuan without needing a degree was considered a high income in 2007. This month, should he wish, he could recruit numerous university students for part-time work. However, the students' availability was often inconsistent, and the nature of the business required skill. Those untrained would struggle to master the techniques of cooking, resulting in unpalatable products that could not be sold. Thus, Xiao Chusheng resolved to recruit a group of reliable individuals, making it easier to cultivate potential managers for future stores. He envisioned opening at least 5 establishments in Hangzhou, and if opportunities arose, he aspired to expand into Shanghai and even further inland. However, the likelihood of this was slim. Lacking technical sophistication, franchising would be the only viable route, as direct management would likely result in losses. Ultimately, 5 individuals remained, 3 men and 2 women, while a few others chose not to alter their hairstyles. Xiao Chusheng did not press the issue. Everyone must make their own choices. Surprisingly, even Luo Fei, the leader of the Love of Death faction, expressed a willingness to join. Wait, have you defected? Xiao Chusheng mused, both amused and perplexed. Luo Fei chuckled. It's all about making money. There's no shame in it. We all need to make a living. In fact, my cousin has started to feel a bit disenchanted with this funeral love family business. Xiao Chusheng nodded in agreement. In youth, one can be quite flamboyant, but as one matures, they realize that such juvenile exuberance can be rather embarrassing. Luo Fei felt somewhat abashed, despite Xiao Chusheng being younger than him. His words carried the weight of a mentor imparting wisdom. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chusheng, he was subconsciously viewing many matters through the lens of his past experiences and age prior to his rebirth. Of course, such perceptions are uncontrollable, as the extra decade and more of life cannot simply evaporate. We still lack sufficient personnel, Xiao Chusheng sighed. At this moment, I particularly need a few attractive young women. Could you look for more? Luo Fei's expression grew complicated as he regarded Xiao Chusheng. Boss, are you hiring employees or seeking companionship? Xiao Chusheng nearly burst into laughter, but quickly reconsidered. Such notions were commonplace in this era. No, even a decade hence, such things would remain. Ahem. Our brand is called Shi Barbecue. What would it signify if I were to hire 2 burly men? Suddenly, Luo Fei understood. Xiao Chusheng intended to recruit a cadre of beautiful women to serve as the face of the brand. Luo Fei had indeed heard of this stall and was aware of the existence of the stunning Lin Shi. However, if there were plans to expand with more stalls, or even a shop, one could not simply rely on a single beauty to fulfill multiple roles. It was a sound strategy. All right, I shall inquire further in the group upon my return. Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly and immediately began organizing the current team. Each young woman would be paired with a seasoned worker under Chun Bin's guidance. This would serve to protect them and to ensure they could gradually be trained. Let me make this clear from the outset. I won't meddle in any romantic affairs you may have, but do not pressure the young ladies. Before he could finish, he noticed a group of young people laughing, including the few girls. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Chusheng chuckled as well. Be serious now. Stop laughing and focus. Only then did everyone manage to suppress their laughter. In all seriousness, while our stall may not currently be high-end, we will eventually transition. Operating legitimately is paramount. However, should anyone instigate trouble, do not endure it silently. We cannot allow ourselves to be wronged. As a leader, Xiao Chusheng proved entirely competent, articulating various matters with clarity. Presently, the barbecue business, yielding higher profits, required a greater number of attractive female employees. Meanwhile, the eager young men seeking to earn money were assigned to the fried chicken section. The marinating process for the chicken was entirely entrusted to Chun Bin, who would guide these individuals. Currently, the business was still modest, with the primary goal being to expand operations, as there were many informal establishments. However, there was little that could be done at this stage. After arranging for these individuals, Xiao Chusheng returned to Lin Shi's side, only to witness a rather peculiar scene. Lin Shi was still attending to customers, while the foolish beauty sat on the ground, motionless. Something seemed amiss. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a tabby cat. The foolish beauty held a grilled sausage in her mouth, while the tabby cat, seemingly attracted by the aroma of the sausage, gazed intently at her. The foolish beauty, slow-witted and dazed, remained still, locked in a silent stare with the cat. It resembled a game of red light, green light. Xiao Chusheng gently stroked the foolish beauty's hair and inquired, "What are you doing? Do you wish to feed it?" After a moment of contemplation, the foolish beauty replied, "Can I keep it?" Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. Keep it? He instinctively scrutinized the tabby cat, noting its cleanliness. Yet, it was precisely this cleanliness that prompted hesitation. What if this was someone else's pet, and the foolish beauty took it away to keep as her own? That would indeed be quite unfortunate. Chapter 85. Striving for the future desired by 3 individuals, yet, upon witnessing the pitiful expression on the foolish beauty's face, Xiao Chusheng could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Gently patting her head, he sighed, "How about this? You feed it first and see if it returns. If it comes often and no one claims it, it must be a stray cat." "Really?" The foolish beauty tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "Perhaps. It is quite likely," he replied. Watching her share a portion of her grilled sausage with the tabby cat, he noticed the feline was initially wary and hesitant to approach. After a prolonged gaze between the girl and the cat, it cautiously took a bite of the sausage. Instantly, the foolish beauty burst into laughter, her joy reminiscent of child. Xiao Chusheng observed her thoughtfully, as if she had become increasingly childlike since his arrival. Could it be that she felt safe enough to lower her guard and reveal her true nature? It was a perplexing notion. Once he had completed his tasks, Lin Shi arrived and expressed her fondness for the tabby cat as well. The cat, displaying a sense of understanding, did not shy away when Lin Shi reached out to pet it. "This cat is rather attractive," Lin Shi remarked. "Yes, this silly girl wants to adopt it, but I fear it may belong to someone else. We should observe for a while," Xiao Chusheng responded. "I see," Lin Shi pondered. "I have noticed quite a few stray cats around here." With over 7,000 in earnings, expanding the stall seemed feasible. After tallying the day's income, it fell within a normal fluctuation range, considering the fixed volume of foot traffic, along with visitors from surrounding districts. It was evident that the market for this stall had reached saturation. Xiao Chusheng did not expect daily sales to exceed 10,000. As for the newly expanded stalls, they could recoup their investment within 3 days of operation, with any additional sales thereafter being pure profit. Such is the formidable nature of street vendor economics, guaranteed profit. Even a decade later, this would remain the same, albeit requiring physical effort in exchange. Having traversed Shanghai and operated the stall all night, conversing with Luo Fei and others, Xiao Chusheng felt utterly exhausted. Leaning against the sofa at Chishinshin's home, he was on the verge of sleep, yet fought off drowsiness to inquire of Lin Shi. "When is your school break for the holidays? I will come to pick you up." Lin Shi appeared concerned, worried that this young man frequently traveled to Shanghai for her sake might affect him adversely. Understanding her worry, Xiao Chusheng simply smiled. "Instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about that foolish girl." Given the inextricable bond he seemed to share with the foolish beauty, Xiao Chusheng found himself increasingly attentive to her affairs. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi glanced at Chishinshin with concern. "Shanshan, if there is anything troubling you, please do not keep it to yourself." The foolish beauty uttered a bewildered "oh," completely oblivious to the conversation between Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi, yet her endearing demeanor was enough. Lin Shi sighed, clearly aware that Qi Shanshan's personality was one that concealed her troubles deep within, a trait shaped by her upbringing, particularly under the watchful eye of her stepmother, Zhang Ting, who forbade her from shedding tears. The last time the foolish beauty had injured her hand on a metal skewer, despite the pain being excruciating, she remained silent. Her silent tears had pierced Xiao Chusheng's heart. "Shanshan, do you wish to remain with us always?" Lin Shi asked earnestly, cradling Qi Shanshan's lovely face in her hands. Shanshan blinked, but eventually responded with a soft mm. With this clear affirmation, both Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng felt a weight lift from their hearts. In truth, they all understood that their somewhat abstract relationship could not revert to its previous state, nor was there any necessity for it to do so. They were all captivated by the present, reveling in their bond. Thus, it became imperative to strive for the future they envisioned together. Lin Shi adjusted her expression and stated earnestly to Qi Shanshan, "Then, in the days to come, we must work hard together to ensure that the three of us remain inseparable." Oh, the foolish beauty did not decline the proposal. The notion of never parting was indeed an exaggeration. After all, countless matters would demand their attention, making constant togetherness impractical. However, being together as much as possible would be ideal, allowing them to look after one another. To be precise, the phrase "looking after each other" could be simplified to Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng caring for the silly girl. As for Qi Shanshan, Xiao Chusheng felt no apprehension. Though she appeared daft, her intellect was far from lacking. She was likely one of those individuals with untapped potential. Yawning, Xiao Chusheng rose from the sofa and returned home. The following days promised to be quite busy. He had delegated the task of procuring ingredients to Chun Bin and had set a price for the purchases. The remainder was left to Chun Bin to negotiate, and whatever he managed to save would be his reward. This was a form of motivation, albeit minor, but at least it offered a sense of purpose. Yet before noon the next day, while still in class, his phone began to vibrate. It was an unknown number, originating from Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng quickly speculated. Could it be so soon? Being in the classroom, he opted to decline the call and sent a text message instead. Sure enough, it was a technician dispatched from Coca-Cola. They had promised to arrive in 3 days, yet sent someone the very next day, indicating that his order was indeed substantial. Considering the time, 2007, this was hardly surprising. Not only were there few direct purchases available, but even rentals were scarce, typically reserved for large shopping malls that would provide soda machines. Who else would arrange for a mobile fried chicken cart like Xiao Chusheng's? It was quite extravagant. Since he was at school, he decided to let Lin Shi handle the situation. After all, it merely involved assembling the machine and learning how to operate it. Such devices were generally user-friendly, easily mastered with a little instruction. Nonetheless, Xiao Chusheng harbored a sense of anticipation. The profits generated by the soda machine were far from trivial. It could even serve to support the barbecue stall, as patrons might quench their thirst with a refreshing drink while indulging in grilled delicacies. The carbonation produced by the machine surpassed that of bottled beverages, offering a superior taste experience. Indeed, Xiao Chuxing found himself particularly fond of such freshly dispensed drinks. These were lucrative opportunities, and while they might not be abundant, selling several hundred to 1,000 cups in a single day posed no challenge whatsoever. Upon leaving the school, he immediately grasped the hand of the charming yet somewhat foolish girl, eager to return home and behold the soda machine. "Isn't Sure joining us for dinner?" The charming girl stammered, her speech slightly faltering as she held Xiao Chuxing's hand. Chapter 86. A sweet deal. The sound of the sheep bleating emerged, rather endearing. Xiao Chuxing cast her a sidelong glance, finding it amusing yet exasperating. The soda machine had arrived, and she was watching intently. They decided to approach it as well. Oh! It was evident that the foolish beauty was somewhat intrigued by this soda machine. It was hardly surprising. During their previous 2 visits to Shanghai, almost all of the soda had found its way into her stomach. In truth, had it not been for budget constraints, Xiao Chuxing would have contemplated acquiring machines for Sprite and Fanta as well. However, the profit margins were not as substantial as one might envision, though overall, it would not incur losses. Perhaps they could reconsider this once funds were more abundant. After all, mobile stalls were not particularly demanding, he mused. Xiao Chuxing had developed a more refined approach to beverages for mobile stalls, though it likely wouldn't materialize swiftly. For now, this remained merely his expectation. The installation of the soda machine was taking place at the foolish beauty's residence, while the mobile fry truck was delivered by Chun Bin and others. Since there was only one truck at present, they opted to install just one machine for the time being. When Xiao Chuxing and Qi Shanshan arrived, the machine had been successfully installed and was undergoing testing for carbonation and water supply. Given that this was a mobile stall, the water supply had been converted to use bottled water, and the power source was a rechargeable battery, akin to those used in electric bicycles. "How's it going?" Xiao Chuxing inquired upon his arrival. Lin Shi explained, "It can dispense beverages now, but the carbonation isn't quite sufficient. The technician mentioned that the internal pressure might still be inadequate, so we are waiting for further testing." Nodding in understanding, Xiao Chuxing recalled a similar procedure he had encountered in his past life when renting a large soda machine for his company. The group remained unobtrusive, silently awaiting the technician's progress, though Xiao Chuxing quietly asked, "Is the installation process straightforward?" Lin Shi shook her head. "I comprehend the principles, but certain areas require specialized tools." It appeared self-installation was not feasible. Xiao Chuxing sighed and turned to the technician. "Master, could you return tomorrow? I need you to install 2 more machines." The technician responded with enthusiasm. "That's absolutely no problem. This is my profession. I earn a commission for each installation. And the more you set up, the happier I am." With that reassurance, Xiao Chuxing felt a sense of relief. He had not anticipated such swift progress, prompting him to consider adding 2 more fry trucks. The second round of testing commenced, utilizing the carbonation to mix with soda syrup to create a cup. After taking a sip, Xiao Chuxing noted that the carbonation was quite satisfactory. "I feel it's nearly perfect," he declared. At that moment, the foolish beauty eagerly approached, seizing the cup from Xiao Chuxing's hand before he could even offer it to her, and began to drink with evident delight. "Delicious," she exclaimed. This silly girl was rather charming. Lin Shi facepalmed, stroking her hair, unable to suppress a smile. However, the foolish beauty remained blissfully unaware, lost in her enjoyment, seemingly the type to revel in junk food. "All right," Xiao Chuxing conceded, "I am too. Though it may not be healthy, it certainly brought joy. Who would jest about the pleasure of comfort food?" In the eyes of Xiao Chuxing, the modern obsession with unhealthy indulgences such as cola and fried chicken appears rather trivial. It is akin to the common belief that skipping breakfast is detrimental to one's health. Yet, according to the reasoning of many today, a considerable number of individuals opt to eat out in the morning, consuming items that are arguably less nutritious than abstaining altogether. After bidding farewell to the technical staff, Xiao Chuxing intended to treat Lin Shi and another companion to a meal. To his astonishment, within that brief interlude, the foolishly charming beauty had already downed 3 large glasses of cola. By the time he noticed, she was contentedly burping. "Oh dear, Shan, with so much consumed. Will you still have room for your meal?" He inquired. To his surprise, she affirmed, and indeed, she managed to devour an entire plate of beef dumplings. He mused that her monthly food expenses would certainly accumulate to a significant sum. Xiao Chusheng wore a frown, while Lin Shi, both amused and exasperated, recognized her friend's pretense and internally reveled in delight, choosing to ignore his grumbling. Such is the contradiction of men, voicing discontent while reveling in the presence of a stunning beauty. Subsequently, as part of an expansion plan, Xiao Chusheng took Chun Bin and others to the location where they had previously acquired barbecue and frying carts, arranging for several more vehicles. Time was of the essence, prompting a lavish procurement of ingredients. He redistributed the spirited young workers he had already organized and summoned Luo Fei. Luo Fei had managed to contact several young individuals eager to work, some of whom had accompanied him from the previous night. They would be trained by Chun Bin's team until they mastered the necessary skills. Upon proficiency, they would earn a daily wage of 100 yuan or a 5% share of net profits. While it may seem a modest 5%, earning 200 yuan a day was hardly an insurmountable task. Over 30 days, this equated to 6,000 yuan. In 2007, 6,000 yuan represented a purchasing power comparable to 15 or even 20,000 yuan more than a decade later. Typically, these young workers possessed little formal education, making such earnings nearly unattainable elsewhere. In his acquisition of the mobile food carts, Xiao Chusheng also ordered a batch of signs emblazoned with Shi Shi Barbecue and Zhahui. The design was crafted on-site using their computer, which impressed the owner, who remarked, "You, young man, possess quite the talent." Xiao Chusheng thought to himself, "In my previous life, I ran a legitimate design firm. Though the projects varied, we handled significant accounts, and designing a few signs is child's play." He instructed them to proceed with 5 of each design, anticipating the need for an additional 5 later on. Estimating the market potential in Hangzhou, he concluded that 10 vehicles would effectively cover the areas with the highest foot traffic. Smaller districts would require no attention, as patrons could conveniently seek out their offerings nearby. Taking advantage of the midday hours, he ventured out, drenched in sweat, to scout locations with the highest potential for customers, such as parks, Chengwang Temple, and tourist attractions. A few individuals were chosen and assigned to nearby locations. Each evening, vehicles will deliver them to their respective homes, which is the most optimal arrangement. Currently, the large food stall is prioritizing fried chicken. Managing to sell it as a makeshift option every day without a stall results in a loss of income. Xiao Chusheng is settling Chun Bin. He is now eager to observe what kind of miracles could be achieved in the city of Hangzhou in 2007 with just a few mobile stalls. This is an unprecedented implementation of an employment expansion model based on stalls. Typically, stalls are operated by individuals due to their low costs and high returns. Employment structures are usually seen in franchise brands, representing an exploration of a new business model. Chapter 87. Faster than a bank heist, as anticipated by Xiao Chusheng. The business of these stalls on the first day did not flourish as expected. Yet, each stall still managed to surpass 1,000 in revenue, although the fried chicken stall performed slightly worse. This was all within the realm of expectation. Firstly, due to the lack of recognition, and secondly, because the signboards had yet to be delivered. Once the signboards are displayed at all stalls, the fame will spread virally. At that point, a surge of customers will arrive. And with that income, Xiao Chusheng can fully unleash the street stall economy in Hangzhou over the coming months. The profits afterward can be entirely reinvested elsewhere, such as the milk tea shop he has long desired to open. The emergence of new Chinese tea beverage brands in the future is not solely reliant on the quality of ingredients. It is intricately linked to the flow brought about by the proliferation of mobile internet and the conveniences ushered in by the widespread adoption of smartphones. And now, the Android One. 0 has yet to be released, and even once it is, it will be of little consequence. To be frank, describing any Android system prior to 5.0 as subpar would be an understatement. Thus, it is no wonder that the fruit company has thrived for so long on its past laurels. Unfortunately, the landscape of the mobile phone market in this life is evidently on the brink of being overtaken by an unforeseen titan. As he contemplated the forthcoming developmental strategies, Xiao Chusheng felt as though he had returned to that spirited phase of his past life. The speed of capital accumulation during this primordial phase far exceeded his expectations. It truly is an era where gold is plentiful. Even though Xiao Chusheng has become quite liberal in his thinking, he remains awestruck by the potential of this age. Indeed, perceiving this era with a mindset from over a decade later feels overly conservative. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng decided to advance some of his originally scheduled plans. Instantly, he adjusted several aspects of his upcoming strategies. Boss, last night many customers deduced that the barbecue they enjoyed came from us. Chunbin informed Xiao Chusheng at noon the following day. Oh, they could tell? Xiao Chusheng replied, surprised. It seems our chili powder truly has a distinctiveness. Indeed, many people came specifically for the chili powder, Chunbin said, beaming with pride but still expressing concern. However, many also came for the grilled oysters and crayfish, which we unfortunately did not have available last night. Xiao Chusheng's expression turned serious. The issue of crayfish was easily resolvable. Currently, borrowing a van to run to Shanghai posed no challenge. In fact, many of the rowdy crew under Chun Bin's supervision owned vans, and they could easily procure one. A single trip to Shanghai could yield 2,000 pounds without any strain, sufficient to supply 10 stalls for a day or two. The net profit, just the thought of it made his mouth water. While others operate stalls that generate income one at a time, he is effectively monopolizing the entire market of Hangzhou. Although other barbecue stalls remain open, it is evident their businesses have been severely impacted. This effect will only amplify as the crayfish become available. If these stalls were willing to invest effort, they would certainly find ways to acquire crayfish for sale. The profit margins are substantial, and the costs remain remarkably low. Thus, the potential for earnings is immense. Furthermore, there exists no significant technological barrier, unlike the complexities associated with chili powder, where even slight variations in composition and proportion can lead to considerable discrepancies. The key to breaking through indeed lies with the oysters. The allure of a renowned brand like Shisher still seems somewhat lacking, Su Chusheng pondered. Regarding the bulk procurement of frozen oysters, he had already reached out to the previous supervisor, hoping to leverage his connections to engage suppliers. Naturally, this endeavor would involve a substantial facilitation fee, and Su Chusheng assured that their previous transactions would still stand. The supervisor was more than willing and indicated that he had already initiated contact with the counterpart. However, the supplier was currently out of the country and would not return for a couple of days. For the time being, it appeared that they would have to rely on crayfish to sustain their operations. Su Chusheng contemplated that oysters would have to be introduced later, serving as a signature offering. The oyster market in 2007 was challenging to penetrate. He had merely capitalized on the era's advantages. Individual proprietors simply could not procure frozen oysters. Such goods were only available in bulk. As for fresh oysters, they were tantamount to a loss-making venture. It was entirely accurate to assert that Su Chusheng wielded a monopoly, reaping 4 months of advantages. He had directly accomplished the primitive accumulation of capital. During this period, he could even utilize these funds for a significant venture, albeit not overwhelmingly grand. Yet, it was sufficient to alter his fate amidst the impending financial storm. On the other hand, due to the overwhelming quantity, Zhou Chun and Su Fei's crayfish deliveries were substantial. Consequently, Su Chusheng transitioned to a model of employing individuals to clean the crayfish. The rationale was simple. There was currently a shortage of manpower. Should Chunbin's team undertake this task, it would inevitably impact other business operations. Cleaning crayfish did not involve any confidential matters and could be entirely outsourced. Moreover, it required no specialized skills. One could easily recruit individuals directly from the local community. Many individuals sought to earn a living without sacrificing their signature hairstyles. This presented a splendid opportunity, albeit modest, yet sufficient to satisfy their needs. Everyone envisioned a bright future. With the successful distribution of crayfish, Su Chusheng's pockets grew increasingly full. Within just a few days, nearly all the money he had expended had returned, and in fact, he had gained even more. Meanwhile, the development of various fried chicken offerings had nearly reached completion. The flavors and forms drew inspiration from all available resources and the tastes and elements from Su Chuxing's past life. While it may not be perfect, it was certainly adequate for commercial use. As for the remaining aspects, they could be improved upon while selling and potentially establish their supply chain as the business expanded. In just a few days, the new fried chicken offerings from the Great Fried Exchange were successfully distributed, and Su Chuxing's earnings had skyrocketed. That night, at the home of the charming yet foolish beauty, Lin Shi's breath quickened as she gazed at the piles of money. This was astonishingly rapid. Su Chuxing, observing the mountain of cash, wore a serious expression. This was before the introduction of oysters, and it was difficult to fathom how explosive the business would become thereafter. It was important to remember that summer vacation was approaching, and with students returning home, the excitement was palpable. These funds could not be retained. Xiao Chusheng decisively made a plan. What? Lin Shi was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Where are you going to buy this time? You already have 10 barbecue vans and 10 deep-fried food trucks, 5 of which were arranged right after we made a profit the day before. The money, once in Xiao Chusheng's hands, hardly lasts 2 days. Xiao Chusheng flashed a seemingly harmless smile at Lin Shi. Naturally, I plan to open a milk tea shop. This venture is truly lucrative, with a profit-making speed that rivals that of a bank heist. However, he soon shook his head. No, that is not quite right. A bank heist isn't this fast. Tomorrow, as you leave school, it's the perfect opportunity for me to secure a storefront in Shanghai and seize the summer vacation to make a substantial profit. Chapter 88. The more, the merrier. Once the funds at Xiao Chusheng's disposal increased, his entrepreneurial ambitions were set firmly on the path to success. The velocity of capital generation could accelerate, yet currently, the establishment would swiftly exhaust all his prior earnings. Even so, there remained a slight shortfall. However, this was not a significant concern, as daily revenues were steadily flowing in. The milk tea shop could not be operational overnight, thus providing ample time for turnover. The following morning, at the home of the foolish Qi Shanshan, Xiao Chusheng picked up the 2 ladies. At present, Zhou Chun and Su Fei had rented a van to transport crayfish to Shanghai every day, with Xiao Chusheng monopolizing the supply from the aquatic market. There was an unmistakable sense of DJVU reminiscent of the crayfish craze of yore, with buyers unable to keep up with demand. In reality, this was merely a consequence of insufficient supply. The crayfish farming in Xinjiang was attempting to penetrate the market, and the quantity reaching Shanghai was limited. Unless one were to directly liaise with Xinjiang, the situation would not see significant improvement. There was little need for this. Xiao Chusheng had merely 10 barbecue stalls, and to maintain daily saturation, he would require at most 3 times the current supply. This estimate considered peak summer conditions and maximum foot traffic. On average, a 1-2 times supply sufficed, ensuring that sales were consistently brisk. It seemed imprudent to engage with Xinjiang solely for such a marginal increase. Unless Xiao Chusheng's business could encompass the regions of Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Jiangsu, it would not be essential. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the bandwidth for such an undertaking. Moreover, it was indeed unnecessary, provided that funds were secured. Xiao Chusheng possessed more lucrative avenues for profit and did not need to squander time on a labor-intensive business like crayfish. He contemplated the possibility of connecting with Xinjiang in the coming year, not for personal consumption, but rather as a distributor. The prospect of earning a profit margin was enticing, requiring minimal manpower. One step at a time. Are the others here yet? Upon seeing Chun Bin and his team arrive, Xiao Chusheng inquired. Chun Bin nodded. We're just short 2 brothers. Xiao Chusheng responded with a subtle acknowledgement and turned to Chun Bin's men, saying, Today, I will reimburse your round-trip fare. You will take the train to the Financial Academy in Shanghai. There is no other task. Simply keep a watchful eye on these 3 individuals and apprehend them, delivering a thorough beating. Xiao Chusheng produced 3 photographs, prominently featuring Lin Shi's adoptive parents. It had taken considerable effort to procure these images, given that smartphones were not yet ubiquitous, making the search for photographs quite cumbersome. Do you understand? Chunbin queried his team. Understood. The 10 spirited young men responded in unison. Since Chun Bin would remain in Hangzhou to oversee procurement and other duties, he dispatched 10 of his subordinates, including Zhou Chun, to assist Xiao Chusheng in Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng had his own reasons for this arrangement, despite his capability to personally deal with Lin Shi's adoptive parents. However, this would prematurely reveal his presence. At least for now, Xiao Chusheng does not wish for Lin Shi's adoptive parents to become aware of her whereabouts. As for locating this group of spirited youths, it proves futile. Even reporting to the authorities yields no results. In an era where surveillance is scarce, who would suspect that someone would intentionally travel from Hangzhou to Shanghai to confront complete strangers? There are countless loopholes to exploit. "All right, let us depart," Xiao Chusheng said, patting Lin Shi on the shoulder. Just like that? Lin Shi expressed her surprise, as Xiao Chusheng intended to take a van with Zhou Chun and the others. Why not save on train fare if one can? Besides, the van seat is far more comfortable than a train's. Is that so? Lin Shi questioned, though she did not dwell on it further. Thus, the two squeezed into the van, flanked by a rather foolish beauty, creating a cramped yet lively atmosphere. Why is no one sitting in the back? Because it's uncomfortable. The naive beauty, with her confused eyes, glanced at Xiao Chusheng and then at Lin Shi, and suddenly felt reassured, leaning back against the seat with the intention of catching a few more winks. Upon reaching the entrance of the finance school, Xiao Chusheng surveyed the surroundings, but saw no sign of the Fong family. "No one is here. You may enter first," he instructed Lin Shi. Earlier, Lin Shi had already communicated with Zhu Wen via phone, confirming that the Fong family was not lurking near the dormitory, indicating they had not come searching. However, Xiao Chusheng was acutely aware that this family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity today to confront Lin Shi. After all these days, they likely found themselves without a penny to their name. Without funds, they would soon be reduced to mere whispers of hunger. Yet, Xiao Chusheng felt no pity for them. In fact, he contemplated stoking the flames further. After escorting Lin Shi to the girls' dormitory, he returned to the car and informed Zhou Chun, "Today, when you deal with those 3 rascals, be sure to check if they have any money. Find a way to borrow a few hundred. 200 or 300 will suffice, nothing more. Remember, do not leave any traces, concoct an excuse, and ensure they do it voluntarily." Su Fei, puzzled, inquired, "Why can't we take more?" Zhou Chun shot him an exasperated glare, because the more you take, the less it may seem voluntary, and that could lead to trouble. Therein lies a loophole. However, Xiao Chusheng did not believe the Fong family could muster several hundred yuan at this moment. 200 would be the ceiling. Since they dared to rob Lin Shi during her most trying times, Xiao Chusheng could certainly reciprocate when they were on the brink of starvation. It was all about mutual harm. In truth, there exists no absolute standard. If one were to scrutinize closely, everyone would end up in trouble. Yet in this world, principles and ethics have become secondary. At the end of the day, a mere 100 yuan is often brushed aside. After all, we live in an era where even honest business dealings can lead to one's abrupt disappearance. We are ensnared in the darkest hours before dawn. Furthermore, Xiao Chusheng has never been a virtuous person. In his past life, he recklessly sought vengeance against the Fong family for Lin Shi. Intent on their utter destruction, his actions were far more heinous than mere retaliation. This was a matter of life and death. Does the method truly matter? Or the means employed? Xiao Chusheng may not be exceptionally malevolent, yet he is certainly not destined to be a virtuous individual. Nor could he ever aspire to such a role. For in today's society, virtuous souls are often subjected to cruelty. The consequence of being good is merely to be left with naught but the scraps. Su Fei, keep a watchful eye. Hand over your phone to Zhou Chun. And upon discovering that establishment, make sure to inform both me and your lady boss. Very well. Once arrangements are made, Xiao Chusheng instructed Zhou Chun to drive him to the culinary street in Lujiazui that he had previously visited. He directly sought out the property management center of the commercial district here to inquire about the leasing of shops. Upon observing Xiao Chusheng's youth, the person in charge exhibited a hint of skepticism. "Are you looking to lease a shop?" His doubts stemmed from the young man's appearance, which did not seem to convey the means to afford such a venture. It is understandable, as even in 2007, the prices for commercial properties in this prime area were exorbitant. Xiao Chusheng calmly nodded, affirming, "Yes, if there are suitable options, I am prepared to sign a contract today." The responsible party's interest was piqued. Based on his extensive experience with clients, he sensed that this young man was not attempting to deceive him. It seemed that Xiao Chusheng indeed possessed substantial wealth. Consequently, the official promptly decided to escort Xiao Chusheng for an on-site examination. "What type of establishment do you intend to open? We currently have limited vacant shops." Xiao Chusheng contemplated for a moment before responding nonchalantly, "Well, it's not set in stone. I plan to conduct considerable business here. It depends on the available shop sizes, really." Upon hearing this, the official immediately recognized the potential for a significant transaction. This young man could possibly be a scion of a wealthy family. Noting Xiao Chusheng's understated attire, he even speculated that he might not merely be a rich heir, but rather the offspring of a government official, as the latter tend to maintain a lower profile to avoid scrutiny. Chapter 89. The boss is the same person. It can only be said that the most lethal element lies in the invisible assumptions we make. Of course, Xiao Chusheng was unaware that the person in charge had subconsciously regarded him as someone of considerable stature. He merely sensed an increasingly respectful demeanor from the other party. Yet, he did not dwell on it, as business is business. There's no need for excessive convolutions. After merely surveying 3 vacant storefronts, Xiao Chusheng promptly made a decision on the third one. "This is the one. I shall sign for this shop today," he declared, pointing at a vacant store flanked by a hot pot restaurant on the right and another empty space on the left. The person in charge paused for a moment. "Isn't this one a bit small?" Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "No, this one perfectly meets my requirements." He had his own plans. This location was indeed ideal. The person in charge nodded, remaining silent yet curious. "So, what do you intend to open?" "A noodle shop." A noodle shop? What makes you think that?" "I actually plan to open a milk tea shop." "Ah." The person in charge was taken aback. Which milk tea shop would require such a large space? This area was typically reserved for dine-in establishments. Noodle shops were the most common choice due to their narrow width yet generous overall area, allowing for a kitchen inside and tables outside for patrons. Yet, this young man intended to open a milk tea shop in such a spacious area, and the renovations. The person in charge hesitated. "Should we assist you in contacting a renovation team? Or?" Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment. He currently lacked connections in Shanghai, so it would be best to utilize their existing resources. However, he could not rely entirely on them. "Let us sign the contract today. I will return with the design plans. Once I provide you with the renovation design, you may find someone to execute it according to the plans." While he mentioned seeking a design team, Xiao Chusheng intended to create the design himself. After all, with his level of skill and avant-garde aesthetic, he would undoubtedly surpass contemporary interior designers. Nowadays, most designers are rather mundane, adhering to ostentation and extravagance. There exists a concept known as light luxury, but it would only emerge years later. Xiao Chusheng planned to introduce this design philosophy ahead of its time at his milk tea shop in Shanghai. Suddenly, he called out to the person in charge with a beaming smile. "May I ask, if I were to create a partition to divide this space into 2 shops, would that be permissible?" The person in charge was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. "2 shops? Are you planning to build a wall in the middle?" No. Xiao Chusheng hurriedly denied. "I mean to use those lightweight partition panels." After contemplating, the person in charge replied, "That should be fine. In principle, we do not allow excessive renovations by merchants, but if it's removable partition panels, it shouldn't pose a problem." Satisfied with the response, Xiao Chusheng bid farewell to the person in charge, revealing an innocuous smile. "Your smile is quite sinister." The beautiful fool pouted suddenly. Xiao Chusheng's expression stiffened, feeling an inexplicable discomfort akin to being caught in an embarrassing moment. "Cough. You shouldn't point that out." Xiao Chusheng barked a couple of times, gazing at the yet-to-be-renovated storefront, already concocting a plan in his mind. A single establishment managing dual ventures. Splendid. According to Xiao Chusheng's understanding, the rental costs for an independent milk tea shop are rather steep. If he were to open 2, the cumulative expense would far exceed that of leasing this one space. Thus, Xiao Chusheng resolved to seize this fortuitous opportunity to engage in some clever maneuvering. The reason for his urgency in launching the shop was to ensure that the funds at his disposal could circulate swiftly. Prior to the financial crisis, the more cash one possessed, the greater the security, provided one remains debt-free. Hence, determining the appropriate balance to maximize cash flow during this period was exceedingly challenging. Should expansion exceed projections, what consequences would ensue? It would thrust Xiao Chuxing's existing enterprise into a precarious state, with cash flow unable to keep pace. Therefore, the extent of expansion and the selection of ventures are indeed a learned discipline. Undoubtedly, when the financial crisis erupted, the bubble within the internet industry dissipated the fastest. This is why he currently refrains from entering the internet sector. The timing is not right, nor does he possess the funds to burn. It is essential to recognize that the concept of burning cash in the internet industry before and after the financial crisis varies significantly, especially throughout its different phases. In essence, the one who burns cash first is destined to lose. Loans? It is inconceivable that he would ever take out a loan. He has stable income sources at his disposal, with cash flow so abundant that he hardly needs to spend, let alone incur debt. Moreover, Xiao Chuxing is acutely aware that he possesses a reliable fallback concerning cash flow. Naturally, there exists another motive for launching this milk tea shop. During this period in Shanghai, a brand similarly specializing in milk tea, Xieji dessert, is on the rise, known in later years as 7 Point Sweet. This brand was the first in the nation to attempt to incorporate the dessert Yangji Ganlu into a milk tea cup, coincidentally during this very year. Xiao Chuxing intends to harness the momentum of Yangji Ganlu to establish his milk tea shop. Essentially, Yangji Ganlu is neither a fruit tea nor a milk tea, but rather a dessert. However, this does not preclude it from withstanding the trials of the burgeoning tea beverage market. Xieji was founded in 2006, and although it has been operational since inception, it remains in the exploratory phase of the market with limited expansion. In other words, its strength is yet insufficient. Yangji Ganlu can be considered the pivotal product that enabled Xieji's rise, allowing the peak monthly revenue of a single store to soar to over 900,000. Quite astonishing. At that time, Xieji's Shanghai outlet was relatively modest, lacking a prime location for leasing. The decor was akin to that of an ordinary milk tea shop, and faced with Xiao Chuxing's discerning aesthetic as a seasoned player, it was a decisive advantage. The preparation of Yangji Ganlu itself entails no significant technical difficulty. Essentially, the first to create it and capture public awareness stands to profit. Xieji capitalized on a timely advantage, presenting the dessert while others were still focused on brewing milk tea versions, thereby establishing a fundamental price distinction. As competitors worked to refine their own Yangji Ganlu, the market recognition had already been secured by Xieji. Indeed, this ought to be the original trajectory of historical development. However, with the introduction of the enigmatic figure, Xiao Chuxing, the outcome becomes uncertain. Yet, Xiao Chuxing perceives that completely usurping Xieji may prove to be somewhat challenging. After all, Xieji already boasts an established storefront, and their signature dessert, Yangji Ganlu, is set to debut during the summer season. Meanwhile, on Xiao Chuxing's side, could it be possible that the time frame does not exceed a week? He contemplated. Perhaps it is time to employ some creative tactics and simultaneously launch a strategic offensive against Xieji. Xiao Chuxing has devised a contingency plan, with dual storefronts being one of its key components. Much like the once ubiquitous blue and green factory stores and Chinese mobile shops, which were often under the same ownership, Xiao Chuxing intends to orchestrate a similarly audacious maneuver in the realm of milk tea. Chapter 90. Business is not a brutal battle. Believe it. And Yu Xiaolu Zhouchen was instructed to drive to nearby markets and wholesale centers while Xiao Chuxing packed a selection of ingredients related to milk tea. Before the store in Shanghai was fully decorated, he intended to conduct his research on milk tea recipes at home. Well, in the residence of the charming, yet naive beauty. This was not the typical concocted milk tea or flavored variants commonly found in the market, nor was it the instant kind. It was, in its truest essence, a genuine milk tea brewed from real milk and tea leaves. Such a milk tea was virtually non-existent in the market prior to the emergence of New Age tea beverages. The reasons were simple. It was labor-intensive to make, costly, and the flavor was difficult to control. Moreover, Achieving a taste that could rival the artificially blended varieties was no easy feat. Only long-established family-run shops could ensure a consistent flavor, which required considerable experience. However, this flavor might not appeal to all consumers, necessitating extensive research and development, particularly during the year 2007. The cost could not be minimized, and thus the prices could not be lowered. A cup of milk tea costing over 10 yuan was not something many were willing to indulge in. In fact, the reason New Age tea beverages only began to flourish after 2012 was precisely due to this. Prior consumers simply could not afford it and lacked the corresponding consumption mindset. Issues such as additives and concerns over food safety were intricately linked to the broader social development. The level of internet penetration also played a role. Without mobile internet to dismantle the so-called information barriers, many were oblivious to the distinctions between cocoa butter and palm oil. However, for Xiao Chusheng, who possessed the answers to these matters, they were not daunting challenges to overcome. Xiao Chusheng had no intentions of establishing a nationwide chain of stores during this period, nor did he aspire to elevate a mere milk tea business to a valuation of several hundred billion yuan by 2007. Such ambitions were unrealistic. He adhered to the most fundamental logic of investment, the ratio of profit to return. As long as the milk tea was delectable and situated in a location with substantial foot traffic, it mattered not whether the prices were high or low. One could always reap substantial rewards. The profit margins did not need to be as extravagant as those of a daily barbecue stall. The primary objective was to provide a stable source of income. Throughout this process, he would gradually leave a lasting impression on the public, colloquially referred to as gaining favor among passers-by, thus laying the groundwork for the upcoming mobile internet era. Naturally, if along the way, he could preemptively eliminate a few potential competitors, that would be even better. Conducting business is not a mere matter of conflict and confrontation. It is an intricate dance of social relations where harmony is valued. This notion may sound sensible, but if you were to truly believe it, then you would have already lost. In any case, Xiao Chusheng certainly did not subscribe to such beliefs. "Boss, what are our next plans?" Zhou Chen inquired of Xiao Chusheng. At this time, he would typically be driving back to Hangzhou with the freshly acquired crayfish and souffle as their business had expanded, necessitating the preparation of the crayfish before nightfall. These 10 stalls effortlessly consumed 2,000 pounds of shrimp each day. Thus, time is of the essence every single day. Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment, then lightly patted the thigh of the silly beauty beside him. No questions asked. It was merely an accidental gesture. The silly beauty blinked her clear, yet foolish eyes, staring blankly at Xiao Chusheng, seemingly oblivious to his ulterior motives, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Xiao Chusheng instructed Zhou Chen to drive him around several locations in Shanghai that appeared to attract significant foot traffic. His intent was straightforward. He wished to ascertain whether the Shanghai of 2007 bore any substantial discrepancies from his memories of the future. After all, a bubble tea shop could not possibly be the sole establishment of its kind. The market in Shanghai alone would require no fewer than 10 large stores to dominate. It was no simple task. Merely renting a storefront represented a considerable sum, tantamount to expending hard-earned profits in one fell swoop. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but reflect that as a business expands, revenue may flow in swiftly, yet expenditures can match that pace. Presently, he found himself wagering his entire fortune daily. To wager, after all, is a form of wisdom. As they passed People's Square, Xiao Chusheng caught sight of a Xieji store. It suddenly dawned on him that this was indeed the original location of Xieji. Xieji, the founder of the renowned 7 Points Suite in the future, had once been merely a worker, without even a university education. It was here that he opened his first storefront. The business appeared to be thriving. Xiao Chusheng observed from the periphery for a while. The bubble tea industry boasts high profit margins. As long as the business is not dismal, losses are unlikely. However, numerous establishments have closed down, primarily due to subpar taste. Most of these shops rely on artificial flavoring for their bubble tea, which, while inexpensive and low cost to produce, is decidedly unpalatable. Occasionally, unsuspecting customers may try it once and learn their lesson. Yet, to attract repeat customers? That seems improbable. It appears that Xie has yet to introduce the mango pomelo sago. Xiao Chusheng contemplated this. The mango pomelo sago is akin to a deep-fried bomb in the dessert realm, representing a formidable challenge in the current bubble tea market. Its unique flavor and distinctive category essentially exempt it from the bubble tea classification. Therefore, consumers do not perceive spending over 10 yuan on a cup of mango pomelo sago as exorbitant. The reasoning is simple. Subconsciously, they do not categorize it as bubble tea, thus establishing a new pricing standard. A similar product concept is the grass jelly, which, much like mango pomelo sago, can capture initial profits at a price significantly higher than the prevailing market rate. The rising tea beverage brands primarily focus on the fruit tea segment, having initially refrained from extensive cultivation in the traditional bubble tea arena. In Xiao Chusheng's recollection, these new brands only began to make strides in milk tea during the later stages, aiming to thoroughly encroach upon the traditional bubble tea market. At that time, with economic development, consumer perspectives evolved. People began to seek not only taste, but also health considerations, such as the cleanliness of ingredient lists and quality. The road ahead is long and arduous, Xiao Chusheng mused. Having made up his mind, Xiao Chusheng informed Zhou Chun and proceeded towards the entrance of Xieji's store. A delicate hand slipped into his grasp, soft, as if devoid of bones. "What brings you here? Aren't you bothered by the heat?" the charming young lady inquired, trotting alongside Xiao Chusheng, piquing his curiosity. She pouted slightly, responding, "It's even hotter in the car." One could hardly disagree. Considering the vehicle was merely a dilapidated van on the verge of being scrapped, the presence of air conditioning a matter of speculation, and its functionality equally uncertain. Chapter 91. The contrast, indeed. It appears that once one possesses wealth, frugality should be cast aside. A vehicle seems rather essential, compared to the more convenient era that follows. Private cars in 2007 were undeniably advantageous. Yet, Xiao Chusheng finds himself in a quandary. Accustomed to the design of new energy vehicles, he struggles to muster any interest in the designs of this era. Primarily, the aesthetics fail to captivate him. Naturally, those that do are prohibitively expensive. Moreover, most vehicles of this time are still manual transmission, and after years of driving automatics, he has long since lost the knack for manual driving. Alas, in the short term, it seems unlikely that he will have ample funds to indulge in such luxuries. Furthermore, obtaining a driver's license is no simple feat when I say it is challenging. I do not refer to the examination itself, but rather the cumbersome process involved. Although one could, with sufficient funds, acquire a license without examinations, such actions are, in truth, a disregard for one's own safety. Despite being an experienced driver, the vehicles of this age offer a vastly different driving experience, which may lead to unfamiliarity and potential accidents. It is prudent to practice more, especially since he must accompany these companions. In principle, the stricter the regulations, the better. In his previous life, the difficulty of obtaining a driver's license increased, prompting many to voice their grievances. Xiao Chusheng himself pondered this matter at the time. Holding the hand of the beautiful yet foolish girl, they appeared quite the pair. As they queued outside Xieji, many young students instinctively parted to give way. Xiao Chusheng paused, wondering if it was truly appropriate for them to yield in such a manner. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, patiently waiting in line with the foolish beauty. Observing the offerings at Xieji, he noted the simplicity of the menu, predominantly traditional milk tea. Glancing back at the patrons who had just departed, he realized they too had chosen classic pearl milk tea. After ordering a few cups, he cautiously led the foolish beauty away, feeling the weight of the stares from the onlooking students, who seemed utterly captivated. Am I truly such a perfect match with this girl? Xiao Chusheng felt uncertain. The primary concern was that the foolish beauty was somewhat taller. He was acutely aware that he appeared more like a younger brother than a peer. Yet, reality had inverted this perception, creating an impression akin to that of an uncle with a young girl. An uncle and a young girl? An older sister and a younger brother? Xiao Chusheng seemed to grasp a realization, while the foolish beauty maintained an aloof demeanor. Such a girl exuded an aura of unapproachability, yet here she was, displaying a youthful innocence as she allowed the seemingly younger boy to guide her. The contrast, indeed. No wonder the observers wore expressions of astonishment. The charm of such contrast can indeed strike a chord within the heart. With a slight twitch of his lips, Xiao Chusheng cast a discreet glance at the foolish beauty. To his surprise, she was savoring her milk tea with delight, seemingly relishing the moment. It appeared she had a penchant for biting down on straws, and in no time, the straw bore a row of teeth marks. "Is it delicious?" "Yes, better than last time," the foolish beauty replied, her eyes narrowing in enjoyment. Last time? Xiao Chusheng quickly recalled that it was the day he had purchased several cups from the food street in Lujiazui for the soda machine. "Let me have a sip," he instructed her. The charming beauty, without a hint of hesitation, boldly offered the cup, completely unfazed by the fact that Xiao Chusheng would use the straw she had previously employed. Xiao Chusheng, too, felt no qualms as he took a sip. To truly outpace one's competitors, one must first comprehend them. Indeed, this concoction seemed superior. There appeared to be a generous amount of condensed milk and a fair share of milk powder. Drawing upon his exceptional palate, Xiao Chusheng discerned the distinction. The previous offering in Lujiazui had merely been instant milk tea. It lacked richness, scarcely containing any milk powder, rendering it rather insipid. In this era, it was evident why Xie Ji could flourish. Once back in the car, Xiao Chusheng divided the packaged milk tea, handing a cup to Zhou Chun, who was taken aback. "Boss, how can you indulge like this?" he protested. Xiao Chusheng shot him a glance of exasperation. "Enough of the pretense. The profits you generate in a day would easily allow me to purchase 100 cups." Zhou Chun chuckled, his secret thoughts laid bare, and gratefully accepted the generous offering from his employer. "Boss, are we also going to open a milk tea shop?" Zhou Chun suddenly inquired. Xiao Chusheng responded with a soft hum, acknowledging that it was no secret. "I believe we should set up locations near universities where foot traffic is abundant. Students certainly have the disposable income to spend." Zhou Chun shared his youthful perspective, which prompted Xiao Chusheng to regard him more closely. This fellow, despite appearing merely spirited, possessed quite the insight. Indeed, as he had stated, the most lucrative locations for milk tea businesses, aside from bustling tourist hotspots like Lujiazui, were universities. After all, students represented the youthful demographic, spending freely and unreservedly with their money. "You are correct. I do have such intentions, but for now, we lack sufficient fund for expansion," Xiao Chusheng admitted, revealing his predicament. This was the truth. The initial venture had grown somewhat unwieldy. The fried chicken shop, barbecue establishment, and milk tea store all necessitated physical premises, each requiring substantial capital as support. However, compared to the first two, Xiao Chusheng leaned towards the expansion of the milk tea shop. After all, with each additional outlet, the revenue would effectively double, akin to a hen that continually lays eggs. The fried chicken shop was earmarked as the second phase of expansion, as such establishments were also virtually guaranteed to yield profits, unaffected by seasonal fluctuations. Barbecue, on the other hand, suffered after the summer, with profits gradually declining day by day. The viability of these plans lay firmly within Xiao Chusheng's strategy. "So, what do you mean?" Xiao Chusheng queried, intrigued by Zhou Chen's intentions in sharing this information. Zhou Chun chuckled sheepishly, but eventually confessed, "Boss, it's just my sister, Zhou Qian. If you need help, once she starts university, she could work in your shop." "Your sister? Zhou Qian?" Xiao Chusheng suddenly recalled that Su Fei had previously mentioned Qian, who must be this Zhou Qian. However, Zhou Qian's suggestion illuminated Xiao Chusheng's mind, prompting an immediate agreement. "Certainly. I have been pondering how to ensure the quality of products from those distant stores, as well as whether any foul play is afoot regarding finances. Having someone from within is undoubtedly the best option." Xiao Chusheng understood well that even those close to him might not be entirely trustworthy, as many family businesses have declined due to insiders enriching themselves. Nevertheless, it is essential to differentiate, at least for Xiao Chusheng at this moment. Having someone from within is preferable to relying on unfamiliar outsiders. The character of Zhou Qian, this sister, remains uncertain, as he has yet to interact with her. However, Zhou Chun, her brother, has not presented any issues thus far. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they might, like Su Hai from his previous life, fail to earn beyond their capabilities. Yet, those concerns are matters for the future. Currently, no one can exert control over the situation. At that moment, Zhou Chen's phone rang. "Hello, Brother Chun, is the boss there?" "Those three fellows have appeared." Chapter 92. The law does not protect the good. Is that wretched person here today? Outside the financial institute, three furtive figures lurked. Lin Shi's adoptive parents and their child. Even Fong Sudong, a student who had yet to be released for the holidays, was present, revealing the shamelessness of this family. To exploit their foster daughter, they even loitered at the entrance of her school. "Mom, I've inquired, and the financial institute is indeed dismissing students today. She will surely return," Fong Sudong asserted confidently. The conversation of the three was overheard by Xiao Chusheng, who had stealthily approached them. His gaze was icy as he fixated on the trio, while cradling a rather Na'vi beauty in his arms. The so-called Na'vi beauty was agitated, resembling a furious little lion, ready to pounce on the three scoundrels. However, there was an undeniable irony. Despite her fierce demeanor, she wielded a cup of milk tea, which hardly exuded intimidation. Yet, Xiao Chusheng had no doubt that this beauty was capable of action. After all, she had once knocked the Day's Song Yu out cold with a mere bucket of cola, showcasing her unexpected ferocity when provoked. Having returned her to the car, Xiao Chusheng found himself unable to resist a moment of mischief. He mused aloud. "Have you perhaps gained a bit of weight recently?" "Oh," the Na'vi beauty, caught off guard in a rage, paused to consider his words. It did feel slightly more challenging to lift her than before. Xiao Chusheng squinted, uncertain. "Have you been indulging a bit too much?" As expected, his inquiry extinguished her anger instantly. She averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, revealing her inner turmoil. A smile threatened to escape Xiao Chusheng's lips. Her innocence was striking, her emotions as fleeting as they were intense. He called over Zhou Chun and the others. "How long have they been here?" "Fei Zai, when did they arrive?" Zhou Chun immediately beckoned Su Fei. After a moment of reflection, Su Fei replied, "Not long, perhaps half an hour ago. Wait until there are fewer people around, then you can lead them into that alley." Xiao Chusheng pointed toward a nearby passageway, which he had observed for quite some time. It was filthy and reeked of urine, a common refuge for drunken men seeking relief behind the row of shops. "Your objectives today are twofold. First, find a reason to relieve them of the money they possess. No more than 200. I trust one need not elaborate further." The group of spirited young men exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Xiao Chusheng's intentions. Typically, he instructed them to act within the bounds of legality. Yet now he was encouraging this course of action. Moreover, they wondered aloud about the meager sum of 200. Wasn't that rather paltry? Understanding the thoughts of these individuals, Xiao Chusheng elucidated. "I have previously mentioned that this society is governed by law, yet you must grasp a fundamental truth. The law does not protect the virtuous." A single statement struck a chord with this group of spirited youths, exposing their intellectual blind spot. However, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up. He was arguably the most astute among them. In fact, Zhou Chun held the highest academic qualification, having completed high school. The essence of the boss's argument was that good people do not require legal protection. They do not engage in unlawful activities. If they refrain from breaking the law, what necessity is there for the law's existence? Zhou Chun assumed the role of translator for Xiao Chusheng. The group of spirited youths suddenly experienced an epiphany, as if they had grasped something profound. Zhou Chun continued, "Only the scoundrels among us actively seek to harm others, while good individuals are compelled to retaliate. Yet, even in retaliation, the righteous may still face legal repercussions. This is the sentiment the boss intends to convey." Xiao Chusheng nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Zhou Chen's insight. Indeed, that was the crux of the matter. Thus, there are situations where one cannot rely on the law to resolve issues, as the law merely safeguards the fundamental moral baseline. However, some individuals are unworthy of existence. At this juncture, Xiao Chusheng's expression became quite menacing as he pointed to three figures in the distance. Those three individuals embody such wretchedness. They have bullied your boss's wife and even attempted to snatch away the meager earnings she worked hard to secure. The spirited youths, once mere aimless drifters, were not inherently malevolent. After all, such nefarious characters had long been expelled by Chinbin. Despite their own questionable status, they still held disdain for such scum. Upon hearing of the misdeeds of these three, they immediately rallied to defend their boss's wife, clamoring to teach them a lesson. Observing their heightened emotions, Xiao Chuxing judiciously tempered their fervor. After all, if left unchecked, those three could very well lose their lives today. Very well, let us teach them a lesson today. Judging by their nature, they likely possess only a few hundred yuan. Let's extract 200 from them, so they understand what it means to be further burdened. Xiao Chuxing's malevolent grin sent shivers down the spines of the spirited youths. Their boss was indeed ruthless. They resolved never to provoke him, for it was difficult to imagine the fate that awaited those who did. And while you're at it, give them a beating, but don't overdo it. Xiao Chuxing cautioned, too severe a beating can lead to trouble. After all, we have ample time ahead. Let's see how this unfolds. After you're done, make your escape, pretending to be local toughs. Xiao Chuxing recalled that, a decade ago in Shanghai, such incidents were rather commonplace. A mere beating and a loss of 200 yuan would be inconsequential. Even reporting it to the police would be futile. The sum was too trivial, and the matter too minor for law enforcement to intervene, rendering their involvement a waste of resources. A group of spirited young men, under the direction of Xiao Chuxing, feigned a casual stroll to approach the family of Fong Weiming from behind. The trio of Fong Weiming remained oblivious to their surroundings, sneaking glances towards the school. Hey, what are you sneaking around for? Scram, mind your own business. Lin Shiyang's adoptive mother, Chen Shui, an outspoken woman known for her lack of restraint, retaliated without a moment's thought. However, she soon received a sharp slap to the back of her head. Enraged, Chen Shui turned, ready to unleash a torrent of insults upon her adversaries. Yet, upon seeing the figures behind her, her complexion turned pale. Chapter 93. Being kept in the question of morality, behind her stood a row of individuals, all gazing at her with malevolent expressions. At this moment, Chen Shui mistakenly believed that her loud and brash demeanor had provoked these spirited youths. In reality, they were disgusted by the actions of this family. Fong Weiming and his son, Fong Sudong, quickly realized the gravity of the situation when they turned to find themselves surrounded by a group of delinquents, their faces paling in fear. Everyone, it's a misunderstanding, stammered Fong Weiming, panic evident in his voice. However, the spirited youths were unconcerned with such explanations. A misunderstanding? Huh, let's have a chat, shall we? With that, several of them encircled Fong Weiming and his family, casually ushering them into an alley. Upon entering the alley, Chen Shui felt a sharp kick to her backside, causing her to fall to the ground. The acrid stench of urine assaulted her nostrils, nearly making her retch. Yet, she dared not resist. In her eyes, these delinquents were ruthless devils, capable of unspeakable violence without a second thought. My brothers, this is truly just a misunderstanding. Fong Weiming was on the verge of tears from fright. Beside him, Fong Sudong had never encountered such a scenario, though he himself was a wayward youth. Merely skipping classes for internet cafes and gaming arcades, he was now utterly terrified. One of the spirited youths, wearing an expression of disdain, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Fong Sudong's face. The impact left his cheeks swollen, and he burst into tears. Brothers, we apologize. We humbly offer our apologies to you gentlemen. Fong Weiming was the quickest to react, hastily retrieving money from his pockets. Here, a token of respect for you all, please take it. The youths exchanged glances, realizing that this old man was quite compliant, sparing them the trouble of concocting excuses. They accepted the money, only to be met with disdain upon inspecting it. They had expected a larger sum. Instead, it amounted to a mere 140 yuan, with coins scattered among the bills. It truly seemed as though, as the boss had remarked, this family relied entirely on the generosity of the matron. A family of three, and they could only muster such a paltry sum? What utter disgrace! Meanwhile, outside the alley, Xiao Chuxing instinctively sneezed. Huh, who is cursing me? He murmured, sensing an unexplainable animosity directed at him, yet lacking proof. Before long, several spirited youths emerged from the alley, giving Xiao Chusheng a knowing glance. He nodded in acknowledgement, and they proceeded to escape along their prearranged route. Moments later, Fang Weiming and his family limped out of the alley, their bodies and faces marred by bruises, their clothes stained with footprints. It was evident that the spirited youths had not held back their strength in their greeting, though they had refrained from inflicting grave harm. Xiao Chusheng's gaze was icy as he fixated on the family, a surge of rage swelling within him, igniting a desire to see them suffer. However, he suppressed such thoughts. In this life, he intended to savor the torment of this family, ensuring they would never find solace. As 3 individuals limped towards the police station, Xiao Chusheng revealed a scornful smile. In 2007, it cannot be claimed that there were no surveillance cameras. At the very least, this vicinity was devoid of any. The Fang Weiming family could only endure their silent suffering. This beating was utterly in vain. As anticipated by Xiao Chusheng, the Fang Weiming family hastened to the police station, wailing for assistance. The young officer merely took a statement and instructed them to await further notice. The entire ordeal spanned half an hour, culminating in such a meager outcome. They were not even informed about investigating the crime scene or documenting injuries. All procedural steps were conspicuously absent. The Fang Weiming trio was left bewildered. Was this the level of diligence in your case handling? However, they dared not voice their grievances, for they were the type to bully the weak and cower before the strong. Faced with the police, they could not muster a word of protest and were forced to exit the station in frustration. This was a commonplace scenario in 2007. The absence of surveillance and the triviality of the monetary amount involved rendered the investigation seemingly futile. In a metropolis as vast as Shanghai, where would one even begin to apprehend suspects? Moreover, the young officers, upon observing this family, discerned that they were hardly virtuous, particularly the woman named Chen Shui, who entered the station bellowing. They encountered a plethora of individuals daily. They had seen all sorts. Chen Shui, with her boisterous demeanor, exuded an overwhelmingly negative impression. The officers were even less inclined to engage with them, though they still had to adhere to formalities. They recorded a statement, chronicling the events of the incident, nothing more. The remainder was simply a matter of waiting for notification, with no assurance of when that might arrive, only to be told that there were currently no investigative results and to continue waiting. Upon exiting the police station, Chen Shui reverted to her previous harpy-like demeanor, clamoring to capture Lin Shi. We took this beating just to wait for that little vixen. This time, we must extort several thousand yuan. We have medical expenses to cover. Fang Weiming and his son Fang Sudong echoed her sentiments. This family, devoid of shame, audacious